The Devil Does Not Need to Be Defeated Chapter 513 to Chapter 568. This person. Xianxia's skillful technique of shifting the blame not only made the women angry, but also made Naduna feel speechless. Fortunately, she was not a newcomer, but had been observing this thick-skinned hero for some time. Otherwise, she might really have been bewitched by his righteous words. But Naduna could not tell the truth. Therefore, Naduna could only speak helplessly. In any case, please calm down for my sake. Otherwise, the children of the home of elves will be too innocent. Hearing Nader's words, everyone fell silent. Only Xianxia, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, spoke very calmly. No one knew if it was intentional or if she was really indifferent to the situation in front of her. So, how should the room be arranged? His words made everyone speechless and choked. Xianxia quickly expressed his stance. Tonight, I will only sleep with Lilith. Xianxia picked up Lilith and said so without hesitation. Lilith's eyes suddenly lit up, and she beamed with joy. I object. Rosie protested. Unfortunately, Xianxia was a very vengeful person. Objection overruled. Xianxia hugged Lilith tightly and said resolutely, anyway, I will only sleep with Lilith today. What was a wife? Was it edible? At the critical moment, not only did she not fight Daudu with her husband, but she also added insult to injury, colluded with a group of ferocious witches, and planned to overthrow the ruling position of the family. It was better not to have a wife like that. Xianxia finally realized that only Lilith was his most solid support. This girl's performance just now was simply too satisfying. Therefore, today, Xianxia only doted on this little girl, and he had to spoil her rotten. You. Rosie pointed at Xianxia with trembling hands. This bastard, not only did he dare to flirt with the dragon demons and flirt with them, but now he was actually planning to fool around with an evil god in front of her. Oh my god. Was he going to get married or not? What about me? At this time, Ai also realized that it was not a good thing for her to go against Xianxia. Now that he did not help her cover up, wouldn't she become a poor child being persecuted again? That would not do. However, it was too late to redeem everything now. After being tricked by this dragon demon, if he did not take revenge at this time, he would not be called She Vengeful Grace. It's rare for your sisters to come over. Of course, you have to reunite with them, right? Sean gave Ai a bright smile and said, just in time. You should also tell your family about what happened between us. This is a major event in life. Without the blessings and permission of your relatives and sisters, it's not justifiable. Don't wait until you give birth to the child. That would be terrible. It's rare for my sisters to have to reunite with them, right? Of my sisters, right? Oh, right? Oh, right? At this moment, only this sentence lingered in everyone's ears. Naduna coughed in shock. What was going on? In the short amount of time that he had diverted his attention, how many wonderful things had he missed? Ah, no, things that angered both man and God, not to mention Nadia. Even Ai was shocked. You. This time, it was the girl who pointed at Xianxia, her hand trembling. Xianxia looked calm, indicating that he was not stressed at all. Perhaps, people like Ai disdained to fool people with something that did not exist, and would only slightly exaggerate the truth. But who was he? A brave man, a true brave man. As a brave man, he should be brave enough to walk the path of thorns. In other words, he was the one who dared to fool people with nonsense. Children? Lilith and Milu were completely confused and could not keep up with the current situation. Lyde and Rosie were completely frozen in place and could no longer move. Even Xianxia could not help but look at Xianxia. She looked as if she was looking at a cruel killer. The whole treehouse fell into another deathly silence. Let's go, Lilith. Xianxia was still calm. We are going to sleep. Yes. Lilith did not know what was going on, but she nodded in agreement. She was still a child. She really did not understand the world of adults. But she only needed to know that she could sleep and have the best people to accompany her. That was enough. Just like that, Xianxia calmly returned to his room with Lilith in his arms. I am going to clean up the room for everyone. Xianxia also left decisively, turning around to leave. You wait. Only then did Rosie react. She hurriedly followed behind Shan and chased after him into his room. Her Royal Highness couldn't stay calm anymore. She was in a complete panic. Even her brain had turned into paste. She couldn't think of anything. No matter what Sharon said just now contained too much information. If she could not figure it out, she felt that she could return to her country and use her private money to buy a piece of grassland to govern as a territory. She believed that with her current experience, she would definitely be able to govern this grassland and make it full of vitality. After all, this was the only way for grass to grow on it. On the other hand, Ai was still in shock. Child. Well, this Lord Demon Dragon's brain had also gone haywire. By the time she regained her senses, she realized that Milu was standing right in front of her. Milu was staring at her with her large, blinking eyes. On her head, Lai did not lie down, but stood up. Like a benevolent king, he pulled a long face, which made Ai's heart twitch. Let's go back to our room. At this moment, Lai's voice was frighteningly sorrowful. The night is still long, we can talk about many things, right? These unquestionable words made Ai understand that there was no way she could escape. Tonight, she would definitely be interrogated by Lai for the whole night. Remember this. Ai's heart itched with hatred. However, in the mind of this demon dragon, there were two unavoidably lingering sentences. Tell your family about what happened between us. This is a major event in life. Without the blessings and permission of family and sisters, it will not be justifiable. These two sentences filled Ai's entire mind. In fact, it was even clearer than the shocking words give birth. In the end, Ai was brought back to her room by Lai and Milu. Presumably, this night, the three sisters must have a lot to talk about. The entire living room of the treehouse suddenly lost all traces of people, and it was no longer lively. All that was left was the goddess that no one had noticed, fluttering in the wind. Did they forget about me? Naduna almost doubted her life. She was still talking, wasn't she? Did she not have the right to speak in sense of existence if she did not show up? Naduna speechlessly asked the heavens. Yes, this was the most embarrassing moment in her life. At the same time, the turbulent hometown of elves restored its calm, and the clouds dispersed. The bright moon and stars hung high in the sky again, shining on the land that was plunged into darkness. The elves sensed that the rich natural magic power had dissipated. This meant that their goddess of nature had left. However, this didn't affect the elves' fanaticism at all. Goddess Naduna actually showed up. Although she didn't show up, it's worth celebrating that she sent down her magic power. It's the first time that I've felt the magic power of Goddess Naduna. Feel honored. This is an honor that you haven't had for thousands of years. The last time Goddess Naduna appeared was during the time of Hero Mitra. Everyone in the elf clan was in a state of excitement, and the entire elf village became extremely lively. Goddess Naduna. Marika also looked up at the sky in admiration. Remembering what Shuren had said before, that the goddess of nature had sent down a revelation to save her, she couldn't help but feel a little dazed. In the queen's palace, the three pillars of the elves, led by Sophie, stood up leisurely. I didn't expect that the goddess we'd been waiting for would suddenly appear. That's right. Rhea and Naya transformed into ordinary elves like the other elves outside, discussing all of this with fanaticism and excitement. Sophie, on the other hand, calmed down. I'm afraid that Goddess Naduna appeared because of what happened on Mr. Porstut's side, right? Sophie knew what was going on. That's right. Except for our goddess, who can stop that kind of situation? Sophie could only rejoice that her goddess came in time. However, this also made Sophie understand many things. For example, Goddess Naduna is indeed paying attention to the movements of Mr. Porstut and his people. Sophie understood this. Previously, when she was thinking about how to deal with the foreign male Shuren's visit, Goddess Naduna sent down an oracle and asked her to bring him to the godly palace. Now, as soon as something happened on the other side, Goddess Naduna immediately responded. She was extremely timely. Didn't this mean that Goddess Naduna had been paying attention to the movements of Shuren and his people? Furthermore, this goddess might even be watching from nearby. It was in the depths of nature that was the closest to everyone. Thinking of this, Sophie faintly felt excited again. Moreover, Sophie also realized that Shuren was indeed very special. Talent and potential comparable to the kingdom's treasure. Aura that can attract elves and fairies. To be able to enter and exit together with demon dragon AI and evil god Lilith. Now, even the beast demon and the devil demon have gone to his side. All of this was telling others how special Shuren was. So much so that even the goddess of nature Naduna began to pay attention to him. Demons, humans, Protoss. The influential existences of the three races all gathered around him or paid attention to him. Perhaps even the heroes of the past have never received such treatment. Sophie fell into deep thought. Looks like I have to think about how to treat him. As Sophie muttered this, Yulin flew back and landed on the canopy of the tree above the queen's palace, sighing impatiently. You can't even let me sleep well. As expected of the master. It was unknown whether she was complaining or admiring him, but Yulin closed her eyes and lay down. Tonight, amidst all kinds of waves, quietly passed by. However, in the treehouse, in the 2 rooms, the incessant chatter was still undulating. Obviously, Lyde was still interrogating AIE. And Shuren was also being annoyed by Rosie. Hurry up and tell me clearly. What's going on with the child? What happened between you and the Dragon Demon Highness? Speak clearly. Rosie shook Shuren, who was lying on the bed and hugging Lilith, with a broken expression. Shuren was completely unmoved. He ignored Rosie's words and fell asleep comfortably. At the same time, in another direction of the Tagore forest, in a hidden cave, a black shadow appeared, staring at the location of the elven homeland. The magic power and aura just now. The black shadow muttered to itself as if it had sensed the commotion taking place in the faraway elven homeland. With that damned barrier isolating us, there's actually such dense magic power and aura seeping out. It seems that the beastmen and devils have indeed gone to the elven homeland. After understanding this, the black shadow revealed a cold smile. Alright, I'll take this opportunity to eliminate that eyesore of an elf. Just as the black shadow muttered to himself, suddenly, a voice came from behind him. I don't object to you doing this, but I have to tell you that there are more than just beastmen and devils in the elven homeland now. The leisurely voice entered the black shadow's ears, causing his body to instantly tense up. Who? The black shadow turned around abruptly and looked behind him. In the next second, the black shadow's body trembled, and he knelt down without hesitation. Your Highness Donna's. The black shadow spoke respectfully. The owner of that voice was Donna's, the leader of Mirage, that Shuren encountered in Cosmos. Donna slowly emerged from the darkness of the cave and arrived in front of the black shadow. Get up. Donna's glanced at the black shadow and said calmly, I'm just here to tell you that there might be a change in the plan. A change in the plan? The black shadow frowned and said in a deep voice, could there be an accident? No, it's not an accident. Donna's turned his gaze toward the direction of the elven homeland, and his eyes flickered as he said, that is a variable. A variable? The black shadow was stunned. That's right. Donna said slowly, a variable that will become our greatest enemy has appeared there. The black shadow did not understand. But he knew that. Donna's must have given him instructions. What should I do? The black shadow asked straightforwardly. Very simple. Donna's didn't waste any time and said, there's an elf called Marika in the elven homeland. With just this sentence, the black shadow understood. Your Highness wants me to start with that elf? The black shadow looked at Donna's. In response, Donna's only revealed an ambiguous smile. You are a smart person, you know what to do, Donna said faintly, I will look forward to your results. With that, Donna's turned around and left. The black shadow watched Donna's leave. Marika. A faint murmur echoed in the darkness. Just like that, a magnificent night in every sense of the word had passed. The next day, when dawn broke, Shuren opened his eyes under a suffocating feeling. As soon as he opened his eyes, 2 beautiful faces, one big and one small, entered Shuren's eyes. Woo, Lilith was lying in Shuren's arms, using Shuren's arm as her pillow and one of her fingers in her mouth. She was sleep-talking and sleeping extremely peacefully. Obviously, falling asleep with Shuren last night was a happy thing for Lilith, even in her dreams. On the other hand, on Shuren's other arm, another girl was also snuggling up to him. Her sleeping posture was not very honest. Tell me clearly, the kingdom's treasure muttered such sleep-talking as if she still could not let go of some things. She stretched out her slender and fair hands, wrapped them around Shuren's neck, and kept squeezing with hatred. The suffocating feeling that Shuren felt was caused by this princess. Good heavens, is this the rhythm of strangling me to death even in my dreams? Shuren rolled his eyes. This princess seemed to have been pestering him last night, trying to get to the bottom of the words that he had used to trap Ai yesterday. I'm not even pregnant yet. Before falling asleep completely, Shuren seemed to have heard such words that made him want to cry but have no tears. If others heard these words, they would probably ridicule him. If she's pregnant, then it's going to be a big deal, right? The dignified number one beauty in the human world, the kingdom's treasure, and the princess, who is known as the modern hero, is actually pregnant before marriage. This is definitely going to shock the entire Omnipotensen. In the end, this fish-catching princess seemed to be a little tired of making a fuss and directly squeezed onto the bed, as if she was deliberately causing trouble. She did not let Shuren hug Lilith to sleep comfortably and insisted on sleeping here. Fortunately, it's not in the capital, otherwise, why would Her Highness not return all night? Sure, it's another big news that can be reported in the shocking department. Sean, who had nothing to do and was thinking about it, gradually felt the drowsiness in his head disappear. Shuren did not intend to continue sleeping and was about to get up. Woo, Lilith let out a soft moan and left Shuren's arms under Shuren's gentle movement, and Shuren covered her with a quilt. As for Rosie, hey, let go of me, stop strangling me. Damn it, I told you to stop, why are you strangling me harder? I'm strangling you, you bastard. Are you awake? Woo, alright, you're amazing. I've lost. After a series of entanglements, Sean finally managed to pull the hands of the princess who almost strangled her fiancé in her sleep away, put her down, and covered her with a blanket. Then, freed, Sean got out of bed. But this time, Sean discovered Hua Dian. Why did you change your clothes? This situation made Shuren's eyebrows jump. As if he felt something, he slowly turned his head and looked to the side. The next second, good morning, Mr. Shuren. Xianxia was like a statue, quietly staying in the corner of the room. Seeing Shuren look over, she spoke faintly. It's been a long time, Miss Rorschach. Shuren was silent for a while and then said calmly. Yes, he was used to it. So, there was nothing to be surprised about, was there? Unfortunately, his elder sister would not let him go so easily. I said yesterday that I will try to improve it so that Mr. Shuren can solve it here. Xianxia said the most irresistible words in the calmest manner. What did you do to me again? Shuren couldn't help but ask. Xianxia did not answer. She just looked straight at Shuren. Shuren was instantly terrified. Okay, pretend I didn't ask. He always felt that it was better not to know some things. That way, he might be happier. If that's the case, then I won't report. Xianxia was still expressionless and said, I have also helped Mr. Shuren wash up. Breakfast is also ready in the living room. Okay. Shuren forced himself to suppress all his curiosity as if he did not want to give himself a chance to regret. He nodded and said, then I will go out first. Okay, Xianxia replied as she continued to stand there, not moving an inch. Obviously, the maid of the fortress wasn't done with her work yet. Next, this maid probably had to take care of Lilith, Rosie, and even the 3 demon sisters in the next room. So, Shuren turned around and was ready to leave the room. At this time, Xianxia suddenly spoke. There are many small guests outside. Mr. Shuren, try not to disturb them. Such a sentence stunned Shuren. Guests, small guests, what's going on? With such questions, Shuren walked out of the room and came to the living room. At this time, Shuren finally knew what the so-called small guests in Xiao's words were. Clang. Under the faint light, in the living room, small shadows were fluttering like butterflies. Fairies? Shuren was surprised. In the living room, there were many fairies flying here and there. Swoosh! Just as Shuren was surprised and could not help but blurt out, the fairies in the living room seemed to be frightened and suddenly dispersed. Some of them flew into the cups and hid, some flew behind the furniture, some hid on the beams, and some hid in the compartments. Relying on their small bodies, they hid completely in an instant and disappeared without a trace. So timid? Only then did Xian react, and he could not help but feel amused. While Shuren was laughing, the small fairies cautiously poked their heads out from every corner and looked at Shuren. They were afraid, but also wanted to approach him. That made Shuren's heart skip a beat. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly released the mana in his body. With a tremor in the air, the mana in Shuren's body also slowly seeped out like a faint glow. Shuren did not release the huge amount of mana in his body in one breath. Instead, he firmly controlled the output and let the mana be released slightly more gently. With the absolute control of the mana, it was easy for Shuren to do such a thing. In fact, Xian even specially adjusted the nature of his mana to make it as close to nature as possible. It was gentle and soft, and vaguely full of vitality. Whoosh! In the living room, all the hidden fairies suddenly seemed to be in an uproar and became quite impatient. They seemed to want to fly out, but they didn't dare to, causing the radiance on their bodies to flicker and flicker erratically. Seeing that, Shuren smiled and waved at the fairies. Come here. Shuren tried to make his tone as gentle as possible so as not to scare them. The fairies looked at each other and then seemed to be whispering to each other, appearing even more restless. Shuren was not in a hurry and waited patiently. He did not know how long he waited. Until at a certain moment, a fairy seemed to have mustered up the courage and flew out from the corner first. Shuren's eyes lit up and he could not help but stretch out his hand in the direction of the fairy. Shuren concentrated the gentle and natural mana in his hand, letting a strong aura of life exude from his hand. Thus, the fairy seemed to be attracted, but also as if she could not resist the temptation, she finally slowly flew towards Shuren. Soon, the fairy came in front of Shuren. After hesitating for a moment, she carefully stretched out her small hand. In the next moment, the two hands, one big and one small, completely disproportionate to each other, touched each other. Shuren only felt a very, very slight touch from his hand. It felt like a feather had landed on his hand. The touch was a little ticklish, but also a little soft. Xian did not hesitate. He immediately mobilized his mana and let the natural mana flow out slowly. It was injected into the fairy's body through the palms that were in contact with each other. Clang! The body of the fairy bloomed with a rich light. At this moment, the fairy seemed to be startled, but it also seemed to feel comfortable because of something and suddenly flew happily. Moreover, it was constantly flying around Shuren, causing a fluorescent light to sprinkle back and forth around Shuren's body. It looked quite beautiful. Haha. Shuren's mood could not help but improve. At the same time, he unconsciously laughed out loud and began to interact with the little fairy. The fairy was no longer afraid of Shuren and happily played with Shuren. That scene caused the fairies who were still hiding in the corner to become restless. In the end, all the fairies could not help but fly out from the corner and come to Shuren's side. Shuren did not refuse and released a gentle mana from his body. The fairies immediately became excited and all approached Shuren. Some sat on his head, some stood on his shoulders, and some even crawled into his clothes pockets. It was as if they were fighting for territory. They were extremely active. And in the process, the magic on Shuren's body was absorbed by these fairies little by little, making the light on their bodies brighter. Then, these fairies became more and more excited and happy. They kept flying around Shuren or simply landed on Shuren's body, using their small hands or even their small bodies to rub against various parts of Shuren's body. In particular, the fairy who first came to Shuren directly occupied one side of Shuren's cheek and even gave him a small peck on his cheek and naughtily kissed him. This made Shuren feel a little tender toward this little fairy. "You're not right, little one." Shuren teased the fairy who was closest to him. Shuren did not notice at all that Caroline had arrived at some point. Seeing this scene, she fell into a state of shock. What are you doing?" Seeing that Shuren was having so much fun with the fairies, Caroline finally spoke up. Only then did Shuren notice Caroline's arrival. "What? So it's you." Shuren pursed his lips in response, but he didn't stop playing with the fairies. Hearing Shuren speak as if he didn't want to see her, Caroline subconsciously wanted to get angry. But she soon gave up. She took a few deep breaths, suppressed the irritation in her heart, and walked towards Shuren with a gloomy expression. Children, go and play by yourselves first. Caroline spoke gently to the numerous fairies around Shuren. There was a slight commotion among the fairies, as if they were somewhat unwilling. This situation made Caroline look at Shuren with a complicated gaze. Don't look at me like that. Shuren immediately clarified. They came here to play, I didn't kidnap them. I know. Caroline was speechless. I didn't say you kidnapped them. Is that so? Shuren didn't feel reassured. On the contrary, he asked, given your elven race's style, shouldn't you be suspecting that a male of another race like me did something? You. Caroline felt that this man was too infuriating. She'd clearly tried to control herself, but he was still teasing her to the point of exploding. At this moment, Caroline could only spit out a stiff reply. I've said it before. The mana and aura you emit are very attractive to us, the elves, and the fairies. So, not only did I guess that the fairies would come, but even Her Majesty the Queen has also guessed it. In other words, they weren't surprised. Of course, Caroline didn't say this. Although she'd guessed that the fairies would be attracted by Shuren's magic and aura, she hadn't expected these naturally timid fairies to surround Shuren and play with Shuren without any misgivings. She believed that the Elven Queen hadn't guessed this either. This was the reason why Caroline was astonished when she arrived and saw this scene. At the same time, what I want to know is, did you do anything to them? Caroline couldn't help but question him. This time, it was Shuren's turn to be speechless. You just said you didn't suspect me, and now you're asking me what I did to them? Did this vice leader of the Elven division misunderstand the word suspect? No, I'm not suspecting you, I'm just surprised. Caroline shook her head and looked straight at Sean. I can feel that the reincarnation period of these children has shortened. Reincarnation? Shuren didn't understand. It's the time when fairies turn into elves. Caroline explained, all fairies born from nature have a period of time when they grow into elves. We elves call this period the reincarnation period. When they came to the home of the elves, Melika had said that fairies born from nature would absorb the magic of nature while playing in the human world. Only after decades, centuries, or even millennia would they develop intelligence and intelligence. They would then rely on the magic they absorbed to take human form and become elves. The time it took for a fairy to grow into an elf was the so-called reincarnation period. Depending on the individual, the reincarnation period of the fairies was also completely different. Some only needed a few decades, some needed hundreds of years, and some needed as long as thousands of years. The shorter the period, the more talented the individual was and the closer they were to nature. They would possess astonishing magic power and pure elven bloodline. Do you know why the elven royalty is different from the ordinary elves? Caroline explained, that's because the elven royal family's reincarnation period is extremely short, so short that not only do they develop the same human nature as humans, but they also absorb a strand of divinity from the nature that gave birth to them. That's why they possess tremendous magic power and pure bloodlines. This was because the world was created by the supreme god Omnis, and nature was created by the goddess of nature, Najula. From the nature that gave birth to themselves, some talented fairies could absorb a trace of the divine power and divinity of nature in the process of reincarnating into fairies, becoming close to the divine race, similar to demigods. Such an existence was the elven royalty. Because of this, the elven royal family had such a high and special status in the elven clan. From a certain perspective, they were the true children of the goddess of nature, or rather avatars. The magic power and bloodline in their bodies were extremely pure, and they were extremely close to the Protoss goddess. Unfortunately, the conditions for the birth of elven royalty are extremely harsh. Caroline sighed. According to the records, there have only been 3 elven royalty since the birth of the elven race. It had to be said that this number was extremely small. So small that it was frightening. But perhaps this was normal? Queen Sophie has lived for thousands of years. The 2 elven royalty before her must have lived for a long time. Shuren shrugged. And how many years has the elven race existed for? Isn't it normal for only 3 elven royalty to be born? That was how it was. The long-lived species were long-lived species. Their concept of time and understanding were incomparable to that of humans. Even if one of the 3 elven royalty had only lived for 5,000 years, they would have lived for 15,000 years in total. 15,000 years of history was probably enough to carry through the entire life of Omnipotensen, right? After all, AIE had said that it had been almost 10,000 years since she was born, and so had Lilith. One of them was a demon second only to the demon king, while the other was a superior god second only to the overgod and the three goddesses. They could be considered the earliest life forms to appear in this world. Even if the elven race was born earlier than these two, it wouldn't be that much earlier. At most, it would be tens of thousands of years. In tens of thousands of years, 3 elven royalty had been born who occupied at least 15,000 years of elven history. Even if it wasn't a long time, it wasn't a short one either. Perhaps. Caroline didn't deny it, but she looked straight at Shuren. But that's not what I want to talk about. I want to know what you did to shorten the reincarnation period of the fairies. What did this mean? It meant that Shuren had a way to make the fairies quickly reincarnate into elves. This was definitely not a small matter for the elf clan. If there's a way to shorten the reincarnation period of the fairies, the birth rate of the elves will also increase, increasing the elven population and making the elves stronger and more prosperous. Moreover, shortening the reincarnation period will also greatly enhance the talents and magic power of the elves. Furthermore, if we can promote the birth of elven royalty, it will be of great help to the elves. It goes without saying. Caroline stared straight at Shuren, causing Shuren to feel goosebumps. But Shuren also understood why this inflexible vice leader had become so uncharacteristically good-tempered. It wasn't that she didn't care about Shuren's provocation, but that her mind was completely occupied by this shocking matter, and she couldn't care about anything else. If it were anyone else, they might have jumped up in excitement. Only the kinder, purer, and more indifferent elves could restrain themselves. Shuren was a little dumbfounded. What's going on? I've only fed some magic power to these fairies, but it actually caused such a huge impact. Am I really the Heaven's chosen one? Nonsense, right? Shuren could only turn his gaze to the fairies around him. Sensing Shuren's gaze, the fairies thought that he wanted to feed them magic power again and play with them. They immediately flew over and surrounded Shuren, appearing excited and happy. Shuren subconsciously wanted to release his magic power. But Caroline was still watching him like a tiger watching its prey, which made Shuren a little worried. If this fellow finds out that my magic power is the reason for shortening the reincarnation period of fairies, will I be used as a milk machine and be squeezed dry every day to contribute to the reproduction of the elves? Shuren was afraid at the thought of this. Of course, he wasn't afraid that the elves would harm him. Given the elf's strength, it wasn't as if he couldn't resist at all. There was no need to be afraid. What he was afraid of was that the other party wouldn't use force and would choose the soft approach instead. When that happened, would he be able to withstand it? Shuren wasn't confident. He wasn't some predestined protagonist who wouldn't be tempted. For a race full of beautiful girls like the elves, if they used a honey trap on him, Shuren was sure that he would fall instantly. Really, he was a very normal man who couldn't resist the temptation of beautiful girls. If the other party didn't take the initiative to flirt with him, he could stay as far away from them as possible out of fear of trouble, just like when he met Vivian's team and Rosie's group. But what if the other party took the initiative to flirt with him? Then he had to mention a certain Terror who was unusually active and whom Shuren was infatuated with. So, please forgive him. He really was a very normal man, but also very pitiful. If the elves used this trick, Shuren felt that there was a 99% chance that he would fall into the arms of a woman and live a befuddled life from then on. I'm not the protagonist. Shuren's plan was very clear. It would be nonsense for him to be like the protagonists in the novels of his previous life, who saw through the temptations of the secular world and achieved supreme enlightenment. And so, I don't know what you're talking about. Shuren looked at Caroline with a serious expression. You don't know? Caroline was stunned. That's right, Shuren said righteously. Look at me. Do I look like someone who has that kind of ability? Hearing this, Caroline stared at Shuren. After a while, she sighed. You really don't look like one. Caroline muttered in great disappointment. Shuren fell silent. Although this was the result he wanted, but why did he feel like beating someone up? Actually, Caroline knew that the reason was definitely because of Shuren. Otherwise, why would the fairies be so close to him, and why would he have such an affinity with nature's magic power and aura? As far as Caroline knew, there was only one situation that matched this phenomenon. That was the blessing of the goddess of nature. That was right. Once one received the blessing of the goddess of nature, they would be protected by nature and be close to nature. Hence, the person who received this blessing would have an affinity with nature's magic power and aura, making elves and fairies fond of them. However, logically speaking, it was impossible for humans to receive the blessing of the goddess of nature. The goddess of destiny, the goddess of life, and the goddess of nature each had their own jurisdiction. They were responsible for guiding different races, and their blessings were usually only given to the races under their jurisdiction. Hence, only the elves and dwarves could receive the blessing of the goddess of nature. Humans and orcs could not receive the blessing of the goddess of nature. Unless he was a hero. Only the brave from another world would not abide by this rule. This was because heroes from another world had always been humans, and they would definitely receive the blessings of the three goddesses. Hence, only heroes did not need to abide by this rule, and could receive the blessings of any goddess. In the past, there had been heroes who had received the blessing of the goddess of nature. However, now that the demon king had been defeated and the war had ended, the summoning ceremony of the heroes had been sealed in a remote place in the divine realm by the high goddess Omnis, and would never be used again. Because of this, heroes would no longer appear in this world, and the blessing of the goddess of nature could only be obtained by elves or dwarves. Hence, it was impossible for Shuren to be someone who had received the blessing of the goddess of nature. There had to be another reason for the magic power and aura that was close to nature. Moreover, Caroline had never heard of someone who had received the blessing of the goddess of nature being able to shorten the reincarnation period of a fairy. Otherwise, there had been people who had received the blessing of the goddess of nature in the history of the elves. If they had the ability, they would definitely have done it. In summary, Caroline immediately denied that Shuren was someone who had received the blessing of the goddess of nature. But if that was the case, what was going on? Why did this male of another race have such a special trait? Was this the reason why he could attract the demonic dragon Ai and the evil goddess Lilith? This was not the first time that Caroline had thought of this. It couldn't be helped. To a certain extent, to the elves, Sean's uniqueness was even greater than that of the brave man who visited here 1,000 years ago. The elves couldn't ignore his presence just because of the intimacy he exuded, which was enough to attract all the elves and fairies. Fortunately, there weren't many elves who had seen this foreign male. The elves were wary of foreign males, and it was enough for them to stay away from him and even resist this sense of intimacy. Caroline had a feeling that if this continued, the situation would definitely change. At least now, the fairies' attitude had changed. Could it be that the elves' attitude would change soon? Caroline had always been wary of this. Because she had a feeling that this was not a good thing for the city. She had also reported this matter to the Elf Queen yesterday, but the Elf Queen obviously did not want to have a bad relationship with this male of a different race. This person had a lot of power behind him. He had the support of the demonic dragon and the evil goddess Lilith, and now he seemed to be involved with the demonic beast and the devil demon. With such a relationship, the elves could not afford to offend him. Even the goddess of nature, Nader, had sent down her will yesterday, which proved that she was paying attention to the situation in the elven homeland. This made Caroline understand that the uniqueness of this man had already attracted the attention of many people. Under such circumstances, it would be very difficult for a person of his level to do anything. With this in mind, Caroline finally decided not to pursue the matter of Shuren's ability to shorten the reincarnation period of the fairies. This was not something she should consider. In order to avoid a situation that would affect everything, it was best for her not to do anything. That was how Caroline was, cautious and methodical in her considerations. All of this was for the sake of the elves. Of course, Caroline would definitely report this matter to the Elven Queen. Only someone at the level of the Elf Queen had the right to interfere in this matter. At this thought, Caroline suppressed all her thoughts and said to the gloomy Shuren, "Let's not talk about this for now." Caroline changed the topic and said to Shuren, "I came to ask if you have any plans for today?" "Plans for today?" Only then did Shuren's attention shift. He scratched his cheek and said, "The peace sacrifice will start in a few days anyway, and we have nothing to do today." We'll probably stroll around the elven homeland, right? Shirin did not forget that they had come to the elven homeland to sightsee. Since they were here to sightsee, they naturally had to stroll around the elven homeland that everyone wanted to enter. In other words, I'll go out today. Shirin looked at Caroline. You're not here to stop me, are you? Shirin also knew that Caroline did not want him to stroll around the elven homeland and scare the people there. But he did not want to have his hands and feet tied here at all. He had come to participate in the sacrifice, only to be separated by a group of sexist fellows. If Caroline's goal today was to stop him, then Shirin felt that he would be letting down his Ronin title if he did not cause a ruckus. Fortunately, Caroline didn't have such thoughts. Although it was not my intention, you are still guests. Since we have decided to entertain you, we elves cannot be rude. Caroline said indifferently. I'll let someone tell everyone in the elven race so that they can be mentally prepared. If they did not do this, Shirin would definitely cause a commotion once he went out on the streets. You'll go find Marika, right? Caroline said. She'll take you on a stroll around the elven homeland. Marika was also the one who had invited Shirin's group, so this task was naturally her responsibility. I only have one thing to say. Caroline looked straight at Shirin and said word by word, please do not do anything suspicious. Caroline had repeated these words many times. Shirin really wanted to say, what exactly was this so-called suspicious thing, peeping on elven girls changing? Or peeping on them bathing, was he that kind of person? There were still a few days left, so what was the rush? I'll be honest today. Shirin solemnly promised. Yes, he would definitely behave today. As for tomorrow, he would think about it tomorrow. That's good. Caroline still had no idea that she had been tricked. She nodded and said, when you are done touring the elven homeland, you can go to the Queen's palace. The Queen has already ordered that you can go to the palace to see the Queen at any time. The Queen seems to want to talk to you about something. Something? Shirin raised an eyebrow. What is it? I don't know, Caroline replied straightforwardly. Maybe it has something to do with you. After all, Shirin's group was quite special and important. Even the Queen had to treat them with caution. Moreover, a lot of things had happened yesterday that the Queen might want to ask them about. For example, the arrival of the demon beasts and the demons. For example, what the demon beasts had talked about when they had gone to find the Queen yesterday. And last night, there had been a sudden upheaval among the elves. Even the goddess of nature had been alarmed. The inside story of these things was still a mystery. Caroline believed that the elven queen wanted to understand these things. Thus, she passed on all the words she had said to him. I still have a patrol mission, so I will leave first. In the end, Caroline tossed out these words. Remember, don't do anything suspicious. With that, Caroline glanced at the sprites still lingering around Shirin before turning to leave. Shirin watched as Caroline left. He only curled his lips when her figure had completely disappeared. What a boring woman. After sighing with emotion, Sean teased the fairies again and returned to the state of playing with them. Not long after, the girls in the treehouse woke up one after another. They left their rooms and went to the living room. Without exception, all of them saw the scene of Shirin playing with the sprites. They were all stunned. What did you do? Rosie ran to Sean in surprise and asked him a question right in his face. Since when were you able to hang out with the fairies? He looked sleepy, and her face was full of displeasure. It seemed that she was still brooding over what happened yesterday, and her attitude towards Sean was extremely unfriendly. Hee hee. Fun. Lilith and Milu, the two girls, had completely forgotten what had happened yesterday. They were like two innocent children who seemed to have developed a friendship. They held hands and chased after the sprites who were running away in panic while laughing happily. These children seemed to have been attracted here because of Mr. Shirin. La Xia spoke calmly as she quietly prepared breakfast for everyone. She leaned on the table and looked at Shirin meaningfully. Aren't you going to explain? She said slowly, this time, don't try to fool us like you did yesterday. It seemed that after a night of conversation, the beast demon finally understood that he had been fooled by Shirin because he was too concerned. Shirin could only roll his eyes. Explain my ass, this young master was born to be loved by everyone. Even the sprites would like me. Why can't I do that? Why do they think that I did something the moment I came? How much do they look down on my friendliness and character, f*ck. Breakfast was especially lively. Not only were they mocking each other, they were also playing around with the surrounding seductresses. Although it seemed rather noisy, there was a faint warmth that pervaded the air. Of course, because of yesterday's matter, Shuren was finally caught by the girls to settle the score. The greater the shock caused by the words "have children," the fiercer the girls' revenge was today. In any case, whether it was AIE or lied, they didn't let Shuren off and targeted him for the entire morning. However, after yesterday's farce, no one was so impulsive as to directly take action. Therefore, AIE and lied could only verbally attack with the intention of punishing Shuren. However, if he didn't take action, how could the all-mouthy king, Shuren, be afraid of these so-called demons? Therefore, for the entire morning, Shuren brought out 120% of his skills and engaged in a verbal battle. Not only did he fight against the two demons, he also dragged Rosie into the water, causing her to almost die from anger. However, after knowing that yesterday's words about "have children" were only used by Shuren to trick people, Rosie was much calmer than yesterday. Although she was angry, she wasn't like AIE and lied, who gritted their teeth in anger. In the end, she very wisely chose to surrender, decisively withdrawing from the battlefield and not participating in Shuren's verbal battle. Thanks to this, Shuren obtained a complete victory today, causing the dignified demonic dragon and demonic beast to die at the same time. Unable to win against Shuren, AIE and lied could only pinch their noses and accept this victory. They secretly swore in their hearts that if there was a chance in the future, they would definitely take revenge. However, if they didn't have to fight, Shuren really wanted to say, "I'm not talking about any one of you, but all of you are trash." He was that confident. After all, Shuren had only transformed into all-mouthy king. These girls couldn't do it. If he transformed into war god Zuin, it would be strange if they didn't soar. Although that was what he said, Shuren also knew that the risk of transforming into war god Zuin was extremely great. If he accidentally said too much, Shuren had a feeling that war god Zuin wouldn't soar, but would fly into a rage and directly attack him. If that happened, he would just be seeking his own death. Therefore, Shuren only verbally took advantage of the two demon sisters and didn't unscrupulously curse at them. Otherwise, even AIE wouldn't be lenient towards him. It's a temporary pleasure, but it'll be a crematorium afterwards. Sean recognized this point. After AIE and lied surrendered with hatred and stopped talking, he wisely chose to stop. God is. War God was probably. War God. Just like that, a lively morning passed. Afterwards, Sean suggested to take a walk outside just as he had told Caroline, which was immediately approved by Rosie. Her Royal Highness was here to play, so naturally, she would not miss the chance to go out on the streets. The two innocent and naive little girls also raised their hands in agreement in high spirits. War other. Milu and Lilith raised their hands and shouted, while Lilith nodded her head. They looked rather cute. Only AIE and Lizzie were not interested at all. "I'm going back to sleep." The dragon demon, who loved to sleep, made this decision without hesitation. She had been interrogated by Lizzie for an entire night and didn't have enough sleep. She didn't want to go out. "Go ahead. Remember to take good care of Milu. Don't let her mess around." Lyde didn't seem to be interested in this either. Normally, Lyde wouldn't dare to let Milu out of his sight. Milu was too innocent, and her thinking was no different from a child's. If he didn't take good care of her, it would be a small matter if she got lost. What he was most afraid of was that she didn't know the severity of the situation and caused a disaster, or even being used by someone. Plus, there was a part of Milu's heart that was very dangerous. That was why Lizzie always accompanied her and didn't dare to let her out of his sight. But now, with Sean and Rosie watching from the side, and with Lilith, the strongest evil god, holding the line, there shouldn't be any problems as long as there were no accidents. This was a form of trust to a certain extent. "Then, I'll go with you." Xianxia held Lilith and Milu's hands expressionlessly, like a beautiful maid. Taking care of children. She was obviously a maid with no power at all, but she didn't show any stage fright or nervousness when taking care of demons and demon-level evil gods. Instead, she looked very natural and admirable. Furthermore, both Lilith and Milu were surprisingly well behaved when they were held by Xia's hand. Lilith didn't need to be surprised. This strongest evil god was originally very close to Xia. When half of Jadeite was separated, the first person to come into contact with her was not Shuren, but Xia. It was Xia who found the Jadeite and then informed Shuren. And after that, whether it was when she was Jadeite or when she returned to the evil god Lilith, this little goddess had always been taken care of by Xia. Xia took care of her when she ate, drank, and went to the bathroom. Even Xia fed her, bathed her, and even when she slept, it was Xia who coaxed her. In this way, it was impossible for Lilith not to kiss Xia. It could be said that Lilith was most attached to Shuren, followed by Xia. Compared to Xia, even Ai had to take a step back, let alone others. Lilith was naturally extremely well-behaved and obedient when she was held by Xia. However, Milu was quite well-behaved and even quite happy to be held by Xia, staying obediently at the side. That was really a little surprising. This devil looked so innocent, but in fact, she was a dangerous person who would seriously consider whether to make a move on Shuren. Shuren had felt goosebumps more than once because of some of Milu's behavior. Therefore, he didn't think that this girl would be an obedient person at all. If others used some flowery words to deceive her or schemed against her, it would be excusable. However, Xia didn't say anything, didn't do anything, and even held her hand indifferently. In the end, not only did this devil not resist, but she also looked happy and behaved extremely obediently. How could this not be surprising? On the contrary, Aie and Lide weren't surprised at all. They just had a complicated look in their eyes. Lide even muttered, "With this maid around, even Milu will be much more well-behaved, right?" This was the reason why Lide felt relieved. After that, Aie and Lide went back to their room to catch up on sleep. Well, it was still the same room as last night. Aie no longer had the energy to resist. She went back to her room with Lide sleepily, covered herself with the quilt, and fell asleep in an instant. Only Lide was left. Before entering the room, she glanced at Shuren, who was chattering as he walked out. "You can actually be so natural and casual when you get along with us demons?" Lide didn't know whether it was a sigh or a sigh. Thinking about how she scolded him just now, not only was he not afraid at all, but he even stubbornly retorted back, leaving her speechless. Lide smiled. If it were someone else, knowing her identity and being scolded by her, wouldn't they have already knelt down? Only this guy would dare to be so stubborn. However, although she was very angry at that time, now she felt that it was very interesting. Because this kind of noise without hostility and malice, Lide actually didn't hate it at all. It should be said that the top figures of the various races, including the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons, wouldn't hate it. There really weren't many people who could talk to them like this and play around like this. No wonder that girl Aie is willing to stay by his side, Lide thought to herself. Chav and Kamina will probably find it interesting when they see him, right? However, if he was targeted by those two, it wouldn't be so easy to escape unscathed. Unfortunately, according to what Lide knew, those two had already taken action to some extent. When she came to the human world to deal with the demon refining ritual, Lide seemed to have heard from her subordinates that those two seemed to have come to the human world one step ahead of her. "Big sister, why didn't you stop them?" Lide sighed, and then laughed cheerfully. "Fine, let them teach this thick-skinned guy a lesson. Let's see if he can still be so stubborn when facing those two." If he wanted to enter the circle of demons, he had to at least overcome this difficulty. Only then would he be able to gain their approval. And that fiancé of his? Lide thought of Her Royal Highness, who was known as the kingdom's treasure. That unbelievably beautiful Her Royal Highness was the successor of Mitra? That's not simple. Lide didn't know whether the others had noticed it or not. Anyway, she had noticed it. She had noticed that Her Royal Highness seemed to be undergoing some kind of change. Thinking about the rumors about Her Royal Highness, Lide understood something. This time, it's really going to be terrible. Lide's expression was solemn. She knew that if Her Royal Highness completed the change mentioned in the rumors, then her power would probably rise to an astonishing level. At that time, it wouldn't be surprising at all for her to catch up to that hero from thousands of years ago. Apart from the hero from another world, the human race in this world can actually give birth to such a monster. I really didn't expect it at all. Lyde suddenly muttered. After 1,000 years, the human race has given birth to such a stunning genius. The demon dwellers of the demon race have also taken a liking to human men. Recently, Big Sister has been especially concerned about the movements of the god race. She seems to be investigating something. And the original demon has started to move frequently again. It seems that he's about to complete that disgusting 7th demon dweller. Moreover, that incident happened 10 years ago, leading to the appearance of that master and servant. All of this, is it revealing something? Is the peace and tranquility that has been maintained for thousands of years about to be broken? Under such a trend, what should we do? Mother, Lyde unconsciously muttered and sighed faintly. Elven homeland, outside the treehouse. When Shuren, Rosie, Xianxia, Lilith, and Milu walked out of the treehouse together and followed the vine bridge to the ground, there was already someone waiting there. Mr. Shuren. Everyone. Marika seemed to have been waiting there for a long time. When she saw them, her eyes immediately lit up, and she hurriedly ran over. Marika? Shuren blinked and smiled. You're here? Rosie also looked at the elven girl and smiled knowingly. Miss Marika. Xianxia greeted Marika. Lilith tilted her head. It was unknown if she was surprised by Marika's sudden appearance, or if she had only just remembered that Marika was here. As for Milu, she was puzzled and looked at the unfamiliar elven girl curiously. Marika didn't seem to notice Milu, and only spoke apologetically after she ran all the way to the front of the group. I'm sorry, everyone, for leaving you all behind. Marika seemed to be very apologetic for not going on a mission with the group yesterday. The group didn't take it to heart. You haven't been back for a long time, right? You must want to catch up with your acquaintances and say hello, right? Shuren looked at Marika and said with a faint smile, your complexion seems to be much better than yesterday. You must be in a good mood, right? Shuren's words made Marika blush in embarrassment. She lowered her head and was too shy to say anything. In fact, Marika's complexion was indeed much better than before, and everyone could clearly see the changes in her body. Marika didn't know why, but she felt that after returning to the elven homeland, her spirit had become better, and the speed at which her mana had been increasing had also increased a lot. Perhaps after returning to her homeland, Marika's spirit had indeed improved. This was a good thing. In any case, Marika didn't feel that there was anything wrong, and her attitude was also less restrained and shy than usual. Where's Her Highness Aie? Marika looked around, but didn't see Aie. Instead, she saw an unfamiliar little girl whose hand was being held by Xianxia and staring at her curiously. Aie stayed in the treehouse to sleep. You know, that girl loves to sleep. Shuren curled his lips and explained while patting Milu's shoulder. This is a newcomer, and she can be considered as one of Aie's connections. There was another one, but she didn't come. I'll introduce her to you later. Hearing this, Marika didn't seem to understand. Her Highness Aie's connections. Evidently, Marika did not think of Aie's demon dweller sisters. Milu. My name. Milu naturally wouldn't mention it. She raised her hand and introduced herself to Marika in a lively manner. Miss me. Me. Marika hurriedly bowed her head in greeting. Although she was less restrained and bashful, she was still as polite as before. She smiled and said, I thought you would bring your friends. Rosie asked with a smile, I thought you would bring your friends with you. These words caused Marika to stammer. Shuren was speechless. I also wanted to introduce my childhood friend to everyone. Marika carefully glanced at Shuren, and then said in a low voice, but she heard that there are foreign men here, so she didn't want to come. Shuren was speechless. Well, another sexist elf girl. This place is really not friendly to us. I'll definitely introduce her to everyone next time. Marika hurriedly said, Genome is a very good person. She's bolder and more powerful than me. Everyone in the clan says that she will be the next genius to enter the Elven division. She has been taking care of me and protecting me since I was young. She just doesn't know everyone well, so she's a little resistant. After a few days of persuasion, she will definitely agree to come and meet everyone. Marika tried her best to put in a good word for her childhood friend. Her appearance was very similar to how she had spoken up for Shirin yesterday. From this, it could be seen that Marika valued this childhood friend called Genome very much. Shirin was immediately curious. According to what you said, that childhood friend of yours should be more outstanding than you, right? Shirin said, then why was it that you left the elven homeland to gain experience in the outside world, but that childhood friend of yours didn't? This was something Shirin had heard from Caroline. It was said that Marika's childhood friend had a very good relationship with Marika. The two had survived the reincarnation period as elves at almost the same time and had been reborn as elves. It could be said that they had been brought back to the elven homeland one after the other and joined the elven family. Thus, these two elven girls had been inseparable since they were young, as if they were a pair of sisters. Caroline also mentioned that back then, Melika and her childhood friend had received her enlightenment in magic. They had begun to learn magic at the same time and had started cultivating at the same time. The two were of the same age and had been best friends for more than 100 years. Their relationship was far better than that of ordinary elves. However, 2 years ago, these childhood friends who had been together for 100 years had embarked on two different paths. Genome had followed in the footsteps of the elven seniors and had worked hard to cultivate in the elven homeland in order to become one of them. Marika, on the other hand, had suddenly decided to leave the village to gain experience in the outside world and increase her knowledge and experience. But according to Marika, in terms of temperament, the elven girl named Genome was clearly more extroverted than her. Under such circumstances, why was it that Marika, who was easily nervous and shy, went out to gain experience, while that elf girl called Genome stayed in the village and cultivated behind closed doors? Marika was speechless. Seeing this, Rosie couldn't help but nudge Shirin's side with her elbow. The corner of Shirin's mouth twitched, and he helplessly rolled his eyes at Rosie. He knew that this princess was blaming him for not being able to control his mouth, for not considering whether he had touched on a sensitive topic and made it difficult for her to speak. For some reason, this fish-catching princess suddenly seemed to be very concerned about Marika. Shirin could only shrug helplessly. I was just asking casually, you don't have to answer. Shirin expressed to Marika. This made Marika shake her head. Actually, this isn't something that can't be said. Marika said with some difficulty, the reason why I wanted to leave the village and train outside is because I felt that if I didn't do this, I would never be able to surpass Genome. This was not something that was difficult to understand. Ever since we were reincarnated as elves, we've always been together. We do the same thing every day, live the same life, and even our magic cultivation is exactly the same. There is almost no difference. Under such circumstances, the two of them did the same thing, but obtained different results. The first to learn magic was Genome. The first to level up was Genome. The first to learn mid-level magic was Genome. Even the first person to successfully subjugate the monsters outside the village and gain the favor of the elven squad was Genome. Marika clenched the staff in her hand. There was no unwillingness in her tone, but there was still some dejection. I've always been doing the same thing, but Genome has always been ahead of me. I can't help but wonder if I can't catch up to Genome. It was not jealousy, nor was it unwillingness. It was just a bit of suspicion. But it was this little bit of doubt that finally made Marika decide to take a different path. If I continue to train like Genome, I will never be able to catch up to him. And when Genome joins the elven team, she will receive better training and better nurturing. Then, I will never be able to catch up to her. I don't want to be left behind by Genome. So, I mustered up my courage and decided to leave the village to train outside. At this point, Marika could not help but mutter to herself. I wonder if I've caught up with Genome yet. It was obvious that Marika did not have much confidence in this matter. The two of them had just reunited yesterday and were both in a state of joy. Naturally, they did not notice this. It was only now that Marika seemed to remember why she had left the village in the first place. She could not help but feel a little nervous. Her appearance made one feel a little protective of her. Rosie stepped forward and gave Marika a gentle hug. It's all right. You must have caught up to her. Rosie comforted her softly. "Thank you, Your Highness Rosie." Marika was a little shy. She did not know if it was because she had said what she found hard to say, or because of Rosie's rather intimate actions. At the same time, Marika stole a glance at Shuren, as if she was very concerned about what Shuren would think of this matter. Shuren got it. "So," he said without hesitation. "I also think that you have caught up to her, or even surpassed her." Shuren gave her the greatest evaluation. Surpassed her? Marika did not seem to have thought of this possibility. She hurriedly said, "No, Genome is so powerful and outstanding. It's good enough that I can catch up to her." It seemed that Marika's evaluation of her childhood friend, Genome, was much higher than his. "Is he that talented?" Sean began to mutter to himself. He didn't know how powerful that Genome guy was. But he did not think that the current Marika would be inferior to him. Putting everything else aside, Marika's magical power had increased crazily in the past few months. It was impossible for Genome to catch up. That was a rate of growth that even AIE was surprised by, and even the Elf Queen was surprised by. Of course, just having outstanding magical power did not mean that Marika was stronger than Genome. But what could they do when they were both mages? Since they were both mages, the one with stronger magical power would definitely have an advantage. Thus, Shuren believed that the current Marika was definitely not inferior to his childhood friend. Speaking of which, Shuren did not expect Marika to have such a past. But when he thought about it, it seemed to make sense. If it wasn't for this reason, why would Marika leave the village and go out to train? Shuren already had some understanding of the situation of the elves, so he knew very well that there were very few people in the elven homeland who chose to go out to train. There were 3 reasons. 1. The elves' wariness and rejection of the outside world. It could be seen from the elves' wariness towards males of other races that they had a rather negative impression of the outside world. Coupled with the fact that the males of the outside world had always coveted and even persecuted the elves who had gone out would either warn the males of their greed towards the elves or fall deeply in love and be unable to extricate themselves. The elves naturally did not have a good impression of the outside world, which in turn affected their enthusiasm to leave their homeland. 2. The conditions in the elven homeland were not necessarily worse than those in the outside world. As the elves were a natural magic race, their research and development of magic was bound to far surpass that of the outside world. There were also many powerful elders in the clan, and the world's most powerful mages and mage groups were also here. As a result, the elves did not need to go out to study at all. They only needed to train in their homeland, and they could enjoy better conditions than any other forces in the outside world. 3. The Tagore Forest, where the elven homeland was located, was itself the largest forest of monsters in the human world. Not only were there many monsters in the Tagore Forest, but there were also many rare species that could not be found in the outside world. There were monsters of all levels, so the elves did not lack opponents to fight, nor did they lack an environment to level up. In fact, it was much better here than anywhere else. Even if there was danger, there were seniors of the same race looking after them, so they did not have to worry about anything happening. With these 3 reasons, the elves did not need to go out to train at all, and could steadily improve their strength. As such, why would they want to go out to train? In fact, among the elves, there were probably less than 1% who chose to go out to train. In other words, most of the elves in the elven homeland had never left. They were born here, grew up here, and gradually became stronger here. In the end, as long as they had a bit of talent, they would join an elven group and become a great mage above level 80. With such good conditions, why would they go out to train? Of course, there were still some elves who chose to go out to train, which proved that going out to train had its benefits. What were the benefits? It was very simple. Fast, his strength would increase faster than when he was in the village. Indeed, in the elven homeland, every elf had the best conditions for growth and of the elves. However, since it was stable enough, it was unlikely that they would increase faster. As everyone knew, although training was also possible in order to raise one's level, the most effective way was to fight against opponents whose strength was similar to or above one's. The struggle between life and death was undoubtedly very dangerous, but it was also undoubtedly the fastest way for a person's growth. Meanwhile, in the home of the elves, they had the protection of their elders, and they cultivated under such stable conditions. What sense of danger or chance to fight would there be? Life in the elven homeland was simply too peaceful and stable. Although the elves were able to steadily improve themselves while cultivating in such an environment, they were unable to increase their cultivation speed. Otherwise, with the talent and longevity of the elves, as long as they lived for 100 years, they would at least be a top legendary powerhouse, right? But in the end, there were only 3 legendary powerhouses in the entire elven race, and all 3 of them had lived for at least 1,000 years. 1,000 years, if it were not for the limitations of talent and potential, even a pig could become a legendary powerhouse, right? From this, it could be seen how slow the growth of the elves was. This was not a bad thing. The elves had long lives, and with the enchantment set by the goddess of nature protecting them, they could grow up safely and steadily. The reason why the elven group was the strongest group of mages in the world was that everyone in it had trained for at least hundreds or even thousands of years. As long as their potential wasn't exhausted and they didn't reach their limits, the elf race would eventually reach level 80 without a hitch. This kind of talent was comparable to the dragon race, which was known as the king of monsters. After all, the dragon race was like this. They could naturally grow to level 80 and become powerful monsters once they reached adulthood. Although not everyone in the elven race could reach this level, there were still some with relatively low potential who would eventually reach their limits and be unable to level up again. But from the fact that there were hundreds of elves in the elven group, it could be seen that the elves were still blessed by the heavens. Only some elves could not be satisfied with such a slow growth, so they chose to leave the elven homeland and seek pressure in the outside world in order to continuously break through. After learning about this, Xian was puzzled for a while. With Marika's temperament, she didn't seem to be in a hurry to become stronger at all. Why would she leave the hometown of the elves to gain experience outside? It was only at this moment that Xian realized that Marika had overcome her cowardice and made up her mind to leave the village because of the pressure brought by her childhood friend. And this was not a wrong decision. When I first left the village and saw the outside world, I was very afraid. Many people stared at me because I was an elf, and many came to strike up a conversation. It really scared me. Fortunately, I had a senior who led the way for me and brought me to Lemidgen. Not only did I have the help of my brethren who settled in Lemidgen, but I also met Sister Vivian, Ter, and Lumia. At this point, Marika's tone became more cheerful. Everyone helped me so that I could gain a foothold in the outside world. At the same time, thanks to joining Vivian's team, I was able to go on so many adventures and fight against so many monsters. Although I've been through quite a few dangers and some annoying things have happened, I've always felt that my decision to leave the village 2 years ago was definitely the right choice. With that, Marika subconsciously looked at Xian. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met everyone, and I wouldn't have met Mr. Xian. As she said this, Marika looked at Xian, and her eyes gradually became moist. There was a strong sense of love in her eyes that shocked Xian. Xian was silent. He was at a loss. He had no choice. Was this a confession? Xian suddenly felt itchy all over his body. Without a doubt, this was the first time he had encountered such a straightforward and pure kindness. It was not like with Rosie, where he unknowingly developed feelings and established a relationship with her. It was also not like with Ter, where he got along with her ambiguously and finally established a relationship with her full of passion. What Melika displayed was the most ordinary, and yet the most painstakingly unforgettable love. It was so pure, so touching. And this was undoubtedly something that Xian had never experienced before, and he was the least skilled at dealing with it. "I'm just a Ronin," the brave who had never passed by seriously roared in his heart. To put it simply, such a serious love was really unbearable for someone like Xian, who was not a serious person. At the same time, this also confirmed one of Xian's previous thoughts. That was, Marika's feelings for him were stronger and purer than he had imagined. If Xian knew the elf's values on love, he would understand that this feeling was much more sacred than he had imagined. Of course, even if he did not know, Xian could not remain indifferent after sensing Marika's feelings. He was just a playboy, not a scumbag who only thought about things with his lower body. Therefore, after receiving Marika's kindness in the most direct way, he did not need to think about what to do next. At this moment, Xian touched his nose and adjusted his mood. Lilith and Milu looked at each other in bewilderment. La Xia's eyes flickered, but she did not say a word. As for Rosie, when she saw Marika staring straight at Sharon, she seemed to have forgotten her nervousness and shyness. Her heart was completely occupied by bursting emotions, as if she was bravely confessing. Her eyes were filled with deep love, and her expression was somewhat complicated. At this moment, Rosie could not help but feel sour in her heart. However, when she saw the deep love in Marika's eyes that could not be concealed, Rosie felt relieved again. She had already said that as a princess of the royal family, she understood and could allow Sharon to marry a concubine. And if this person was Marika, Rosie felt that she could totally accept it. Unlike Sharon, Rosie had some understanding of the elf's views on love. She also knew what would happen once an elf fell in love with a person. In addition, Rosie did not feel repulsed by Marika. Instead, she rather liked her. Along the way, she had already vaguely treated Marika as her future sister. Now, under the control of her emotions, Marika finally expressed her good intentions to Sharon, expressing her inner feelings. Although this was caused by the situation, it was the same as acting on a whim, but the result might not be bad. Otherwise, with Marika's shy and easily nervous personality, she would not have taken the initiative to confess to Sharon. On the other hand, Sharon was completely waiting for someone to give it to him for free. He had no intention of taking the initiative to pursue her. If one hoped that he would pursue her romantically, they would have to wait until he was exhausted. Therefore, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That was what Rosie thought. Unfortunately, not everyone wanted to see this scene. You over there. Wait a minute. Just as Sharon and Marika were staring at each other, as if they had forgotten everything around them, a tender voice suddenly rang out. This voice instantly broke the ambiguous atmosphere between Sean and Melika, and brought them back to their senses from their state of forgetfulness. After coming back to her senses, Marika realized what she had done. Her entire face immediately turned red, as if it was boiling. Seeing Marika like this, a thought flashed across Sharon and Rosie's minds. That was, they had missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Thus, Sharon and Rosie's faces fell at the same time. Everyone turned their heads in unison and looked toward the source of the voice. In the next second, they saw it. In front of them, in a rather remote corner, stood a girl from the elf clan. It was a pretty, smartly dressed elf girl who seemed to be about the same age as Marika. She held a short cane in her hand and had shoulder-length hair. The girl looked quite heroic and awe-inspiring. Her eyes were also somewhat sharp, and her limbs were slender and slim. She looked like a big sister who knew how to take care of the neighbors' children, giving people a sense of security. However, this elf young lady was currently glaring at them with a furious expression. No, to be more precise, it should be said that he was staring at Sean. Genom. Marika also saw this heroic girl, and her pretty face, which looked as if it had been boiling, couldn't help but show an expression of surprise. When Sharon and the others heard Marika's words, they were stunned at first, and then astonished. Genom, Marika's childhood friend? That's her? Rosie came to a sudden realization. The elf girl who suddenly spoke and appeared was Marika's childhood friend, Genom. Why are you here? Marika was really surprised. Yesterday, after the two reunited, they spent the whole day in joy and excitement. They even slept together at night, as if they had returned to the past and were inseparable again. However, in the morning, when Marika proposed to introduce Genom to Sharon and the others, Genom refused without hesitation. Now that this childhood friend had actually appeared here, Marika was naturally surprised. Little did she know, I've actually been following you all this time. I just wanted to see what kind of people you've met outside. Genom walked over and looked at Marika angrily, as if he had been deceived. I remember when I asked you yesterday, you told me that you and the foreign male you invited were just ordinary adventurers, right? Genom looked as if he could not contain his anger. That was to be expected. Yesterday, when he learned that Marika had returned, Genom was very, very happy. Ever since 2 years ago, his childhood friend had suddenly decided to go out and train, they had not been together anymore. Naturally, Genom missed her very much. Thus, now that the peace sacrifice was about to be held, Jerome had deliberately written a letter to remind Marika, who was away, to remember to come back. There was no other reason than that Genom missed Marika. Under such circumstances, When he learned that Marika was coming back to participate in the peace sacrifice, Jenem was overjoyed. So much so that yesterday, Jenem had been waiting for Marika's news, wanting to welcome her back as soon as possible. Then, Marika came back. But after this first moment of joy, Jenem was no longer cheerful. This was because Marika had actually invited a foreign male to return to the land of elves to participate in the peace sacrifice. Why did she bring a foreign male back? Marika. Jenem had put this question to Melika in his astonishment. Then, Marika's expression was still fresh in Jenem's memory. Because he's a very important person to me. At the time, Melika had blushed and said to Jenem in a very, very low voice, with a tinge of shyness and indescribable happiness. Clearly, when she saw her childhood friend, who had been inseparable from her, Marika could not help but reveal the biggest secret in her heart that no one else could share. Unfortunately, Marika didn't know how much of an impact her words and her expression had had on Jenem. She had never seen Marika like this before. She had never seen such an expression on Melika's face before. This made Jenem realize that in the past 2 years, Marika had changed in some ways that he did not know about, and she had become more unfamiliar than before. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Marika, his most important childhood friend, seemed to have touched an emotion that elves should not touch the most. That emotion was love. Marika had fallen in love with a foreign male. When he realized this, the shock in Jenem's heart was something that no one else could understand. She had never thought that one day, her childhood friend would actually fall in love with a foreign male. She had also never thought that after Marika, who she had waited anxiously for, arrived, she was no longer the most important person in Marika's heart. Then, Jenem thought of those clansmen who had fallen in love with a foreign male. He thought of their sad faces. He thought of their expressions of deep thought. I have to stop this. This was Jenem's first thought. Because of this, Jenem had been beating around the bush the entire day, trying to learn all sorts of things about Marika's sweetheart. Under Jenem's investigation, Marika had personally said that she and the foreign male were just ordinary adventurers. Thus, Jenem had decided to secretly observe Xianxia and Marika at a time when it seemed like things could still be salvaged, to see how far the two had progressed. As a result, today, Jenem had seen Xianxia and Marika staring at each other. She did not know what Xianxia and Marika had been talking about for them to suddenly stare at each other, and for the strange atmosphere to appear between them. But there was a voice in Jenem's heart telling her that she could not let the two of them continue like this. Thus, Jenem could not help but step forward. What was that all about just now? Jenem questioned Marika. Marika recalled what had just happened, and her head immediately felt as if it was boiling. Not only did it turn red, but it also began to emit smoke. Clearly, Marika was so embarrassed that she was about to faint. She did not even dare to look in Xianxia's direction. She only had the urge to run away. But Jenem was getting angrier and angrier because of Marika's behavior. Really, you've only been out for a year or two, yet you've already become so strange. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let you leave. Jenem pulled Marika over and said in an unquestionable tone, come back with me. With that, Jenem wanted to take Marika away. Wait. Jenem. Marika reacted and hurriedly said, I still have to entertain Mr. Xianxia and the others. Entertain? Jenem immediately said, that kind of thing can be left to the Elven division. You don't have to do it. How can that be? Marika said in a daze, I invited everyone here, and they're all my friends. I should be the one to entertain everyone. I said there's no need, so there's no need. It wasn't that Jenem didn't understand this, but he still said unyieldingly, in any case, you should come back with me. With that, Jenem began to tug on Marika's hand and pull her to his side. Ah! Marika couldn't help but let out a small cry of surprise. Her body tilted toward Jenem, and she was involuntarily dragged over. Just as Marika was about to be dragged to Jenem's side, a hand suddenly reached out. Slap, with a crisp sound, Marika's other hand was grabbed. Eh? Jenem was stunned. Mr. Xianxia? Marika let out another cry of surprise. Rosie, Xianxia, Lilith, and Milou all looked to the side. There, Shuren had reached out a hand and grabbed Marika's hand, a faint smile on his face. "Miss Jenem, right?" Sean said casually. "Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you." That leisurely greeting made Marika and the others almost unable to react. It also made Jerome's pretty face darken, and her expression became somewhat unsightly. "I'm not good." Jenem glared at Shuren and said in a low voice, "Let go of me." Looking at Shuren holding Marika's hand, Jenem didn't know why, but he felt like something had been snatched away from him, causing his anger to soar. But Shuren didn't seem to care. "I should be the one saying that, right?" Shuren narrowed his eyes, the faint smile still on his face. "Not only did you suddenly come here to stir up trouble, but you also want to take one of our people away without saying anything. That's not right, is it?" Faced with Shuren's words, Jenem didn't even think about it before retorting. "Who's one of your people?" Jenem stared at Shuren as if he was staring at a sinner, and said loudly, "Marika isn't one of your people." As he said this, his tone was filled with stubbornness. It was as if he was really trying his best to protect something. "Is that so?" Shuren raised his eyebrows. "If she isn't one of us, then is she yours?" "Of course." Jenem puffed out his chest and said resolutely, "We've been together for more than 100 years, and we've never been separated." What he meant was that due to this bond and relationship, the two of them were already inseparable. In that case, Marika naturally belonged to him. Regarding this, Shuren had something to say. "In other words, you're just childhood friends, right?" Shuren looked at Jenem and shrugged. "Since you're just Marika's childhood friend and not her mother, to be honest, I don't really agree with you trying to take her away without saying anything." "You." Jenem was immediately exasperated. At this moment, Marika finally realized what was happening. "You. Why are you two fighting?" Marika hurriedly stopped them. "Calm down, Mr. Shuren, Jenem." Neither Shuren nor Jenem heard Marika's words. At this moment, the two of them were staring at each other, their gazes colliding. When their gazes collided, it was as if sparks were flying, vividly expressing their irreconcilable relationship. Without a doubt, the relationship between Shuren and Jenem had dropped to a negative value the moment they first met. Jenem regarded Shuren as the bad guy who was harming Marika, and viewed him as an enemy. Shuren was also extremely displeased that this elf girl had rudely interrupted his relationship with Marika, and that she was planning to ignore them and forcefully take Marika away. This caused the two of them to directly clash, and it was the kind that couldn't be reconciled. "Let go," Jenem warned. "No way." Shuren naturally didn't want to be outdone. "Are you letting go or not?" Jenem's body was already emitting magical energy. "I'm not letting go." Sean, on the other hand, grinned and laughed calmly. Jenem fell silent. Shuren also didn't say a word. However, as if they had agreed on it, the two of them began to pull on Marika's hands. "Ah!" Marika's cry of alarm rang out. Shuren and Jenem grabbed Marika's hands at the same time, trying to pull her to their side. "Wait. Wait. Mr. Shuren. Jenem." Marika was pulled from the left and right. Her entire body froze in midair, as if she had turned into a doll being pulled back and forth by the two of them. She didn't feel any pain, just a little. Shuren and Jenem still had some sense of propriety, and didn't use any strength that would cause Marika pain. But within the permissible range of strength, neither of them was willing to compromise, and silently pulled Marika to their side. This left Marika a little confused and at a loss for what to do. She didn't know what to do. At the side, Rosie and the others were all speechless when they saw this scene. "Is this a game?" Lilith and Milu tilted their heads at the same time, their heads full of question marks. "This guy is competing with a little girl again." Rosie sighed. "This is Mr. Shuren," Xianxia said calmly. The others could only watch from the side, not knowing whether they should intervene or not, causing the scene to become a little strange. On the other hand, when Jenem was pulling Marika, he suddenly realized something. Marika actually didn't resist the touch of a male of a different race at all. Jenem stared at Shuren's hand holding Marika's. When he saw Marika's confused expression, but not the slightest bit of resistance, he finally felt a sense of crisis. With the purity of the elves and the importance they attached to purity, they would feel uncomfortable if they were approached by someone of the opposite sex, let alone being touched by them. But not only did Marika not resist at all, she seemed to be used to it. What did this mean? Before he could figure it out, Jenim was enraged. I let you release hand. At this moment, magical energy surged out of Jenim's body, causing him to raise the short wand that he had been holding tightly in his other hand. No. Seeing this, Rosie and the others did not care, but Marika's expression changed, and she let out the most panicked cry she had ever made. However, it was already too late to stop him. Fire, tinder. Jenim's delicate cry rang out. A ball of flames appeared out of nowhere on the short wand that he had raised. Like a beam of fire, it darted in Shuren's direction. The beam of fire was not big, just a small one. It looked like the flame on a torch. It was obvious that Jenim had restrained the power of his spell and controlled the output of his magical energy. Moreover, this was only the most basic spell of the fire element. In this world, it could at most be used to burn someone, right? Clearly, Jenim was furious, but he hadn't completely lost his mind and attacked others. This beam of fire was also aimed at Shuren and Marika's hand. It was obvious that he wanted to burn Shuren's hand so that he would let go. However, the imagination was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. Whoosh! Shuren did not even move his body. Facing the incoming beam of fire, he swatted it away as if he were swatting a mosquito, creating a gust of wind. Bang! With a loud explosion, Shuren fiercely swatted away the beam of fire, causing it to explode like a spark. Huh? Jenim was stunned. Then, Jenim received a meaningful look from Shuren. If you want me to let go, you won't be able to do it if you don't show me what you've got. Sean's words seemed to have a double meaning. It was unclear whether he was referring to the matter of letting go of Marika, or the matter of letting go of Marika completely and letting Marika leave him, a male of a different race. In any case, Jenim felt that this was Shuren's provocation. At that moment, Jenim did not even think. Magical energy surged out of his body, and the short wand in his hand blossomed with a dazzling light. Burn off. This young elf girl finally showed her true abilities and used an extremely powerful spell. This was a spell that Marika could also use. It was a mid-level fire element spell. Shuren had already observed Jenim with external destiny, so he knew how powerful he was. This young elf girl was level 51, and she had two spells, magic, fire, and magic, ice. This meant that she had mastered fire element and ice element spells. Furthermore, these two spells had already reached level 6, and were only a step away from level 7. It had to be known that once one's spells reached level 7, a mage would be able to use high-level spells. At that time, they would have the qualifications to be ranked among the upper class of mages, and would be completely separated from those ordinary mages. Jenim was able to cultivate two types of magic at the same time, and was able to reach a high-level level before he was even level 60. From this, it could be seen that what Marika had said was true. This childhood friend of hers was very talented. It was no wonder that he was regarded as the next genius to join the Elven Legion. However, should he say that this girl was worthy of being Marika's childhood friend who had been inseparable from Marika since childhood? Marika had also mastered fire element and ice element spells, and this childhood friend of hers had also mastered these two types of spells. It seemed that Marika was right. They had indeed been doing the same thing since they were young. The only difference was that Jenim's talent in magic was slightly more outstanding than Marika's. Otherwise, Jenim would not have been able to improve his level and skills to this extent without going out to train, and only cultivating behind closed doors in the Elven homeland. One had to know that this number was much better than when Shuren had first met Marika. They had clearly been doing the same thing since they were young, had been cultivating the same way, and had even learned the same magic, but Jenim was stronger than Marika in every aspect. It was no wonder that Marika felt that she could not catch up to Jenim in the village, and had even thought of leaving. Unfortunately, this level was clearly not enough against Shuren. Bang! Just as the raging flames turned into a burning curtain of fire that shrouded Shuren, Shuren waved his hand again, slapping at the curtain of fire. With a loud explosion, this rather powerful mid-level spell was blasted away. What? Jenem finally stood up in shock, not daring to believe his eyes. Although Jenem did not use all of his skills to cast the spell just now, it was still a spell that he used his true abilities to cast. It was completely different from the spell that he used to force Shuren to retreat. If Shuren used his true abilities to fight against this level of magic, he would not be able to achieve anything. Jenem could accept that. However, what did this foreign race male do? He merely slapped him. With just a slap, he blasted away the spell that I used my true abilities to cast. How? How is this possible? Jenem, who was in shock, did not know that even in the past, Shuren could use the magic resistance skill to resist her magic, let alone now. With the combination of various resistance skills and defensive skills, Shuren's Life of Destiny's defense was already invincible below the transcendent level. If he wanted to deal with the current Shuren, he would either have to use a transcendent level attack or a unique skill that could break through his defense. At the very least, he would have to use a holy sword level godly weapon. Only then would he be able to deal any damage to him. An intermediate spell cast by a level 51 magician. To be honest, this was not even enough to scratch an itch. Shuren smiled mischievously. While Jenem was still in a daze, Shuren suddenly exerted force on Marika's hand and pulled her over. Jenem forgot to exert force. After being pulled by Shuren, he could not help but let go. Ah! It was unknown how many times Marika cried out in alarm. However, this time, following her scream, Marika was pulled over by Shuren and fell into his arms. Yes. Shuren held Marika in his arms. Eh? Marika let out a silly sound. Ah! Jenem finally reacted. Seeing this scene, he let out an earth-shattering scream on the spot. Sean didn't care about this. Amidst Marika's exclamation, he picked up the elven girl by the waist and carried her like a princess. Sixy. Mr. Shuren. Marika's voice was out of tune. She subconsciously hugged Shuren's neck. After understanding the current situation, her entire face turned red. Shuren ignored Marika. He sniffed the elf girl's fragrance and felt the soft and delicate body in his arms. As if he was satisfied, he turned his head and looked at Rosie and the others. You guys go ahead. I'll play with this girl for a bit. Saying that, Shuren leaped up and maintained the posture of carrying Marika. Marika seemed to be unable to stop crying as he leaped up high and landed on a tree of light. Then, just like that, Shuren leaped up, leaving his shadow on the trees of light as he scuttled into the distance. Jenem could only stare blankly at this scene. After a long while, he finally understood. Marika was taken away by a man. After a dazed murmur, astonishing magical power burst forth from Jenem's body. It was a tremendous amount of magic power that was enough to astonish and surprise people. Needless to say, Jenem exploded. Here. Me. Stand. Stop. The elf girl let out a demon-like roar and immediately broke into a run, dashing toward Shuren's direction. Not long after, Shuren, Marika, and Jenem chased each other and disappeared into the distance. What's going on? Was that Jenem just now? It was Jenem. Why is she so angry all of a sudden? I don't know, is she chasing something? I think so. I saw a black shadow flying over my head. I saw it too. What's going on? Only then did the surrounding elves realize what was going on. One by one, their attention was attracted, and they began chatting with each other in surprise and confusion. Only Rosie, Xianxia, Milu, and Lilith were left. They stared in the direction where Shuren and the others had disappeared, not saying a word for a long time. Lilith and Milu were still tilting their heads with puzzlement on their faces. They seemed to be evolving into a black man with question marks on their faces. Needless to say, the current situation had already made these two little girls, who were not very mature in their intelligence, dizzy. The two subconsciously wanted to chase after them, but they were held back by Xianxia. Should we chase after them? Your Highness Rosie? Xianxia turned to Rosie and asked softly. Rosie rolled her eyes. Chase what? Help that bastard chase after a girl? Not a chance. Rosie could see that the bastard had already realized Marika's love and was not going to let her go. Perhaps. That B** didn't know the elf's concept of love. nor did he know the purity and selflessness of the elves. However, he definitely knew that if a cute girl threw herself at him for free, he wouldn't be a man if he didn't swallow her whole. Under such circumstances, Rosie did not want to chase after them and see how her future husband would flirt with the innocent little elven girl. So, let's go, let's play. Don't worry about them. Rosie looked as if she did not see them and did not feel annoyed. She held Xia's hand and strode away without looking back. Xia glanced at Rosie, who was holding her hand, and finally chose to remain silent. Play? Play. Lilith and Milu, on the other hand, quickly let go of the doubts in their hearts and became excited again. Just like that, Shuren ran away with Marika. They were being chased. Whoosh! The wind whistled in her ears. Thump, 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 her heart thumped wildly in her chest. Feeling the scenery around her receding at an astonishing speed, and Shuren leaping forward with her in his arms, Marika couldn't help but feel her heartbeat speed up. Her face was as red as a tempting peach, making one want to take a big bite out of it. However, Marika wasn't the least bit self-conscious about this. This was because her mind had completely fallen into a state of chaos. She could only hold on to Shuren's neck in confusion and stare at Shuren's face, which was inches away from her. She couldn't react to what was happening and felt dizzy. Under such circumstances, Marika couldn't hear a single sound. Marika! Hurry and push him away. Genome chased after Sean on the ground. He looked at Sean, who was leaping from tree to tree, and then at Marika, who was staying obediently in his arms without any intention of resisting. She was just blushing. He felt like he was about to explode with rage. What made him even angrier was that as Shuren leaped forward, he turned his head to look at her and said with a smile, "Save it, violent elven woman. Save it, violent woman of the elves. Your family's Marika is already mine." These words impacted the two elven girls at the same time. I'm Mr. Shuren's. Marika felt that happiness had come too suddenly and too fast, making her even more dizzy. Genome couldn't help but flip out. Who's the violent woman? Who's yours? Ignoring the frightened expressions of his clansmen, Genome yelled angrily, "Hurry up and return Marika to me." With that, this elven girl finally couldn't restrain herself anymore. She raised the short wand in her hand and began to chant angrily. This is the heavenly wheel's breath, crimson flame essence, transparent truth, with prayer as fuel, rise here. This was also the most powerful mid-level fire-type spell that Marika had ever used. It was a destructive spell with the greatest area of effect. Heavenly Wheel's Fire Rain, Heaven's Fire. Genome released this spell without hesitation, causing a huge wave of magic power to roll in the air and turn into a rain of fire that shrouded the area below. What? Genome? What are you doing? Looking at the fiery rain falling from the sky, the elves who sensed the extraordinary mana in the surroundings were stunned and at a loss of what to do. F***ck, this girl is really throwing caution to the wind? F***ck, this girl is really going all out? There was no other reason other than the fact that this area of effect magic had descended from the sky. Not only Sean, but even the surrounding buildings and streets were shrouded in it, and became the target of the meteor shower. Boom, a rain of fire fell and hit a tree. A rain of fire fell and hit a treehouse, causing the treehouse to slowly burn up. In an instant, it was covered in raging flames. Bam! 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 Not long after, the rest of the treehouses, streets, trees of light, as well as some roadside stalls and miscellaneous items were also attacked by the rain of fire. Under the torrential rain of fire, they were all set ablaze. Of course, Shuren was also attacked by the rain of fire. With the protection of Rito's mandate, he could ignore these spells, but he still had Marika in his arms. Naturally, he could not let her be affected by Genome's spell. Immediately, Shuren chanted, "Give up, dispel." Shuren used the give up spell with the dispel property, causing a circle of magic power to spread out from his body. Pissed. The rain of fire touched the ripples and reached Shuren's body, but it was as if it was extinguished by water. It instantly turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. Using this method, Shuren broke through the cover of the rain of fire and continued forward. Stop. Genome had been regretting being too impulsive and causing trouble, but seeing that Shuren had broken through unscathed, he could not care less and continued to chase after him. "What are you doing?" "Genome." "Ah. My treehouse is on fire. Quick, use magic to put out the fire." "What's going on with Genome?" Around them, the innocent elves wailed as they watched the entire street slowly burn. Fortunately, the elves were all mages. Even at the very least, they could use 1 or 2 spells, so it was easy for them to extinguish the fire here. Moreover, the trees of light were not ordinary plants, but fantasy creatures created by magic. It was not difficult for them to extinguish the fire on their bodies. Thus, although the fire looked frightening, it did not cause much damage. It was extinguished in a short while. However, Genome's abnormality still made some of the elves feel a lingering fear. They hurriedly ran to inform the elven army and reported what had happened here. The chase was slowly escalating. Shuren and Genome were completely unaware of this, and continued to fight with their wits and courage. Blizzard. This time, Genome did not dare to use fire magic anymore. He switched to ice magic, whipping up a blizzard and sending it whistling towards Shuren. In the meantime, the air was frozen by the cold wind, turning into cold fog and even ice crystals. The street was also gradually frozen by the cold wind. Such a powerful blizzard blasted towards Shuren, but it still could not stop Shuren's footsteps. Oblivion, dispel. Xian continued to counter the attack with the dispelling magic, allowing the ripples of magic to continue to undulate around his body, dispelling the oncoming blizzard. 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 Genome was already on the verge of losing his mind. Seeing how easily Shuren had dispelled his magic, he became even more determined. He shouted repeatedly and cast a continuous stream of ice magic. In an instant, the cold wind howled and the snow blew. It was as if the goddess of winter was angry, causing an endless blizzard to envelop the surroundings. Crack, crack, crack. Under the extreme snowstorm, the sound of something freezing could be heard continuously. Everything in the surroundings was frozen and turned into ice sculptures. Shuren did not expect that Marika would become so crazy just because he had kidnapped her. Since that was the case, oblivion, reflect. Xian used another kind of magic, causing the magic ripples that were reverberating around him to suddenly change into a mirror-like surface, smooth and crystal clear. Boom! The sweeping blizzard touched Shuren, but before it could do anything, it was repelled by the mirror-like magic waves. Like a tornado of ice and snow, it made a sharp turn and blew in Genome's direction. Ah! Seeing this, Genome could not help but let out a cry of surprise. He stopped in his tracks and hurriedly raised his short staff. Philarias' shield. The high temperature replaced the low temperature, causing the ground in front of Genome to tremble. As if magma was erupting, the ground suddenly split open and burst into flames. The flames turned into a barrier in front of Genome, blocking the oncoming blizzard. Boom! In the next second, the flames and the ice and snow collided. It was like a needle against a wheat-on, causing a loud explosion and spreading shockwaves. When the flames and ice and snow dissipated, Genome finally rushed out of the storm. He looked around frantically, and his expression turned ugly. This was because Shuren had disappeared. Where is he? Genome gritted his teeth in anger, and even panicked a little. It could not be helped. If Shuren had disappeared, it meant that Marika had left with him. What would that foreign male do if he took away the hot and cute Marika and ran off to a place where no one could find him? Just thinking about it made Genome so anxious that he wanted to bang his head against a wall. Come out! Genome could not help but shout. Then, all right, I'm out. Don't you think you should give me an explanation? Genome? A voice that seemed to be suppressing its anger rang out behind Genome, causing him to stiffen on the spot. Genome could only turn his neck with great difficulty. He looked behind him and saw a group of people standing there. Look at what you've done, Genome. Are you crazy? Do you want to destroy the village? Good for you, Genome. I've doted on you for nothing. A group of elves from an elven division had arrived in droves. They stood behind Genome and cursed him with extremely unfriendly expressions. The person in the lead was Caroline, whose face had completely darkened. La. Teacher Caroline. Genom's face turned green. Don't call me teacher. I don't have a disciple as bold as you. The darkened Caroline looked like she was gnashing her teeth. Teacher. Listen to me. Genom felt that a disaster was about to befall him. He hurriedly said, that foreign male took Marika away. Is that so? Caroline was unmoved. She said coldly, what does his taking Marika have to do with you setting fire to the village and freezing this place? Of course it's related. Genom said loudly. I have to snatch Marika back. Snatch, my ass. Caroline finally could not hold back her anger. She grabbed the back of Genom's collar and lifted him in front of her. She roared, they came together in the first place. If they really wanted to do anything to Marika, would they have to wait until they returned to the elven homeland and did it in front of all the elves? But. Genom struggled subconsciously as he tried to refute. Say no more. Caroline cut him off in an unquestionable manner. Now, come back with me and kneel to the elves to apologize. With that, Caroline ignored Genom's struggles and took him away. Wait. Marika. My Marika. Genom's loud cries resounded through the air. Unfortunately, he did not receive any pity. The homeland of the elves, near the edge of the barrier. Here, the hot spring that Shuren had used yesterday was still emitting hot steam, causing mana to continuously rise from the hot spring. There were unicorns drinking from the hot spring, and there were also some other docile magic creatures coming here to absorb the mana from the hot spring. If it were outside, the monsters would definitely kill each other for the sake of the spring water of the spring of mana, and the winner would get the right to enjoy it. But here, the magic creatures did not interfere with each other, as if they had made an agreement. They all got along very well, and they also enjoyed this mana spring together, making everything seem so peaceful, so warm, and so tranquil. Just by looking at this scene, it seemed like a paradise. It had to be said that the homeland of the elves was really like a country of dreams. Inconceivable scenes that were rarely seen in the outside world could be seen here. It wasn't until a certain moment that the peace was broken. Whoosh, along with the sound of something tearing through the air, Shuren, who was carrying Marika, flickered a few times like a shadow and landed in front of the hot spring. Whoosh, the magic creatures here were immediately alarmed. Some of them were timid and scattered in all directions, while others were bold and looked on curiously, as if they were not wary of this sudden intruder. Shuren ignored these magic creatures and put Marika down. It should be fine here, right? Shuren didn't know if he was talking to Marika or just talking to himself. After muttering to himself, he let out a sigh. Where is this place? Marika hugged her magic staff and stood at the side with a red face. She was relieved that she was able to leave Shuren's embrace, but she was also very regretful and reluctant. Finally, she was attracted by the scenery here. She looked at the surrounding magic creatures, and then looked at the hot spring mana spring, and was suddenly surprised. What? You don't know this place? Shuren looked at Marika and smiled. Yes, I don't know. Marika shook her head and said with curiosity, I didn't know there was such a place in the homeland of the elves, let alone that there was a mana spring here. But why is this mana spring hot? Marika did not seem to think that this mana spring was in the direction of a hot spring. If it were someone else like Sean, he would have recognized it as a hot spring and a source of mana when he first saw it. Then, he would have been amazed by it. But Marika was an elf, and was the first to feel the natural mana. She knew that this was a mana spring, but she did not think that it was a hot spring, and thus neglected the fact that this mana spring had turned into a mana spring. As for Marika not knowing of the existence of this place, it was even easier to understand. According to a deputy division leader, only the Elven Queen and her 2 legendary-level trusted aides know of the existence of this place. The rest of the people don't know of the existence of this place. Shuren straightforwardly told her everything. Marika nodded in confusion. It was unknown if she was aware that this was the Queen's private bathing area. Otherwise, it would not be so calm. If we stay here, we won't be caught, right? She won't be caught if she's here, right? Shuren asked. He could not help but complain. Marika, this childhood friend of yours is really crazy. She dared to release such a large-scale destructive magic in the middle of the street. Isn't she afraid of affecting the village and its people? This. Marika seemed to have just realized this, and hurriedly said, Jenem is just a little impulsive. She's not usually like this. This kind-hearted elven girl was speaking up for someone else again. Alright, it's not my village anyway. I can't be bothered. Shuren rolled his eyes, and said unhappily, but I can see that she cares about you a lot. Melika seemed a little embarrassed, but she still calmly said, our relationship has always been very good. Apart from the past 2 years, we've never been separated. We're really inseparable. Before I learned magic, it was also Jenem who protected me and took care of me. Oh? Shuren raised his eyebrows, and asked curiously, ever since you were young? Yes. Marika nodded heavily, and as if she was reminiscing about the past, she said with nostalgia, that's because I've been nervous since I was young. Even when I met people of the same race, I would sometimes be so nervous that I would stutter and be unable to speak at all. It was Jenem who kept me company, running around the village and chatting with everyone. That was how I was able to blend in with everyone and make them accept me. It seemed like Marika and Jenem were playing the roles of a clumsy and shy younger sister and a bold and impulsive older sister. Perhaps I'm too useless. Ever since I was young, I've always encountered some things that didn't go well for me. For example, I lost control of my mana when learning magic and accidentally burned the Tree of Light, or angered the monsters in the village and got bullied by them. Marika recounted her past. Whenever I met with trouble, it was Jenem who would help me solve it, protect me, and take care of me. He was like my family. If that was the case, it was completely understandable that Jenem would be so sensitive and anxious about Marika's matter. Presumably, in that woman's eyes, you're still that Marika who needs her protection. That's why she's so vigilant about what's happening around you. Once something happens, she'll immediately take action, right? Shuren could understand this. Marika, on the other hand, gripped her staff tightly with a determined look on her face. But I can't always be protected by Jenem and live under his wings, Marika said firmly. Melika said firmly, that's why I want to leave the village and go out to train. I want to become stronger and prove to Jenem that I can already take charge of things on my own. Perhaps this was the real reason why Marika wanted to leave the village and go out to gain experience. Even Marika would feel bad living under Jenem's protection. She felt that she should not be so reliant on her childhood friend. In the end, she steeled her heart and decided to go out of the village to seek improvement on another path. Sean could more or less peer into her feelings for Jenem, as well as the relationship between the two of them in the past, from Melika's body. I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. Vivian and I have underestimated you. Shuren expressed his feelings. In the past, no one in Vivian's team understood why Marika had left the elven homeland to gain experience, or what her goal was. Everyone only thought that Marika was purely going out to gain experience and improve herself. They had no idea that for the elves, going out to gain experience was actually not something necessary. It was only after coming to the elven homeland that Shuren found out that Marika's reason for going out to gain experience was not just because she was not satisfied with her speed of growth, but also because of this inside story. Thus, Shuren was quite emotional. No. Nothing like that. Marika hurriedly waved her hand and shook her head. It's not a big deal at all. It's even a little embarrassing, so I've never mentioned it. At this point, Marika's mood was a little down. Besides, I didn't achieve my goal. Not only did I make Jenem more worried about me, but I also can't be considered to be able to take charge on my own. If it weren't for Mr. Sean and Vivian's team taking care of me, I don't know what would have happened to me. Marika was a little depressed. Thinking of everything that had happened to her in the past 2 years, it was understandable that Marika would become like this. After leaving the village, Marika had the help of Lemijan's fellow elves, as well as the protection of Vivian and the rest. That was why she had not been harmed by the malicious-looking men of other races, and had been able to survive until now. After entering the royal capital, Marika had also been taken care of by Shuren. Not only did she stay at Shuren's place, she ate and lived for free, but she also received help from Shuren when something like Margrave and Edward happened. Thinking back, Marika realized that she had never taken charge of her own affairs. She had always been protected and loved by others. This made Marika feel that she was a very lucky person at times, but at other times, she felt that she was very useless. It was not strange for her to feel depressed and depressed. I originally wanted to invite everyone to this peace sacrifice, hoping to receive everyone and repay everyone for their care. Who knew that Sister Vivian and the others couldn't come, and Mr. Shuren was treated unfairly and almost couldn't come. I'm really useless. As she spoke, Marika couldn't help but feel guilty and sad. Seeing Marika like this, Shuren scratched his head helplessly. Suddenly, Shuren laughed. You're wrong, Marika. Shuren suddenly said, although we're all helping you, we actually have our own goals. Goals? Marika was stunned. That's right. Sean said slowly, like Vivian and the others, they definitely want an excellent mage to join their team and become their backup support. They protect you not only because you are a teammate in the same team, but also because you have such value. This was the truth. If it weren't for the fact that Marika was an elf and an outstanding mage, Vivian and the others might have helped her, but they would only do so if it was within their capabilities. They wouldn't invite just anyone into their team and help her all the time. I'm the same. Shuren looked straight at Marika and said meaningfully, actually, I'm not a good person. I also have my own plans. Plans? Marika blinked. Yes. Shuren grinned. His smile was very evil. For example, I want to eat you. Eat me up? When Sean uttered those incomparably evil words, Marika was stunned at first. Then, she tightened her grip on her magic staff, and her entire body became frightened. But just when Shuren thought that this little girl was worried that he would do something bad, Marika said weakly. Why do you want to eat me? I'm not delicious. Marika was a little scared and aggrieved. The evil smile on Shuren's face froze on the spot. This lass, could it be that she really thought that he meant what he said literally, that he wanted to eat her into his stomach to satisfy his hunger, the kind of eat, it was said that elves were famous for being pure and holy. It seemed that it was true. Otherwise, how could she not even know that he was driving? I'm not talking about that kind of eating. Shuren was a little speechless. Not that kind of eating? The little elf was at a loss. Almost without thinking, she said, then what kind of eating is it? Shuren did not know what to say at that moment. Yet, the little elf was still stubborn. What kind of eating is it? Marika said in a puzzled manner, can't you tell me? This innocent little elf seemed to be starting to throw a tantrum. The corner of Shuren's mouth twitched. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I'm afraid that I'll lead you astray. Do you understand? Otherwise, believe it or not, I can directly drive the car into the sky and into outer space. But, I can tell you. Shuren rolled his eyes and suddenly smiled like an old fox. He tempted, but you have to promise me first. After I tell you, you have to let me eat you, okay? Hearing this, Marika's expression became fearful again. There was no other way. How scary would it be to be eaten? She did not have much meat on her body, and her skin was a little thin. If Mr. Shuren wanted to eat her, wouldn't he have to put her on a fire and roast her? This sounded very scary, but this was Mr. Shuren's request. At this moment, as an elf with a selfless view of love, Marika gritted her teeth. Will it hurt? Marika asked cautiously. Shuren was instantly sublimated. Maybe it will hurt a little. Shuren seemed to be warning her, but in fact, the smile on his face was like that of a yuppie. How painful? Marika looked nervous. Well, it depends on the person. Sean was an honest man, so he told the truth. Rosie is the type who feels a lot of pain, but Tara is the opposite. That girl is quite resilient. Not only does she not feel much pain, but she also jumps away quickly. Really? Melika was stunned, and then said in surprise, could it be that Her Highness Rosie and Tara were also eaten by Mr. Sean? Of course. Sean nodded heavily and said with certainty, they've already been eaten by me. They can't run away anymore. Shuren nodded heavily and said with certainty, but Her Highness looks fine, and Tara has gone to the Empire. She doesn't look like she was eaten. Melika was dazed again. She said in confusion, but Your Highness looks fine, and Tara has gone to the Imperium, too. It doesn't look like she was eaten anywhere. That's why I said I wasn't talking about that kind of food. Sean explained very innocently, the eating I'm talking about is a little different from the eating you understand. People who are eaten by me will not have any superficial loss. What they lose are some invisible things. Therefore, even if they are eaten by me, it will not have any effect. It's just that I will get great benefits, and you will only feel a little pain. Hearing this, Marika's heart started to beat faster. Can Mr. Sean get a lot of benefits just by feeling a little pain? This seemed to be the only thing Marika cared about. Yes. Sharon once again said with certainty and seriousness, I will gain a lot of benefits. Hearing this, Marika fell silent. Although she was silent on the surface, she had already made up her mind. If it's just a little pain, and Mr. Sean can get a lot of benefits, then how can I refuse? Moreover, even the princess and Tear were eaten by Mr. Shuren, which proved that they had done this for Mr. Shuren. Since that was the case, she had to do this for Mr. Shuren. In this way, Mr. Shuren would be happier, and she would be able to look after him with peace of mind. After he died of old age, she would return to the land of elves and relive this memory. This was the first time she had helped her sweetheart. In that case, wasn't it obvious at a glance whether he should reject it or not? So, Marika raised her head and looked at Shuren with determination. I understand. Marika said resolutely. Then, Mr. Shuren, please eat me. For the sake of Shuren, for the sake of her sweetheart, Marika had made up her mind. Who would have thought that after hearing Marika's words, Shuren would fall into silence instead? Marika blinked, not understanding what was going on. What's wrong with Mr. Shuren? Did I say something wrong? Marika felt a little apprehensive. No, you didn't say anything wrong. Shuren was silent for a while, then said expressionlessly, it's just that this sentence is a little too lethal. I need to calm down. Lethal, why? Marika was still a little confused. At this moment, Shuren suddenly said. How about you say it again? Shuren made a strange request. Say it again? Marika couldn't react. That's right. Shuren stared at Marika. For some reason, the look in his eyes made Marika feel a little scared. Because that was a gaze that looked as if it really wanted to eat him up. But she had already made up her mind. So, Mr. Shuren. Marika took a deep breath and said to Shuren that extremely lethal sentence. Please eat me. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Marika didn't say anything. Shuren also didn't say anything. He had been ignited. Since you've made such a sincere request, I can only be merciful and satisfy you. Sean sighed helplessly, looking up at the sky and letting out a long sigh. Originally, we didn't plan to make a move so soon. We just wanted to get back the atmosphere and confirm our relationship. But since you've said so, I can't let you down, right? No one knew if Sean's words were meant for others to hear or for himself to hear. Anyway, Marika didn't understand. She didn't need to understand. Because the guy standing in front of her didn't want to be a human anymore. At this moment, come, Marika. Come here first. Where to? Over here, in this small forest. Small forest? Yes, let's eat there. Oh, okay. Don't be nervous. It's okay. Soon. Maybe not very soon, but I promise you'll feel very happy. Happy? Yes, happy. Then, what should I do? You can take a shower here first. Shower? Yes, shower. I understand. But Mr. Shuren, why are you taking off your clothes? Of course, I'll shower with you. Shower together. Do you need my help? Help? Hee, Mr. Shuren. Wait. What are you doing? Whoa. A burst of exclamations and the sound of water reverberated in this world without any warning. Shuren and Marika seemed to be playing with each other, causing a lot of noise. However, it didn't take long for all the activity to vanish. All that was left was the warmth that lingered there. In front of a stall in the hometown of elves, Rosie seemed to have sensed something. She turned her head and looked in a direction. What's wrong? Your Highness Rosie? Xianxia was still holding Lilith and Milu's hands, letting the two little girls jump and play as she turned her gaze to Rosie. It's nothing. Rosie shook her head and muttered, I keep feeling that something has happened that has made me extremely furious. Angry? Xianxia frowned. Don't mind it. It's just a feeling. Rosie suppressed the doubts and inexplicable anger in her heart and said to Xianxia, maybe that bastard did something shameless again. I'm used to it. I see. Xianxia did not refute. She nodded and said faintly, if it's Mr. Shuren, it's indeed possible. Let's not talk about him. He gets angry every time I talk about him. Rosie waved her hand and said, let's continue shopping. After that guy settles the matter with Marika, we'll settle the score with him. Okay. Xianxia naturally did not have any objections. The group continued shopping and did not think about this matter anymore. At the same time, in the Queen's palace, Sophie, who was sitting on the throne, suddenly frowned and let out a soft sound of surprise. Queen? What's wrong? Rhea and Naya, who were by her side, immediately reacted when they saw Sophie like this. Due to the recent arrival of a group of big shots in the elven homeland that could not be ignored, these two legendary great mages and the leaders of the elven division, as well as the elven queen's trusted aides, had been staying here, waiting for orders at any time. At this moment, seeing Sophie's strange reaction, the two of them suddenly became a little sensitive. But Sophie had a strange look on her face. What's going on? Sophie said in surprise, why do I feel that Marika's magic power has suddenly started to skyrocket? Sophie's words made Rhea and Naya a little stunned. Marika? Skyrocket of magic power? The two legendary elven mages looked at each other. It has indeed skyrocketed. Sophie furrowed her brows and said in surprise, also, the rate of increase is very fast. It's almost catching up to me now. WH. What? Rhea was stunned. Marika's magic power is almost catching up to the Queen's? Naya was also shocked. Both of them knew that Marika's magic power had grown at an alarming rate after 2 years of training outside. Compared to the past, it could not be mentioned in the same breath as before. This was what Sophie said herself, and it was also what the two of them felt when they saw Marika. This situation had originally surprised the 3 pillars of the elven race, including Sophie, and they secretly exclaimed that Marika had gained a lot from this time's training outside. But now, Sophie actually claimed that Marika's magic power had suddenly started to skyrocket, and was almost catching up to her, the elven queen. How could Rhea and Naya not be surprised? After all, there was a fundamental difference between elven royalty and ordinary elves. Due to the very short reincarnation period of the elven royalty, they had absorbed a trace of divinity from the world and nature itself, and they were born with amazing magic power. This huge amount of magic power even made the elven royalty in the past known as demigods, which meant that they could already be considered half goddesses. Such elven royalty were superior to ordinary elves in every aspect, and their magic power was known as the strongest below the transcendent level. Even the heroes of the past might not be able to surpass them. It was the same for Sophie. Her magic power was so huge that it could be said to be astonishing. If it wasn't for the fact that she was born at the time when the war between the gods and demons had become unprecedentedly intense, and that there was a hero who was guided by Najula, her magic power would have been enough to alarm the Protoss, causing the goddess of nature to personally come and bless her. In the following thousands of years, there was no one in the human race with magic power stronger than Sophie. Even the hero, Mitra, could not compare to Sophie, the elven royalty, in terms of magic power. It was only until 17 years ago that the human race truly gave birth to an existence whose magic power surpassed Sophie's. This existence was Rosie. As such, Rosie could cause a sensation in the god realm, causing the goddess of fate to descend and bless her. As for the elves, after Sophie, no one else was able to receive the goddess of nature's blessing. Under such circumstances, one could imagine how surprised Rhea and Naya were about Marika. Sophie felt the same way. I can feel that the magic power of nature seems to be attracted by something, and is continuously entering Marika's body, increasing her magic power. Sophie said in surprise. Borsted is also by Marika's side. Did he do something? Sophie became suspicious. Seeing this, Rhea and Naya quickly advised. Then what should we do? Should we go and take a look? The 2 legendary elven magicians suggested. Alright, let's go and take a look. Sophie pondered for a moment, then made a decision. However, at this moment, a gentle voice entered their ears. Don't worry about Marika's matter for now. This voice caused Sophie and the other two to tremble on the spot, and they knelt down in surprise. Goddess Najula. The three pillars of the elven race were all excited. However, they didn't know that their goddess, Nadia, was standing a distance away from the hot spring with a helpless expression. This hero doesn't even think about the consequences of doing something bad. Doesn't he know how to restrain himself? Nadu Dai also felt exceptionally helpless, causing her to curse in her heart. He's really the most shameless hero in history. Najula could only complain and clean up the aftermath for Shuren. Otherwise, if the elves saw this scene, that child named Marika would probably die of shame and indignation, right? And that child named Genome, he was also pitiful, achoo. Genome, who was feeling hopeless and had been ordered to repair the entire burnt street, suddenly sneezed. His heart, for some unknown reason, felt a chill run down his spine. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of the water in the hot spring finally subsided. Shuren soaked in the water and hugged Marika, who was panting slightly on top of him. He felt as if his bones were going to turn soft. At this moment, Shuren finally understood why so many men dreamed of getting intimate with the elves. It was not only because the elves all had outstanding looks, but also because they were the favorites of nature and were blessed in many aspects. That skin was as smooth as a pearl. That delicate body was as soft as jade. And that ethereal voice, phew, Shuren let out a breath of relief as if he was bathing in a spring breeze. He felt that his entire body was complete. On the other hand, Marika only realized what had happened to her after she caught her breath. So that's how it is. Is this what it means to be eaten? Indeed, she had been eaten from top to bottom, and just as Shuren had said, she did not seem to have suffered any superficial damage. However, apart from the superficial damage, she had suffered a great loss in every other aspect, okay? Ugh, Marika pouted as if she felt very wronged and could not help but sob. This girl actually cried. What? What's wrong? Marika? Shuren was startled by the sound of crying. He looked at Marika and saw her wronged expression. He immediately asked guiltily, "Why are you crying?" "Why am I crying? Don't tell me you don't know the reason." Marika pouted more and more, and her expression became more and more aggrieved. In the end, she could not help but sob. "How could you do such a thing to me, Mr. Shuren?" Marika complained about Shuren's behavior in an extremely aggrieved manner. "Can't I?" Sean blinked his eyes and said innocently, "You're the one who invited me to eat you, aren't you? Can you be any more shameless?" At this moment, even someone as meek and delicate as Marika had the urge to bite someone. However, with her personality, she was destined not to do such a thing. She could only speak while feeling wronged. "What should I do now?" Marika was like an innocent girl who had just lost everything. She said anxiously, "If this matter is known by others, then Marika was extremely worried. Shuren did not take it seriously. "If others know, then so be it." Shuren held Marika in his arms and said casually, "This is nothing shameful." Shuren did not intend to hide all of this. Since he had already devoured this little elf girl, he would naturally marry Marika and let her have a blissful sex life, just like what he had just said. He believed that with Rosie's attitude, she would accept Marika, right? So, there was nothing to worry about at all. However, Marika did of her. This is a shameful thing. Melika looked like she was about to cry again. If my clansmen knew that I had lost my purity, they would definitely scold me to death. If my clansmen knew that I had lost my purity, they would definitely scold me to death. Marika's words made Shuren react. Sean frowned and said to Melika, "But you weren't forced to do it, so it shouldn't be considered as being defiled, right?" Shuren frowned and said to Marika, "But you were not forced to do it, so it shouldn't be considered as being defiled, right?" Do you dare to go back and read the previous chapter before saying this? Marika wanted to say that no, I was forced to do it. But now that things had come to this, Marika did not want to accuse Shuren anymore. She only felt uneasy and worried about her future. I will become a stain on the entire elven race." Marika said fearfully, "So far, no one has ever lost their purity. I have become the first impure elf." "The first?" Shuren was stunned. No way, Marika was the first elf to lose her virginity? Are you kidding me? Xiran seriously doubted this. It's true. Marika said fearfully and angrily, elves have always been long-lived, and they are naturally born. They do not need to give birth, nor can they be together with men of other races. So, when we elves fall in love, it usually doesn't end well. In the end, we will choose to silently dedicate and watch over our lover until he passes away. Then, we will return to the elven homeland to live the rest of our lives. Under such circumstances, the elves who valued their purity would naturally not sacrifice their purity in exchange for a fruitless relationship. Those who wanted the purity of elves would not obtain the admiration of elves. Even if they encountered someone who wanted to use force, the moment the elves realized that they could not resist, they would decisively burn all of their vitality and commit suicide on the spot, turning their bodies into pure magic power and returning to the world. Thus, until now, there had never been a person who could obtain the purity of elves. This was also one of the reasons why men of other races were so passionate about the elves. After all, this was a group of high mountain flowers that no one had ever managed to get their hands on. If he could succeed, wouldn't that prove that he was the most outstanding man in the world? He could boast about it for the rest of his life. However, when they tried to woo the elven girls, the elves who were wary of the males of other races wouldn't even give them the slightest chance. And when they tried to use force, the elves wouldn't hesitate to burn their life force and commit suicide. In this way, who would be able to succeed? The only people who had a chance to get their hands on them were those with noble character and would not covet the bodies of elves. However, even if the elves fell in love with these heroes, they still wouldn't choose to accept this relationship when considering the difference in lifespans between them. They would only choose to silently dedicate themselves to each other until the other had their own happiness, and only then would they leave on their own. As a result, these relationships would eventually turn into sorrow. In this way, how could there be a situation wherein elf would lose her virginity? In other words, Xiran pointed at his own nose in astonishment. I've become the only man in this world who has pushed down an elf. It seemed a little satisfying. However, Marika couldn't feel happy anymore. It's all Mr. Xiran's fault. Marika was still anxious and fearful as she said, what should I do now? Clearly, Marika was really at a loss and very afraid. It was not because she had given her body to Xiran that she felt fearful. In fact, even if Xiran did something that he shouldn't have done, Marika still did not blame Xiran. It was still the same saying. Elves who fell in love only knew how to selflessly contribute. Even if they had to sacrifice themselves, they would still choose to accept it if it was really necessary. It was just that no elf had ever encountered such a situation before. There had never been a hero like Xian who could make an elf fall in love with him, but he was not noble at all. On the contrary, he was a scumbag, and he actually ate up the little elf girl without saying a word. Logically speaking, it was impossible for pure and holy elves to fall in love with such an evil man of another race. However, Xiran had done it. From this point of view, Xiran had to admit that he was the chosen one. However, because no elf had ever done such a thing before, and no elf had ever offered their purity, Marika, who was the first to eat a crab, felt afraid and panicked. She did not even dare to imagine how everyone in her race would view her if this matter was spread out. Would they view her as a stain on the elven race, or would they think that she had abandoned herself and had no self-respect at all? What should she do? The confusion and fear of the future became Marika's only emotions, and she was truly afraid. What should I do? Mr. Xiran. Marika, who was at her wit's end, could only hug Xiran and cry again. Don't cry, don't cry. It's okay. Xiran quickly wiped away the tears of this little girl. As he did so, he said, anyway, no one knows about this. Even if someone knows, am I an irresponsible person? Can't I just tell everyone that I'm going to marry you? Xiran thought that Marika would feel relieved if he said that. However, he did not expect that not only would Marika not feel relieved, she even shook her head again. No one will accept it. Marika sobbed. Why? Xiran asked doubtfully. Could it be that the elves have a rule against marrying men of another race? If there was such a stupid rule, Xiran felt that he would have to go to the queen's palace and make a scene. But this time, Marika did not shake her head or nod. The elves have no rule against marrying men of another race, because we do not need to get married at all. nor would we consider getting married. Marika said with a nasal voice, the elves view love as sacred, but also believe that love is extremely poisonous. Because we are long-lived, there is an intrinsic difference in lifespan between us and the men of another race. For example, humans only have a lifespan of 100 years. But for us, this 100 years is not even enough for a newly reincarnated elf to reach adulthood. For the children of the elves, they are only considered adults at 150 years old, and they are considered to have reached the end of their lives at 1,000 years old. High-level elves have even longer lifespans. Until now, none of the royal elves have died of old age. They either died in an accident or in battle. For us, 100 years is only equivalent to 5 or 6 years for the other races. But if you were to be with a man of another race, you would have to watch him grow old and die after 5 or 6 years. That would be too sad and painful. Therefore, the elves will not discriminate against those who fall in love with men of another race. They will only sympathize with them and feel that they are pitiful. However, if you want to be with a man of another race regardless of the consequences, the elves will definitely oppose it. They will think that it is very irrational and willful. Marika's explanation made Xian speechless. After all, to a certain extent, this point of view was not wrong. Think about it, if a human fell in love with someone who would grow old and die after 5 or 6 years, they would most likely choose to hide this relationship and not tell anyone about it. They would also not let the other party achieve anything, right? People who valued relationships might choose to accompany the other party and spend the rest of their lives with the other party, but there were not many people who would recklessly tell their feelings and watch the other party grow old and die in front of them. Of course, it could not be denied that there were some humans who would disregard everything and persist in being with the other party. But the elves would not. They greatly valued love and viewed love as sacred. They were also long-lived species, so their understanding and experience of time was completely different from that of humans. They would not choose to enjoy a moment of youth. Because they truly lived a long life, there was no such thing as a moment of youth in their concept of life. They would not choose to disregard everything. The importance they placed on love and their purity made most of them choose to silently dedicate themselves and then silently leave, rather than numb themselves and escape from reality for a short period of happiness. Queen Sophie of the Elves is a prime example. In her thousands of years of life, there were countless people who pursued this elf queen, and there were even a few famous heroes in history. But in the end, Sophie chose to reject them all, and even kept her distance from them from the very beginning, not allowing any seeds of love to germinate. This was the elves' view of love, a kind of national instinct and obsession. Because of this, there were many elves who fell in love, but not a single one of them had a good ending. This was the difference in the values of life and race. No one could say anything about it. I only wanted to quietly stay by Mr. Xian's side. I never thought things would turn out like this. Marika said worriedly and blankly. Now, I really don't know what to do. At this moment, Marika's delicate and pretty face showed the most intense perplexity so far. It was no longer something that could be explained by the uneasiness after losing her virginity, but also a kind of questioning of life, a kind of bewilderment. Looking at Marika like this, for a moment, Xian wondered if he had committed a heinous crime. But soon, Xian shook off this thought. Look at me, Marika. Xian held Marika in his arms and sat up in the water while gazing at her. Mr. Xian. Marika straddled Xian's body. Feeling the intimate contact between their bodies, she blushed a little and was a little nervous. Look at me. Xian spoke again. Marika unconsciously raised her eyes and looked at Xian. In the next second, Marika and Xian stared at each other and saw a pair of deep and dark pupils. Inside, Marika could clearly see her own face. Then, trust me, I will solve all of this. Xian made a firm promise to Marika. But, Marika was still a little worried. Trust me. Xian interrupted Marika and said in a very strong voice, I will think of a way. Marika was silent. Silence permeated between the two. It was not until a long time later that Marika nodded timidly. Xian smiled. 10 minutes later, Xian and Marika finally left the hot spring, neatly dressed, and walked out of a small forest. However, Marika's walking posture was somewhat awkward, which made Xian, who was beside her, want to laugh for some reason. Do you want me to help you, Marika? Sharon teased her as if he had gotten the upper hand. Marika's face immediately turned red. No. It's fine, a voice that was even softer than a mosquito's came out of the cute elf girl's mouth. That voice was so soft that only Sharon, who had the external destiny to enhance his sixth senses, would be able to hear it. Clearly, after the fear and uneasiness in her heart faded, Marika's shy and nervous side was revealed again. The evidence was that this little elf would occasionally look back at the hot spring that she was soaking in not long ago, and then think of the battle with Sharon, causing her face to turn even redder. Even at this time, Marika still could not believe that her purity had been taken away by Sharon. She had already decided to silently protect Mr. Sharon like her predecessors in the past, but now, her most important thing had been taken away. How did things turn out like this? Oh, right, Mr. Sharon also said that he would marry me. Does that mean that I'm going to marry Mr. Sharon? What should I say to Her Highness? Marika's little head was filled with all kinds of information, causing her to be in a daze. Sharon did not know that this little elf's little head was already filled with all kinds of imagination. He was admiring Marika's blushing and bashful appearance while walking in a refreshed manner, looking like a thief who had stolen a ginseng fruit. Oh, right, Marika. Sharon suddenly remembered something, and said to Marika, your magic power seems to have grown a lot stronger, right? Ah. Marika was awakened by Sharon's voice, and her attention was diverted by Sharon's words. Thus, Marika finally noticed the changes in her body. At this moment, Marika could feel that there was an even greater amount of magic power surging in her body than before. The massive amount of magic power that had increased by at least 10 times caused Marika's eyes to widen. How? How could this be? The elven young lady panicked again. Don't you know? Sharon was a little surprised, and said, didn't you notice that just now, when we, did that, the magic power in the surroundings suddenly poured into your body, causing your magic power to soar? Sean found out about this at the first moment. After all, he was the closest to Marika at that time, and it could even be said that he was in contact with her from a negative distance. How could he not notice the abnormality in the surrounding mana, as well as the huge change in the mana of the elf girl in his arms? At that time, he was the closest to Marika, and it could even be said that he was in contact with her at a negative distance. How could he not notice the abnormality in the surrounding magic power, as well as the huge change in the elf girl's body? Later, Sharon discovered that not only was there no abnormality in Marika's body, but she was also faintly intoxicated and unable to extricate herself. Although her magic power soared, it did not go out of control. Only then did he feel more or less at ease. Thus, Sharon thought that there was something special about the elf's physique that caused all of this, so he did not immediately pursue the matter. It was only now that Sean brought up the past and told them about it. But Marika didn't seem to have a clue about this matter at all. At that time I was almost unconscious. I didn't know what happened at all. Marika was both embarrassed and surprised. She really did not notice this change. Logically speaking, as an elf born from nature, Marika's sensitivity to magic power should be even higher than Sharon's. Furthermore, he was the one who caused it, so it was impossible for her not to notice this drastic change. However, at that time, Marika really lost her soul. Her head was dizzy, and she could not feel anything. In the end, she naturally did not notice anything. This could not be blamed on Marika, but rather a certain brute. He actually deceived the innocent elf in this place, and started to grope her without saying anything, leaving the elf completely dumbfounded. When had the little elf ever experienced such a situation? Not to mention, the person who groped her was someone she thought would have no future with and was destined to be a tragic love. Thanks to this, Sharon could do whatever he wanted, but the pitiful elf was taken advantage of in her days. Apart from the pain at the start and the indescribable bliss afterwards, she did not know anything else. Thus, Marika did not notice the changes in her body at all, nor did she know that her magic power had increased by so much. This is already the magic power of the elven royalty. Marika was seriously frightened by this sudden change. Sharon also furrowed his brows. Ever since she went to the royal capital, Marika's magic power had been in a strange state of growth, and it had not stopped for several months. This strange situation seemed to have troubled Marika for some time, and now that it had increased by so much in one go, it was no wonder that Marika would panic. He just didn't know what was going on since it wasn't caused by the special physique of the elves. It seems that we have to solve this problem of your magic power first. Shuren asked Marika, have you told anyone about your situation? Not yet. Marika shook her head, and said with some melancholy, actually, I returned to the elven homeland this time for one purpose, and that is to ask the elders of the elven race about what happened to me. The elves had the strongest human mage group and the strongest group of legendary level mages, and their research and attainments in magic were far above that of the people of the outside world. Marika's search for help in the outside world was fruitless, so she finally wanted to return to her homeland and ask the elders to take a look at her. However, Marika had only returned to the elven homeland yesterday, and she was immersed in the joy of reuniting with her people and childhood friend, so she did not have the time to carry out this action. Who would have thought that the situation would suddenly become so serious? Her magic power had inexplicably increased by more than 10 times, and she really did not know what was going on. In that case, why don't we go to the Queen's palace now? Shuren suggested after thinking for a while. Go to the Queen's palace? Marika was startled. Let the Elven Queen and the 2 division leaders beside her take a look at you. Shuren pinched the delicate and pretty face of the little elf, and said with a smile, your situation is clearly getting more and more abnormal. If we don't get to the bottom of it, what if something happens? Hearing that, Marika's pretty face turned red again. It was obvious that Shuren's slightly intimate action made this little girl feel unnatural. Even though the 2 of them had done the most intimate thing, Marika was still the Marika who was easily shy and nervous. Even if Shuren's action made Marika feel a little happy, it was the same. The problem was, isn't it not good to trouble the Queen and the 2 division leaders for such a small matter? Marika still had some concerns. Who dares to say that it is a small matter when it concerns one's health? Shuren rolled his eyes, and said in an unquestionable tone, I feel that it is a big matter. It had to be a big matter. Otherwise, what would he do if something happened to his bed-warming wife that he had taken so much effort to eat? At that time, he was afraid that he would die of heartache. Besides, Shuren did not want to suddenly cause such a big commotion the next time he was doing something that he loved to do with this little girl. Otherwise, he would be scared out of his wits sooner or later. But, the little elf still had some misgivings. No buts. Shuren directly interrupted her, and said, if I say I will go, I will go. I believe that Her Highness should be willing to help me with this small matter. Even if it was not for his sake, for the sake of Aie, Lilith, Lyde, Milu, or Rosie, the Elven Queen should be willing to help. In any case, Shuren did not think that Her Highness would risk offending so many big shots just to shut him out. Let's go. Shuren said to Marika, let's go to the Queen's palace first. What about Her Highness Rosie and the others? Marika asked weakly. Let them go for a stroll first. Shuren shook his head, and said, I will accompany them later. This time, Marika didn't say anything more. Immediately, the 2 left together, heading towards the direction of the street. Little did they know, in the depths of nature that no one could spy on, a pair of eyes had been watching them. Nadura stared at Marika's back, and after a while, she smiled sweetly and actually left. At the same time, Shuren and Marika returned to the streets of the Elven homeland, and came to a world of ice and snow. Here, the Elven division and some Elven passers-by were using fire magic to thaw the area and melt the ice and snow. Among them, there was an Elven girl with shoulder-length hair, holding a short staff in her hand, who was also busy as if she had nothing left to live for. Come here, Genom. And here. This also needs to be thawed. This is all you're doing. Take responsibility and return this place to its original state. The wizards of the Elven division had stern expressions, as if they were supervising Genom's educational work. Every one of them had fierce expressions, but because of their overly upright faces, not only did they not look fierce at all, they even looked a little cute. Only the leader, Caroline, crossed her arms, looking incorruptible and impartial. Not only was she not cute, but she was frighteningly fierce. Fix this place, there are other places that you need to fix. Hurry up. Caroline berated. Yes, Genom replied weakly. As he used fire magic to defrost the buildings, his expression became even more despondent. Seeing this scene, pfft. Yes, Shuren laughed very unkindly. Mr. Shuren, Marika immediately reminded him, feeling very embarrassed. But it was too late to remind him now. Just. As Shuren laughed, not only the Elven division, but even Genom turned his head and looked over. The next second, Marika. Genom's lifeless expression immediately disappeared. His eyes lit up when he saw Marika, and then he saw the snickering Shuren. Fury surged in his heart. You detestable fellow, how dare you come back? Genom screamed and raised his wand out of reflex. However, a fist landed just in time and stopped Genom. Bam! It hurts. As the fist slammed into the ground, Genom hugged his head and squatted on the ground. You're the detestable fellow. It's already like this, yet you still dare to use magic here. Are you stupid? Caroline stood behind Genom, her fists tightly clenched as she spoke coldly. Teacher Caroline. Genom turned his head with tears in his eyes and looked at Caroline. I said, don't call me teacher. Caroline expressionlessly rejected Genom's address, then looked at Shuren and Marika. I've told you many times not to do anything suspicious, haven't I? Caroline's words were clearly directed at Shuren. Needless to say, Caroline wasn't just blaming Genom, but also Shuren. Of course, Shuren wouldn't admit it. Now that's interesting. Shuren spread his hands and said innocently, I just asked Marika to take me around. Does that count as doing something suspicious? Genom jumped to his feet as soon as he said this. Liar. You were the one who abducted Marika. Genom angrily accused Shuren of his actions. Shuren immediately chuckled. Let me ask you, have you ever seen anyone kidnap someone and bring them back? Shuren looked at Genom as if he were looking at a retard. You were the one who got jealous when you saw me happily shopping with Marika, so you attacked us without saying anything. That's why I took Marika and ran away, right? You. Genom pointed at Shuren, unable to restrain his anger. There was nothing he could do. Shuren had once again used his family's unique skill, shifting the blame. This skill dealt severe damage to Genom's spirit. Mr. Shuren, Genom, please stop arguing. Seeing that Genom was about to flip out, and Shuren was ready to receive the blow with a smile, Marika hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Caroline let out a sigh, like a teacher who had encountered two troublesome students. She was already starting to feel a bit helpless. As for the elven mages, they naturally looked at each other in dismay. What on earth is going on? Did Marika get kidnapped by that alien male, or did Genom really get jealous? I think that male of another race is right. If he wanted to kidnap Marika, why would he bring her back? Most importantly, the vice leader is right. If that alien male really wanted to do something to Marika, he didn't have to wait until she returned to the elven homeland. So, Genom really caused it because he was jealous? I think so. I think so too. That child has always been unwilling to see Marika play with other people. That's right. The group of elven girls began to whisper among themselves. Genom almost spat out blood. I heard it all. On the frozen street, the elven girl's angry voice echoed once again. Without a doubt, this was Shuren's victory. Not only had Genom become Shuren's scapegoat, but he had also lost everything. After all, without her, Shuren and Marika wouldn't have run away, and they would be alone together. Marika had been eaten clean by a certain animal, and it was all thanks to this hot-tempered elven girl. In the end, this farce came to an end with Caroline's words. I don't care about anything else. I just want to tell you, don't let this happen a second time. Caroline said these words expressionlessly. Her gaze fell on Shuren and Genom. Evidently, no matter how Shuren tried to shift the blame or how Genom tried to quibble, Caroline still believed that the matter was between the two of them and not just one of them. Are you really a teacher? Shuren couldn't even be bothered to complain. Since he didn't know whose fault it was, he would just blame both of them. Wasn't this just a teacher's trick? Caroline didn't pay any attention to Sean. After leaving him with this sentence, she wanted to leave with Genom in tow. Genom naturally wasn't willing. Marika. My Marika. Genom struggled to his feet. He seemed ready to go on a strike and take Marika away. Unfortunately, this girl was no match for Caroline, an expert close to the legendary rank. "You still have one street to clean up," Caroline said mercilessly. "Before it's done, you're not allowed to go anywhere." "How? How could it be like this?" Jenem's eyes widened. "Doesn't that mean we have to let that detestable guy continue to be alone with Marika?" "I don't want to." "Oh?" Caroline narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "In other words, you're not going to take responsibility for the trouble you caused?" I didn't say that." Jenem's voice became softer. It seemed that he still had some idea of what he had done. This was the only thing he didn't want to compromise on. He shouted, "At least let Marika stay, let her be with me." This was Jenem's only compromise. However, before Caroline could say anything, Xianxia spoke up. "That won't do." Xianxia said straightforwardly, "I'm going to take Marika to see the Elven Queen. I won't let her stay here." As soon as he said this, everyone, including the Elven division, looked over. "Take Marika to see the Queen?" Jenem was startled. "What? Is something the matter?" Caroline frowned, her expression turning serious. Although Caroline had indeed said that Xianxia and the others could go to the Queen's palace to see the Elven Queen at any time, it seemed that Xianxia didn't just want to see her. This was the truth. "There's something wrong with Marika's body." Sean had no intention of hiding anything, and explained in the simplest way, "So, I have to bring her to the Elf Queen to see if she has any clues." "Situation?" Caroline was momentarily silent. "What?" Genom, on the other hand, was startled. Immediately afterwards, he summoned strength from who knew where and broke free from Caroline's restraints. He scuttled over to Marika's side and said anxiously, "What's wrong? Are you unwell? Did that hateful non-human male do something to you? Let me examine you." Without waiting for Marika's response, Genom began to act. Jenem. I'm fine. Calm down, ah." Marika cried out in alarm, her face turning red. "Let me take a look." Jenem seemed to have lost control, as if he was really worried. His hands groped all over Marika's body, even reaching into her clothes, causing her to cry out in alarm. This was a feast for the eyes. If there were any other men here, they would probably be drooling. Xianxia merely glanced at her, then calmly withdrew his gaze, without the slightest reluctance to part with her. This made the elven squad that had been paying attention to Xianxia look at him in a different light. "This man seems to be a little different from the other men." Yes, he only took a glance at Marika's side and then stopped looking. "He seems to be a very gentlemanly person. If it were any other man, there's no way they could be as calm as him." The girls of the elven squad whispered among themselves, as if their impression of Xianxia had improved quite a bit. Even Caroline seemed to have a whole new level of respect for Xianxia. She gave him a deep look. If Xianxia had a system that could detect favorability, he would probably be receiving notifications saying XXX favorability +1, right? That made the group of elven maidens let down their guard against Xianxia. But how could these girls know? This beast standing before them wasn't looking sideways because he was a gentleman, but because he had already seen everything he needed to see. He had even kissed and touched all the things he should and shouldn't have done. That was why he was so calm. If it had been another beautiful girl who was showing off like this in front of him, Xianxia would not have looked away. He would not have found a chair to sit down and enjoy the show while eating the melon. That would have been good enough. At this moment, the silent Caroline spoke up. "Is it because of Marika's magic?" The vice leader of the Elven division actually revealed the reason behind it. "You know?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows. "You can say that." Caroline's expression didn't change. "Marika was brought up by me. I know her abilities and potential better than anyone else. Under these circumstances, others might think that Marika's astonishing growth was because she had gone out to train for 2 years, but Caroline didn't think so. This was because she was very clear about Marika's potential and talent. She knew that it was impossible for Marika to grow this much in a short 2 years. Since that was the case, it proved that there was more to this matter. On top of that, actually, some of the Elven squad members who came into contact with Marika reported that there was an abnormal flow of magic around her. Caroline brought up such a matter. There seems to be something in Marika's body that is affecting the magic around her, causing it to change its direction. Shuren wasn't surprised by Caroline's words. He had discovered this long before he had even arrived at the royal capital. There was an abnormal flow of mana in Melika's surroundings, as if it was being attracted to Melika. Shuren had long since sensed this, but he just didn't know the reason. Previously, Shuren had suspected that this was a phenomenon caused by the elves themselves. But now it seemed that it wasn't the case. At the very least, this wasn't something that happened to every elf. Otherwise, Marika wouldn't have been so uneasy, and Caroline wouldn't have said such a thing. Could it be that the Elven Queen has discovered this too? Shuren asked tentatively. I'm not sure. Caroline shook her head. But I feel that the Elven Queen should have discovered something. Even some of the elves here had discovered this abnormality, let alone the Elven Queen who had been using the power of the Queen's palace to monitor the situation of the Elven homeland. Hence, the City Queen would definitely have noticed something amiss. All right. Shuren nodded, expressing his understanding as he said, then I'll take Marika to see the Elven Queen. I'll take you there. Caroline thought for a moment, then said, the Queen seems to be quite concerned about your matters. It's not a bad idea for you to pay her a visit earlier. As soon as he finished speaking, Genome immediately raised his hand. I'll go too. The young elven girl expressed in a loud voice, tugging at the blushing Marika's clothes. Marika's eyes were brimming with tears. Stay here and continue working. Caroline glared at Genome and refused without the slightest bit of mercy. Why? Genome refused to accept this. But Caroline was even angrier. You still dare to ask why? Why don't you ask yourself why you're doing such a stupid thing? Caroline finally grabbed Genome's ear and said resentfully, clean up the mess you've created. Only then can you leave, do you hear me? Genome still wanted to resist, but Caroline twisted his ear, causing him to cry out in pain. I got it, I got it. I got it. Genome's voice finally sounded a little aggrieved. I just want to be with Marika. Why does everyone have to stop me? We've been inseparable since we were young, and it's been 2 years. Shouldn't we stick to each other every day? Why doesn't anyone understand? You're my clansman who can't understand or empathize with others. I might as well. Ugh, Sean suddenly shivered. He looked at Genome, who was leaving with his head lowered, and his eyes widened. Mr. Shuren? What's wrong? Marika had already tidied up her clothes, and her face was still a bit red. She was puzzled when she saw Shuren's expression. I'm fine. Shuren shook his head and murmured, it's just that I felt some sort of dark aura just now. This Genome couldn't have been stimulated to the point of becoming dark, could he? Shuren suspected. It was at this moment that Genome, who had been throwing a tantrum, raised his short staff and cast a fire spell to defrost a treehouse. In the end, because he was in a bad mood and sulking, he accidentally used too much magic. Not only did the treehouse thaw, but it was also set ablaze. What are you doing? Genome. Caroline exploded. I'm sorry. Genome cried out in grief as he frantically rushed over to put out the fire. The corner of Shuren's mouth twitched as he fell silent. You want to become dark with this? Go wash up and sleep. Several minutes later, Shuren, Marika, and Caroline left Genome and the elven squad behind and headed for the Queen's palace. The Queen's palace was on the tallest tree in the elven homeland. It was easy to see from afar, so there was no need to worry about not being able to find it. Roar! When Shuren and the others arrived at the ancient tree, before the vine bridge could be lowered, a roar came from the tree. A black dragon leaped down from the treetop, flapping its wings and attacking with a gust of wind. Miss Yulin! Marika called out. You're still here? Shuren couldn't help but laugh. The black dragon who had come down from the tree was naturally Yulin. Yulin descended and landed in front of Shuren, roaring at Shuren as if she were saying, I've been sleeping up there for a long time, with a smug look on her face. Do you really think you can occupy land and become king? Sean was amused again. He stretched out his hand and patted Yulin's head. At the same time, he sent some mana to her, making the black dragon who was becoming more and more human-like feel refreshed. Caroline watched this scene from the side. I really don't know where you managed to summon such a black dragon. Caroline sized up Yulin and exclaimed, judging from her aura and magic, she's clearly not an ordinary adult dragon. I'm afraid she's a legendary monster famous in the outside world. Roar. Yulin roared, as if she was saying, of course. Miss Yulin is indeed famous, Marika explained. Everyone calls her the Black Dragon of Adel. Adel? Caroline said thoughtfully, are you referring to the canyon near the capital where there are many powerful monsters? That's right. Shuren rubbed Yulin's head and looked at Caroline. You know that place? Is it strange? Caroline replied with a question. That place is famous to begin with. Although it's much inferior to Tagor's forest, it's still a paradise for monsters rarely seen in the outside world, right? The Adel Canyon could indeed be considered a paradise for monsters. There were many powerful monsters inside, and even the high-ranking adventurer squads in the capital didn't dare enter casually. But that was also why the old demons had set their eyes on it and turned it into a place for refining rituals. Although I've never been there, I did hear that a dragon had appeared there 300 years ago when I went out to train. Caroline glanced at Yulin. Could that be it? That should be the case. Shuren shrugged. Yulin ruled the Adel Canyon for several hundred years before coming to my side. It just so happens to coincide with the time you left. That's it then. Caroline nodded and got straight to the point. Let's go see the Queen. Shuren and Marika nodded at the same time. But, no need, I'm already down. A light voice rang out abruptly, causing everyone to raise their heads and look up. There, Queen Sophie was riding a vine bridge with her two trusted aides, Rhea and Naya, down from the tree. Queen! Queen! Caroline and Marika immediately knelt down. Roar! Yulin turned her head away in disdain. You actually came down on your own? Shuren was somewhat surprised. On the other hand, after Sophie came down, she first looked at Marika, then turned her head and looked at Sean. Because I know you've come to find me. Sophie laughed. But I can't answer your questions. Only the existence who knows all of this can answer them. The existence who knows all of this? Shuren was startled. Sophie nodded slightly. I'm here to bring you there. Sophie spoke. Let's go. I'll take you to the temple of the goddess of nature. On this day, a piece of shocking news spread in the hometown of elves. The goddess of nature sent an oracle to meet that male alien in the godly palace. Is it true? Goddess Najula is finally descending in the hometown of elves again? I'm so excited. Everyone in the elf clan received the news and fell into a state of shock and excitement. At this moment, only about 10 minutes had passed since the elf queen brought Shuren to the godly palace of the goddess of nature. In less than 10 minutes, the news that the goddess of nature sent an oracle and Shuren was about to meet the goddess of nature in the godly palace spread like wildfire. The elves fell into an excited atmosphere because of this. It's been 1,000 years. Goddess Najula hasn't sent an oracle in 1,000 years, let alone descending in the hometown of elves. The last time something like this happened was during the time of Hero Mitra. I didn't expect that the goddess will descend again because of a male alien. Who told the hometown of elves to never have a male alien? Goddess Najula must be very concerned about us. She must be very concerned if we'll fall into uneasiness because of the arrival of this male alien, right? Goddess Najula is indeed the most gentle and perfect existence in the godly realm. Come on, let's go to the godly palace. Let's go. After such a conversation, the elven women began to move in an unusually excited manner. They formed groups and headed towards the direction of the shrine. Even Jenem had received the news. He was dumbfounded, but then he became excited. He no longer cared about anything else and ran towards the shrine. Jenem even prayed in his heart. I hope that Goddess Najula's eyes are as sharp as torches and can see through the evil intentions of that male alien and chase him out of the hometown of elves. Jenem looked forward to it. As for Rosie and the others, they received the news as well. Goddess Najula is descending? Rosie, who was holding a sweet dessert in her hand, was stunned. Even the goddess of nature has descended? Xianxia murmured. Goddess of nature? Milu tilted her head and Lilith fell into silence. With their hands held by Xianxia, no one knew what they were thinking. The group of people looked at each other. In the end, it was Rosie who broke the silence and sighed. Madame Lidas, Madame Anima, and this time, Madame Nadia. That guy finally met all three goddesses of the divine race. Rosie didn't know how to describe her current feelings. Prior to this, Rosie was the only person in the entire mortal world who could see the three goddesses. The goddesses were high and mighty. The three goddesses were the pinnacle of the Protoss, the three leaders of the god realm. Naturally, it was not easy to meet them. In this world, more than 99% of the people would not be able to meet one of the three goddesses in their lifetime. Even the Pope of the temple might have only seen one or two of them. As for the rest, even the king of a country, it was difficult for them to meet any one of the three goddesses. Rosie was the only one who was accepted by the Protoss and allowed to go to the heavenly realm at any time. She was already a miraculous person in this era who had met all three goddesses. Now, Xianxia was the second person. Based on this alone, Xianxia was highly regarded and looked up to by the humans. I just don't know if Goddess Naduna knows the true identity of my husband. Rosie was only worried about this. She knew very well that Xianxia's identity was a big problem for the Protoss. As someone who had helped Xianxia to go to the heavenly realm and gather information, Rosie knew that the Protoss did not know that the great arcana of hero summoning had been secretly reactivated and summoned a brand new hero to this world. Therefore, Rosie was worried that if Xianxia's identity was exposed in front of the goddesses, it would cause an earth-shattering impact. Because of this, Rosie did not reveal Xianxia's real identity even to her own goddess. No, it should be said that it was because she was her own goddess that Rosie could not reveal it. Otherwise, with Lida's excessive sense of mission and responsibility, she might really do something terrible. Because of this, Rosie had to hide it from Lida's and did not dare to reveal Xianxia's real identity. The last time she met Anima, Rosie was also very careful to prevent Xianxia's identity from being exposed in front of the goddess of life. However, Rosie had a feeling that the goddess of life seemed to know Xianxia's real identity. Otherwise, the goddess would not have hurried to find her as soon as her own goddess left the heavenly realm and arrived at her and Xianxia's engagement banquet. She was also so polite to Xianxia and even showed a hint of respect. It was fine if she was polite, because the goddess of life was famous for being kind and had an equal attitude towards everything in the world. She would never look down on any life in the world. However, this kind of respect appeared a little too abruptly. At least, Rosie did not think that the goddess of life would casually respect a strange human man. Based on this, Rosie could sense that something was wrong. She had a feeling that Anima might have already found out about Xianxia's identity but chose not to reveal it. Instead, she seemed to be doing some kind of investigation. Of course, this was only Rosie's guess. It was also possible that the goddess of life did not know about Xianxia's identity at all. It was only because Xianxia was on good terms with the dragon demon, the moon demon, and even the evil god Lilith, or because he had saved the evil god Lilith that she respected him so much. With this thought in mind, Rosie secretly hoped that the goddess had not found out about Xianxia's identity. But now, even the goddess of nature, Najula, was alarmed. Facing this goddess, Rosie felt a little headache. If it's goddess Najula, it's very likely that she has already found out about Xianxia's identity. One had to know that this goddess would descend from time to time and become one with nature in the human world. She was an existence that could spy on every corner of the world. If such an existence wanted to find out about Xianxia's identity without anyone knowing, it would be very easy. Rosie was a little nervous. She did not know if the goddess had found out something, which was why she had descended here. And if she had found out something, what kind of attitude and method would she take to deal with this matter? Rosie felt uneasy. Xianxia seemed to have noticed Rosie's uneasiness. Do you want to go over? Your Highness Rosie? Xianxia asked. No, it's better if I don't go over. Rosie hesitated. After a while, she took a deep breath and shook her head, saying, since the goddess did not send an oracle saying that she wants to see me, it's not good for me to go over casually. With Rosie's uniqueness, if she wanted to see the goddess of nature, she could still do it. She was different from ordinary humans. Her status was special, and she herself was also quite special. She had long been regarded as a treasure by the Protoss. If she wanted to see the goddess of nature, it would not be as difficult as it was for others. Being able to see her did not mean that she could see her as she pleased. This was not a kingdom, nor was it the divine realm. It was the home of the elves, the Tagore forest, and the territory of the human world governed by the goddess of nature, Najula. If she ran over rashly like this, it was very likely that she would expose something and alert the goddess. It's better to let that guy face it himself. Rosie said helplessly, he definitely has more ways to deal with the goddess than I do. Although she was special, she was still a human. She needed to respect and fear the goddess. Even if her words carried some weight, it did not mean that she could be rude to the goddess. In front of the goddess, she would definitely be restrained and have to worry about this and that. In the end, not only would she not be of any help, she might even make things worse. On the contrary, Xian, as a hero from another world that did not belong to this world, did not fear the Protoss as much as the people of this world. Coupled with his personality, he was able to deal with the goddess more freely. Lyda's was an example. It was unknown how many times Xian had knocked on the head of that supreme goddess. With such a mentality, Rosie did not think that Xian would be completely dominated by Najula. She was different. Once she went over, she would definitely be completely dominated by the goddess of nature. I just hope that guy doesn't go too far and offend goddess Najula. Rosie rubbed her temples. This is indeed something that Mr. Xian would do. Hua Xiao looked as if she did not want to comment. Rosie smiled bitterly, then raised her head and looked forward. Dragon demon, beast demon, ghost demon, moon demon, god of destiny, god of life, god of nature, those who stand at the top of the omnipotensen, that guy has already met more than half of them. If one were to look into it, it was actually quite incredible. Not to mention that Xian had not only met these people, but also had some involvement with them. Is all this just a coincidence? Or, Rosie muttered. Milu and Lilith looked at each other. Then, like Rosie, they looked forward. Only La Xia was left. Not only did she not raise her eyes, but she also looked down. Hero, La Xia mumbled in a very soft voice, her tone was quite complicated. At the same time, Xian and Marika were led by Sophie and the others to the innermost part of the elven homeland. This was a forest that was completely different from the elven homeland. There were no light trees here, nor were there any fantasy creatures or magical beasts. There were only fairies dancing gracefully and shuttling between the trees, looking unusually carefree. They seemed to be making some kind of sound, but no one could tell what it was, and no one could understand the meaning behind it. Sophie walked in front with Rhea and Naya. Behind them, Xian and Marika followed closely. After Sophie announced that she would bring Xian to the temple of the goddess of nature, Caroline retreated. Therefore, there were only 5 people here, including Xian, Marika, Sophie, Rhea, and Naya. Even Yulin was left at the queen's palace by Xian, which made Yulin very unhappy. But she had no choice. She was going to the temple, and she could not lead a dragon there, right? Marika was very nervous. Can I really go as well? This was not the first time Marika had asked this question. Don't be nervous, Marika. Sophie comforted Marika without the slightest bit of impatience, and said more than once, I've said it before. In the oracle that the goddess of nature sent down, she not only mentioned Borstut, but also you. Yes. This time, the goddess of nature, Najula, had appeared in the realm, and the person she wanted to meet was not only Xian, but also Marika. Probably only the goddess of nature can understand what's going on with your body, right? Sophie looked at Marika and said softly, if you want to understand what's wrong with your body, it's absolutely necessary to meet the goddess of nature. Rhea and Naya also spoke up. Since the goddess of nature sent down an oracle and said that she wants to meet you, there's no doubt that this is definitely an extremely honorable thing. Puff out your chest, Marika. We're very envious of you, to be able to meet the goddess of nature. The 2 legendary level elven mages had indeed made her tone carry a tinge of envy. One could imagine that these were definitely the 2's heartfelt words. In fact, even Sophie felt a little regretful. I haven't seen the goddess of nature for 1,000 years. I really want to enter the temple and meet the goddess. Sophie reached out her hand, touched Marika's head, and said softly, as our representative, you have to pull yourself together and greet the goddess on behalf of the elven race. Don't be rude, understand? Yes. Marika nodded her head heavily in response. However, Marika's face was still full of nervousness and a trace of pressure. Clearly, this was a heavy responsibility that Marika had taken on. Until Sharon held Marika's hand. Don't worry. Sharon did not say much. He just smiled and said lazily, I'm here. Marika was slightly stunned by his words. She then heaved a sigh of relief, and the nervousness and pressure on her face finally disappeared. This scene caused Sophie's expression to change. She glanced at Sharon and Marika's hands that were naturally holding each other's hands, and there seemed to be a deeper meaning behind it. This, at the side, Rhea and Naya blinked their eyes. After confirming that they did not see wrongly, a trace of surprise appeared on their faces. Needless to say, the intimacy between Sharon and Marika made these elven women feel that something was wrong. As a race that valued their own purity and holiness, elves could be said to be extremely resistant to being touched by males of other races, even if it was their hands. However, Marika did not resist Sharon's touch at all, which was enough to explain a lot of things. Unfortunately, this was not the time to look into this. We've arrived. At a certain moment, Sophie stopped in her tracks. Sharon and Marika immediately stopped and looked ahead. It was a forest that was as warm as the morning sun. The trees were not as ancient and huge as the ancient trees in the Tagore forest, nor were they as dreamy as the light trees in the elven homeland. They were very ordinary trees that exuded a kind of ordinary tranquility. Because of this, the sunlight was finally able to pass through the cover of the trees and shine down from the sky like beams of light into the forest. Although the fairies were flying here, they were not as excited and agitated as they were outside. It was as if they were enjoying the tranquility of the forest as they slowly floated back and forth. In the very center of this scene, a divine hall sat, imprinted in everyone's eyes. Is that the temple of the goddess of nature? Sharon sized up the temple. At first, Sharon thought that he was not looking at a temple, but a relic. Because it did not have a splendid exterior, nor was it overly decorated. Instead, it looked like a relic, with only very old earthen and stone walls and a solemn and huge stone door. There were also many tree roots and vines entwined on the outer walls and the stone door. Apart from the tree roots and vines, the earthen and stone walls and the stone door of the temple were only engraved with some mysterious patterns. Sharon took a few glances at those patterns and found that they seemed to be engraved with the history of the elves. For example, there was an elf who looked like a queen sitting on a throne, accepting the worship of many elves. For example, there was a goddess-like existence descending from the sky, and below it was a scene of elves worshipping. Another example was the process of fairies flying in the air, slowly growing up, and finally becoming elves, similar to an evolutionary diagram. Such a temple did indeed look like a relic. There was even a square around the relic. At this moment, Sharon and the others arrived at the square, facing the gate of the temple. Sophie, Rhea, Naya, Marika, and the other elves did not speak. They were praying, and with devout expressions, they knelt down in the direction of the temple. As the only human present who was not an elf, Sharon could not help but touch his nose when he saw this scene. He did not kneel in the direction of the temple like Sophie and the others. He was not like the people in this world, who had so much reverence and faith for the gods. In addition, he had never seen the goddess of nature, and had only heard rumors about her and received 2 revelations from her. Naturally, Sharon could not kneel. Sophie and the others did not ask Sharon to do such a thing. They only stood up after kneeling and praying. The elven temple is different from the rest of the human race. Sophie suddenly said. Compared to extravagant appearances and dazzling decorations, we prefer naturalness. Under such circumstances, the elven temple wouldn't pay as much attention to appearance as the other temples. Instead, they would pay more attention to natural changes. That was why the temple of the goddess of nature looked like this, like an ancient ruin. This temple has a history of at least tens of thousands of years. It was built by the first elves, and has been in use ever since. There was a hint of pride in Sophie's voice as she recounted this period of history. Because it has never been rebuilt and has always maintained its original appearance, this divine temple is known as the oldest divine temple in the human world. Now, Sharon was looking at the oldest temple in the world, the most historical building. The number of times this temple is used is also quite limited. Only when a new elf is born in the elven race will that elf be brought here to be blessed by the divine race goddess. The birth of elves took a long time, so this temple was usually in a closed state. Sometimes it would be used once in decades, and sometimes it would be used once in hundreds of years. Sometimes it would even be used once in thousands of years. From this, it could be seen how often this temple would be used here. No wonder this place looks abandoned, as if no one has been here for a long time. Xianxia asked doubtfully, but, are there no clergymen to repair and maintain this place? No, Sophie said naturally. Unlike humans, we elves don't have clergy working in the temples. Nor do we have saintesses and priests performing the duties of God like the orcs. Because we are isolated from the rest of the world, we don't have many opportunities to use the temples, Sophie said, as if it were a matter of course. In this case, there was no need to specially leave some people here. Usually, when there is a need to use this temple, the elves will come over to deal with it. Usually, it is the elves who repair and maintain this place. They will come here every 10 years or so. Sophie's description made Xianxia fully understand that the concept of time between elves and humans was really different. For the elves, repairing and maintaining a temple every 10 years was probably equivalent to doing it every few months for humans, right? Considering that the number of times they used this place was indeed limited, it was not too long to repair and maintain it every few months. Of course, those elves who have fallen in love will also choose to come here and spend the rest of their lives with the goddess of nature. Sophie seemed to be hinting at something as she said, if it is them, they will usually live in the temple and live here forever, similar to how humans become monks. Hearing this, Xianxia smacked his lips. Doesn't that mean that every elf who falls in love will choose to become a monk after returning to the elven homeland? My goodness, I'm a good guy. What kind of immortal race are elves? Are they so loyal and unwavering? Thinking of this, Xianxia remembered what Marika had said before. This little girl seemed to have said that she wanted to silently follow me, and then return to the elven homeland, living the rest of her life peacefully like those elves who have fallen in love, right? In other words, this girl also wants to become a monk. Xianxia couldn't help but turn his head and stare at Marika, refusing to let go. Marika saw it. She even averted her gaze awkwardly and guiltily. My goodness, I say, Marika. Xianxia smiled brightly. Don't do that, okay? That was not persuasion, but a warning. Xianxia's smile was telling Marika that if she dared to do that, he would dare to tear down the temple. No. I won't do that. Marika was a little flustered, and also a little nervous as she replied in a low voice. If it was before, Marika would indeed have such thoughts. But now, Marika no longer dared to think that way. Her love affair had accompanied Xianxia's transformation into an animal, and she could no longer be as calm and sad as her elven predecessors in the past. Although Marika still did not know whether this was a good thing or not. After all, Xianxia was a human, and she was an elf. There was still a huge difference in the lifespan between the two. In the end, Marika might have to watch Xianxia grow old and die in front of her eyes. If that was the case, she might be even more miserable than her elven predecessors, right? But since Xianxia said that he would think of a way to solve all this, Marika could only trust him. No matter what, Xianxia was a hero, and one who had befriended the dragon demons, obtained the protection of the Protoss, and had a network of connections that no one else had. Such a Xianxia might really have a way to solve his own lifespan, but that was not certain. Marika could only hope for that. That's good. Only then did Xianxia nod in satisfaction. Sophie saw all of this. There is indeed something wrong with these two. The elf queen made her own judgment, and was a little worried. It was natural for her to be worried. Elven relationships did not have a good ending, and Marika seemed to have walked on a path of no return. It was impossible for Sophie not to be worried. Especially now, there seemed to be some changes in Marika's body, causing her magic power to soar to a level comparable to her own. This made Sophie attach great importance to Marika, and she was naturally worried. I'll have a good chat with Marika later. Sophie made this decision, adjusted her mood, and continued to talk to Xianxia. The goddess of nature has already sent down an oracle, saying that she wants to meet Borstut and Marika in the temple. Sophie looked at the two and said, how about it? Do you want to go in now? Xianxia and Marika immediately looked at each other. Marika's face was full of nervousness, and her hand holding the magic staff began to tremble. Even now, Marika was still doubtful. Someone like me, will I really be summoned by the goddess of nature? Marika's apprehension and uneasiness had reached an all-time high. You. Shuren could only laugh, and said, it's just a meeting, not a fight with the goddess of nature. Relax. Don't make it sound so scary. Marika was frightened by Shuren. Shuren did not think much of it, and directly held Marika's hand, looking at Sophie. Can we go in now? Shuren asked Sophie. Yes. Sophie nodded, and said, now, the people in the temple have already left, you can go in at any time. Okay. Shuren did not hesitate, and directly said, then let's go in now. Sophie smiled, and immediately retreated to the side with Rhea and Naya. Let's go, Marika. Shuren tightened his grip on Marika's hand. Yes. Marika took a few deep breaths, and then nodded heavily. Thus, Shuren and Marika held each other's hands and walked together to the temple. Rumble, the door of the temple automatically opened, setting off a heavy sound. Shuren and Marika slowly walked in. Sophie and the others stared at their backs for a long time. Rumble, when Shuren and Marika stepped into the shrine, the heavy stone door behind them creaked and slowly closed. Boom. After a loud noise, the stone door closed completely, excluding all light from the outside world and plunging the shrine into darkness. However, this darkness did not last long. Clang! The moment the stone door closed, a hazy radiance bloomed from the inside of the shrine, expelling the darkness from the shrine. Shuren and Marika only felt their vision darken for a moment before it brightened again, allowing them to see the interior of the shrine. It was only then that the two of them could clearly see everything inside the temple. This is... Shuren could not help but be startled. That was because the scene that entered his eyes was somewhat breathtaking. He saw that the interior of the shrine was actually a very beautiful garden. Yes. A garden. This place was full of colorful flowers. There were all kinds of vegetation here. Butterflies were fluttering. Fairies were chasing each other. To think that such a beautiful scene would appear in the interior of a divine hall. It was rather inconceivable. What was even more inconceivable was that in the deepest part of this garden, there was a huge statue of a deity. The statue sat in a huge fountain, and clear water flowed out of its sleeves. Behind it, there was a tree of light emitting a hazy radiance. The radiance that expelled the darkness from the shrine just now came from this tree of light. The light from the tree alone illuminated the interior of the shrine, like a sun emitting warm sunlight on the ground. It was very pleasing to the eye. The arrival of Shuren and Marika did not interfere with anything here. They were like Adam and Eve, who were born here, and actually integrated into the scene at the fastest speed possible. No, to be more precise, it should be said that this scene accepted Shuren and Marika, not Shuren and Marika. Melika looked at all of this and spoke with great nostalgia and joy. Sure enough, nothing has changed here. The tension and uneasiness on Marika's face faded a lot. You've been here before? Shuren subconsciously asked, but then realized that he had asked a stupid question. Of course Marika had been here before. After I reincarnated as an elf, Sister Caroline brought me here once, and I received the goddess blessing here. Melika was both happy and nostalgic as she said, but after that time, I never came here again. In other words, Marika had only been here once, and it had been more than 100 years since then. It's my first time here. Shuren shrugged, raised his eyes, and looked at the statue in the fountain. That was the statue of a goddess. The statue was not exquisitely carved, but one could still make out the outline of the statue, thus recognizing the holiness and solemnity of this goddess. Is this the statue of the goddess? Shuren became curious. At this moment. Welcome to my temple, my dear children, and esteemed guests from another world. A voice as clear as water and as comfortable as the wind echoed in the ears of Shuren and Marika. Before Shuren and Marika could react, a strong wave of nature magic suddenly appeared in the temple. It was the magic of nature. It was the power of the surrounding grass, trees, flowers, and trees. It was as if everything here was trembling. Strands of magic began to flow out of everything in this world, like streams of green air, and gathered in the direction of the fountain. Whoosh! The next second, the water in the hot spring suddenly rose, turned into streams of water, and gathered in the air. Xianxia watched as the streams of water gradually intertwined with each other, forming a streamlined body of water. The body of water gradually became solid, and finally turned into a graceful body. Just like that, the goddess appeared. Appeared from nature. Appeared from the flowers and trees. She was, goddess of nature, Nature. Marika seemed to be in a daze as she murmured. One of the three goddesses in charge of nature, goddess of nature Nature, had arrived at this moment. I have been waiting for you for a long time. The goddess slowly descended from the air and landed in front of the fountain. With her back to her statue, she smiled at Xianxia and Marika. It was an extremely dignified and polite smile, elegant and beautiful. Nature. Goddess, Marika had already forgotten her nervousness and uneasiness. Filled with deep excitement and emotion, she reflexively knelt down before Nature. However, just as Marika was about to move, a gentle force brushed past Marika's body like a cool breeze and helped her up. No need to be so polite, my child. Nature looked at Marika as if she was looking at her own daughter, kind and kind. I have been paying attention to you for a long time, Marika. You are timid and shy, but you have a firm and unshakable faith. It is great to be able to meet you like this. Nature's kind tone made Marika even more excited and moved. I have always wanted to meet you, to meet the person we believe in, the goddess of nature. In Marika's eyes, feelings of longing and worship gushed out, causing her voice to choke a little. That was a sign that she was extremely excited. I know, my child. I have always felt your faith and your love. Nature said in a gentle tone, as if she was comforting Marika, don't worry, I am here. I have always been watching you and with you. So, take a deep breath and let's have a good chat. Marika nodded desperately and obediently began to take deep breaths in an attempt to calm the excitement in her heart. Xianxia watched all this from the side. He looked at the dignified, polite, beautiful, and generous goddess who did not seem to be superior at all. At this moment, he suddenly understood why everyone said that this goddess was the most perfect existence. Because she was just as the word said, a flawless goddess. Her appearance was impeccably beautiful. Her manners were impeccably excellent. Her tone and temperament were impeccably polite, impeccably pleasant, and full of attractiveness. If it were not for the aura of nature lingering around her, others would think that she was the goddess in charge of nature. Xianxia believed that anyone who saw her would think that she was in charge of beauty, etiquette, and the most flawless woman. This is the last of the three great goddesses. Xianxia unconsciously sighed. Nature turned her gaze to Xianxia, and a beautiful smile appeared on her face. It seems that Lidas and Anima have been taken care of by you, hero from another world. Nature greeted Xianxia. Xianxia was not surprised. It seems that you already know my identity, goddess. Xianxia shrugged and responded. Yes. Nature did not hide anything and admitted very openly, Anima has already told me, so I have always been paying attention to you. Always? Xianxia raised his eyebrows, thinking of the inexplicable existence he felt in the battle against Ali Dia, and asked, the existence I felt at that time was really you, right? Nature did not answer this question, nor did she answer no. She just smiled leisurely. I have observed you for a long time. Nature simply said, I know very well what kind of person you are, and I also know that you are very afraid of unnecessary trouble, so you don't have to be wary of me, I will not hurt you. Oh? Xianxia looked straight at Nature and said, even if I, a hero, appeared out of nowhere, and is completely unnecessary to the current three races, even if I am a seed of chaos, is it the same? Xianxia tried to sound her out. But Nature's smile did not diminish. It is the same. Nature looked straight into Xianxia's eyes and said, no matter how you came to this world, or how you were summoned here, as long as you are a hero, we Protoss will never hurt you. This was the foundation of trust that had been established between the Protoss and the heroes for a long time. Anima had also said more than once that the Protoss had always respected the heroes. After all, strictly speaking, you are the helpers that we Protoss are proud of, as well as the saviors of this world. Nature gave Xianxia the highest degree of respect. Of course, Xianxia would not forget his surname just because of a few words of praise. I hope so, Shuren smiled and casually said, at least, I don't want to be enemies with the Protoss. This was the truth. Not only because the Protoss's strength was not something that the current Shuren could contend against, but also because Shuren did not want to be seen as an enemy by the Protoss. It was not that he was afraid, but it was not necessary. Otherwise, if he really went against the Protoss, it would be too troublesome. That's what we think too, Nadia said sincerely. It's really unimaginable to be the enemy of a hero. This was not only because the heroes all had terrifying potential, but also because the Protoss and the heroes had always been one. If they suddenly went against each other, it would be very frightening. Nadia was sure that once they became enemies with the hero, the internal structure of the Protoss would inevitably be shaken. It could be said that as long as they were gods, they would never think that the heroes would become their enemies. This is a deeply ingrained concept. Even if, after 1,000 years, the heroes who suddenly appeared in this world not only distanced themselves from the Protoss, but also established an overly friendly relationship with the demons. Nader's words caused the atmosphere in the temple to suddenly become a little strange. Especially Shuren, his expression became a little strange. It could not be helped. Don't tell me he's jealous? In fact, not only Nadwa, but even Anima felt that this hero who had only reappeared after 1,000 years was too special. Theoretically speaking, this hero shouldn't have appeared again. His personality and style were one thing, but the most important thing was his interpersonal relationships. They were completely strange. As the natural enemy of the demons and the trump card of the Protoss, the great hero didn't get close to the Protoss. Instead, he went in and out with the demons every day. Could you believe it? The force behind this hero wasn't the Protoss but the demons. Could you believe it? Especially Aie, the demon dragon. Not only did she have a very deep relationship with Shuren, but she also announced in front of everyone that Shuren was under her protection. Whoever dared to make an enemy of Shuren would be making an enemy of her. This was simply, King ridiculous. Nadwa really wanted to say that this kind of role should have been played by the Protoss in the past. Shouldn't the Protoss be the one standing behind the hero, supporting him, protecting him, speaking up for him, and supporting him? You are the demons, the target of the hero's crusade. Why did you suddenly come to steal my job? Couldn't they do what the demon race was supposed to do and treat the hero as a fatal threat? After discovering his existence, they began to scheme in every possible way, attempting to strangle him in the cradle. This is what the demons should do, right? In the end, the demons, who should have regarded the hero as the biggest threat, not only became the force that supported the hero, but they also discovered the hero's existence earlier than the Protoss and even developed an unimaginable deep relationship with the hero. On the other hand, the Protoss not only had to think of ways to investigate the hero, but he was also being tested and guarded by the hero. Wasn't this the reverse of the roles? Anyway, Nadwa felt very helpless. Especially when she saw Shuren's indifferent expression, she felt even more helpless. In the past, when the hero was summoned to this world, he would first meet the 3 goddesses and receive the blessing of one of the 3 goddesses, establishing a deep relationship of trust with this goddess. Therefore, Nadwa had never thought that there would be a day when a hero would be on guard against her. She would also be testing and conversing with a hero like this. Compared to the Protoss, the modern hero undoubtedly trusted the demons more. This indeed made Nadwa a little unhappy. If this was considered jealousy, then Nadwa had to admit that she was jealous. I hope you can trust us a little more, Nadwa said sincerely. Nadwa said sincerely, please believe us. As a hero, we are inextricably linked to you. In the past, we have fought side by side with your seniors. We have gone through thick and thin together. We are not your enemies. Speaking up to this point, it could be considered very humble. But it couldn't be helped. Compared to the Protoss, Shuren was indeed closer to the demons. Lilith, who was beside him, was also an unrestrained evil goddess. She couldn't represent the Protoss and connect Shuren and the Protoss. This wasn't a good thing for the Protoss. No matter what, the hero was the trump card of the Protoss. If this trump card was taken away by the demons, it was easy to imagine how big of a problem it would be. Even though it was a time of peace and the Protoss and demons wouldn't fight each other to the death like in the past, it was inevitable that they would face each other in some aspects. In such a situation, not to mention the consequences of Shuren's sensitive identity, just the fact that the trump card, the hero, had fallen into the hands of the enemy was a problem that couldn't be ignored for the Protoss. Even though Shuren's origin hadn't been clearly investigated and the reason why the summoning of the hero, which should have been sealed, was reactivated, no matter what, Shuren was a hero. There was no doubt about this. And having the talent to become a hero proved that he had his own justice and principles in his heart. It was impossible for such a person to be an evil person. Nadwa never doubted this, and neither did Anima. Especially Nadwa. As she said, she had been observing Shuren for a long time and had fully realized that although Shuren was a little different from the previous heroes, he had his own persistence, his own principles, his own course of action, and the things he wanted to protect. Based on this point alone, he was a qualified hero. Plus, the talent that Shuren displayed seemed to be a little more special than the previous heroes, maybe even a lot stronger, so Nadwa didn't want Shuren to stand on the opposite side of the Protoss. The Protoss is the eternal support of the hero. I hope you can understand this. Nadwa looked straight into Shuren's eyes. Her eyes were clear and frank, without the slightest bit of concealment. Shuren was speechless. This development was a little out of his expectations. Of course, Shuren could more or less understand the current situation. It was just like that, right? Will the Protoss be on good terms with me? Shuren asked. Of course. Nadwa said without hesitation, I don't know how the demons view the existence of the hero, but I'm sure that the Protoss will never be the hero's enemy. Nadwa had expressed this many times. Shuren had to admit that he was a little moved. But, a certain goddess of fate seems to want to kill me. That counts as being my enemy, right? Shuren destroyed the atmosphere perfectly. The smile on Nadwa's face froze. Silence filled the air between the two. Melika sensed the subtle atmosphere and couldn't help but speak timidly. Shuren and Nadwa looked at each other and ignored the last part of the conversation. In short, I hope you won't be wary of us. Consider this a small request of mine. Nadwa coughed and returned to the topic as if nothing had happened. Okay. Shuren stopped being a contrarian. He touched his nose and smiled. From the current situation, you and Anima can still be trusted. Lilith beside me is also a member of the Protoss. As long as the Protoss doesn't trouble me, of course, I'm happy to be on good terms with the Protoss. It's our honor. The smile on Nadwa's face returned. At this point, the relationship between Shuren and the Protoss had made some progress. This was also one of the purposes of Nadwa's meeting with Shuren in this world. Who told Shuren to be too close to the demons? Now, he had 3 demons around him. If the Protoss didn't take any action, it was really possible that the Protoss's trump card, the hero, would defect to the demons. This was definitely something that Nadwa didn't want to see. In addition, I've also discovered the problem with Melika. Nadwa turned around and looked at Melika. Goddess Nadwa. Melika immediately perked up and hurriedly said, Can you please tell me what's wrong with me now? This was the thing that Melika wanted to figure out the most. Sean also looked at Nader, waiting for Nader to answer the question for the two of them. But Nader didn't give an answer at the first moment. Come here, Melika. Nadwa waved at Melika. Go. Melika immediately felt at a loss. Relax. Nadwa laughed. I'm just showing you the source of all this. Hearing this, Melika became bashful. Rather than hesitating, it was more like she felt flattered. So, subconsciously, Melika glanced at Shuren. Go. Shuren nodded and encouraged Melika. Melika took a small breath, then immediately gathered her courage and walked forward. Good girl. Nadwa reached out and touched Melika's head. Then, under Melika's somewhat shy and happy expression, she put her hand into Melika's clothes. Goddess Nadwa. Melika exclaimed. Puff. Shuren almost sprained his waist from this sudden turn of events. What the hell is this goddess doing? She did it without saying a word. Did she ask for my opinion? I didn't expect you to be such a goddess. Shuren was furious. Just when Shuren was about to lose his temper, Nadwa took out something from Melika's clothes. That was a garland? Shuren froze. Melika's face was also filled with shock, and then she panicked. That was a reaction that would only happen when one's little secret was discovered by others. Shirin couldn't help but walk over and examine the garland that seemed to be well kept. After a while, Shirin confirmed it. "Isn't this the garland I gave you?" Shirin looked at Melika in surprise and asked, "Have you been carrying it with you all this time?" "Woo." Melika lowered her head shyly, almost burying her chin in her panda eyes. This reaction also told Shirin the answer. "You." Shirin didn't know what to say. This lass, had she always been carrying such a worthless little thing on her body? Looking at the way it was kept, it must have been treated as a treasure by Melika, right? It was obviously just a toy that she casually made. Was it worth it? Because the answer was also in Melika's expression. This time, Shirin was really touched. This little elf really moved him with her innocence and true feelings again and again. This little elf is really moving me time and time again with her innocence and true feelings. This little elf really moved him with her innocence and true feelings again and again. This little elf really used her innocence and true feelings to move him again and again. Sean couldn't help but hug Marika and give her a kiss on her smooth and delicate face. "Ah!" Marika exclaimed once again. She was both shy and panic-stricken. "Mr. Shirin. You bastard. You bastard. Woo. Stop kissing me. No, I have to love you dearly. But Goddess Nadwa is still here. I don't care. Woo, woo, woo." For a moment, Shirin and Melika hugged each other, one laughing while the other blushed. Nadwa didn't say anything. She just looked at the two with an exceptionally gentle gaze. As a bystander, Nadwa was naturally clear about what happened between Shirin and Marika. However, Nadwa did not try to stop it. Otherwise, when Shirin became a beast, Nadwa would not have chosen to stand by and watch. Since Nadwa chose to stand by and watch, it was clear what her attitude towards this matter was. So, why did Nadwa choose to stand by and watch? The reason was simple. Firstly, she was a goddess. She could guide the human race on the right path, but she could not interfere too much with the lives of humans. This was the attitude of the Protoss. They would only guide the human race and would never interfere. Otherwise, they would just be raising a group of puppets, which was not in line with the original intention of the Protoss to create the human race. When the God Clan created the human clan, they didn't want to create an inferior race that obeyed their orders. Instead, they wanted to cultivate enough power to help the God Clan resist the invasion of the Demon Clan. This was the original intention of the Protoss to create the human race. Therefore, the gods would only guide the human race and would not interfere with their lives. They would only allow the human race to have enough freedom and possibilities, which would be beneficial to their own growth. Even if one were to experience setbacks and sorrow, it would also make one mature and more stable. Therefore, Nadwa would not stop any elf from falling in love. Even if the result of this love was a tragedy, she would not interfere. This was the children's own choice. She could persuade them, watch over them, give suggestions, and guide them, but she could not control their thoughts. Because of this, Nadia would only silently watch over all of this, and would never impose her own values on it. Not only Najula, all goddesses were like this. They saw the lives of human children as a kind of training for themselves, as a way for them to grow up. This was also the reason why Anima was so opposed when leaders wanted to interfere with Rosie's marriage. Interfering with the lives of human children was something that was not allowed. Therefore, Nadwa would not make irresponsible remarks about the relationship between Shirin and Marika. Secondly, Nadwa also knew that the reason why the love between the elves and the other races was always sad was because of the difference in lifespan. The difference in lifespan made it impossible for the elves to have a happy ending with the person they loved. In the end, they would definitely see the black-haired person next to them become white-haired, while they themselves would still be black-haired. Then, the black-haired person would send away the white-haired person they loved. This was not an outcome that the elves could accept. However, Shirin would not have such a problem. Why? Only Nadwa knew the reason. Originally, with the blessing of the Mother Goddess, the world would protect him. Those who had the protection of the world would be able to do anything in this world like a fish in water, and they would also be protected by the world itself. Sean was like this. he was always protected by the world itself. Even if he encountered a great disaster, there was always the possibility of turning danger into safety. In the future, even if Xian's life was coming to an end, he would definitely obtain the opportunity to resolve this difficulty under the guidance of the world. So far, everything that Xian had done had been smooth. In fact, apart from having enough cheats, the world had also played a crucial role in his protection. Up until now, everything Xian had done had been smooth sailing. In fact, in addition to having enough cheats, the world had also played a vital role in his protection. Moreover, Xian's blessing actually included the effects of all the blessings of the goddesses of the entire Protoss race. Blessing of the goddess of nature. Blessing of the goddess of life. Blessing of the goddess of life. Including the blessings of the three major goddesses, Xian's blessing had the effect of all the blessings of the Protoss goddesses. And among them, Anima, the blessing of the goddess of life, had the effect of receiving the protection of life. In other words, those who received the blessing of the goddess of life would have a very strong life force. And the strength of one's life force would first affect the length of one's lifespan. In the past, those who could receive the blessing of the goddess of life had a long lifespan. Even if they could not live for 1,000 years, they could at least live for a few hundred years. In addition, if Xian reached the transcendent level in the future and broke through the limits of life, his life would undergo a leap and sublimation. In fact, Xian's future lifespan might even be longer than Marika's. In other words, unless he died a violent death, Xian did not need to worry about his lifespan at all. Najula was well aware of this, so she wasn't worried at all that Xian and Melika's relationship would go wrong. Rather, it could be said that this was a great opportunity for the elves, who had been alone for the rest of their lives, to have a perfect relationship. This might be a great thing for the elves. In summary, Naduna had no intention of stopping Xian and Marika, and there was no need for that. She even wanted to make friends with Xian and the elves, so that the two could form a relationship. One of the reasons why Najula wanted to appear in the land of elves and meet Xian in the temple was that she wanted to do this. After this incident, the elves would definitely know that the goddess of nature, as the main god, had chosen to accept Xian and befriend Xian. Naturally, they would not be as wary of Xian as before. As long as the elves were no longer wary of Xian, with Xian's aura that made the elves feel close to him, wouldn't it be long before the two sides became friends? Nadia's wishful thinking could be said to have given a lot of thought and effort. This goddess of nature was firm in her stance. She would only guide them and not interfere. At least, in Naduna's opinion, befriending Xian was definitely a good thing. As for the reason why Marika's magic power grew so much is actually because of you, hero from another world. Naduna's sudden words froze Xian and Marika, who were hugging each other. The reason is because of me? Xian froze. Mr. Xian? Marika also had a stunned look on her face. Naduna looked at Xian. Now that things have come to this, I won't hide it anymore. Naduna looked at Xian with bright eyes and said word by word, if I'm not wrong, the blessing you have should be the blessing of our mother of Protoss, the creator of the world, and the true and omnipotent goddess, supreme god Omnis, right? As soon as these words came out, Xian's eyes narrowed, and he fell silent. Marika was shocked on the spot. Supreme god's blessing. Marika looked at Xian with a face full of shock. Mr. Xian has the blessing of the supreme god. Is this a joke? Unfortunately, this was not the way to joke. If you want to ask me if it's true, then I don't mind answering you. After a long silence, Xian raised his head with a relaxed expression and replied. The name of the blessing I have is, the blessing of the Overgod. Xian admitted it. He admitted such a shocking fact that was enough to shock the entire Omnipotensen. As expected, Naduna let out a breath. Although she had already guessed it and was very sure that her guess was correct, before hearing Xian admit it, Naduna did not completely give up on other possibilities. It was not until this moment, when Xian admitted it himself, that Naduna dispelled this idea and confirmed this fact. This, Marika could not help but cover her small mouth, and the shock on her face could not be eliminated no matter what. She knew that Xian was a hero, and a hero that should not appear again, so he must have a very big secret. However, Marika was very considerate and did not pursue this matter, or rather, she felt that she was not qualified to pursue this matter. Together with the rest of Vivian's team, they did not mention this matter in front of outsiders. In fact, even the internal members of Vivian's team would not mention this matter. This was to protect Sharon's privacy and secrets so that he could live peacefully in this world. Who would have thought that this secret, which was just the tip of the iceberg, would be so terrifying? Supreme God's blessing? Is this a blessing that can be obtained by humans? Isn't the highest level of blessing recognized by people all along the three goddesses' blessings? Even heroes are blessed by the three goddesses, isn't it? Marika's mind completely fell into a state of confusion. She had never heard of anyone who had ever received the blessings of the High God, including the brave warriors of history and all kinds of world-famous heroes. However, Sharon exceeded everyone's understanding in this world, causing Marika to have the absurd thought of, so the Supreme God can also bless others? In any case, Marika was confused and did not know what to do. On the other hand, Naduna finally could not hold it in and asked a question. I heard Anima mention it before. She said that you don't know why you were summoned to this world, and you don't know anything about the hero summoning, right? Naduna stared at Sharon closely. That's right. Sharon said without changing his expression, when I came to my senses, I had already appeared in a magical beast forest, and I had nothing except for the holy sword. I only learned about the hero and the hero summoning later, so I don't know why I was summoned at all, let alone why I appeared in that kind of place. This was the excuse that Sharon used to deal with Anima. Now, this excuse was once again used by Sharon to fool Naduna. Regarding Nian, Sharon was instructed by her not to tell any of the goddesses of the Protoss. Sharon did not intend to betray Nian, so he turned to the goddess of nature whom he met for the first time and told everything about himself. If Naduna wanted to pursue this matter, she was destined to return empty-handed. However, just as Sharon was thinking about this, then I won't ask about other things. I only hope that you can tell me one thing. Consider it a personal request. Naduna bit her lip. What is it? Sharon looked at Naduna. Naduna hesitated for a moment, then raised her eyes and looked at Sharon. Have you seen the Supreme God, Omnis, and our goddesses? When these words came out of Naduna's mouth, Sharon was speechless. This was because, at this moment, Naduna's eyes did not look into Sharon's secrets, nor did she look into whether Sharon's words were true or not. There was only a faint, burning, and uneasy look of anticipation. That's right. It was anticipation. This goddess was looking forward to hearing news about her goddesses from Sharon. Not for anything else, but for the nostalgia in her heart and the vague and intense emotions. Obviously, Najula missed Omnis very much. Just like how Ai was always full of nostalgia and sadness when she mentioned the demon King Claudius. Sharon could even feel that as long as she could get news about the Supreme God Omnis, then Naduna could ignore everything else. For example, Naduna could ignore the inside story of Sharon, the hero, being summoned. From this, it could be seen that Naduna had feelings for Omnis, as well as how much she cared about the Supreme God. Looking at Naduna's uneasy eyes and expression, thinking of how much she valued him, was sincere, and was dignified and polite, Sharon's heart softened. He knew that it was better not to tell others about this. Otherwise, his previous words would become full of flaws. After all, if Sharon had no idea why he was summoned to this world, and when he came back to his senses, he was already in a forest. If he did not know anything, then how did he meet the Supreme God Omnis? This lie would definitely be seen through. But Sharon chose to believe Naduna. Thus, I've seen her. Sean revealed a secret that made Donna, Doyle, and Melika tremble. But before Naduna could get excited, Sharon immediately spoke. I entered the Holy Land involuntarily, and saw the Supreme God in a deep sleep, so don't be too excited. That goddess has not woken up, nor has she left the Holy Land, nor has she participated in anything. Sharon said all of this. Hearing this, Naduna's expression froze, and she fell into a long silence. The faint anticipation and uneasiness in her eyes also dimmed, and finally turned into deep disappointment. I'm sorry. Sharon said this for the time being. No, this is not your fault. Naduna laughed bitterly. It was me who took the liberty to hope that the Mother Goddess had woken up and personally blessed you. In fact, Naduna had long guessed that Omnis would not wake up. The Mother Goddess only has eyes for the Demon King, and she only cares about the Demon King. Other than that, to the mother goddess, everything else is just a toy that she can casually make up. Why would she pay attention to them? Naduna sighed. After the demon king passed away, there is no longer anything in this world that is worthy of the mother goddess' attention. This kind of mother goddess will not wake up. I should be very clear about this. Although Naduna said this, her tone was still unable to hide her disappointment and loss. Goddess Naduna, Marika finally recovered from her chaotic state. Seeing Naduna's disappointed face, a hint of worry appeared on her face. Shuren didn't know what to say. Seeing this perfect and impeccable goddess so disappointed, he could only sigh. Shuren had heard about the supreme god Omnis several times, but each time, he only heard rumors of her being cold and ruthless. Perhaps, this was the real god, possessing supreme power, able to easily do things that no one could do, and thus omnipotent. Such an existence might really not be interested in anything in this world. Because everything came so easily, and everything could be achieved so easily, so naturally, she wouldn't cherish it. Only an existence like the demon King Claudius, who even the omnipotent goddess couldn't do anything about, could attract the attention of the supreme god, right? For everyone in this world, the supreme goddess was so high up, so untouchable. Even the goddess created by the supreme god Omnis, Naduna, who was equivalent to her daughter, was the same. How irresponsible. Shuren gave such an evaluation almost without thinking. Wasn't that right, creating others without permission, and then ignoring the people they created? If this wasn't irresponsible, what was? Naduna didn't refute, but continued to sigh. We can only blame ourselves for being too weak, Naduna said. If we could be a little stronger, the mother goddess would be willing to look at us a few more times. Isn't that a bit strange? Shuren retorted. Can we be abandoned just because we are weak? If that was the case, this god was too unworthy of belief. However, Nadia shook her head. The original intention of the mother goddess when she created us was that we could be of some use, not to create her own race and create a god to help her manage the world. Naduna's words reminded Shuren of something. I remember, the purpose of the supreme god Omnis creating the Protoss was to create a helper to help her fight against the demon king, right? In the beginning, before the world was born, in the void, two lives quietly appeared. These two lives, one was the goddess, and the other was the demon king. The goddess first appeared and created the world, creating the Omnipotensen. The demon king did not have such magical abilities, but he had amazing power and could destroy everything in this world. Thus, the goddess and the demon king became enemies and fought with each other constantly. But the goddess was no match for the demon king. She was restrained by the demon king's power and could not find any chance to win. In order to have defeating the demon king, the goddess began to create the Protoss, a third life besides herself and the demon king. Therefore, the initial role of the Protoss was not to replace the supreme god Omnis to manage the entire world, lead the human race, and fight against the demons. Instead, it was to be used to help defeat the demon king. From this point of view, it was not difficult to understand why Omnis did not have any feelings for the Protoss she created. After all, from the beginning, the goddess only wanted to create a group of weapons and a group of warriors. In such a situation, to the goddess, being weak might really be the original sin. Because being weak meant that they could not deal with the demon king, couldn't deal with the demons, couldn't be of any use, and couldn't achieve their original goal, so the goddess naturally did not pay much attention to them. That was what Shuren thought. Who would have thought, deal with the demon king? Naduna laughed and said, no, the original purpose of the mother goddess creating us was not for us to help her deal with the demon king. When such a sentence came out of Naduna's mouth, not only Shuren, but even Marika was stunned. The Protoss was not created to deal with the demon king? Marika's face was full of shock. Shuren was also surprised. Seeing this, Nadia said very straightforwardly. The demon king's power is beyond your imagination. Even the mother goddess can barely fight against him. Do you think that all the Protoss can defeat such a powerful demon king? This, Naduna's words made Shuren and Marika speechless. I can tell you with certainty, let alone the Protoss, even if all the gods, humans, and demons were to be united, they would not be able to defeat the demon king. Naduna said very calmly, in front of the demon king, except for the almighty goddess, all other existences are just weeds on the side of the road. Even if we ignore the weeds and let them attack, the mere weeds can't hurt a hair on the Demon King's head. If it wasn't to that extent, then even the almighty goddess wouldn't be helpless against the Demon King. Then, here's the problem. Since the Protoss can't help her fight against the Demon King, then why did the Supreme God create the Protoss? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Naduna looked at Xianxia. Moreover, her eyes were very deep. The purpose of the Supreme God creating the Protoss is very simple. Naduna said word by word, she wants us to help her guide. Guide what? To guide the existence that can defeat the Demon King to grow up. These words made Xianxia take a deep breath. He understood. He understood what Naduna was trying to say. Hero. Marika murmured. That's right, the brave. Nadwa said with certainty, only the brave can defeat the Demon King. Except for the hero, any existence was like weeds in front of the Demon King. Such weeds, no matter how many there were useless. Therefore, the Supreme God Omnis didn't create the Protoss to defeat the Demon King. No, it should be said that the goddess didn't create them to let the Protoss fight against the Demon King. The purpose of the Protoss's existence was to guide the hero to grow. So Nader told him a secret that no one knew about. Before the Protoss was born, there was only the Supreme God Omnis and the Demon King Claudius in the world. The world was just a wasteland, and in the battle between the two great existences, it was constantly destroyed and reborn, repeating new life and destruction. I don't know how many times this terrifying battle repeated, and after who knows how long, it finally made the Supreme God Omnis realize that Demon King Claudius was her natural enemy. In the face of her power, even she, who could be said to be omnipotent, was still helpless. In order to defeat the Demon King, who was her natural enemy, the Supreme God racked her brains. Finally, in a very coincidental situation, she discovered a mysterious power in a different world that had nothing to do with this world. This mysterious power just happened to be able to restrain the Demon King's power and become the Demon King's natural enemy. Therefore, the Supreme God decided to use her supreme power to cross the barrier of the world and summon the existence from the other world that had this power to defeat the Demon King. That existence was the hero. In other words, long before the birth of life, the Supreme God Omnis had already created the great arcana of the hero summoning and summoned the hero from the other world. Nadia's words were shocking. The third life that appeared in this world was not the Protoss, nor was it the demons, but a traveler from the other world. It was the first hero, and also the very beginning man. Therefore, the first existence to appear in this world was none other than the one known as the hero. Unfortunately, unlike the Supreme God and the Demon King who were born with amazing power, although the hero had a powerful holy sword and had amazing talent and potential, he was not the strongest from the start. The hero needed to grow, train, and take time to unleash the power contained in his body. He needed to overcome all obstacles and finally ascend to the stage of battle between the Supreme God and the Demon King, and defeat the Demon King together with the Supreme God. The Supreme God Omnis did not know this and thought that she could defeat the Demon King with the holy sword alone, and did not value the hero's own power. And this led to the first tragedy in history, which was the tragic death of the first hero. Naduna's voice slowly echoed in the temple. The tragic death of the hero made the Supreme God Omnis understand that there must be a sufficient environment and conditions for the hero to grow, so that the hero could unleash the full power of the holy sword and have the qualifications to fight alongside her. For this reason, the Supreme God created the Protoss, created the goddesses who were not only her clones but also her own kind, and could use a part of her power. Under such circumstances, as the oldest goddess, the first life born in this world, the goddess of destiny, appeared. After that, the goddess of life was also created, becoming the second Protoss after the goddess of destiny. After that, there was me, the goddess of nature, Naduna. This was the real reason why the Protoss was created. The Protoss's original purpose of existence was to guide the growth of the hero like you. Naduna looked at Xianxia and said, managing this world for the Supreme God and guiding the life of this world was only a function that came later. Because of this, Nadia was so sure that as long as it was a god, he wouldn't go against the brave. Guiding the hero's growth and accompanying the hero, that was the role of the Protoss. Actually, you are not the first person to receive the Supreme God's blessing. Nadia continued to tell the story in a way that would shock anyone to death. The first person to receive the Supreme God's blessing should be the first hero. According to Naduna, after the Protoss was created, the second hero was summoned into this world. From then on, all the heroes received the blessings of the three goddesses. As for that hero of the first generation, what he received was naturally the Overgod's blessing. At that time, the Protoss hadn't been born yet, and the only one who could give the hero a blessing was the Supreme God, Omnis. However, that hero was undoubtedly very unlucky. Before he could enjoy the convenience brought by this blessing, he was pushed onto the battlefield and faced off against the Demon King. In the end, without any growth or training, he died a violent death. You should be the second person to receive this blessing, but you are the first person to display the effects of this blessing. Naduna raised the garland in her hand. Did you weave this garland? Naduna confirmed with Shuren. Yes. Sean nodded, and said hesitantly and uncertainly, don't tell me you're trying to say that the reason why Marika's mana has skyrocketed is because I weaved this garland for her? Was that possible? It was just a casually weaved garland, how could it have such an amazing effect? Nonsense, right? Just as Shuren was thinking about this, Marika suddenly exclaimed. Speaking of which, when my magic power began to rise, it was after Mr. Shuren gave me the garland. Marika finally remembered this. Of course, Shuren also remembered. This garland was indeed weaved by him on the way to the capital and given to Marika. And it was on the way to the capital that Marika's magic power began to skyrocket. This timing was completely correct. Don't feel that this is inconceivable. This is because elves are born from nature, which caused all of this. Naduna explained, nature is a part of the world, and the magic power flowing in nature is actually the magic power of the world, filling the entire world and being everywhere. Elves were born from nature and were the beloved children of nature. Their nature was similar to the magic power of the world. You received the blessing of the Supreme God and received the protection of the world, so the world naturally became close to your magic power. Naduna said to Shuren, in this way, when you weaved a garland of flowers produced by the magic power of the elves, it caused the magic power of the world to flow towards the garland containing your magic power and come into contact with the magic power of the elves in the garland. As a result, the nature of the magic power of the elves was similar to the magic power of the world, and the two did not repel each other at all. This caused the magic power of the world to fuse with the magic power of the elves in the garland, and finally flowed into Marika's body along with the magic power that carried the garland. Under the stimulation of the magic power of the world, Marika's magic power grew dramatically and became larger and larger. Naduna's words explained everything. If it wasn't because you had the blessing of the Supreme God and received the protection of the world, and if Marika hadn't used her magic power to produce the flowers that made up this garland, letting her magic power flow in it and fusing with your magic power, such a phenomenon would never have happened. It could be said that this was a phenomenon that only happened to elves. And the person who could cause this phenomenon to happen was someone who had the blessing of the Supreme God and received the protection of the world. Several coincidences and conditions had been met, which had allowed all of this to happen. This was the reason why Marika's magic power had suddenly skyrocketed like this. In other words, this is a miracle caused by you. Naduna smiled at Shuren. Shuren was speechless. In any case, Shuren would never have thought that Marika's problem originated from him. He just casually made a garland and gave it to Marika, but it actually caused Marika's magic power to skyrocket to the point where it was comparable to the elven royal family. This was too illogical, wasn't it? Could it be that this was the legendary demon replenishment? Impossible. No. This was unbelievable. According to Naduna, this was something that only people with the Supreme God's blessing could do, and it was limited to elves born from nature. With the protection of the world, the magic power of the world would also revolve around Shuren, and even the people around Shuren would eventually lead to such a miracle. After Shuren pushed Marika down, the reason why Marika's magic power suddenly skyrocketed was because Shuren's aura had entered the little elf's body, causing the connection between him and the little elf to deepen. That was why the world's magic power would flow into her body more intensely, stimulating the growth of her magic power and causing her magic power to increase explosively. As for the garland, it was purely an accident. If the material of the garland had not been produced by Marika's magic power, if the garland had not been woven by Shuren, if the garland had not carried the magic power of both Shuren and Marika, then, the world's magic power would not have flowed into Marika's body through the garland as a medium, and there would not have been any rejection. All of this was built on a series of coincidences. You also used your magic power to feed the elves today, shortening their reincarnation period, right? Naduna smiled and said, "Do you know why it became like that?" He knew. No, it should be said that Shuren originally thought that he knew. He had originally thought that the reincarnation period of the fairies would be shortened because he had used the super powerful magic power control of hidden destiny to change the nature of his magic power, making his magic power a nature that the fairies could easily absorb. He had also fed a large amount of magic power of this nature to allow the fairies to absorb sufficient magic power, resulting in the shortening of the reincarnation period. Now, it seemed that the reason was not just that. Sure enough, you can change your magic power into a nature easy for the elves to absorb. That is only one of the reasons. Naduna said truthfully, the biggest reason is that you have the protection of the world. The magic power of the world is injected into the bodies of the fairies along with your magic power and is absorbed by the fairies. That is why the reincarnation period of the fairies born in nature is suddenly shortened. If not for this reason, even if Shuren could feed the elves a large amount of easily absorbed magic power, it would not have been so easy to shorten the elves' reincarnation period. It was probably because of the Supreme God's blessing, ability that Shuren could do such an incredible thing. This is the miraculous effect of the Supreme God Omni's blessing, and it's only a very small part of it. You must have experienced more of its wonders, am I right? Naduna was hinting at something. That was the truth. In addition to the protection of the world, Shan, who had the Supreme God's blessing, was also blessed with many other powers. In addition to the protection of the world, Shuren, who had the Supreme God's blessing, was also blessed with a variety of powers. For example, the power of the Protoss could not interfere with or affect Shuren at all. Another example was that the power of the Supreme God's blessing could not affect or interfere with Shuren at all. These were the magical effects of the Supreme God's blessing. With it, Shuren would have a great advantage when facing the Protoss. The power that the Protoss relied on the most could not work on him, so the threat would be greatly reduced. Even the goddess of destiny, who was known as the strongest, could not use her power to affect Shuren's fate. The power of the evil goddess Lilith, who was comparable to the beautiful demon, also could not make Shuren fall into madness. In the past, Shuren could more or less show some resistance when facing these goddesses. Now, with it, Shuren was even more confident that he could compete with existences at the level of the three goddesses. This showed that its magical effects were endless. Of course, the goddess who was known as the closest to omnipotence was an exception. No matter how one looked at it, that goddess was an existence at the peak of the transcendent level. Even with the protection of the Supreme God's blessing, Shuren was still quite weak when facing her. But if it was at the level of the goddess of life and the goddess of nature, Shuren felt that he should be able to do it. While Shuren was thinking about this, Marika finally understood the current situation. In other words, is this the power that Mr. Shuren gave me? Marika could not believe all of this, but she could not help but feel a little happy. That's right. As if she could see through Marika's thoughts, Naduna smiled sweetly and said, "You don't need to feel afraid, and you don't need to feel worried. This is proof that you have a bond with the person you love." Naduna returned the garland to Melika. "From the moment you obtained this garland, you have an unshakable bond with this hero who is close at hand. Perhaps, from that moment on, you were destined to reach this point. Treasure it, my child. This is also an opportunity for you." Hearing this, Marika stretched out her hand, took the garland that belonged to her, and held it in her arms. As if she had obtained a treasure, her face was full of shyness and satisfaction. Previously, Marika had been worried about whether there was a problem with her body, and whether her relationship with Shuren was something that was not allowed. But Nadia denied all of this. It was not that there was a problem with her body, but because of the blessing of the person she loved, she obtained a miracle. It was not that her feelings were not allowed. At least, the Elven Lord God acknowledged this matter and approved of it. It could be said to be a great reversal of the situation, making Marika as uneasy and worried as she was before. Now, she was as satisfied and happy as she was. What Melika didn't know was that Nadia was sighing in her heart as she looked at her. After all, perhaps this encounter is not just for you alone, but for many others, because Shuren had the Supreme God's blessing, Marika had obtained great benefits. This, however, was not limited to Marika. With the miracle of the Supreme God's blessing, Shuren, the hero, was a special existence to the entire elven race and even the Protoss. In addition, this hero also had great potential, and he was on good terms with the demons. Gradually, this hero could no longer be regarded as an ordinary hero. Naduna could understand how much impact Shuren's existence would have on this world. As a hero, Shuren was destined to become a person who would affect the relationship between the gods, humans, and demons in this era. But this was still the least impact. This hero was even more special. He had a close relationship with the dragon demons, and he had also come into contact with the moon demon, the beast demon, and the devil demon. The succubus and the poison demon had also become interested in him and even started to take action. His existence had a great impact on the demons. He was married to the most precious treasure of the human race, the heir of Mitra, and the modern hero. His existence had a great impact on the human race. There was no need to mention the Protoss. Even if he did not save the evil goddess Lilith and even entrusted her with the true seal, even if he was not a hero and did not have a connection with the Protoss, the race that guided his growth, just the fact that he had the Supreme God's blessing, was enough to set off an uproar among the Protoss. After receiving the blessings of the goddesses, the blessed would be regarded as the spokesperson of the goddesses who gave the blessing. Moreover, the higher the level of the goddess, the more obvious this tendency would be. As a result, at the level of the three goddesses, those who received their blessings would not have a low status among the Protoss. For example, even if Rosie's uniqueness was excluded, just the fact that she had the blessing of the goddess of fate made her qualified to make the goddesses of the Protoss lower their heads. Not only the lower gods, but even the superior gods had to lower their heads in front of the existence who received the blessings of the three goddesses to show their respect. When necessary, Rosie could even issue orders to the goddesses of the Protoss in the name of her own main god. For the Protoss, who had an extremely strong sense of class, this was a huge power that could not be disobeyed. Under such circumstances, Shuren, who had the Supreme God's blessing, could also issue orders to the Protoss in the name of the Supreme God. In the name of the Supreme God, by then, who in the entire Protoss could resist his orders? No, including the three goddesses, everyone would have to listen to his orders. Wasn't this influence great? However, why did Shuren receive this blessing and why was he summoned to this world? These were all mysteries. What did this mean? It meant that there was a bigger secret behind Shuren. It was enough to override all the things mentioned above, and it could subvert everything and the secrets of the entire world. The Moon Devil probably realized this, so he didn't dare to act rashly, right? That was what Nadura thought. The Supreme of the Demons already knew Shuren's identity. Then, with the taboo that the demons had towards the hero, logically speaking, they should have taken action immediately and responded. However, Sela had not done anything to Shuren. She didn't even denounce or question the Protoss about this matter. She didn't interrogate the Protoss about whether or not the Protoss had activated the sealed hero summoning with the intention of harming the demons. This was obviously abnormal. Nadura didn't think that this was because the Moon Devil was concerned about the relationship between her sister and Shuren. The Moon Devil Sela, the supreme of the demons, the peak of the current demon world, the resourceful demon couldn't remain indifferent after knowing the existence of Shuren and his true identity. Nadura guessed that the Moon Devil was worried about Shuren's influence and the secret behind this hero that suddenly appeared, so she didn't dare to act rashly. Nadia was even sure that the Moon Devil must be trying his best to investigate Sean's case. Before the investigation yielded results, not only would she not do anything to Shuren, she would also try her best to protect him, lest something happen to Shuren and destroy the current peace, causing the power behind him to erupt. This was also the reason why Scylla appeared at Sean and Rosie's engagement party, and together with the demonic dragon, restrained Lita's. It wasn't because she had a good relationship with Shuren, but because she had to do her best to find out what was behind this while maintaining the current peace. For this purpose, the Moon Devil didn't even tell her other sisters about the hero. Beast Demon Lita and Ghost Demon Milu, these two obviously didn't know Shuren's identity. Otherwise, they wouldn't be as calm as they were now. Perhaps, compared to Shuren's matter, the two demons were more concerned about the maid. To some extent, the maid's matter was more troublesome and dangerous than the hero Xianxia's matter. In the end, these two dangerous people were actually together. For those who knew about it, it should be no different from a nightmare, right? In addition, 10 years ago, that Xianxia also appeared and did that thing. All this happened, what does it point to? Nadura hid a huge worry in her heart. Fortunately, Xian didn't know what Nadura was thinking. At this moment, he was already having a headache because of the current situation. The matter about Marika, the truth about the birth of the Protoss, the terror of the blessing that he held, isn't the amount of information a bit too much? Xian sighed. Nadura noticed this and also guessed some of Xian's thoughts. At this moment, this goddess of nature patted Xian's shoulder. You don't have to worry, this isn't a bad thing for you. At the very least, by staying by your side, Marika will have more possibilities and a better future. You don't need to worry about your blessings. That's what we have to consider. You just need to maintain the status quo. Nadia tried to persuade him, don't worry about it. This could be considered a wish of Nadura's. If Xian could maintain the current situation, growing up peacefully and steadily, not getting involved in any trouble or any dangerous secrets, that would naturally be for the best. Nadura and Sila had the same thoughts. They only hoped that before the secret behind this was exposed and became uncontrollable, they would do their best to make preparations and carry out investigations to prevent it from happening. This was not something that Xian needed to worry about. Again, no matter what, the God race will always be your strongest support. I hope that you can trust us and fight alongside us like the brave warriors of the past. Nadura showed a carefree and elegant smile to Xian. That beautiful smile more or less soothed some of the fluctuations in Xian's heart. Unfortunately, in the next second, an even greater fluctuation came. Speaking of which, a long time ago, I accidentally heard the Mother Goddess mention the name of the first hero. That name is a bit similar to yours. Nadia suddenly remembered such a thing. Is that so? Xian was slightly startled. Yes. Nadura nodded. Then, as if she was reminiscing about something, Nadura spoke. If I remember correctly, the name of the first hero is quite close to you. I remember that it was called that, right? Nian. While saying this, Nadura completely did not notice that Xian's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. Inside, it was full of shock. Outside the gate of the shrine of the goddess of nature. At this time, Sophie and the other two were still waiting here. The three of them did not speak, nor did they do anything else. They just stood there quietly, waiting for Xian and Marika to come out of the shrine. However, Sophie and the others had to wait for an entire hour. The three of them did not feel impatient. However, seeing that Xian and Marika had not come out of the shrine for so long, Sophie and the others still felt a little incredulous. So long, Rhea could not help but say. Yeah, Naya also agreed. And hearing their words, Sophie more or less knew what they were thinking. An hour's time was nothing to the long-lived elves. However, when meeting the goddess of nature, who was one of the top figures in the divine realm, it was a little surprising that they could actually talk to her for an hour. Goddess Naduna must have a lot of things to say to those two, right? Sophie sighed. To be able to talk to the top figure of the divine realm for so long was something that others looked up to. If the other party did not really care about it, how could the high and mighty goddess talk to someone for so long? Rhea and Naya were surprised because of this. Could it be that there is a very serious problem in the matter of Marika's magic power skyrocketing? Rhea made such a guess. Not necessarily. Naya, however, had a different opinion and said, if she only wanted to talk about Marika, then Goddess Naduna wouldn't have called that man of a different race. Naya felt that what Goddess Naduna wanted to talk to those two must not only be about Marika's problem. That's true. Rhea agreed, but still said, it's just that, what exactly about that foreign male attracted Goddess Naduna's attention, so that the goddess did not hesitate to go down to the lower realm to see him? Isn't that nonsense? Naya said angrily. That foreign male has such a good relationship with the demonic dragon, and he has the evil goddess Lilith by his side. Even the demonic beasts and demons live under the same roof with him. Do you think Goddess Naduna would still not notice him? Of course I know that the foreign male is special. Rhea sighed. What I mean is, why would the great existences like the demonic dragon, demonic beasts, demons, and the evil goddess Lilith be attracted to that foreign male, and why would they like him? This. Naya was speechless. She also wanted to know this question. Not to mention those great existences, even the kingdom's most precious treasure and Adol's black dragon were attracted by that alien male and gathered around him. Why would these people like a human male so much? I'm sure many people want to figure this out, right? But it was still a mystery. That was why there were so many people who were curious about the man from another race. You all, Sophie said. Don't underestimate Count Pottertoot. Sophie shook her head and said, he himself is a very powerful existence. You should be clear about this. Indeed, both Rhea and Naya had to admit that. Xian was indeed very strong. As legendary-level elven archmages, not only did they have the sensitivity to magic power unique to elves, but they also learned the skill, magic sense. Therefore, when they first met Xian, they could already sense the terrifying magic power in his body. As legendary-level elven mages, not only did they have the sensitivity to mana that was unique to elves, but they also practiced the skill, mana perception. Hence, they could sense the terrifying mana in Xian's body the first time they saw him. As the only 3 legendary-level archmages in the elven race, their magic power was also quite strong. Not to say that they were ranked among the top in the world, but in terms of the human race, their magic power could definitely squeeze into the top 5. As the only 3 legendary-level mages in the elven race, the 2 of them had rather strong magical powers. Although they might not be ranked in the entire world, their magical powers could definitely be ranked in the top 5 of the human race. Furthermore, Rhea and Naya were no longer surprised by the strength of a person's magic power after experiencing the magic power of Sophie, the elven royalty who possessed the strongest level of magic power all year round. In the end, when they first met Xian and felt his terrifying magic power, they would have lost their composure if it wasn't for Sophie leading them. In the end, when they first met Xian, they felt his terrifying magic power. If it wasn't for Sophie leading them, Rhea and Naya would have lost their composure long ago. That alone was enough to show that Xian was extraordinary. Not to mention, according to the rumors, Earl Borstut had done quite a number of shocking feats in the outside world, proving how strong he was. Rhea and Naya did not know how powerful this man was, but they would definitely not underestimate Xian. Otherwise, as legendary powerhouses, the 2 of them wouldn't be willing to entertain Xian, a guest of a foreign race, willingly with Her Majesty the Queen. However, there were simply too many big shots around Xian. All the famous and terrifying beings were gathered around him, causing many people to subconsciously neglect his own strength. If Rhea and Naya did not have the skill, mana sense, they might have also subconsciously neglected Xian's own strength. It could only be said that the reputation and presence of the people around the man were too strong, which more or less overshadowed his own light. It was an interesting phenomenon. The important people only notice Count Porstuart. Only those who aren't famous will look at him in a different light because of the people around him, said Roland. Sophie pointed out the main point. What they didn't know was that in the end, those great existences actually revolved around Count Borstut, with him as the center. That was the truly terrifying thing. What did it mean? It meant that there was indeed something about Xian that made those big shots treat him as an equal, or even a central figure. Now, the arrival of Goddess Naduna has also proved this point. Sophie's voice sounded in Rhea and Naya's ears. Goddess Naduna is not here to see the demonic dragon, the demonic beast, or the devil demon. She is not here to see the evil goddess Lilith. The person the goddess wants to see is this Count Estut. Even the matter with Marika was probably dealt with in passing, right? Sophie's words made Rhea and Naya fall silent. At this moment, there was only one question in their minds. That was, how did this man from a foreign race do all this? Also, what was that ever-present sense of closeness on his body? Rhea and Naya began to feel curious. Sophie felt the same, but after a moment, she suppressed the curiosity in her heart. Because Sophie did not want to arouse her interest in Xian. Once she became interested in a man from a foreign race, she might not be able to resist approaching him. And if she got too close to him, was it possible that she would also be attracted to him? After thinking about it for a while, Sophie did not dare to think about it anymore. so Sophie quickly killed the thought in her heart. This was something Sophie was very good at. In order to avoid getting too close to a man from a foreign race and having thoughts that she shouldn't have, Sophie had been like this for thousands of years, constantly controlling herself to keep a distance from a man from a foreign race. If it weren't for this, Sophie would not have maintained her original heart for thousands of years. Even in the face of the brave ones, she could not change her attitude. I am a royal family of the elves, the guide and leader of the elves. I have so many people to take care of and protect. If I fall in love, lose my original heart, and become blind because of love, then I may abandon so many people. I can't do that. Yes. She couldn't do that. Just because she did not dare to bear the consequences, nor did she want to bear it. I'd better not think about the matter of the kingdom's count. Sophie warned herself. No matter how much she thought about it, what could she do? What could she do even if she found out the reason why the other party was so special? At that time, would she get even the slightest bit of benefit? No, we elves are originally isolated from the world. What does it matter what the other party is like, and what's so special about her? Sophie secretly warned herself like this, and quickly regained her composure. At this moment, Rhea suddenly said something. Queen. Rhea seemed to have thought of something important, and after hesitating for a while, she said in a low voice, "Do you think it is possible for Marika to be blessed by Goddess Najula?" Sophie was woken up on the spot by his words. Blessing, Sophie muttered. She knew what Rhea meant. What Rhea was referring to was naturally the power that all elves dreamed of, goddess of nature's blessing. It's possible. Sophie's eyes lit up, and she said to herself, Marika already has magic power comparable to that of a royal family, so Goddess Najula is very likely to bless her and make her blessing. If that was the case, it would be a blessing for the elves. It had been a long time since the elves had given birth to a child who could be blessed by the goddess of nature. For the elves who regarded the goddess of nature as their highest belief, this was undoubtedly a matter of great concern. If Marika could be chosen by Goddess Najula and become her blessing, it would definitely be a joyous event worthy of the entire elven race's celebration. However, Naya, who was at the side, said so. Will it work? Naya subconsciously said, even the queen was unable to receive Goddess Najula's blessing back then. Even if Marika has magic power comparable to that of a royal family, she may not necessarily be chosen by Goddess Najula, right? As soon as this was said, Sophie's eyes immediately dimmed. Naya. Rhea scolded. I'm sorry. Your Majesty. Only then did Naya react, and she hurriedly knelt down. There was no other way. Not being able to receive the blessing of the goddess of nature was a lifelong pain for Sophie. Originally, as a royal, Sophie had the opportunity to receive the blessing of the goddess of nature. Unfortunately, at that time, the war between the gods and the demons was in a critical situation, and the goddess of nature was in charge of guiding the heroes that appeared at that time, causing the goddess of nature to miss Sophie's blessing ceremony, and could only send the next most trusted superior god to bless Sophie. For Sophie, this was not a glorious thing, and could even be said to be very humiliating. In the tens of thousands of years of elven history, including Sophie, only 3 royal families were born, and the first 2 royal families eventually received the favor of the goddess of nature and were blessed by the goddess of nature. Sophie was the only one who missed the opportunity to receive the blessing of the goddess of nature, which would undoubtedly be recorded in the history books. Now that peace had arrived, Sophie could imagine that the royal family born in the future would not miss out on the blessing of the goddess of nature. As a result, she became the only royal family in the history of elves who had not received the blessing of the goddess of nature. One could imagine how painful and regretful this was for Sophie. Of course, Nadia was also clear about this. In fact, Najula had wanted to bless Sophie countless times, and replace the blessing on Sophie with her own. Normally, humans could only receive one blessing from the goddess of nature, and one chance to receive the blessing of the Protoss. Even if the Protoss themselves wanted to change it, they could not do so. However, the goddess of destiny, Ledas, as the existence closest to omnipotence, could use her own power to erase the blessing on the human race. As long as she asked the strongest goddess to help, then Najula would be able to bless Sophie again, and make her own blessing. Back then, Najula had thought that it would be enough to give Sophie another blessing, which was why she had sent her most capable superior god to temporarily bless Sophie when the war was in a critical situation, and she had to guide the heroes. Who would have thought that an accident would cause all these plans to fail to materialize? Sophie remembered what happened at that time, and a bitter smile and helplessness appeared on her face. Get up, Xianxia. Sophie helped Xianxia up and shook her head. You're right. I didn't get Goddess Naduna's blessing. That's the truth. Xianxia nodded. But... Xianxia wanted to say something, and even Rhea wanted to say something, but was stopped by Sophie. The truth is the truth, no matter what you say, it cannot be changed, Sophie said generously. It has been thousands of years, and I have already gotten over it. You don't have to worry about me. Hearing this, Rhea and Xianxia lowered their heads and did not say anything. Sophie still had a smile on her face. As for what she was thinking, only she knew. Rumble, suddenly, the door of the temple rumbled. They're out. Sophie's spirit was lifted, and she woke up the two cronies who had their heads lowered. Together with them, they looked in the direction of the door of the temple. The door slowly opened, and the figure who had entered the temple within an hour came out. However, seeing that figure, Sophie and the others could not help but be stunned. The reason was simple. There was only one person who came out of the temple. Phew, after coming out of the temple, the first thing Xianxia did was to take a deep breath. The first hero, recalling what Naduna had just told him, Xianxia's heart was filled with complicated emotions. He would never have thought of it. He would never have thought that he would hear the name Nian from Najuai's mouth in that situation. On top of that, this name actually belonged to that first-generation hero. What is this? Xianxia did not know how to describe his current feelings. That was because he had just found out another huge mystery. Was it just a coincidence? Or was there another reason behind it? Xianxia felt that his brain was not enough to process everything. That useless goddess didn't explain anything. Great, now that the mystery is finally related to you, how can I continue to ignore it? Xianxia sighed silently. Previously, Xianxia knew that there must be some unknown reason for him to be summoned to this world after 1,000 years after the Demon King's crusade. Even though Nian had explained that the reason why she did it was because of the primordial devil, Xianxia still found a few loopholes in her explanation. There must be a deeper reason for him to be summoned to this omnipotenson as a hero. Xianxia did not delve into that reason before. Because he was not strong enough. At first glance, it was obvious that this matter involved many things, and it was also related to whether the peace between the celestial, human, and demon races could be maintained. Xianxia was not Lan Outyin, so he naturally would not think that he could really rely on a holy sword to fight against the heavens, the earth, and the universe, so he chose not to delve into these secrets. If one wanted to come into contact with such a huge secret that was directly related to the world itself, one would only be courting death without strength. Understanding this, Xianxia decisively suppressed all the questions in his heart and focused on improving his strength. He was very clear that only by improving his strength would he have the qualifications to compete with the real big shots. When he came into contact with some big secrets that he should not know, he would also have enough confidence to decipher them and deal with the subsequent dangers. Hence, Xianxia had not come into contact with those secrets that he should not have come into contact with, apart from occasionally targeting the old demon's faction. But now, is it time for me to come into contact with these secrets? Xianxia had a hunch. It seemed like the time was ripe. Although his level was not considered high, at level 77, he would be considered a powerhouse in a country, but in the human world or even the entire omnipotenson, it was nothing. But his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. 2 unique skills. 1 world-class blessing. 7 destiny skills. 2 magic skills. A total of 13 skills. Now, Xianxia had been reborn. Without unsealing the holy sword and using any trump cards, he could defeat the human race's strongest legendary tier knight. If he used his full strength, with his own blessing to suppress the Protoss and the holy sword to restrain the demons, even if Xianxia could not be invincible in the world, he could at least protect himself in front of the real big shots, right? AI even commented that with Xianxia's current strength, it would not be a problem for him to fight against the goddess of life and the goddess of nature. If he pulled out the holy sword, even if he faced the demons, he would not be helpless. Other than the goddess of destiny, he did not need to worry too much about facing anyone. This kind of strength was enough to let him come into contact with those secrets that Shuren had deliberately ignored before. What happened this time is a precursor. When Nadia mentioned the first hero and Nyan, it was an omen, a signal. Inexorably, there seemed to be something telling Shuren that it was time to take action. That useless goddess, what is she doing now? Shuren frowned. It seems like that goddess hasn't made any moves recently. Previously, from time to time, the goddess would ignore Shuren's opinion, forcefully summon him, or give him some advice, or willfully spoil his plans, which made him gnash his teeth in hatred. But recently, the goddess seemed to have completely disappeared without a trace. Could it be because my identity has been known by the two top figures of the Protoss? Shuren guessed. That goddess obviously did not want to expose her existence, especially to the Protoss. Otherwise, she would not have specially instructed Shuren to not tell Shuren about her existence and the details of his summoning. And recently, Shuren had gradually entered the vision of the big shots who could dominate the future of this world. It seemed reasonable that the goddess had become cautious and could no longer act so unscrupulously. He just did not know if that goddess was still paying attention to him and knew his current situation like the back of her hand. If that was the case, then it was a little thought-provoking. Thinking of this, Shuren gradually came up with a plan in his mind. Until now, I have been passively summoned by that goddess. I have never taken the initiative. Now, he might have to personally make a trip and try to find that goddess. Shuren decided. After the matters in the Empire are settled, I will find a chance to go to the Divine Realm. Shuren made such a decision. It sounded complicated, but in fact, so many thoughts flashed through Shuren's mind in just a few seconds. So, the time it took for Shuren to decide everything was just a few seconds. When he came back to his senses, the door of the temple behind him was slowly closing. And in front, Sophie and the other two were approaching. How is it? Sophie looked at Shuren and asked cautiously, is the meeting over? Rhea and Naya also looked at Shuren, as if they wanted to see something from Shuren's face. Shuren looked calm. Yes, the meeting is over. Shuren nodded at Sophie and said, thank you, Queen. No need to be so polite, everything is just according to the will of the goddess we believe in. Sophie shook her head. Soon after, she finally asked, however, why are you the only one who came out? Sophie asked the question that she was most concerned about. Not only Sophie, but Rhea and Naya were also very concerned. Why did only Shuren come out, and not Marika? Could it be that there was really something wrong with Marika? Sophie and the other two frowned slightly. Seeing this, Shuren spoke. Don't worry, Marika is fine, Shuren said. She just returned to the Divine Realm with the Goddess of Nature. In a very casual tone, Shuren said something that Sophie and the other two couldn't calm down. Marika and the Goddess Nature returned to the Divine Realm. Rhea and Naya cried out in surprise. Sophie was also stunned. Seeing the reaction of the three legendary elven mages, Shuren couldn't help but laugh. But he didn't lie. Marika had indeed returned to the Divine Realm with Najula. About 10 minutes ago. When the conversation was over, Nadura made a suggestion to Melika. Do you want to be my well-wisher? Nader sent a sincere invitation to Marika in front of Shuren. However, this invitation was undoubtedly a great shock to Marika. Become the well-wisher of the Goddess of Nature. Marika's eyes widened, and she was completely dumbfounded. Her reaction was even more intense than when she learned that Shuren had the Supreme God's blessing. It couldn't be helped. Nader's suggestion was too shocking for Marika, who was an elf and regarded the Goddess of Nature as her highest faith. Anyway, at that time, Marika panicked. I. How can I? Marika panicked and didn't know what to do. Not to mention Marika, even Shuren didn't expect Nader to suddenly propose such a thing. However, they didn't know that Nader had been planning this for a long time. As I said, I've been paying attention to the heroes around you for a long time, and I've been paying attention to you for a long time, Marika. Nader showed a kind smile to Marika and said gently, you're a well-behaved child. Although you lack experience, you have a kind and pure heart, and you're willing to work hard and push yourself forward. Even if you feel nervous and afraid in the process, in the end, you'll overcome the fear in your heart and bravely take your own steps. Now that you have magic power comparable to the royal family, you're fully qualified to be my well-wisher and walk in the mortal world in my name. Nader said this very sincerely. Therefore, I would like to invite you to be my well-wisher. I wonder if you would be willing to accept. Nader's courteous words caused Marika to panic on the spot. Please don't say that. Goddess Nader. Marika said in a panic, I'm just a very insignificant person in the elf race. Even if I don't have extraordinary talent, there are many people in my race who are more powerful and talented than me. How can a person of my level become the well-wisher of the goddess? Marika had already gone past the stage of panic and entered a state of panic. Obviously, Nader's invitation was a big blow to Marika. After all, this was the blessing of the goddess of nature, the highest belief of the elf race, the glory that everyone dreamed of. Even the current elf queen had not received such a special honor. She was just an ordinary elf, so what right did she have to receive such glory? Thus, Marika unsurprisingly became nervous and flustered. But Najula had been staring at Marika, her eyes never wavering. I know that suddenly asking you to be my well-wisher must have some impact on you, Nader said seriously. But I'm sincere, my child. I've always been watching over you, so I'm sure that you have the right to do so. Nadia said seriously. Seeing Nader staring at her, although Marika still couldn't believe it and felt a little uneasy, she was no longer as panicked as before. At this moment, Marika thought of the last time she met the young master of the Xianxia family. At that time, Xianxia told her that the reason why he could arrive in time and save her was that the goddess of nature, Nader, had given him a revelation. This proved that Nader wasn't lying. She had indeed been watching her the whole time. Maybe you underestimate yourself, but please trust my judgment. Nader smiled and said, no matter what, I'm a goddess. So far, I've met countless humans and guided many brave warriors. I know very well who is qualified to be my well-wisher and who isn't. Speaking of this, Nader's tone became a little low. In fact, the current elf queen Sophie is also qualified to be my well-wisher. It's just that she was unlucky and was born at the wrong time. She also encountered that kind of misfortune, so in the end, she received a mediocre blessing. She must be very upset, right? I feel very sad, but there's nothing I can do. After what happened to her, I can no longer bless her. I can only give my blessing to another elf. Under such circumstances, Marika was chosen. Marika was instantly speechless. She didn't know what to do, so she could only look at Xianxia for help. At this moment, Xianxia had already calmed down from the shocking news that Nader had inadvertently revealed. Seeing Marika's pleading look, Xianxia shrugged. Isn't it good? Xianxia said. I think it's not bad. Xianxia agreed with this. That was reasonable, wasn't it? Haven't you always felt that you're inferior to others and were afraid that you wouldn't be able to catch up with your childhood friend? Xianxia tapped Marika's forehead and said, now, there's a chance for you to be reborn. Are you still going to refuse? Of course, Marika didn't want to refuse. It was an irresistible honor for any elf to become a well-wisher of the goddess of nature. Even Marika was the same. But, do I really have that qualification? Marika was extremely unsure of her own abilities. Believe in me, and believe in yourself, Marika. Nader rubbed Marika's head and said in a gentle voice, you've actually been reborn. You can have a relationship with a hero, and you've also transformed because of the goddess of nature's blessing. The current you is completely different from before, and you'll only get stronger and stronger. With the relationship between Xianxia and Marika, the two of them would definitely be intimate with each other in the future. And once they were intimate, Marika's magic power would become stronger and stronger because of Xianxia's blessing. Under such circumstances, if she received the goddess of nature's blessing and received the protection of nature, then she would definitely get more and more benefits. This was a never-ending path. Wouldn't it be a pity if she didn't take it? Moreover, don't you want to become stronger? Nader looked straight at Marika and said, don't you want to become more outstanding so that you have the qualifications to stay by the side of the person you love? This sentence made Marika feel suffocated. Don't you want to become stronger? Don't you want to become better, so that you are qualified to stay by the side of the person you love? When these words came out of Nadia's mouth, Marika knew that she couldn't refuse this invitation. Because now, she was very clear about how extraordinary and special Shuren was. In front of such a Shuren, what was so special about an ordinary elf? Nothing. If she wanted to stay by Shuren's side and not be left behind, then Marika had to bravely make her own choice and become extraordinary. I won't say that after becoming my well-wisher, you are qualified to follow your lover. But I promise you that I will do my best to train you, guide you, and make you more outstanding. In this way, one day in the future, you might be able to stand by his side and help him solve his problems. Najula ignored Shuren's protesting gaze and spoke to Marika. His future will definitely not be too peaceful. There's even a possibility that we'll be drawn into a terrifying conspiracy. When that time comes, do you want to help him, or do you want to watch him from afar and wait for him to come back at home? I hope you think about it, my child. That was all Najula said. Marika had nothing to say. But the panic on her face finally disappeared completely, and was gradually replaced by another look. It was uneasiness. It was determination. Najula's words successfully touched Marika's heart. And so, Marika agreed. Outside the gate of the shrine, Shuren clearly explained this to Sophie and the others. Is that so? Sophie was silent for a long time. Her face was blank and disappointed, but it was finally replaced by relief and happiness, which made her smile beautifully. Good. Sophie said loudly, the elves will finally have a well-wisher of the goddess of nature again. That's great. Sophie was happy for Marika and the elves from the bottom of her heart. On the other hand, although Rhea and Naya were somewhat happy and gratified, they had more complicated feelings. In the end, Marika still became the well-wisher of the goddess Najula. Yes, the two of them murmured. They didn't know why they felt sorry, but they also didn't know why they felt sad. Shuren glanced at the three elves, and finally fixed his eyes on Sophie. He remembered that Najula had said that something had happened to the elven queen in front of him, causing her to not be blessed by the goddess of nature. For such a Sophie, the fact that Marika could become the well-wisher of the goddess of nature might be very significant. But Shuren was not interested in learning about Sophie's story. First, it had nothing to do with him. Secondly, he already had a lot of headaches. He didn't have the mood to solve other people's mysteries and intrude on other people's privacy and secrets. Next, Shuren quickly explained Marika's situation. Because Marika has already received the blessing of a goddess, the goddess of nature can't give another blessing to someone who already has a blessing. But according to her, as long as she went to the realm of the gods, she could ask a certain goddess to remove the blessing from Marika. So, the goddess of nature brought Marika to the realm of the gods to ask that goddess for help, and also to give an explanation to the goddess who had blessed Marika. Stealing someone else's well-wisher could be a big or small matter. In a big way, it could be a conflict comparable to the death of one's father. For example, Lida's regarded her well-wisher as her own, and treated her well-wisher as her own daughter. If someone wanted to remove her blessing and steal her well-wisher, she would definitely fight them to the death. Among the Protoss, the goddesses would often fight over an outstanding well-wisher. Thus, the matter of removing a blessing was definitely not a small matter. If one really pursued it, it would be a big problem. But if one were to say that it was a small matter, it was indeed very small. As mentioned many times before, this kind of importance to well-wisher was more obvious among the Protoss as the higher the level of the god. In other words, if it was a low-level god, they actually did not care much about the matter of their well-wisher. The low-level gods had the most well-wisher. The common people of the human race were all blessed by the low-level gods of the Protoss. Only the truly outstanding geniuses would be favored by the high-level gods and become the well-wisher of the high-level gods. Unfortunately, the population of the Protoss was not that large. The population of the human race was tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of times more than that of the Protoss. With such a large population, more than 90% of them were ordinary people. These people were all blessed by the low-level gods. As a result, every low-level god would usually have an astonishing number of well-wisher, and most of these well-wisher would be mediocre all their lives until they died of old age. Such low-level gods would naturally not pay much attention to their well-wisher. Only the high-level gods would pay great attention to their well-wisher because their well-wisher was a genius of the human race and a future hero. This was especially true for the three goddesses. Sometimes, it would take hundreds or even thousands of years for someone to appear who was worthy of their blessing to appear. Naturally, they would pay great attention to that person. Under such circumstances, if a low-level god were to ask for a well-wisher, the low-level gods would most likely agree readily. They had too many well-wisher. One more or one less wouldn't make a difference. Of course, it didn't matter to them to the extreme. Unless, that person was really an amazing genius. In that case, the low-level gods might cherish it and feel pity. But if the well-wisher was a high-level god, or even one of the three goddesses, how could they refuse? Therefore, this matter was not a big deal in front of the low-level gods. Coincidentally, the one who had blessed Marika was a low-level god, and a low-level god under Nader's command. She could be considered as her subordinate, so she would definitely not refuse to give Marika away. However, Naduya still had to properly explain it to Marika. This could be considered her personality, as well as a thank you to the goddess who had blessed her for so many years for Marika. She had to finish what she started. In addition, she needed to find someone to help remove Marika's blessing. In the end, Nader decided to bring Marika back to the divine realm and give her some help. Marika's magic power has increased too quickly, and it will probably increase very quickly in the future. If we ignore it, it is very likely that she will lose control and go berserk. That was what Najula had said. She was going to help Marika learn the mana manipulation skill. With the magic control skill, Marika would be able to control her rapidly increasing magic power and not let it go out of control. With my help and the protection of the blessing, it shouldn't be too difficult for Marika to master the magic control skill. Nadia expressed that she would try her best to bring Marika back before the start of the peace ceremony. At that time, Marika would be the well-wisher of the goddess of nature, and her status in the elven race would rise. She would become an existence second only to the elf queen, and even the elf queen would have to respect her. That's how it is. Shuren said to Sophie and the others. Marika is fine now, and can even be said to be very well. If everything goes well, she will be back before the peace sacrifice. You don't have to worry too much. Hearing this, Sophie nodded. In that case, let's look forward to Marika's return. After saying this, Sophie did not say anything else. And since Sophie did not say anything, Rhea and Naya naturally would not say anything either. Just like that, Shuren and Marika's meeting with the goddess of nature came to an end. As a result, Shuren learned some secrets, and Marika became the well-wisher of the goddess of nature and was brought to the divine realm. She was about to be reborn. This matter quickly reached the ears of the elves who came after hearing the news. These elves, who had learned of the goddess of nature's descent, rushed over and had been pacing around the area. Amidst the clamor, they brought this shocking news back to the home of the elves. It didn't take long for everyone in the elven homeland to know two things. 1. Shuren had obtained the approval of the goddess of nature and could continue to stay in the elven homeland. 2. Marika would become the well-wisher of the goddess of nature and receive her blessings. One of them was a male alien who had been on high alert, and the other was an invisible elf who did not have much of a presence. But after this matter, their status in the elven homeland was destined to undergo a huge change. Today, the elven homeland was destined to be very lively. Even at night, the group of beautiful elves were still discussing with one another in high spirits, making the originally quiet and peaceful elven homeland as if it were a city in the outside world, presenting a rare clamor. When Caroline led the elven division to patrol the streets, she was caught many times. Hey, Caroline, has that male alien really been accepted by the goddess of nature? Can he really be trusted? Just like the hero from 1,000 years ago? Do we no longer have to be so wary of him? One by one, the elves asked Caroline the same question, making her feel very depressed. Caroline really wanted to say something. That man is very dangerous, you'd better continue to be on guard. Otherwise, these naive elven girls would probably be bewitched by that man's aura that was close to nature. Caroline did not want to see that happen. But when she thought about how the goddess of nature had already accepted him, if she said something like that, she would instead be suspected of doubting the goddess of nature. She could not say anything. Hence, Caroline could only toss out a gloomy sentence. Perhaps. With that, Caroline slipped away with the elven squad. She didn't want to see how her clansmen would react at all. But while she did not see the reactions of her people, she could not ignore the reactions of her companions in the elven division. He actually obtained the approval of the goddess of nature. I heard that he chatted with the goddess for over an hour in the temple. There's really something special about that male of a different race, right? That aura that is close to nature might have something to do with the goddess of nature. Do you think we should sneak over to see him? We didn't dare to get close to him before. This time, we should be able to see the secrets of that male alien. Yes, yes. Count me in. The elven casters seemed to have developed a strong interest in Shuren. Needless to say, the fact that Shuren had obtained the approval of the goddess of nature made them subconsciously lower their guard. This made Caroline feel very uncomfortable. She felt as if she was watching the people around her walk down a path of no return. Her intuition told her that this was a very dangerous matter. Once more and more elves became interested in that male alien, the situation would become more and more dangerous. No. I have to think of something, Caroline thought to herself. At the same time, another elf had sunk into deep thought just like Caroline. That elf was Genome. Marika is going to become the well-wisher of the goddess of nature. At this moment, Genome was carrying bricks. Her expression was somewhat absent-minded, and her whole person was in a daze like an emotionless brick-moving machine. She still couldn't believe all this. She didn't know if she should be happy or disappointed. Logically speaking, as a childhood friend who had been inseparable from Marika since childhood, Genome should have been happy for her to become the well-wisher of the goddess of nature. However, in Genome's eyes, Marika was still the same childhood friend who needed his protection. She was weaker than him and always hid behind him. She was easily nervous and timid. Now, this childhood friend had actually become the well-wisher of the goddess of nature. Genome was naturally incomparably shocked and confused. Ever since he'd heard the news, only a few words had been echoing in Genome's mind. Why did Marika become the well-wisher of the goddess of nature? Isn't she weaker than me? How did that Marika do it? Is this real or fake? Thoughts like these hovered in Genome's mind, making him feel disappointed before he felt happy for Marika. This was because she had a feeling that she had been left behind for some reason. It's only been 2 years. How did you suddenly become so unfamiliar, Marika? Just like that, Genome was muddle-headed as she dealt with the aftermath of the damage she had caused during the day. At this moment, she looked lost and helpless. At this moment, Shuren still didn't know what had happened in the elven homeland. After leaving the goddess of nature's temple, Shuren returned to the treehouse. Rosie and the others hadn't returned yet. They were probably strolling around. Ai hadn't woken up either. She was sleeping very soundly. On the contrary, Light had already woken up and was drinking tea in the hall. You're back? After saying that, the furry little beast held the teacup and drank leisurely. That scene was not only unscientific and unrealistic, but it also made one unable to restrain one's laughter. Fortunately, at this moment, Shuren wasn't in the mood to make fun of her. He had something to say. I know where the guy who performed the demon refining ritual in Tagor's forest is. Shuren threw out this sentence. Light's hands froze. An ominous glint flickered in her eyes. Tagor's forest, on the edge of an extremely remote cliff. Swoosh! Amidst the sound of something breaking through the air, a figure suddenly appeared here as if it had teleported, and came to the top of the cliff. Light was lying on Shuren's head, watching this scene, and said with some emotion. I didn't expect your teleportation skill to be able to pass through the boundary of the elves and directly teleport outside. It seems that its level is not low. Light boasted. Shuren moved his head, as if he felt a little uncomfortable, or rather, displeased. He did not want to be ridden by Light, and wanted to get rid of her, but failed. Light lay firmly on Shuren's head, as if stuck there. No matter how much Shuren moved, she was as steady as a mountain, and did not move at all. Shuren could only give up. I only recently thought of using this skill to pass through the boundary, and directly enter and exit the boundary. Shuren said rather unhappily, if I had thought of it earlier, I wouldn't have had to wait for Marika to open the boundary of the elves, and I would have been stopped by the elven army. The ability to teleport was quite special and rare, and apart from spatial mages, basically no one could master this ability. Although Shuren had mastered this ability, he had not used it for long, after all, and he was still exploring many of its uses. The reason why he could think of using teleportation to pass through the boundary was all because of Xianxia. Shuren suddenly remembered that the young lady, as a spatial mage, had invaded the boundary of the capital 10 years ago, entered the palace, and stole something related to the Demon King. Since that young lady could do it, he should be able to do it too. Although some boundaries were of a very high level, even space would be separated, and even teleportation would not be able to pass through. His destiny beyond was not only integrated with many skills, but it had also been upgraded to the maximum level, so he should be able to give it a try against the boundary of the elf's hometown. Therefore, as a result of the attempt, Sean successfully brought light through the enchanted field of the hometown of the elves and out of it. Otherwise, it would probably take a lot of effort for Shuren to get out of the elf's hometown without using violent means of destruction. Light even wanted to call Milu back and use her strength to traverse the area. If it were not for Shuren's destiny beyond, it would probably not be just one person and one beast here. Now, hearing Shuren's words, Light shook his head. Even if we don't open the barrier, Sophie will still be alerted eventually. Don't forget, there's still the Queen's palace in the elven homeland. There's no way Sophie wouldn't be able to detect the intruder's magic. Well, you're right, Sean replied nonchalantly. Light did not care, and directly looked forward. Light did not care, and directly looked forward. Light narrowed his eyes. Is this the place? Shuren did not answer. He stared at the stone wall in front of him, and suddenly, the mana in his body surged out. Give. Dispel. Shuren's mana turned into waves and rushed towards the stone wall. In the next second, a tremor and a phantom appeared on the stone wall at the same time. Not long after, the stone wall slowly disappeared amidst the trembling and shaking. In its place was a cave. The entrance was very wide, and it was a huge cave with a diameter of more than 10 meters. In the cave, a previously undetectable wave of mana drifted out. It was an evil, chaotic, and oppressive mana. This mana, Light's expression darkened. What a familiar mana. Shuren was slightly sarcastic. The two of them easily recognized it. This mana was the unique mana of the alchemy ritual. What did this mean? Just as the goddess of nature said, there is still an unknown alchemy ritual hidden here. Shuren said slowly. Yes. There was an unknown alchemy ritual hidden here. This news was told to Shuren by Nadwa. Before returning to the divine realm, Nadwa told Shuren that she was actually searching for traces of the mastermind behind the alchemy ritual in Tagore Forest. The mastermind should be an old demons belonging to the primordial demon. Nadwa said to Shuren with certainty. In the past, the person who performed the alchemy ritual was not necessarily the primordial demons, but a third party who was used by the primordial demon. Therefore, it was not difficult to deal with the alchemy ritual, but it was very difficult to find the mastermind of the primordial demon. Until now, whether it was the demons or the Protoss, they had never caught the real members of the primordial demon. Each time, they only caught a third party who was used by the primordial demon. It was the same at the Edro Canyon. In the end, only a group of nobles led by the Galuoli family were punished, but the mastermind of the primordial demon was not caught at all. They did not even find a trace of the mastermind. But this time, Nadwa was sure that the person who stirred up trouble in Tagore Forest was a member of the primordial demon. The reason why she was so sure was simple. If the mastermind wasn't from the primordial demon, then with the surveillance ability of my authority, I would have found the mastermind long ago. Nadwa told Shuren so. But this time, I couldn't find the mastermind immediately. It took me a lot of effort to prove that the mastermind had some kind of method to avoid my detection. It was obvious that only the primordial devil possessed such methods. The oldest faction of demons had always been on guard against the spying of the goddess of nature. Not only did they frequently change their base and headquarters, but they also shuttled back and forth between the human world and the demon world. They also had some methods to deal with Nadwa's authority. That was why they had been able to live in peace for the past 1,000 years. This time, after Nadwa learned that the alchemy ritual had reappeared, she had been spying on the situation in Tagore Forest, trying to find the mastermind of this ritual. Who would have thought that Nadwa would be surprised to find that she had not been able to find the mastermind, not only did this not dishearten Nadwa, but it also lifted her spirits. This was because the goddess of nature realized that the person who appeared this time was most likely a member of the primordial demon, which was why he could avoid her detection to a certain extent. So, Nadwa monitored the entire Tagore forest all night, trying to find traces of the mastermind. Even if the mastermind had some means to avoid being discovered directly, there was no way to eliminate some traces. No matter what, the mastermind was still a living being, and it needed to eat, so it would leave behind all kinds of living auras and traces. These things, even if deliberately eliminated, would still leave behind some unnatural traces. As long as Nadwa continued to search and monitor, she would definitely be able to find them, and based on these traces, she would be able to deduce the mastermind's location. With this ability, Nadwa would be on guard against many beings, thinking that her authority was extremely difficult to deal with. Otherwise, Scylla would not have been constantly on guard against Nadwa, and the primordial demon would not have needed to change its base and headquarters so frequently. Just like that, after a whole night of searching, Nadwa successfully found some traces. When all these clues were connected, they finally pointed to the cliff here. This was also why Nadwa took the initiative to meet with Shuren and tell him about this. Thanks to this, Shuren brought Lyde to this place. Lyde was very excited. If we can really catch the real member of the primordial demon this time, it will undoubtedly be a great progress. Lyde stared closely at the cave in front of her, feeling the unique magic power of the alchemy ritual emanating from within, and spoke cautiously. Wait a minute, I'll inform the demons scattered in the Tagore forest and have them surround this place completely. Hearing this, Shuren did not express his opinion. It was also good to surround this place, just in case the rat that they had caught with great difficulty escaped. Right now, the mastermind should be creating the alchemy ritual inside, right? Shuren curled his lips and said, hiding the ritual in this place, then carefully catching monsters from the outside and throwing them inside. Although it's more troublesome to carry out the ritual this way, it's safe enough to not be easily discovered and then destroyed by you guys. This was also a solution in a desperate situation. Since the beast demons and devil demons had personally led the troops to surround and annihilate the mastermind, with the primordial demon's cautious style, it would naturally prefer things to be a little more troublesome than to have a direct confrontation with the enemy. Therefore, the mastermind could only secretly carry out the alchemy ritual in the dark, unlike before, where the mastermind directly turned a demon's habitat into a ritual ground and unscrupulously carried out the ritual. Unfortunately, the mastermind wouldn't have thought that this time, the goddess of nature has descended and even found their traces, thus discovering this place. Sean smiled playfully, but he didn't say that to Lyde. I'll go in first, what about you? That was Shuren's reply. He would definitely go in first. This ritual didn't work on humans, but it would affect the minds of the monsters and demons, causing them to kill each other. In addition, it would also isolate the two spaces inside and outside of the ritual. Even if the demons came over and had the means to avoid being affected by the ritual like Jacinta, it would still take a lot of effort to enter. Shuren couldn't wait that long, and he didn't want to give the mastermind too much time to react. The ritual ground had already been discovered by him, and the mastermind would react sooner or later and respond. If the mastermind came to face him head-on, Shuren naturally wouldn't be afraid. What he was afraid of was that with the primordial demon's cautious and timid style, the mastermind would immediately retreat and escape without a word. If that happened, Shuren wouldn't be able to do anything. That was why he had to go in first. Then let's go in first, Lyde said decisively. My subordinates received the message I left behind, so they should be here immediately and take action. We don't need to wait for them. That's good. Shuren nodded. Then let's go in. Reed nodded. The man and the beast disappeared on the spot, and the cliff returned to silence. Only the evil magic continued to spread. As it turned out, Shuren's destiny beyond was indeed extraordinary. After fusing many skills and leveling it to the maximum level, not only the enchantment of the elven hometown, but even the magic power of the alchemy ritual that completely isolated the inside from the outside could not stop Shuren's teleportation. Therefore, Shuren easily invaded the interior of the ritual and entered the cave. After entering this place, Sean discovered that the malevolence and density of the mana here was far from comparable to what it had been before. What an evil magic power! Shuren frowned and muttered, "The malice contained in this magic power is almost as bad as the evil aura in the Black Temple that sealed Lilith back then, right?" This was a very serious matter. With such evil magic power, I'm afraid that not only monsters and demons, but even humans and Protoss would be affected if they come here. If they stay here for a long time, I'm afraid that some mental disorders will occur. Lide's expression was also solemn as she said, "It seems that this place has existed for a long time. It should be a fixed ritual location built by the original demon." As the largest magical creature forest in the human world, the primordial devil would naturally not leave such a large hunting ground unused. Even though the demons and elves had been monitoring the Tagore forest and repeatedly destroyed the alchemy rituals that appeared here, the original demon still attacked again and again. They did not expect every ritual to succeed, but if they succeeded 1 out of 10 times, it would be a kind of harvest. After all, other than the Tagore forest, there was really no other ritual location that was easy to hide and had so many powerful monsters. As long as the original demon's goal was to create the 7th demon man and the 2nd demon king, they could not resist the temptation of holding the ritual in the Tagore forest. Under such circumstances, it was only natural that the original demon would set up a very hidden ritual location in the Tagore forest. In order to avoid alerting the Elder Devil race and the Elven race, they could only slowly gather demonic beasts and allow them to kill one another here. As long as they didn't attract the attention of the Elder Devil race and the Elder Devil race, they would be able to slowly gather demonic beasts and turn them into sacrificial offerings. However, as long as they didn't attract the attention of the Elder Devil race and the Elder Devil race, they would be able to produce many outstanding sacrificial offerings over time. While slowly collecting sacrifices in the dark, from time to time, they would make some big moves and hold rituals on the surface. Every once in a while, they would get a big harvest and increase their progress a little. This was probably the original demon's strategy. "It seems that we really caught a big fish this time." Lide was a little excited. Then, she thought of something and asked Shuren, "By the way, will you be okay staying here?" Naturally, Lide was referring to whether the evil magic power here would affect Shuren. With the evil magic power, even Lide was a little worried that Shuren would be affected. Lide didn't think that, "I'm not even afraid of Lilith's evil energy, so why would I be afraid of the magic power here?" Shuren was very disdainful. Of course, the situation here was still different from Lilith's situation. Lilith's evil energy was terrifying, but she was a goddess. The evil energy she controlled was also her own authority. For Shuren, who had the Supreme God's blessing, it was no threat at all. The magic power here was different. It had nothing to do with the authority of the Protoss, so Shuren's blessing could not help him. However, even without the blessing to protect him, Shuren still had the right as destiny to protect him. Under the effect of the right as destiny, unless it was a negative state above the transcendent level, it would not be able to hurt Shuren. Even if it was above the transcendent level, Shuren's right as destiny would gradually increase its endurance based on the duration and number of times it endured the negative state. In other words, in this environment that slowly affected others, it was almost impossible for anything to happen to Shuren. As time passed, Shuren's endurance against the evil magic power here would only increase. This kind of chronic damage could be said to be completely restrained by the right as destiny. Therefore, there was no need to unseal the Holy Sword. With the power of the Holy Sword, Shuren would be completely immune to the negative state, and he could move freely in this place. That's good. Lide was relieved. At this moment, there was some movement in front of them. Thud. 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 Thud, a faintly discernible sound of heavy footsteps accompanied by slight tremors on the ground appeared here. At the same time, an even denser evil magic power emitted from the cave. This is... Shuren and Lide's expressions changed at the same time. They raised their heads and looked inside the cave. There was only a creepy darkness. There was no light, and they couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. On the other hand, Sean's 6 senses had been enhanced because of the perception ability of external destiny. Even in this pitch-black darkness, he could still see things freely. Lide didn't seem to be affected, and she looked ahead with a burning gaze. The man and the beast didn't say anything and just looked at each other quietly. Then, a huge figure slowly appeared in front of Shuren and Lide's vision from the darkness ahead. Seeing that huge figure, Shuren and Lide were shocked. This was because it was something that both man and beast were very familiar with. The alchemist demon. Yes. The alchemist demon. The huge figure that appeared from the darkness was the alchemist demon. It had 8 completely different legs. Some were like a cow, some like a horse, some like a tiger, and some like a leopard. They were all of different lengths, and they were doing strange body movements. Its body was also pieced together, and it had a few heads, but its original form was completely indistinguishable. Moreover, its body was extremely huge. It was at least 10 meters tall. XXXXXXXX. An indiscernible and terrifying cry sounded from its countless mouths, and it formed an ear-piercing noise that turned into a sound wave that shook the surroundings. Holy sh*t, Shuren was shocked. There's actually such a huge alchemist demon? Even Lyde couldn't hide her surprise. The alchemist demon before them was the largest and most diverse one they had ever seen. Looking at its size and the fact that it was pieced together from an uncountable number of monsters, it must have devoured and fused many times to reach its current form. Moreover, its aura was powerful, and its magical power was massive. It was something that Shuren and Lyde had never seen before. Lyde understood it almost instantly. Be careful. That's definitely an alchemist demon that has devoured legendary-level monsters. Lyde warned loudly. Almost at the same time, the gigantic alchemist fiend moved. Boom, in a loud boom, the countless mouths of the alchemists' heads opened and spat out countless attacks. Among those attacks, there were lightning, flames, ice, floods, and even poisonous gas. Countless magical breaths blasted towards Shuren, instantly engulfing the area where Shuren was, ravaging, destroying it. If not for the alchemist ritual that separated the inside and outside of the cave, the alchemist's breath attack would have destroyed the cave and swept outside. Without a doubt, this was a legendary-level attack. If hit by such an attack, not even a drop of blood would be left behind. Not even his bones would be left. However, it was not easy to hit Shuren. Swoosh, Shuren's figure suddenly appeared in midair. He didn't float, and instead, he fell in the direction of the alchemist. Lyde had already leaped away from Shuren's head. The holy sword fell into Shuren's palm. Shuren defied gravity and landed on the ground, sweeping towards the back of the alchemist. At the next moment, with a buzzing sound, the holy sword in Shuren's hand glowed with a dazzling brilliance. Huh? Seeing the brilliance, Lyde couldn't help but exclaim. Sean, on the other hand, had already raised the holy sword in his hand high with this brilliance. Slash! The brilliance turned into a sword ray and fell like a cold crescent moon. Pfft! With a crisp tearing sound, the sword light cut through the troll's body and cut into its huge body, chopping off several wriggling heads and some of its strange limbs. XXXXXX. The alchemist howled in pain. However, at the same time, a poisonous gas gushed out of the alchemist's wound and instantly enveloped the surroundings. What? Shuren was about to launch a second attack and didn't expect this at all. Caught off guard, the poisonous gas touched his body. Pfft! In the blink of an eye, Shuren's clothes were corroded, causing one of his sleeves to vaporize on the spot. There were even holes in his clothes due to the corrosion, making Shuren look like a mess. XXXXXX. The alchemist roared again as if its ferocity had been aroused. The remaining heads on its body broke out one by one and pounced in Shuren's direction with tentacle-like meat pillars. In an instant, Shuren, who was forced to retreat by the poisonous gas, was surrounded. Give and burn. Without hesitation, Shuren released the give and burn spell. The target was the poisonous gas around him. On top of the poisonous gas, Shuren added the burn characteristic. Boom, an explosion suddenly sounded. The poisonous gas that gushed out of the alchemist's wound turned into raging flames as if it had been ignited. The heads connected to the meat pillars that pounced at Shuren were also burned. The meat pillars were ignited, and the flames followed them and climbed up the alchemist's body. XXXXXX. The alchemist howled in pain as its entire body was shrouded in flames and incinerated. The heads on its body screamed in pain, and its limbs wriggled crazily, like broken limbs and bones struggling in the flames. Disgusting. Shuren flew out of the flames and couldn't help but show a disgusted expression when he saw the scene. Light also frowned deeply, but the way she looked at the alchemist became more and more serious. XXXXXXXX. The chaotic roars were still ringing, causing dust and gravel to fall from the ceiling of the cavern. The gigantic alchemy fiend was engulfed in flames and burned incessantly, causing its body to distort as if there were countless individuals howling and wailing inside. The heads and limbs of the fiend were moving in a disorderly manner. Needless to say, that scene really made people feel uncomfortable, both physically and mentally, unable to adapt to it. Shuren called it disgusting, but in fact, it was worse than disgusting. At the very least, if girls like Lucia and Marika were here and witnessed this scene, they would definitely turn pale with fright and even faint on the spot. Xian also had the urge to chop the monster in front of him into pieces and completely destroy it, so as not to pollute his eyes. But this gigantic alchemy fiend was indeed different from the ones that Shuren had seen before. It was level 96, and just as Lyde said, it was definitely an alchemy fiend that had devoured and fused with legendary tier monsters. It was powerful, bizarre, and difficult to deal with. Back then, if Yulin had lost to the alchemy fiends that besieged him, wouldn't it have become like this? This gigantic alchemy fiend was what happened to Yulin after she failed to resist the ritual. Shuren was sure that this alchemy fiend had existed for a long time, and the number of alchemy fiends that it had devoured and fused with was mind-boggling. As a result, its mode of action and form of existence had changed. How sad, but regrettably, you're beyond saving, Lyde said pitifully and heartlessly. Shuren boy, set it free. Sure. Shuren glanced at his tattered clothes, mumbled, and nodded. In an instant, terrifying magical energy surged out of Shuren's body like a storm. XXXXXX. The giant demon seemed to have sensed danger, and it let out an even more terrifying roar as it went berserk. Immediately, flames, lightning, frost, flood, and poisonous gas were spat out from the mouths of the countless heads on the troll's body. The overwhelming attacks came at Shuren, intending to annihilate him. This time, Shuren didn't teleport to dodge, nor did he raise the holy sword in his hand. Instead, he slowly raised his hand. With boundless magical energy, attract the stars beyond the heavens, Shuren chanted an incantation. Dazzling lights, blazing flames, obey the command of the one who controls the night sky, and reveal the mysteries and trajectories of the gods. That's light, that's the powerful power of the heavens. So, shine, stars, so, descend, light. Starlight shone from Shuren's body. Starlight shone from Shuren. From the mana that gushed out of Shan's body, celestial bodies quietly formed, and together with the starlight, they swept forward. As magical energy surged out of Shuren's body, celestial bodies formed one after another. Together with the starlight, they swept forward. And so, an incredible scene happened. First, the flames that touched the nebula were blown away. Second, the lightning that landed on the nebula was turned into electric arcs and absorbed. Next, the ice and frost were shattered, and the floodwaters were defeated. Finally, even the poisonous gas couldn't escape and was annihilated by the nebula. All of this happened in an instant. In an instant, the unbridled power of the 96 alchemy fiend was neutralized by the starry arrays, effortlessly. In Shan's hands, the superior magic of the celestial body magic had become even more terrifying, and he was using it more skillfully and mysteriously. But this was the true power of the starry arrays. Different from Aurora Meteor Shower, which was the most destructive celestial magic, this, starry arrays, was actually a magic that could attack and defend at the same time, and it had many functions. The celestial bodies that formed the star array were extremely flexible when used for attack, but they could also display incredible power when used for defense and counterattack. This magic was even considered to be the most versatile among celestial magic. By changing the combination and composition of the star array, it could have different magical effects. For example, now that Shuren had formed a nebula with celestial bodies, it could exert various effects such as dispersing, absorbing, crushing, collapsing, and annihilating. This was the correct use of the starry arrays. Shuren had only used it for attack before, which was undoubtedly a reckless waste of God's gift. Now, with Shuren's fusion of many magical and magical skills, the hidden destiny skill was born, which greatly increased the power of magic and the manipulation of magic. The true use of this magic was finally unleashed. Using this move to end you can be considered as not letting you down. Shuren announced. Disappear. Shuren suddenly clenched his fist in the direction of the huge alchemy demon. Swoosh. The nebula immediately rushed out and dispersed in the process, turning back into celestial bodies that surrounded the giant alchemy demon. The giant alchemy demon still wanted to struggle before death. Unfortunately, the countless celestial bodies that surrounded it suddenly trembled, and streaks of light shot out. In the blink of an eye, the band of light touched the giant devil. But unlike in the past, they didn't show amazing destructive power and bombarded the enemy like light beams. Instead, they seemed to entangle the enemy, and as the celestial bodies continued to rotate, they entangled the giant alchemy demon. The giant alchemy demon kept struggling. The celestial bodies, however, were indifferent. They quickly flew around the giant alchemy demon, and the light streaks kept entangling the giant alchemy demon. Before long, the giant alchemy demon's huge body was completely entangled by the light streaks, without leaving a single gap. The giant alchemy demon turned into a cocoon of light, struggling and roaring inside, causing various parts of the cocoon to rise and fall frequently. However, the struggle and the ups and downs quickly disappeared. The cocoon of light suddenly beat like a beating heart, again and again. Every time it jumped, the light cocoon would shrink a little. After 3 or 4 beats, it had become an object the size of a soccer ball. The struggling alchemy demon inside had completely disappeared. Finally, puff. With a crushing sound, the cocoon of light seemed to have completely crushed the thing inside into meat paste. As it jumped, it shrank to the size of a palm. Then, the cocoon of light and the celestial bodies around it dissipated. The giant alchemy demon also disappeared without a trace. Its fate was to be completely crushed by the cocoon of light into nothingness. Not even a bit of meat was left behind. Only then did Shuren restrain the surging magic power in his body. Alright, it's over. Shuren put away the holy sword, looked at his tattered clothes, and sighed. Beside him, Light approached. She looked at Shuren as if he was a monster. Why are you looking at me like that? Shuren was surprised. Light stood up in annoyance. Nothing, I just feel that you seem to be more capable than I thought, Light said meaningfully. Light pointed out, magic of devotion, celestial magic, teleportation, and that flash of light from your sword just now, not a single one of them is ordinary at this point. Light paused for a moment. Especially that flash of light. Light stared straight at Shuren and said, why do I feel like it's familiar? Obviously, because Shuren used Fate of the External Buddha to activate some of the sealed power of the Holy Sword. Light could feel the holy power of the Holy Sword. What's wrong? Shuren didn't answer Light's question, but asked in return, as the one who kidnapped your sister, can't I be a little special? Shuren's words were so self-righteous that Light almost choked. So this fellow still had some self-awareness? Light wanted to ask more, but after thinking about it, she gave up. Forget it, the more capable you are, the more it proves that AI's eyes were right. There's no point in me being calculative. Humans are truly blessed by the heavens. It's fine that there's the princess, but now there's even a little monster like you who has so many tricks up your sleeves and can easily kill a legendary tier alchemist. No wonder the Protoss imitated the heroes and created the human race. Light sighed. That's right. You're a little monster who can easily kill a legendary tier alchemist. In front of real monsters like you, I don't dare to call myself a monster. Shuren curled his lips. But in the next second, Shuren suddenly realized something. Wait, did you just say something that you can't just let go of after hearing it? Shuren looked at Light in shock. You're saying that the human race was created by the Protoss imitating the hero? I've never heard of such a thing. But after thinking about it carefully, it doesn't seem strange at all. Why do you think there's a human race like the hero in this world? Light said disapprovingly, isn't it because the Protoss saw the hero's extraordinary potential, so when they created the human race, they used the hero as the model and created the human race? The purpose of the god race's creation of the human race was to fight side by side with them against the demon race. Since that's the case, it's not surprising that the Protoss would use the hero as a reference to create the human race. They must be hoping that the human race could be as useful as the heroes, right? In fact, they might even want to create their own heroes. That might not be the case. Therefore, the original model of the human race in this world is actually the hero from another world. Apart from the elves, the human race was the first one created by the Protoss, the first human race to appear in this world. I don't know. Shuren was speechless. He had a feeling that the hero's influence in this world was much greater than he had imagined. Come to think of it, it was only natural that the hero would have such a huge impact on this world. After all, he was the third life that appeared in this world and the first human in the truest sense of the word. Moreover, no matter what, the hero was in existence on the same level as the Supreme God and the Demon King, and the three of them were mutually restrained. In that case, the Supreme God created the Protoss, the Demon King created the demons, and the hero was the origin of the human race. It didn't seem to be unacceptable. Well, anyway, Shuren felt that the hero's dignity had returned, unlike when he heard that Mitra's pursuit of the Elf Queen was rejected and that he could only go back to marry a maid in disappointment. But, as a hero, will I pull down the hero's level again? Shuren felt that he had to seriously consider this question. Lyde didn't know what was on Shuren's mind. She just felt that since Shuren had such strength, he could continue exploring this cave. We've just entered this place, and we've already encountered an alchemy demon that devoured and fused with a legendary demon. It seems that this place has existed for a long time, and there must be a lot of secrets hidden in it. Lyde gazed into the darkness ahead and said solemnly, I'm afraid there's more than one alchemy demon of this level inside. That was what Lyde thought. Shuren was a little puzzled. Are you sure? Shuren asked doubtfully, don't alchemy demons kill and devour each other's things? In that case, Shuren didn't think that there would be other alchemy demons here since the alchemy ritual had existed for a long time. Even if there were, those alchemy demons must have killed and devoured each other, so how could they coexist in the same place? Previously, the reason why he was besieged by so many alchemy demons was because alchemy demons would usually devour ordinary monsters and demons before fighting and devouring each other. When there were other life forms around, the alchemy demons would usually attack them first, especially demon creatures and demons, which would definitely attract the other party's attack first before attacking the individual with massive magic power. Perhaps that alchemy demon just now happened to be nearby and sensed the massive magic power on Shuren and Lyde, which was why it took the initiative to attack them. Under such circumstances, Sean believed that the chances of there being other refinement demons here would be very low. Lyde had a different opinion. Once you reach the legendary realm, it will be very difficult to determine a clear winner. Even legendary realm experts are divided into strong and weak ones. Generally speaking, it will be easy to defeat the other party, but not necessarily to kill the other party. Lyde analyzed it calmly. That's because we can still escape if we can't beat him. We're both at the legendary stage, so there's no way we can't escape. The same logic could be applied to the refinement demons as well. Judging from the appearance of that alchemy demon just now, although it is as brutal and aggressive as the other alchemy demons, it already has the most basic sense of crisis. It won't just attack blindly and abandon its defense for that. Instead, it will struggle and feel pain. Then, we can't guarantee that the alchemy demons won't flee when they encounter an opponent that they can't defeat after they reach such a level. If that was really the case, then it would not be easy for an alchemy demon of this level to quickly determine a victor and devour its opponent. At this point, Lyde's voice was a little cold. This place has existed for a long time. In that case, it's very likely that the original demons of the Old Demons faction have provided many powerful demon creatures as materials for rituals during their long hunts, including some legendary demon creatures. At this point, Lyde's voice was a little cold. If that's the case, then this ritual ground is a fixed facility for them to cultivate a large number of high-level sacrifices. It's very likely that there are other legendary alchemy demons inside. After thinking about it for a while, Sean agreed with Lyde's words. It was indeed not easy for one party to massacre the other in the legendary realm, unless the other party had a unique skill that could break through common sense. However, monsters didn't have unique skills, and the alchemy demons naturally didn't have any. In that case, the gap between them wouldn't be too obvious since they were both in the legendary stage. In that case, there might be multiple legendary alchemy demons here. Only at this level would they be able to restrain each other, and it would not be so easy to determine the victor. Those that weren't in the legendary stage must have been devoured by the legendary alchemy demons that stood at the top of the food chain. The reason why the alchemy demons appeared near the entrance of the cave was probably because they were waiting for new sacrifices to be thrown into the ritual ground so that they could taste them as soon as possible. With such a habit, these high-level alchemy demons might have the basic consciousness of a beast, just like Lyde said. It was a pity that the alchemy demon was unlucky. Instead of a delicacy that it could enjoy, it was Xian, a ferocious warrior. Not even its bones were left. Even its ashes were crushed into nothingness without needing anyone to scatter them. Shall we go in then? Xian decided to ask about it. Let's go in. Reed nodded. If it were someone else, I would have asked him to leave. But a little monster like you can easily kill a legendary level existence. Even if there are legendary level alchemists inside, you should be able to handle it. In that case, we have to go in. Even if we can destroy all the legendary alchemy demons here, it will still be a huge gain. After all, these high-level alchemy demons are the best sacrifices for the young demon dwellers. Every time one of them is destroyed, the seventh demon dweller will be born one step later. If this place is completely destroyed, it will definitely be a huge hindrance to the primordial demon's plan to create the seventh demon dweller. Therefore, he had to explore this place, and the sooner, the better. I should have brought Milu or Aie here. That would have been easier. Lyde said regretfully. You're quite free. You've been watching from the sidelines. Can't you come and help? Xian said unhappily, but he didn't stop and slowly walked deeper into the cave. Lyde jumped onto Xian's head with all four limbs. It's not that I don't want to help, but I can't. Lyde said casually. I'm different from Milu, who can use her power without restraint. The amount of power I can display is directly related to my current form, body size. If I want to use power that can destroy legendary beings, the environment here doesn't meet the conditions. Conditions? Xian asked curiously. What conditions do I need for you to do that? It's simple. Reed glanced at Xian and said, the venue has to be big enough, wide enough, and there are no innocent beings around that will be affected by me. That will work. Why does it sound so dangerous? Can't it be done here? Xian asked as if he was weighing his words. It's not that it can't be done. Lyde seemed to have seen through Xian's thoughts and smiled faintly. But like I said, it's a bit of a problem if you want to use power that can destroy legendary beings. At that time, not to mention this small cave, even the entire Tagore forest might suffer a devastating blow. Lyde didn't say that out loud. She only said it. I don't want to become a sinner in the human world, so I'll leave this place to you. Lyde acted like a boss who didn't have to do anything. Your ability to order people around is definitely at the level of transcendence. Xian rolled his eyes. Thanks for the compliment. Lyde replied nonchalantly. The man and the beast continued to bicker as they entered the cave. It made the darkness even deeper. At the same time, in the deepest part of the cave, the sound of water could be heard. One of the offerings has lost its mana. Accompanied by such a sound, the sound of water gradually became louder. Upon closer inspection, there was actually a pond so clear that one could see the bottom of it. In the pool, a graceful figure emerged from the water. She stood up and stretched her alluring body. Her delicate body was naked, and she looked beautiful. Her long, wet hair was hanging down freely like a waterfall. But her brows were tightly furrowed, causing her to grumble. Looks like a rat came in. The woman confirmed. Otherwise, with the current situation, without her guidance, the legendary alchemists wouldn't have been able to devour each other so easily. Now, one of the alchemists had lost its mana, but no other alchemist showed signs of increasing mana. This could only mean that the alchemy demon had not been devoured, but had been destroyed. Something that would do such a thing couldn't be an alchemist. Alchemists would only devour others, not destroy them. In that case, it was clear what had happened. Has this place been discovered? The woman muttered. This is a little troublesome. Despite saying that, the woman didn't show much emotion. Instead, her tightly furrowed brows loosened. Fine, I plan to use the alchemists here to attack the hometown of the elves soon anyway. It's just a matter of time before this place is exposed. Besides, this place wasn't needed anymore. Otherwise, the higher-ups wouldn't have allowed her to do as she pleased and use the alchemists here to attack the hometown of the elves. Now, it was just a little earlier. Let's see who's here. The woman came out of the water and walked to the shore. She picked up a black robe and draped it over her body, hiding her alluring, wet, and delicate body in the black robe. Then, the woman raised her head as she walked barefoot, dripping with water. A pair of crimson eyes flickered in his eyes. I'm looking forward to our next meeting, Sophie. The woman touched her ears and smiled coquettishly. Her ears were sharp and long. Thump, 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 in the dark cave, heavy footsteps like this could be heard from time to time. The huge monster's figure wandered in the darkness from time to time, looking very terrifying. If it were someone else, they would be trembling in fear and pale in the face of such a scene. They would run away without hesitation, wishing to get as far away from the monster as possible to avoid being swallowed in one bite. Even a powerhouse above level 80 who was sought after and respected by countless people in the outside world could only be reduced to an insignificant ant in the face of these monsters. They would be swallowed into the monster's stomach and become an insignificant snack. Without a doubt, this was a devil's den. A devil's den with many violent and terrifying monsters that could bring nightmares to intruders. It was believed that even the kingdom's most elite knights would find it extremely troublesome to face these monsters here. However, at that very moment, a figure appeared soundlessly in front of such a monster. Yo! The man who held the sealed holy sword and had a mysterious furry beast on his head extended his hand and greeted the monster in a friendly manner. First time meeting. Shuren grinned and said, then, farewell forever? Saying so, Shuren moved in front of the monster in a flash, extended his hand, and placed it on the monster's body. Oblivion. Split, magic was spat out from the palm and instantly covered the monster's entire body. Poochie. A loud tearing sound echoed, causing the monster's skin and flesh to split open. Its entire body seemed to have been cut by countless blades, becoming riddled with wounds and dripping with blood. XXXXXX. The monster was finally awakened by the intense pain. Only now did it react and let out a terrifying wail. Unfortunately, it was too late to react at this time. Oblivion. Stiffen, oblivion. Slow, oblivion. Stun, oblivion. Paralyze, oblivion. Heavy, with the continuous flow of magic, Shuren continuously imposed various negative statuses on the monster's body, causing the monster's wailing to stop abruptly. Its entire body instantly froze and couldn't move. It even directly collapsed on the ground as if it was drunk, on the verge of collapsing. Star arrays. Without any hesitation, Sean once again used the superior celestial body magic. Starlight flickered, and the celestial body took shape, turning into countless rotating stars that swept out and surrounded the monster. They shot out light ribbons and entangled the monster heavily. Not long after, the light chrysalis replaced the monster's original position and appeared in the pitch-black cave. Then, the light chrysalis began to beat. After a beat, it shrank. After 10 beats, it shrunk. After 10 beats, it shrunk by 10 times. By the time the crushing sound was heard, the light chrysalis had completely disappeared. Of course, the monster also disappeared without a trace, and its terrifying figure could no longer be seen. Only then did Shuren clap his hands in satisfaction. He retracted his magic and ended his work. A legendary tier alchemist that could single-handedly destroy a small country and even the kingdom's royal knights were troubled by it was killed by Shuren with lightning speed. The legendary alchemist, who could single-handedly destroy a small kingdom and make the kingdom's guards feel troubled, was killed by Sean in a thunderous manner. In just 10 seconds, Shuren had killed a legendary tier existence. In just 10 seconds, Sean got rid of a legendary existence. Shuren calculated. The alchemist just now was the third one he had killed since entering this cave. The refined demon he had just killed was the third one he had killed since entering this place. Lyde laid on top of Shuren's head and witnessed the entire process of Shuren killing the legendary tier alchemist. You're becoming more and more like a monster. This is already the third one, yet you still killed it so easily. If I hadn't seen Mitra before, I would have suspected that. You're the one who could even wrestle with the goddess of fate. That's indeed a high evaluation. Lide sighed as he watched the entire process of Shuren killing the legendary tier alchemist. You're becoming more and more like a monster. This is already the third one, yet you still killed it so easily. If I hadn't seen Mitra before, I would have suspected that you're the one who could even go toe-to-toe with the goddess of fate. That was undoubtedly a very high evaluation. She even compared him to the hero who defeated the Demon King. Wasn't that a high evaluation, but those were Lide's sincere words. You won't run out of mana? Lide was really doubtful. It couldn't be helped. Shuren's performance was just too amazing. It was as if his mana would never run out. He used such powerful spells one after another, and he seemed to be doing it with ease. It was no wonder that Lide was doubtful. A spell that could work on a legendary tier alchemist and have such an obvious effect must be extraordinary. Even a legendary tier elven mage would have to consume a lot of mana to use one of those spells. It was already a good result to be able to kill one successfully. But what about Shuren? It was as if he didn't need money. He used it lavishly every time and instantly killed a legendary tier alchemist with ease. His mana didn't seem to be decreasing at all. This devil power was so huge that it was probably unparalleled in the world. Even as a devil, she couldn't compare to it, right? How would Lide know? Indeed, it will consume a lot of mana to play like this, Shuren said with a nonchalant expression. But it won't be a burden to me. With Shuren's current mana, he could indeed use such powerful spells as he pleased. That level of consumption would undoubtedly be terrifying for others, but for him, it was like a drop in the ocean. Even while they were talking, Shuren's mana that had just been consumed had recovered. If that was the case, how could he restrain himself and not use the most powerful method to kill his opponent? To put it bluntly, Shuren's current attainments in magic were far above that of a legendary tier great mage. In the battle with Ali Dia, Shuren only used close combat methods and held back. If he had used magical methods, he would have been able to defeat Ali Dia quickly. The abundance of mana allowed Shuren to have the confidence to use countless powerful methods. If it was someone else who used mana like Shuren, even if they could kill an alchemy demon, they would collapse on the spot. They wouldn't be able to recover without resting for a day and night. And Shuren's close combat methods also consumed a lot of mana. The use of Fate of the External consumed mana. The use of Fate of the External consumed mana. The use of Fate of the External consumed mana. Even the use of Fate of the External, Fate of the External, and Fate of the External consumed mana. Otherwise, did they really think that Shuren could use teleportation so frequently and generously without consuming any mana? Depending on the distance and the strength of the obstacles, Shuren would need to consume a corresponding amount of mana when he used teleportation. It was not hard to imagine how much mana would be consumed for a high-level skill like instant movement to be used once. At least, others certainly could not be like Shan, who could use it as he pleased without any scruples. Therefore, most of the credit for Shuren's current strength could be attributed to his incomparably large amount of mana. Without enough mana, even if Shuren fused countless skills with Fate of the External and obtained the 7 powerful Fate skills, he wouldn't be able to use them as he pleased. His strength would definitely be greatly reduced. Fortunately, Shuren had a special skill like Providence, which allowed him to have the greatest improvement in all aspects when he leveled up. Moreover, Fate of the External also greatly increased his mana and mana recovery speed. Because of this, Shuren had a special level of mana that allowed him to have his current strength. This level of magic power was astonishing even in the eyes of a demon dweller like Lide, so it was evident from this. However, Shuren also had the help of 2 special skills, Providence and Fate of the External, to have his current mana. So-called special skills were abilities that could transcend common sense to a certain extent. Shuren had a total of 2 special skills, and each of them was incomparably illegal, which provided him with amazing growth potential. Actually, it was natural that he would have such amazing mana now. But, it seems like we're almost here. Shuren looked around. We've been here for a full 2 hours, and we've only encountered 3 large alchemists. It seems that there aren't many groups of legendary tier alchemists here. Lide agreed with Shuren's statement. Legendary tier monsters are rare to begin with. Even if there are a few in Tagore Forest, they have survived since ancient times. Each of them has amazing strength and a sense of danger. If they see that the situation is not good, they will immediately escape. Even the original demon wouldn't be able to catch many legendary tier monsters for the ritual, right? Lyde pondered. Of course, it's also possible that most of the legendary tier alchemists have been devoured by the Nephilim larvae, and the original demon used them to create the seventh Nephilim. That was more likely. In any case, Shuren didn't believe that there would only be 3 legendary tier alchemists in such a large ritual ground. Perhaps, as Lyde said, most of the legendary tier alchemists that once existed here had been recovered by the original demon and fed to the Nephilim larvae to create the seventh Nephilim. So there are only 3 left here? Shuren asked casually. Or should we continue searching? My suggestion is to continue searching, Lyde said. Since the ritual ground is still here, it means that the Nephilim larvae, the core of the ritual, are also here. At the very least, we have to find it and destroy it on the spot. All right. Shuren shrugged. I don't like those monsters anyway. As soon as he said that, a laugh rang out. Is that so? I think they're cute. When the sudden laughter entered their ears, Shuren and Lyde reacted at the same time. No, it should be said that before the laughter sounded, both of them had already sensed it and looked towards the source of the laughter. This magical power, Shuren furrowed his brows. He felt a familiar magical power, but for some reason, it made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Who is it? Lyde asked coldly, his beastly eyes staring at the shadow on the left. There was a tunnel there. The sudden laughter came from the other end of the tunnel. Then, I see, I didn't expect the famous beast devil to come, no wonder the 3 legendary alchemy fiends disappeared without a trace. With such words, a figure slowly walked out from the shadow of the tunnel. It was a tall and slender figure. The figure was wearing a black robe, and her face was covered by a hood. Her feet were bare on the ground, but there was not a single speck of dirt on them. They were fair and smooth, and one could tell that they were a woman's feet at first glance. The woman's voice was tender and charming. Rather than saying it was as pleasant as a silver bell, it was more like a mature woman, giving off a strong presence that was hard to deal with. However, the woman had a great body. Even though her body was covered by the black robe, the parts that should stand out still stood out and the parts that should be perky were still perky. Plus, the black robe was a little wet and clung tightly to her body, revealing her curvaceous body without a doubt. Without a doubt, this was a woman that could captivate men. Even though the other party had yet to reveal his face, just his figure and voice were enough to make one's eyes light up. However, Shuren couldn't have any evil thoughts in his heart. There were 2 reasons. First, it was because of her strange magical power. Another thing was that Sean could sense a very, very pure malice coming from the other party. That's right, malicious intent. It wasn't hostile or murderous intent, it was pure malice. That feeling was as if she would not feel any enmity towards the person who had spoiled her plans, nor would she feel any killing intent. However, no matter what, she would carry out all the vicious and evil things she could think of on the person in front of her. Even if the person was not her enemy or her opponent, it did not matter to her. So, Shuren instantly understood. She was an evil person. An undeniable evil person. All of her actions, all of her actions, all of her actions, were all for the sake of evil. This made Shuren feel disgusted with the black-robed woman. Lyde's face also turned heavy. This feeling of magic power, could it be? Lyde had a guess, but she didn't say it out loud. Compared to this matter, she had something else to figure out. Are you one of the original Devil's men? Lyde asked coldly. The black-robed woman replied quickly. Yes, Your Highness Lyde Dorma. The black-robed woman didn't care about the loose clothing she was wearing. She bowed in an exaggerated manner, loosening the black robe and revealing a large part of her skin. She even lost control of her front as she introduced herself. I am Maggie, an apostle of the old demon's faction, Original Devil. Apostle. This word made Lyde's eyes narrow. Apostle? Shuren didn't understand and asked Lyde, what's that? The one who answered this question wasn't Lyde, but the black-robed woman who called herself Maggie. Apostle is a position in the Original Devil, Count Borstut. Maggie smiled at Shuren. We, original devils, are different from the old demons faction. We have a clear hierarchy. Naturally, the one with the highest status is our master, who is also our leader. Below the leader are the 3 ambassadors and disciples who are directly under that lord. They are said to be under one and above all. And under each apostle, there are 4 apostles who listen to the apostles' orders. Normally, if the master has any orders, he would only pass it down to the apostles, and the apostles would be responsible for handing the missions to us apostles to carry out. The rest are all lowly people with no right to speak or influence. They don't even have the slightest status, and they don't even have their own will. They only listen to the orders like puppets. We, original devil, have many apostles, but they aren't important characters. At least, they aren't people that Count Borstat should pay attention to. The true core of the original devil is only the master, the 3 apostles, and the 12 apostles. Do you understand now? Indeed, Xian understood. That's how it is, right? The ones we caught this time are the core members of the original devil, right? Xian squinted his eyes and asked with a faint smile. However, Maki's expression didn't change, and she was even smiling. You can understand it that way. Maki shrugged her slender shoulders, and the black robe almost slipped off her body. She said, although I heard that the organization recently recruited a big shot and has the intention of creating a 4th apostle, at least this is the current situation of the original devil. Are you satisfied with this explanation? Oh, right. The reason why I know about Count Borstat's existence is that the apostle I'm under told me that a variable like you has come to the elf's hometown. Maki revealed the secret to Xian without a care. She said, that master told me to pay attention to the cute and pure elf girl beside you. I wonder if you are interested in introducing her to me. As soon as he said that, the smile on Xian's face disappeared. At the same time, an obscure and terrifying mana slowly burned on Xian's body, causing the temperature of the entire cave to drop by dozens of degrees abruptly and become extremely cold. Aya, how scary. Maki couldn't help but take a step back, but her voice was still as tender and charming as before. Lied also spoke. Calm down. Xian boy. Lied shouted, she is purposely provoking your anger. Don't fall for it. Of course, Xian knew that Maki was doing this on purpose. Xian wasn't so stupid that he couldn't see through such an obvious provocation. But even if he could see through it, he didn't have the tolerance to endure it. In essence, Xian was just an ordinary person who was easily impulsive. Congratulations. Xian said expressionlessly, if your goal is to provoke my anger, then you have succeeded. Xian slowly pulled out the holy sword from his waist. Are you going to attack me? Count Borstat? Maki's voice became pitiful, and she whispered, I am just a weak girl, I can't be compared to the big shots who once went against Count Borstat. Do you really want to attack someone as weak as me? At this moment, Maki's voice was like a witch's whisper, drilling into Xian's heart and lingering in it. At this moment, Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of pity. But, a power that can affect a person's mind and even soul? Xian raised his head and looked at Maki coldly. Is this what you are relying on? The feeling of pity that rose in Xian's heart was instantly neutralized by Rito's mandate. Maki's voice stopped, and her expression changed slightly. In the next second, Maki turned around without hesitation and ran into the dark tunnel behind her. Trying to run? At the same time, Xian instantly disappeared and appeared in front of the tunnel. Be careful. Lied, who was lying on top of Xian's head, suddenly warned. In fact, even without Lied's warning, Xian had already sensed it. He felt several terrifying magical powers and auras rushing out of the tunnel in front of him. XXXXXX. A cacophony of roars immediately came from the passageway. The ones that rushed out of the tunnel were 3 giant legendary-level alchemists. As they roared, they pounced over without any warning. Countless bloody mouths on their bodies opened wide, letting out flames, lightning, frost, torrents, poisonous gas, and other kinds of breaths with a loud rumble. Bang! A violent explosion occurred in the tunnel, and the shockwave was like a storm, shaking the entire cave. In an instant, sand and dust flew everywhere, and gravel filled the sky. If it wasn't for the fact that this was the venue of the alchemist ritual, and the space was already separated from the outside world by the ritual. This destructive power would have definitely destroyed the entire cave. However, in such a storm, Shuren didn't even take half a step back. Unlike before, he didn't use teleportation to dodge, nor did he use magic to block the attacks. Instead, it was as if he was going against the current. Without dodging or evading, he directly withstood the countless attacks and rushed toward the enemies in front of him. Hum. The air trembled. Clang. A dazzling radiance shone from the holy sword. Get lost, Shuren said coldly. He raised the shining holy sword in his hand and slashed like a windmill. Clang. A dazzling sword light suddenly appeared, and with a clear whistle, it swept in all directions. Poochie. In the neat sound of slashing, the 3 huge bodies of the alchemists were cut by the sword light, and they froze on the spot. Bang! The stone walls around the tunnel suddenly shook as if they had exploded, and a burst of gravel was sent flying. That was caused by the sword light brushing past them, leaving shocking cracks on their bodies. Swoosh! After slashing with his sword, Shuren teleported and disappeared on the spot. The flying gravel and the 3 frozen alchemists remained motionless. After a long time, the 3 alchemists finally moved. Their bodies were neatly separated into 2 extremely smooth halves, and they slowly fell to the ground. Blood dyed the ground red. The pitch-black passageway fell into dead silence. The corpses of the 3 giant fiends lay in a pool of blood, slowly losing their life force. However, in the darkness, another huge figure had appeared out of nowhere. It looked at the corpses of the fiends on the ground and lay down on them without hesitation. It was feeding on them. The corpse of the alchemy fiend lying in a pool of blood was devoured by the alchemy fiend bit by bit, gradually losing its original appearance. The process did not last long. Not long after, the figure devoured all the flesh and blood of the refinement demons, leaving only the blood on the ground. It was extremely eye-catching. Then, it turned around and left. A terrifying aura flashed across his body, causing others to feel fear. Swoosh, Sean's figure flashed out of the void like a phantom and appeared in an instant with the sound of something breaking through the air. Gone? Sean's brows furrowed as he scanned the surroundings. He arrived at a spacious cavern that looked like a square. The walls around the cavern had tunnels that led to other places, making the place look like a beehive. Are you planning to use the maze to escape? Shuren took a deep breath. Lyde, who was lying on the fiend's head, finally spoke. You should be careful. Lyde advised, that apostle is obviously trying to provoke you and lure you here. If you don't calm down, you might fall into her trap. Lyde was much calmer than Shuren. I know, Shuren said expressionlessly, but I can't help it. This is the only thing I can't stand. Although it was impulsive, Shuren had to use his actions to tell others how angry he would be if they tried to harm the people around him. Otherwise, did they really think he had no temper? Of course, you're telling others your weakness by doing this. Lyde sighed and said, I know you care about the people around you so much. When those self-righteous rascals want to deal with you, they will definitely start with the people around you. Lyde obviously still thought that Shuren was being too impulsive. But Shuren had no intention of changing his mind. From the moment I crossed paths with you, many people will think that they can't defeat me. Shuren said unhappily, just like you said, those people are just a bunch of rascals. They don't have much ability, but they want a lot of things. As long as they don't give up and don't want to lose these things, they will eventually target the people around me. No matter how strong Shuren was, he was still a human. He couldn't stay with others all the time and protect them. If that was the case, at least show enough power to deter most cowards, so they won't act rashly. This was something that Sean had understood from the moment he decided to deal with the Xianxia family in the capital. So, don't stop me, Sean said calmly. You can't stop me either. Don't stop me. After a while, the demon beast finally relaxed its body. Since it's your decision, I won't stop you. Lyde looked at Shuren and said, and, from an emotional point of view, I quite agree with what you're doing. If someone wanted to harm the people around her, Lyde believed that she would also be furious. The difference was that she might think more about things and force herself to calm down. Shuren, on the other hand, didn't care. He would act according to his heart and turn the anger in his heart into action. From a rational point of view, Shuren's actions were naturally not optimistic. But who would want to suppress their emotions and be forced to calm down and look at things rationally? Therefore, Light actually admired Shuren, even envied Shuren. At first glance, as a demon, she seemed to be stronger and scarier than Shuren. But who knew that the higher one's position was, the less freedom they had, as one of the apex of the demon race and the third elder sister among the 6 demon sisters, Light had to consider more than others and view some things more rationally. Shuren, on the other hand, did not have such restrictions. He could do whatever he wanted. Perhaps in the eyes of some people, he was too impulsive and reckless, but in fact, this kind of action was sometimes enviable. And so, Light didn't say anything else. Shuren didn't say anything either. He looked around and closed his eyes. He was concentrating on expanding and spreading out the perception of external mandate of destiny. Under such circumstances, Shuren felt like he had returned to the day when he fought against Ali Dia. He felt the wind. He felt the flow of the atmosphere. In the cave, the evil magic unique to the demon refining ritual wandered everywhere. This greatly hindered Shuren's perception, which was why the original demon apostle escaped. However, the apostle had obviously underestimated Shuren's perception. After a while, Shuren found a trace of familiar and uncomfortable aura from the wandering magic around him. This way? Shuren opened his eyes, turned around, and looked at one of the passages. Swoosh! The next moment, Shuren teleported away again and disappeared. Swoosh! In the silent darkness, the sound of something tearing through the air appeared again. Shuren's figure appeared, landed on the ground, and looked up. This was also a vast cave, and the ceiling was very high. It was like a large wind cave, letting the wind howl here. However, there were no beehive-like passages here. Instead, there was only a pond so clear that one could see the bottom. When Shuren teleported, the female apostle in the black robe just happened to run toward the pool. Oh, I've been found. Maki seemed to feel the movement behind her, and she turned around to face Shuren. Her lips, hidden under the hood, curled up a little. You're much faster than I expected. As expected of a human who hangs out with demons and evil gods all day long. You're unexpectedly outstanding and powerful. No wonder even the princess of the kingdom was captured by you. Maki smiled and winked at Shuren. I'm about to fall for you too. Count Borstut, do you want to consider taking me in? I've never been touched by a man before. Her seductive voice entered Shuren's ears, and it triggered a trace of evil in Shuren's heart. However, Shuren was rarely unmoved by this seductive temptation. This was because the other party was using an unknown power to move Shuren's heartstrings. Under the defense of the Litua destiny, it was nothing. Flying star, flying star. Immediately, Shuren activated the spell without saying a word. Countless flying stars appeared around him, and they turned into a shower of meteors that shot toward Maki. Maki's seductive voice froze. It's the long-lost celestial magic. Maki was not surprised at all. However, Maki quickly reacted. She flipped her hand, and a magic staff appeared in her hand. A wave of dark magic surged out from the body of the original demon, apostle. Dark curtain, dark curtain. Maki raised the magic staff in her hand, and the magic power turned into a dark curtain that blocked in front of her. The flying stars that came like a downpour landed on the dark curtain, stirring up waves of ripples, and then disappeared. Shuren looked at this familiar magic and narrowed his eyes. Dark magic? It was the magic that Betho of the old demon's faction, the Slaughterer faction, had used. In addition to that power that could affect one's mind, could it be, is that a mind magic? Shuren suspected, and he used external destiny to appraise the other party. After this appraisal, Shuren was surprised. This apostle named Maki had learned magic darkness, magic spirit, and magic gravity at the same time, and all 3 of them were close to the maximum level of level 9, just one step away from the maximum level. Her level was 98, the same level as Aridia. A character like you is only an apostle in the original demon? Shuren was surprised. Looking at Shuren and hearing Shuren's words, Maki knew that her strength had been seen through. To be able to see through my level, your identify skill must be at the maximum level, right? Maki chuckled and said nonchalantly, but unfortunately, I'm only an apostle in the original demon. Although I think I'm not weak among the 12 apostles, the 3 apostles above me are even more terrifying. They either have special talents, or they have unique skills that violate the rules. It's not something that can be defeated even if your level is high enough. Maki's inadvertent or purposely revealed information made Lide's face darken. Because the original demon was too mysterious and good at hiding, no one knew what kind of people were in the original demon, and how strong they were. Now, Maki had revealed the tip of the iceberg of the original devil, but it also allowed people to see how terrifying the opponent's power was. Could it be that the 12 apostles were all legendary-level powerhouses like Maki? This was a very scary thing. After all, 1,000 years ago, the entire human race only managed to gather 13 legendary-level heroes. If the 12 apostles of the original demon were all legendary level, didn't that mean that the original demon had the combat power to rival the 13 heroes? Although the 13 heroes were all legendary tier powerhouses, each of them was at least level 95, and no legendary tier powerhouses below level 95 dared to stand up against Light in that battle. In reality, there were definitely more than 13 legendary tier powerhouses in the human race, but the fact that the primordial demon had 12 legendary tier powerhouses was already terrifying enough. Light couldn't help but laugh. Don't let her get away, Shuren kiddo. She's a good chance for us to learn more about the original demon. Light didn't want to let go of Maki, who could get information about the original demon. But before Shuren could say anything, Maki laughed. Then allow me to experience it for myself. Maki raised her staff high. Enmity lightning. Pitch-black mana instantly filled the air. Along with the tremor in the air, a huge amount of mana rose from Maki's body. It was like a black fog that lingered in the air above the cave. Sean felt a little oppressive, causing him to raise his eyebrows. Light's eyes narrowed, and he warned Lei Lin. This apostle is not simple. He seems to be a mage. The strength of his mana is probably comparable to Sophie's. You have to be careful, kid. This time, Shuren listened to Light's words. This was because Shuren could feel an aura that was not inferior to that of the Elf Queen from Maki's body. This meant that Maki was most likely on the same level as the Elf Queen. The Elf Queen was the #1 mage in the human race. Even Alidia had claimed that he could only win by a hair's breadth, and if he were to fight her again, he might not be able to defeat the Elf Queen. From this, it could be seen that if the apostle of the original demon was comparable to the Elf Queen, his magical attainments must be very high. An existence of this level actually appeared just like that? This primordial devil sure is a deep one. As this thought flashed through his mind, the mana in Shuren's body was released. Boom! Mana immediately surged out of Shuren's body like a volcanic eruption, and it instantly shook the entire cave, causing the surroundings to shake. Maki's eyes flickered under her hood. He's really quite strong. Maki's expression turned solemn. After being reminded by that person, Maki spent a lot of effort to investigate the hometown of the elves, and from there, she discovered the existence of Shuren and his group. Knowing that this Earl of the Kingdom, who was recently in the limelight in the human world, had appeared here with the demonic dragon and the strongest evil god, Maki immediately became vigilant, and she carefully investigated Shuren. After investigating, Maki realized that this Earl of the Kingdom was actually hiding his strength. No, it should be said that his own brilliance had always been overshadowed by the demons and goddesses around him, causing many people to subconsciously ignore his own strength. Maki also realized this because of her cautiousness, and finally realized that Shuren himself was a troublesome person. Thus, Maki integrated all the rumors about this Earl, and after comparing and speculating, she finally concluded that this human, who was favored by the demons and the Protoss, and had made a name for himself among the humans, was very likely to be more threatening than the kingdom's treasure. Coupled with the power behind him that could not be ignored, Maki finally understood why even someone as noble as that lord thought that this human would be a variable. With him around, the things he planned to do might very well go wrong. With him around, of what she planned to do, it was very likely that she would make a huge mistake. Furthermore, Maki had already made contact with the elf called Marika. Then, Maggie stayed here, waiting for the right time. Who would have thought that Sean would be the first to find this place, and even show such ability? He was indeed the son of the leader, and the smartest apostle in the organization. The other two apostles might be above that lord in terms of strength, but in terms of brains and careful thinking, they were far inferior. As expected of the son of the leader, and as expected of the smartest apostle in the organization. The other two apostles might be stronger than him in terms of strength, but in terms of brains and meticulous planning, the two of them were still far behind him. As an apostle, Maki listened to that lord's orders. She belonged to that lord's subordinates and directly listened to his orders. Not to mention anything else, just the identity of that lord was destined to be extraordinary. Putting everything else aside, that lord's identity alone was destined to be extraordinary. As for Shuren, although the leader was an unreasonable person, and even if it was his own son, he would not hesitate to abandon him if he was useless. Maki believed that with the means of that lord, sooner or later, he would inherit the position of leader, and even complete that plan, becoming an existence that even the 6 great demons and the 3 great goddesses would not dare to underestimate. As for Shuren, let me see what's so special about him. Maki licked her lips and smiled. Come down. The magic that was brewing was immediately released by Maki. In the next second, a bolt of black lightning fell from the sky, and blasted at Shuren. The lightning was so condensed that wherever it passed, the air would heat up from the friction and emit hot air. This alone proved that the magic released by Maki was worlds apart from the magic released by that guy Bito. His strength was comparable to that of the most powerful human magicians, and this was a testament to his strength. But give. Dispel. Shuren softly said the incantation of magic, and launched a powerful magic. Mysterious ripples immediately spread out from Shuren's body, and went through the black lightning that fell. The moment the thick and solid pitch-black lightning came into contact with the ripples, they exploded into tiny arcs of lightning as if they had dispersed. Give magic? Seeing this scene, Maki was stunned again. How could this Earl of the Kingdom know all these amazing magic? The long-lost celestial magic reappeared in his hands, and the give magic, which was regarded as useless, was also used by him, and showed such a powerful effect. How could she not be surprised? But after thinking about it carefully, Maki understood. With such a scale of magic, the give magic, which was regarded as useless by others, would indeed shine in his hands. Then, with the give magic, which could be said to be the most versatile, how could he not learn it? There was no doubt about Maki's ability as a mage. She immediately understood how difficult this magic would be in the hands of Shuren. If that was the case, multiple obstruction field. Maki chanted such a magic. It was a very strange magic. Anyway, Shuren felt that when this magic was used by Maki, the flow of magic seemed to become difficult, and it became very difficult to mobilize it, which made the efficiency of using magic very low. It was obvious that this was a magic used to hinder the enemy from using magic. Just like the shadow veil and the lightning of the curse, it was a magic of the dark magic system. Maki did not seem to be affected by the magic, and she chanted another incantation. Enmity thunderstorm. In an instant, the magic that surged out of Maki's body increased by a few times. The magic fog lingered in the sky and condensed into a thundercloud, covering the ceiling of the cave. Within the thundercloud, pitch-black lightning bolts were moving back and forth. There were many of them, and they were very thick and solid, far more than the lightning of the curse. This is the highest level of dark magic that can only be used when the dark magic skill is upgraded to level 9. It can be considered as the upgraded version of the lightning of the curse. Maki raised an eyebrow at Shuren. Let's try this, Count Potter Tut. As she spoke, Maki raised her magic staff high and pointed it at Shuren. Rumble. Within the thundercloud in the sky, pitch-black bolts of lightning bolts shot out and turned into an overwhelming thunderstorm, engulfing Shuren. Lyde, who was lying on top of Shuren's head, could not help but stand up and watch. Obviously, even Lyde couldn't ignore the thunderstorm. At the very least, in her current state, this thunderstorm was a threat to her. Feeling the threat, Lyde's eyes flashed with a sharp glint, and an extremely fierce aura rose from her body. That aura caused the heaven and earth to tremble. Maki's pupils shrank, and she finally showed a trace of fear. But before Lyde could unleash her anger, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed her. Move aside. Shuren lifted the mysterious furry little beast, and before Lyde could react, he threw her away without mercy. Bang! Lyde slammed into the rock wall with a dumbfounded expression. Even Maki's heart skipped a beat when she saw this scene. This guy, he actually threw out the demon dwellers like trash. Damn, he's a ruthless person. Meanwhile, ruthless Shuren had already exposed himself to the dark thunderstorm and was attacked by it. Rumble, 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 rumble. In the next moment, countless pitch-black thunderbolts struck Shuren's body, shrouding him in pitch-black lightning bolts. The ground was blasted open, and countless gravel flew up. The atmosphere was evaporated, emitting endless heat. Sand and dust filled the air, and the smoke and dust also shrouded Shuren's location, but the pitch-black thunderbolts were still bombarding into the sand and dust, as if they were trying to kill Shuren. Hee hee. Maki could not help but smile. She felt that the outcome had been decided. This was her signature move. Not only did it have astonishing destructive power, but every bolt of lightning also carried a deadly curse. Not to mention humans, even dragons, who were the kings of monsters, would die if they were struck by it. In order to deal with this attack, the best way was to be like the Elven Legion and use an extremely powerful defensive magic to block the lightning, making it impossible for it to come into contact with it. Otherwise, even if one could withstand the attack of the thunderbolts, the curse contained in the thunderbolts would instantly kill them. What a pity, Count Borstadt. I was actually quite interested in you. Maki muttered to herself. After all, I'm different from those pretentious elves. It's easy for me to fall in love with others, especially strong and young men. I like them the most. The fact that Shuren was acknowledged by that lord was enough to make Maki fall in love with him. Unfortunately, the more I fall in love with a man, the more I want to kill him with my own hands. That way, I can experience both sadness and happiness at the same time, right? Now, I am very sad, but also very happy. Thank you for bringing me happiness, mighty Count Borstadt. Maki laughed happily. Her eyes were filled with pitch-black malice. The joy of life was different from life to life. Some people would be happy because they had done a good deed. Some people would be happy because they saw others happy. Some people would be happy because of some trivial things. Some people would be happy because they could vent their desires and do what they wanted to do without any scruples. This was a difference in sensibility, and also a difference in values. But Maggie didn't belong to any of the above. She believed that the reason why an existence like her would be happy was entirely dependent on their own instincts. At least, she thought so. She was a magnanimous person. She wouldn't hate someone just because they were her enemies. She wouldn't hate someone just because they stood on the opposite side of her. Even if she was killed one day, she wouldn't hate the other. For her, if the boundaries between the lives in this world were so clear because of differences in standpoint, race, identity, or ideas, it would be too wasteful. Yes, it was wasteful. Once, she told her thoughts to an existence who regarded her as an enemy, who had been chasing after her all his life, and wanted to eradicate her. As a result, the other person looked at her as if looking at a hopeless and corrupt person. Maggie felt wronged. Why did he look at her like that? Why couldn't anyone understand her? Even that lord sometimes looked at him as if he was looking at a monster with some kind of structural problem. It was too much. She was obviously very magnanimous. Very magnanimous. She regarded all the lives in this world as objects that she could play with. Wasn't it fun to see them cry bitterly? Wasn't it fun to see them in despair and fear? Wasn't it fun to see them kneeling down and begging for mercy? Wasn't it fun to see them roaring angrily? This was joy, wasn't it? Now, Maggie was sincerely happy. Because she had personally buried a future star of the human race, a hero that even the Protoss and the demons looked up to. At the thought of how many people would feel pain for his passing, and how those who loved him would cry out loud when they heard the news, Maki felt hot all over. She couldn't wait to find those people and tell them that she had killed their loved ones with her own hands. At that time, would they lose their minds and rush to her, or would they directly lose the will to resist and let her crush them? Maggie was looking forward to that moment. She would be happy because of other people's sadness and anger. She would also be happy because of her own sadness and anger. Therefore, what she said at this moment was all true. If she could kill the man who moved her heart with her own hands, she would be very sad, happy, right? Hee hee. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Maggie couldn't help but relax the corner of her mouth and laugh wantonly. However, swoosh. When the sound of breaking through the air appeared behind her, an aura suddenly flashed silently. The smile on Maki's face suddenly froze, and her heart also burst forth with the greatest sense of crisis she had ever felt. Without any hesitation, Maggie quickly lowered her head. At this moment, a sword light suddenly appeared. Clang! A cold sword light slashed through the dark curtain around Maggie. Puff! With a tearing sound, the dark curtain was cut cleanly by a sword that shone with a dazzling golden light. The curtain that seemed to have been completely cut in half lost its defense on the spot. Fortunately, the dark curtain played a little role and blocked the slash for a second. Relying on this 1 second, Maki was able to successfully lower her head, allowing the sword light to slash across the position where her neck was a second ago. Rip! Another tearing sound was heard. This time, it was a real tearing sound. But it wasn't the sound of flesh being torn, but the sound of cloth being torn. Maggie quickly lowered her head so that the sword light didn't cut her neck and cut off her head. Instead, it cut open her hood, which didn't keep up with her movements. The hood and the black robe on her body were torn into pieces. Without the cover of her clothes, Maggie threw herself out and left the place. Flying star. In the next moment, the figure who had suddenly appeared behind her and slashed her with a fatal sword released magic in her direction. The meteor shower formed by the flying small stars hit Maggie in an instant. Bang, 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 bang. Amidst the exploding sounds, Maki's entire body was hit by the flying stars. It was as if countless fists were mercilessly pounding on her body. Maggie couldn't help but let out a muffled cry. She was hit into the air by the flying stars and fell heavily to the ground. After rolling a few times, she finally stopped. Cough, cough. After coughing a few times, Maggie covered her aching body and struggled to get up from the ground. You. Maki looked at the figure in bewilderment. There, holding the sealed holy sword in his hand, the young man looked straight at her with one hand extended. Who else could it be other than Shuren? Shuren raised his eyes and looked at Maggie. In the dark, Maki's black robe was torn, revealing her naked body. Her voluptuous and alluring body was exposed to the air. However, this alluring body was not only stained with dirt from rolling on the ground, but Maggie's long black hair was also messy, covering more than half of her head. She looked as pathetic as one could imagine. Shuren glanced at her naked body and whistled. Nice figure. No wonder you dare to run naked. Shuren really didn't expect this original devil's apostle to be naked except for a black robe. In response, Maggie almost raised her hand to cover her body out of reflex, but then she let go. How are you okay? Maggie openly exposed her body, and her eyes were fixed on Shuren, and her eyes were full of confusion. Maki knew better than anyone how terrifying her grudge thunderstorm was. Logically, even if the other party had a defensive skill or even a resistance skill, it would be impossible for her to be unscathed in the face of her level 9 magic. Unless the other party had learned a maximum level resistance skill. But that was impossible. Other than attack power, her magic also had curses. If she really wanted to avoid being hurt, she would have to have a maximum level of magic resistance and a maximum level of abnormal status resistance at the same time. Not to mention Shuren, even an ultimate super powerhouse would not have 2 maximum level resistance skills. You use teleportation to dodge it? Maggie couldn't figure it out. No, I felt like I hit you. You should have been completely hit by my magic. If not, Maggie wouldn't have let her guard down, and she wouldn't have thought that she had won. It was because she felt that her spell had hit the target that she did so. In fact, Maggie's magic did hit Shuren. Unfortunately, as long as I haven't reached the transcendent level, unless it's a unique skill that can break the norm, my life's mandate won't hurt me. Shuren stared at Maggie and said sarcastically. Seeing how happy you were just now, I almost felt embarrassed to interrupt you. But I'm sorry, your defenseless look really made me want to slash you. So, Shuren slashed at Maggie without hesitation. This woman didn't deserve to be merciful. It was a pity that he didn't hit her. You're quite sensitive to danger. Shuren continued to mock, is it because you've been a rat for too long? Without a doubt, Shuren was playing with Maggie's mentality. He wanted to retaliate against this woman for provoking him previously. But, maybe. Maggie seemed to have adjusted her state of mind and regained her composure. She smiled and said, "After all, we're different from Borstut, who can befriend the demons and the evil god. We're being targeted and hunted down by these powerful figures. Naturally, we have to be more sensitive in case we lose our lives." As she spoke, Maggie waved her staff, and magical power flowed through her body like water. Under such circumstances, all the dirt on Maggie's delicate skin was washed away, and her skin returned to its original white and smooth state. Then, Maggie brushed her hair aside, letting her long black hair fall behind her back. Now, Maggie's naked body was completely exposed in front of Shuren. However, when Sean saw the person's appearance, his eyes suddenly widened. At the side, Lyde, who had slid down from the wall, also saw Maggie's face. His face instantly darkened. It was a face that was quite breathtaking. Her facial features were very exquisite and could even be said to be perfect. When put together, it formed a beautiful face like that of a goddess, captivating people. The beauty of this face was comparable to that of the elf queen, Sophie. However, what caught Shuren and Lyde's attention was not her face, but her pair of pointy ears. "You're an elf." Shuren was stunned. However, very quickly, someone refuted him. "No, she's not an elf." The mysterious furry beast flashed and once again appeared above Shuren's head. Lyde stared at Maggie and said word by word. "Black hair, red eyes, and pointy ears. I can't be wrong. She's a demon spirit." As soon as he said that, Maggie's laughter echoed in the hall. Moreover, it was no longer the calm laughter from before. Instead, it was extremely ear-piercing, as if all the negative emotions in the world had converged to form a laughter. "Let me introduce myself again." Maggie's lips curled into a sinister smile. "I'm Maggie. Just like what the demonic beast said, I'm a demon spirit. The last demon spirit in this world." Demon spirit. This was a term that was unfamiliar to Shuren. He only knew about elves and gods, but he had never heard of demon spirit. He didn't even see any description of this term in books. But when Shuren heard the word demon spirit, he instinctively felt a sense of malice. His instincts told him that it wasn't anything good. And that was the truth. Demon spirit, a kind of innately evil race that views trampling on all life in the world. Lyde's cold voice slowly entered Shuren's ears. "They are similar to elves, they are both female and born from nature. But they are the complete opposite of the elves who love nature and are naturally kind. When elves are born, they are just harmless fairies. They grow by absorbing the mana in the atmosphere, and when they accumulate enough mana, they can reincarnate into elves. The same goes for demon spirits. When they are born, they are the same as fairies. But they are not called fairies. They are called fiends. Fiends are different from fairies. Fairies are only born in the depths of the Tagore forest, and they only absorb the magic power in the atmosphere. Only under special circumstances will they absorb some other types of magic power. For example, you fed the fairies with your own magic power. That's one of those cases. Fiends, on the other hand, are born in another place. That place is a land of despair. There is no mana, no life, only curses and evil energy. It is a land of death that no one will enter. However, when the curse and evil aura in that realm of death accumulate to a certain extent, and under extremely rare circumstances, a life enters it, then the thick curse and evil aura will parasitize that life. Lyde said in a low voice. When that life is exhausted and dies, its life will fuse with the curses and evil energy that latches onto it. Finally, an existence similar to a fairy is born. That is a fiend. Fiends aren't as harmless as fairies. They don't absorb nature's mana to accumulate power. Instead, they will drift in the land of despair like a curse, waiting for other life to appear. Then, just like the curse and evil aura from before, it would reside in the opponent's body, absorbing the opponent's magic and life force, and continue to accumulate power in this way. After 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years, the fiend will be like fairies and will be reincarnated into a being called a demon spirit. In terms of classification, demon spirits don't belong to the human race. They belong to the category of demons. But even demons aren't willing to accept them. Because of their evil nature, they love to trample on the lives of others. This is an instinct engraved in their hearts and even in the depths of their bodies. Therefore, they are incompatible with the elves who are kind, love nature, and respect life. A war even broke out thousands of years ago. Lyde stared at Maggie. In that war, the former elf queen was sacrificed. As a price, the demon spirit clan was eradicated. The land of despair was purified by the elf clan and completely disappeared from this world. I didn't expect that there would still be a demon spirit in this day and age, and it even joined the original demon, the old demons. What terrible news. After listening to Lyde's explanation, Xianxia finally understood what kind of existence a demon spirit was. At the same time, Xianxia also knew why he felt a familiar aura from Maggie. Because Maggie was an existence similar to the elves. It was just that their nature was completely opposite. As a person who had close contact with fairies and elves, Xianxia naturally felt a similar aura from this demon spirit. Now, he had an explanation for the malice that the other party had been feeling all this time. It was because Maggie was an existence with an evil nature that loved to trample on lives. Under such circumstances, Maggie's laughter gradually became cheerful. As expected of the Lord Demon Beast. Thousands of years have passed, but he still remembers us who have disappeared in history. That's really rare. Actually, I was just lucky. On the day of the war between the Elf clan and the Demon Spirit clan, I had my eyes on a fun target and kept teasing her. That's why I missed the battle and escaped. But I actually felt that it was a pity to be able to play with so many elves and hear the sorrowful cries of so many elves before they died. It was such a good opportunity, and I actually missed it. Fortunately, the thousands of years of waiting was worth it. Not only did I join the original demon and become an apostle, but I also came to the habitat of the elf clan. What happens next will definitely be fun, right? After saying such chilling words, Maggie seemed to have thought of something. She clapped her hands, causing her plump body to tremble. Oh right, it was a misunderstanding to say that we are completely different from the elves, okay? In terms of valuing love and purity, the Demon Spirit clan and the elves are actually the same. However, unlike those boring elves, we demon spirits don't play the game of secret love, and we don't play the game of silently sacrificing. Once we decide on a man, we will immediately give him our body, and this is the only time in our life. We will never fall in love with a second man. Isn't that great? Maggie confessed. However, before Xianxia had time to express his feelings, Reed spat out. Indeed, you will only choose one man in your life, and once you decide on him, you will not hesitate to give up your purity. However, the moment you give up your purity, you will immediately kill that man. Am I right? Xianxia was dumbfounded when he heard that. On the contrary, Maggie looked as if it was natural. Isn't that interesting? Maki used the most innocent tone to say the most terrifying words. Looking at the person you love the most, the person who can make you give up your purity without hesitation, showing an expression of disbelief, grief, and despair at the moment you kill him with your own hands, isn't that the best feeling? The innocent words finally made Xianxia's eyes change. It was as if he was looking at a madman, a broken monster. But such a look not only didn't make Maggie angry, but it made her cheeks blush. Yes, that's the look. Maggie said as if she was intoxicated, I like to see others show such a look to me, instead of fear and resistance. After all, it was fun to play like this. That sir showed such a look to her, but she didn't dare to touch him. Otherwise, she would definitely die an ugly death. Now, Xianxia also showed such a look to her, which made Maggie feel wronged and excited at the same time. There was no other way. This would make her want to prove it. Prove that this was something worth being happy about. It was the right decision to come here. I thought I could only deal with those annoying elves, but I didn't expect to meet such an interesting man like you. This is great. Maggie stared at Xianxia as if she was staring at a delicious prey and licked her lips seductively. Let us play a game and see if you can become the man I have been waiting for thousands of years. Leaving such words, Maggie bowed to Xianxia. Then, we shall meet again, Count Borstut. Obviously, Maggie was ready to retreat. Lyde immediately reacted. Don't let her escape. Xianxia boy. Lied shouted, she is undoubtedly a dangerous person. Even for the elves, we can't let her go. Even without Lied's reminder, Shuren already took action. He naturally didn't plan to let this demon soul go. This demon spirit was too dangerous. Once he was targeted by her, not to mention himself, but the people around him might be implicated, leading to this hateful woman's scheme. This was something Shuren couldn't tolerate. Swoosh, immediately, Shuren teleported and appeared in front of Maggie. Ignoring her delicate and flirtatious appearance and her beautiful naked body, he raised the holy sword in his hand and slashed down mercilessly like a lightning bolt. Sean did not hold back at all in this slash. He exerted the perfect technique under the effective fate of the external Buddha to the extreme. He wielded something heavy as if it were light, and wielded something light as if it were heavy. This slash sliced through the atmosphere and space silently. With such a fast slash, unless it was a master swordsman like Ali Dia, no one would be able to defend against it. In less than a second, Maggie's head would fall to the ground in the next instant. However, facing this fatal slash, not only was Maggie not afraid, but she also revealed a strange smile. In the next moment, Maggie's body swayed and became illusory like a phantom. When Maki's body became solid again, her appearance had completely changed. She turned into a person that Shuren was very familiar with. Mr. Shuren. Marika stood in front of Shuren and called his name with a timid voice. Shuren's heart trembled. Before his brain could react, his hand had already subconsciously moved to the side. Boom, the ultimate slash of the holy sword fell on the side of Marika. Like a waterfall, it smashed the ground there and sent gravel flying. This slash, Shuren's slash, missed. Hee hee. Marika's expression changed, and the timid expression on her face disappeared, turning into an evil and seductive one. See you next time, dear Mr. Shuren. After saying this, the demon soul that had turned into Marika seemed to merge into the darkness and instantly disappeared without a trace. Shuren's breathing stagnated. Then, boundless anger surged out of his heart along with magic power. Boom. In a corner of the Tagore forest, a cliff suddenly exploded without any warning. Amidst the shaking of the earth, it collapsed and shattered, raising a cloud of dust into the sky. A figure swept out like a stream of light and arrived in midair with a cold expression. Tisk. Lied, who was lying on its head, was speechless. Shuren was silent for a long time with a cold expression. Then, he spat out a sentence. Maggie, right? I'll remember you. Pissed. In the sky above Tagore Forest, a figure flew at top speed like a stream of light, setting off a deafening sonic boom that was very loud in the forest. It was impossible for such a commotion to not attract the attention of some magical creatures. The flying-type monsters, in particular, couldn't take it anymore when they saw that figure flying at such a high speed with no regard for anyone else. Ga. A monster with bone wings that looked like a pterodactyl let out a strange cry. It flapped its wings and charged over from the front, wanting to devour the insignificant existence that looked down on everyone. It opened its bloody mouth and bit over with a fishy smell. This monster's level was at least 70, no wonder it had such a bad temper. Unfortunately, it was unlucky. Because, this newcomer's temper was bigger than it. Shing. Just as the demon was about to pounce on the other party, a cold sword light slashed across its neck at an extremely fast speed. Pissed. With a tearing sound, the monster's head was cut off and flew higher into the sky. Blood spurted out from the monster's severed neck like a fountain. The monster's corpse that had lost its head froze in midair, and then fell down together with its head. In the air, a pungent smell of blood filled the air. This scene scared the rest of the monsters who were planning to surround them. When they came to their senses, these monsters ran away in panic, and none of them dared to challenge the newcomer again. The figure didn't slow down at all, and it continued to fly forward. Lied, who was lying on the monster's head, sighed as she saw this. The figure was, of course, Shuren. At this moment, Shuren was flying at his fastest speed, not using his teleportation ability at all. He just kept flying, letting the wind howl around him. Without a doubt, he was venting his anger. I don't think you need to be so angry. Lied couldn't help but advise, the opponent isn't simple. Not only is it a demon that should have been extinct for thousands of years, but it's also a very high-level legendary mage. Plus, it can become an apostle of the original devil, so it must be a very cunning existence. It's already very impressive that you could force such a troublesome existence to retreat at your age. Lied comforted Shuren. It was a little surprising that a dignified demonic beast could not help but comfort a human boy. But that was what Lied did. First of all, it was indeed her true thoughts. Second, she was also worried that Shuren would be too impulsive and do something irrational. As it turned out, Lied's worries were not completely unfounded. I understand the reason, Sean said expressionlessly. But still, I can't stand it. Hearing this, Lied knew that Shuren would not let this matter rest. What do you want? Lied asked directly. Very simple. Shuren said faintly, no matter what, I will drag that disgusting demon out. And he had to do it right now. Again, Shuren was not the protagonist of the novels in his previous life, so he did not know what it meant to endure. He had already been provoked by the other party. Could it be that he would have to wait for the other party to prepare his means and swagger up to him before he could passively receive the blow and slowly deal with the other party? Sorry, Shuren could not bear it, nor could he afford to wait. Do you think you can escape? Unfortunately, this rule did not apply to Shuren. Don't be reckless. Lied said with a headache, the opponent is someone that even the goddess of nature, Nadura, had to spend a lot of effort to find some clues. What are you going to do to find her immediately? Even the goddess of nature had to spend a lot of effort to find her, so Lied really did not know what Shuren planned to do to find the demon. However, Shuren did have a way. Isn't her target me? Isn't it the home of the elves? Shuren said coldly, if that's the case, then it means that she is still in this Tagore forest, right? Hearing this, Lied was startled at first, then her expression changed. Don't tell me you want to attack the Tagore forest? Lied could not help but stand up from her lying position. There was no other way. If Shuren really wanted to do this, then she had to stop him. Is it worth it to sacrifice the entire Tagore forest just to find such a demon? Hurry up and stop. If you can do that, I wouldn't have watched that demon's soul escape. Lied said sternly. Indeed, if it weren't for the entire Tagore forest and the tens of thousands of living beings in this forest, Lied would have definitely let that demon spirit know the consequences of provoking a demon in front of a demon. It was because Lied held back that Maki was able to escape. Otherwise, Lied only needed a thought to turn the demon spirit into ashes along with the Tagore forest. Since she had held back, Shuren still wanted to do this. Stop it, I must stop it, but, Lied was wrong. Don't worry, there's no need to go that far. Shuren said indifferently, it's just that today, this Tagore forest will not be peaceful anymore. With that, Shuren stopped venting and disappeared in a flash. Lied still wanted to say something, but her voice disappeared in instant transmission, so she could only swallow it back. Shuren returned to the home of the elves as fast as he could. There was only one thought in his mind. That was to cut that demon spirit into 1,000 pieces. At the same time, in the home of the elves. At this time, Rosie and the others finally returned to the treehouse. They did not find Shuren or Lied, which was a little strange, but they did not take it to heart. Anyway, it was those two people, nothing could happen to them, right? With this thought in mind, Rosie and the others sat down in the hall and chatted with each other, sharing what they had seen and heard today. To be specific, they were lamenting that Marika could become the well-wisher of the goddess of nature, and that the elves' attitude towards Shuren had improved a lot after this. Even Aie, who had already woken up, rubbed her eyes while listening to Rosie mention this matter. She was a little stunned. So that's how it is. That little elf girl caught Najula's eye? Aie curled her lips and said, no wonder that goddess who is good at peeping appeared yesterday. It seems that she had a plan long ago. These words were really vicious. I also did not expect that goddess Najula would choose Marika. Rosie sighed and said, Vivian and Ter should be happy about this, right? An elven magician who had received the blessings of the three goddesses appeared in the team. This was a big deal even for countries and races, not to mention adventurers. Didn't the elves already go crazy with joy, completely disregarding the peace of the past? Aie, on the other hand, seemed indifferent. It was just a well-wisher, it was not worth making a fuss about. This dragon demon highness glanced at Rosie and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Do you feel pressured?" Pressured? Rosie pretended not to know, and asked doubtfully, "Why should I feel pressured? When that little elf girl comes back, she will be like you, a human who has received the blessings of the three goddesses. Her status will more or less be comparable to yours, right?" "Ai," said bewitchingly, "aren't you worried about falling out of favor?" To be honest, Rosie was really not worried. Although she always felt that she was very humble when it came to marriage, she knew that it was just Shuren deliberately using the topic to suppress her. That fellow might be a playboy, but he wouldn't abandon her after messing around. In his own words, that would be, "Have you ever seen a protagonist in a book who would abandon someone after having sex?" Not many people could understand what he was saying. Rosie also didn't understand. She couldn't keep up with Shuren's train of thought. She had only heard Shuren mutter things like, "I don't want to be chopped, Brother Chung may be a role model for our generation, but he definitely can't be a role model, and if he did that kind of thing, he would be scolded to death by the keyboard warriors in front of the screen." The general meaning was that he wouldn't dare to do that kind of thing, right? Therefore, unless she angered him, Rosie felt that her position as the Empress was quite stable. Besides, with Marika's personality, she was definitely not the type to fight or make a fuss. Facing this kind of soft girl, Rosie felt quite at ease, not worried at all that she would fall out of favor. Compared to Marika, Rosie was actually more worried about this venomous dragon demon highness. This was a great enemy. Therefore, Rosie smiled and didn't say anything, making Ai feel even more bored. At this moment, Lilith, who was playing with Milu, suddenly raised her head from La Xia's embrace and looked out the window. There was a hint of anger in his expression. Lilith's abnormality instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. "Miss Lilith?" La Xia called out to Lilith, but she didn't respond. Milu tilted her head, not understanding what was going on. Ai and Rosie were stunned at the same time. Then, as if sensing something, they also turned their heads and looked out the window. Shwa. Accompanied by the sound of something tearing through the air, Shuren finally returned to the treehouse and appeared in the hall. His position was near the window. Rosie subconsciously wanted to say something, but was stopped by Ai. Ai stared straight at Shuren and narrowed her eyes. Lied. Milu didn't notice anything unusual and happily pounced over. But before the other party could pounce on him, Shuren grabbed Lide's head and threw her into Milu's arms. His silent appearance instantly stunned everyone present. Including La Xia. Including Rosie. And Ai. After a moment of silence, Ai said coldly. "Who provoked you?" Ai said expressionlessly, "Tell me, I will help you vent your anger." As soon as these words came out, heaven and earth seemed to tremble, and a terrible pressure filled the air. There was no doubt that the demonic dragon was angry. Of course, Ai wasn't the only one who was angry. Lilith came in front of Shuren, raised her head, and stared at Shuren. In her eyes, evil energy was surging, like a raging fire. Shuren still didn't say a word. He reached out his hand and touched Lilith's head. "Then, use your power to fill the entire Tagore forest with evil energy." Shuren made a shocking statement in the most indifferent voice. "Today, I'm going to turn this place upside down." These words shook the hearts of everyone present. Light opened her mouth, but in the end, she closed it helplessly. Lilith nodded without hesitation, without the slightest hesitation. Ai was still expressionless, but her eyes were getting colder and colder. Milu, on the other hand, seemed to realize something and actually became excited. Only Rosie and La Xia were left, looking at each other. They realized it. Today, something bad was going to happen. The elven homeland, the Queen's palace. On this day, Sophie, who was sitting on the throne, suddenly felt her heart palpitate for no reason. What's going on? Sophie could not help but shudder and come back to her senses. After returning from the goddess of nature's shrine, Sophie had been sitting on her throne, deep in thought for a long time. She did not even know how long she had been sitting like that, nor what she had been thinking during that long period of time. She just felt like spacing out for no reason, which made Rhea and Lia a little worried and did not leave. It was only at this moment that Sophie was awakened by the sudden palpitations. "Queen? Are you all right?" Rhea and Naya were still looking at Sophie with some concern. Sophie, however, had no spare attention to spare for Rhea and Naya. Following the palpitations in her heart, Sophie closed her eyes and connected to the Queen's palace, radiating her consciousness out to sense the situation in the elven homeland. In the next second, Sophie seemed to feel something, and her expression changed drastically as she stood up. What? What is she going to do? Sophie cried out involuntarily. Both Rhea and Naya were shocked to see Sophie like this. Because they had never seen Sophie lose her composure like this. What happened? Did something happen? What was it this time? Why did so many shocking things happen one after another in less than 2 days? Rhea and Naya felt their minds go blank, and could not help but fall into a state of confusion. And they were confused, and Sophie was even more confused. No. I have to stop it. Sophie gritted her teeth and did not know how many times she hurried down from the throne. Ever since Shuren and his party came to the elven homeland, the number of times Sophie, the elven queen, hurried down from the throne had increased. But none of the times could compare to the severity of the situation this time. Sophie was completely panicked, and did not even have the time to say goodbye to Rhea and Naya. Her entire body flashed with emerald light, and she dashed outside. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Rhea and Naya exclaimed. After coming to their senses, they hurriedly rolled up leaves and petals, and rushed out of the Queen's palace. The 3 legendary archmages of the elves dashed out of the Queen's palace one after another and came outside. Once outside, Sophie was the first to stop in her tracks. She raised her head and looked at the sky in front. There, a petite figure was slowly rising into the sky. Boom, the sky was roaring. The earth was roaring. Boundless evil chi gushed out from the figure's body like a pitch-black whirlpool, spiraling around the petite figure. Not long after, 12 pitch-black wings unfurled from the petite figure's back. The strongest evil god had descended in this world. Boundless rage seemed to have materialized into an evil aura, gushing out from his body without stopping. Dominated by this boundless rage, the tiny evil god felt as though he was about to lose his mind. That was something she had always dreamed of. As the goddess of chaos and darkness, a tiny evil god was not allowed to possess any rationality. She could only follow her own nature and go berserk in a state of uncontrollable madness. It was her fate. It was her fate. It was unavoidable. Who asked her to be the ruler of chaos? Naturally, she couldn't have rationality. If this situation didn't change, the existence named Lilith probably wouldn't be allowed to move freely in this world. She would either be sealed forever or ruthlessly eliminated. But because of a human who was insignificant in her eyes, her fate was changed. Thanks to him, she was in complete control of her power. Thanks to him, she had successfully returned to her original self and became the most powerful evil god. In the eyes of Lilith, who hadn't fully developed her rationality and was even a little deformed, he was her everything. So, she entrusted her true seal to him, vowing to live and die with him. The days she spent with him were undoubtedly the happiest and happiest. Time in the past 10,000 years. That's right. Lilith truly felt what happiness was. Lilith hoped that this kind of happiness could last forever. But why? Why were there people who didn't know what was good for them and always wanted to bully him? Those strange nobles wanted to bully him. Those strange elves wanted to bully him. Those inexplicable old demons wanted to bully him. Now, there were people who didn't just want to bully him but also angered him. Lilith had never seen him so angry. The anger that even her, true seal, was touched and alarmed made Lilith empathize with it the moment she understood what had happened. Boundless anger instantly rose in her. She didn't know who wanted to bully him. She didn't know what had happened during the time he wasn't by her side. She only knew one thing. That was, everyone who wanted to bully him had to die. Boom, evil energy surged out of Lilith's body like a storm. Carrying such a sinister aura, Lilith rose straight into the air with 12 black wings on her back, instantly passing through the boundary of the home of elves and arriving outside. The person who sent Lilith out of the barrier was Milu. This devil, who was innocent and innocent in the truest sense, just waved her hand. Without even touching Lilith, Lilith passed through the barrier like an illusory existence and arrived outside. Lilith soared into the sky like this. Rumble, in the sky above Tagore's forest, the originally cloudless clear sky was suddenly blown by strong winds, and dense dark clouds emerged. The little goddess with 12 black wings disappeared into the whirlpool-like dark clouds. In the next moment, in the center of the swirling dark clouds, evil energy crashed down like an avalanche. The scene was extremely spectacular. It was as if a pitch-black waterfall had appeared in the sky, and the water of the waterfall rolled and crashed down fiercely. It was extremely terrifying. Then, the evil energy crashed onto the barrier of the home of elves. Along the edge of the barrier, it surged in all directions like a black torrent. Then, it flowed to the entire Tagore's forest. Ka. Hell. Woo. At this moment, in Tagore's forest, countless monsters were inexplicably roaring irascibly. As if sensing something, they became uneasy and anxious. Some of the monsters seemed to have sensed danger and fled in terror. There were also monsters that had gone berserk in groups and were running wildly through the forest. In particular, those legendary monsters all had horrified looks in their eyes. Like dinosaurs encountering a natural disaster, they fled to the outside of Tagore's forest in extreme fear. Unfortunately, it was too late. Rumble, the dark avalanche-like torrent of evil energy suddenly surged and gradually engulfed the forest. It was a scene that should have only appeared in nightmares. Looking down from the sky above Tagore's forest, in the center of the swirling dark clouds, evil energy crashed down like a huge waterfall. Then, it flowed along the barrier of the home of elves in all directions. Like black smoke that swallowed the forest, it gradually drowned it. The monsters that were fleeing could not possibly outrun this avalanche-like evil energy. In a short while, they were enveloped by the evil energy and disappeared without a trace. Of course, they only disappeared under the light. They still existed in the pitch-black evil energy. However, after being engulfed by the evil energy, they instantly lost their minds amidst waves of wailing. Ka. Hell. Woo. Accompanied by waves of roars that gradually turned violent and ruthless, the eyes of the countless monsters in Tagore's forest that had been engulfed by the evil energy turned blood red, and they went completely crazy. Originally, in a state of madness, they should have turned into evil creatures and killed each other in an instant, turning this part of the forest into purgatory. Fortunately, this time, the strongest evil god did not need them to go crazy, nor did he need to turn this place into hell. Unlike 10,000 years ago, the current evil god had a clear will. Therefore, the evil god only gave these monsters that had hastily turned into evil creatures an order. That was to find an evil woman. They only needed to attack this woman, and that would be enough. The evil creatures accepted this will. Therefore, in Tagore's forest, all the monsters that had gone crazy began to gallop majestically. At this time, Maggie still did not know that she was facing a great disaster. She was on an even more remote cliff in Tagore's forest. She was wearing a black robe, barefoot, and hopping as if she was singing. After being bored for so long, I finally found something new to enjoy. Maggie was in a good mood. She had found someone worth toying with, and it made her feel that her whole life was filled with light. This was a joy that she had not enjoyed for a long time. It was an entertainment that she had not enjoyed for a long time. Maggie had already thought it through. After I finish setting up here, I will directly find that elf called Marika and use my mind magic to control her, brainwash her into becoming my slave, and then find that Earl Potter Toot. Maggie was excited. I can also transform into that elf, get close to that man, and then stab his fiancée, who is the most precious treasure of the kingdom, in front of him with a knife. When that time comes, what expression would that man show? Grief, despair, just thinking about it was interesting. It really makes one's heart itch. Maggie's face flushed as she thought about it. At this moment, Maggie's footsteps suddenly stopped, and she turned around abruptly, looking behind her. Immediately, Maggie's pupils shrank. Rumble. A wave of pitch-black evil energy was surging over like an avalanche, engulfing the forest while sweeping toward this cliff. Maggie's expression changed as if she was facing a pitch-black tsunami. Black curtain. Without any hesitation, Maggie raised her staff and chanted a spell. Just like that, the torrent of evil energy swallowed him up, along with the cliff, completely drowning him. At this moment, Shuren was in the sky above the hometown of the elves. He was hovering high in the sky, bathing in the waterfall of evil energy that fell from the sky. It was as if he was being baptized by the evil energy, causing the aura around him to have a hint of evil intent. However, Shuren's eyes were very bright and clear. He was not affected by the evil energy at all and did not fall into a state of frenzy. With the protection of the Supreme God's blessing, the authority of the evil god was no different from a drizzle to him. That was why he dared to directly bathe in the waterfall of evil energy. However, Shuren looked at the entire Tagore forest that was shrouded in evil energy with a cold gaze. "You can't escape now, right?" Shuren sneered. Suddenly, Shuren's heart skipped a beat. He lowered his head and looked in the direction of the hometown of the elves. As expected, they were alarmed. Shuren murmured. In the next moment, several figures flew out of the hometown of the elves. One was shrouded in an emerald green glow. One was surrounded by dancing leaves. One was carried by fragrant petals. The three legendary great mages of the elves went against the waterfall of evil energy that fell from the sky and arrived in front of Shuren. "What are you doing, Mr. Podet?" With an emerald green glow and a scepter in hand, Sophie hovered in front of Shuren and shouted at Shuren with an anxious and bewildered expression. Not only Sophie, but even Rhea and Naya were shocked and bewildered. They looked at the entire Tagore forest that was engulfed by the evil energy in fear. They did not dare to imagine what the largest forest of monsters in the human world had become. The three of them had heard of the rumors about Lilith. 10,000 years ago, she used her authority to cause people to go crazy to shroud an entire continent in evil energy and turn it into hell. The Protoss and demons had to temporarily stop the war and take measures to deal with this matter. This evil god was in existence on par with the goddess of justice, Artemis. Her power was even above the goddess of life and the goddess of nature, and she was among the top 3 Protoss. Even the demons were only on par with her. However, this evil god had regained her original appearance and was no longer out of control or crazy. She should not have turned the land into hell. However, who would have thought that today, this evil god would suddenly show her power and turn the entire Tagore forest into a land of evil energy? Judging from Shuren's expression, it clearly had something to do with him. Sophie could feel a slight chill emanating from Sean's body. This was probably because the Earl, who had always been somewhat frivolous before, was now wearing an indifferent expression and his eyes were ice-cold. So, Sophie understood. All of this might be caused by Shuren. But just as Sophie was about to question him, Sean threw a sentence at her. Sean said faintly, "It won't be long. When I'm done with what I have to do, everything will return to normal." Back to normal? Sophie was taken aback. Lilith's authority is terrifying. She can make any life in the world go crazy and turn them into the product of evil and chaos. Moreover, she can transform them at the level of the soul and erode their existence. Sean said straightforwardly, "Lilith's power is terrifying. She can make any life in the world go mad and turn them into the product of evil and chaos. She can even transform them at the level of the soul and erode their existence." Sophie was alarmed at the words. Changing the soul, erode their existence, is this the authority of the strongest evil god who controls evil and chaos? Isn't it too terrifying? No wonder. It was no wonder that a continent had fallen 10,000 years ago. Facing such power, even she would not be able to resist for long. Once she was bathed in this evil energy, sooner or later she would turn into an evil creature that had lost its mind, right? If she was not bathed in the evil energy but was directly empowered by Lilith, Sophie might not even be able to resist for half a second. Realizing this, Sophie's face turned pale. Rhea and Naya were both shocked and furious. Fortunately, it's not completely hopeless. Shuren said calmly, "As long as you don't fall into a state of madness for too long, the soul transformation has not been completed, and the erosion of existence has not completely ended, then Lilith can restore the life in this forest to its original state at any time. In other words, all of this was only temporary. I hope you will watch quietly from the side. Don't interfere and don't ask." Shuren looked straight at Sophie and said, "You just have to be careful not to let the elves run out of the elven homeland." Now, the elven homeland with a barrier had become the only paradise in the Tagore forest, a peaceful place that was not shrouded by evil energy. As long as the elves stayed obediently in the elven homeland, they would not be eroded by evil energy. Of course, in the case that Lilith did not specifically target a specific target, the erosion of evil energy was relatively weak. A great mage like Sophie should be able to put up some resistance. Using defensive spells or spells to resist negative statuses would be fine, at least allowing the elves to hold on in the evil energy for a while. But as time went on, no matter who it was, there was no way to escape the fate of being eroded by evil energy. After all, this was the evil energy that the evil goddess Lilith had personally spread. It was much stronger than the evil energy that Xian encountered before he encountered Lilith and Cosmos. This is how the first knights of the Sterling family, as well as the second princess of the Empire and the Broken Blade Knights disappeared. Xian said, "I hope you don't do anything irrational." Hearing this, before Sophie could say anything, Rhea and Naya were angry. "Who's doing something irrational? We treated you so politely, and now you're going to treat us and the whole Tagore Woods like this?" Rhea and Naya strongly condemned him. Sophie also stared at Xian with a sullen face, as if hoping for an explanation. Unfortunately, Xian was not in the mood to say too much. "I will only say one thing," Xian said indifferently, "the demonic spirit has appeared." As soon as this was said, Sophie and the others immediately trembled. "What?" Rhea turned pale with fright. "Impossible." Naya even shouted out reflexively. "The demonic spirit." Sophie, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. An unprecedented confusion appeared on her beautiful face. In her heart, an unbearable past was dug out mercilessly. That was before Sophie became the queen. Thousands of years ago, Sophie, as a member of the Elven royal family, had been confirmed as the next queen, but at that time, she was not yet able to take charge. Her level was less than 30. She had only just begun to practice magic. At that time, she was innocent, pure, and romantic, and her heart was full of longing for the future. She was looking forward to being able to take charge as soon as possible, become the queen of the elves, and lead everyone to prosperity. She was looking forward to the war ending as soon as possible, and the goddess of nature that she believed in would appear in front of her, grant her the blessing that she dreamed of, and replace the blessing on her body. For this reason, she worked hard to learn magic, improve her level, and improve herself. She would also try to help the people around her, so that they could grow. However, the evil deeds of the demonic spirit race finally made the elves unable to bear it. In the end, under the conflict between the races, a war that determined the survival of the two races occurred. In that war, the elves won, and the demonic spirit race lost. However, the elves also paid a huge price. For example, the death of the previous elven queen. Another example was her own sacrifice. Then, she was targeted by that evil existence, and she encountered all kinds of tragedies. These were shadows that Sophie did not want to mention, or even recall. Recalling the shadow of that time, Sophie could not help but hug her arms. "Impossible. Impossible," Sophie murmured. "The demonic spirit has been destroyed and disappeared, hasn't it?" This was not so much a rebuttal as a humble hope. However, Xian mercilessly tore it apart. According to her, she is the last demonic spirit in this world, an existence that luckily escaped thousands of years ago. Xian said without any hesitation, "I want to find her, so I have to use some extraordinary means. In short, you guys just watch from the side." These words made Rhea and Naya look at each other, not knowing what to do. Sophie also bit her lip and asked a question. "What is the name of that demonic spirit?" As she said this, Sophie already had an answer in her heart. In that war thousands of years ago, if there was anyone who could have escaped by chance, it was only that demonic spirit. The demonic spirit that had played with her, almost killed her, and trampled on everything she had. She was the only one who could luckily escape this calamity. There was no other reason than that demonic spirit was with her on the day of the war. In order to make her lose everything. What is the name of that demonic spirit? What is her name? Sophie kept asking this question in a daze. But Xian no longer paid attention to her. Xian just looked at the Tagore forest that was completely engulfed by evil energy. That demonic spirit must still be in the Tagore forest. Since she is in the Tagore forest, it is inevitable that she will be engulfed by Lilith's evil energy. But with her ability, she should be able to temporarily resist the evil energy for a period of time. Under such circumstances, in order not to be eroded by the evil energy, the other party would inevitably leave the Tagore forest as quickly as possible. But if she wanted to leave the Tagore forest quickly, she would certainly not be able to hide her whereabouts. In this way, after receiving the hint of Lilith's power, the countless crazy monsters in the Tagore forest will definitely discover her whereabouts. At that time, she will be attacked by these crazy monsters and have to fight. The movement of the battle will definitely be noticed by those three. After all, in the current Tagore forest, the crazy monsters will not kill each other. Their target will only be that demonic spirit. Of course, the Tagore forest was so big that there might not only be monsters. Perhaps there were people who entered the Tagore forest in order to hunt monsters and look for treasures of heaven and earth in the forest. Coupled with the subordinates of the demons that Lied and Milu brought to deal with the demonic refinement ritual, there were still many existences other than monsters in the Tagore forest, and the number would not be small. But they would also be the same. They would either be enraged and accept the hint of Lilith's power to only attack the demonic spirit, or they would use their own means to resist the evil energy. They would certainly not be in the mood to fight and would only want to leave the forest as soon as possible. Under such conditions, with the ability of those three, it would not be too difficult to detect the evil magic of the demonic spirit and find it. At the very least, they could seal off the entire Tagore forest and let the demonic spirit go crazy in the evil energy, leading to its end. Don't you want to play a game? The game begins now. However, I am the organizer, and I will also decide the rules and the content of the game. I'd like to see if you can still be so happy and excited. Xianxia was ready to attack at any time. As soon as there was news, he would immediately rush over. At the same time, Sophie and the others also realized that things had reached a point of no return. Notify. Sophie was silent for a while, then spoke in a deep voice. Tell everyone in the elven race that no one is allowed to take a step out of the boundary today. Sophie gave such an order. This meant that Sophie had compromised. What about us? What should we do? Rhea and Naya couldn't help but ask. Sophie closed her eyes. Then, tell Caroline to have the elven corps be on standby at all times. Sophie's voice came to Rhea and Naya's ears. We will also participate in this battle. Yes. Participate. They must participate. Whether it was because of the old grudge between the elves and the demonic spirit, or because of her own relationship with the demonic spirit, Sophie had to participate in this battle. This time I will not let you escape again. Maggie. Sophie made up her mind like this. However, it was useless. Because Xianxia would take care of the demonic spirit himself. There was no doubt about this. Boom. In the ancient forest shrouded in evil aura, at a certain moment, a burst of explosion sounded without warning. Ga. Roar. Several monsters who had fallen into madness were blasted away by the dark lightning and smashed to the ground. Not only were their bodies scorched black, but they were also entangled with a fatal curse. After twitching a few times, their bodies no longer moved. Wu, the demonic spirit in a black robe, appeared with a staff in his hand. He was tottering and breathing somewhat bitterly. Around him, dark curtains flickered, resisting the invasion of the evil aura. Damn it, Maggie's expression was ugly. Such a terrible evil aura, even a high-level defensive magic is difficult to completely resist. After the battle, the erosion of the evil aura is even more intense. If this continues, it won't be long before I go crazy like these monsters. Maggie did realize the seriousness of the matter. Therefore, as Xianxia expected, she wanted to retreat from Tagore's forest in a panic. But how could she hide her tracks when she was in such a hurry? Therefore, she was easily discovered by the monsters, and then suffered several waves of attacks. Maggie knew that all of this was the work of the evil god. Only the evil god could do such a terrible thing. She also knew that the purpose of the evil god doing this was likely to target her. Just to target me, turning the entire Tagore's forest into hell? Ruthless, Xianxia Boztut. I underestimated you. Maggie's eyes flashed. Until now, Maki had lived for thousands of years. For thousands of years, with Maki's extremely vile character, she naturally trampled on others and toyed with them. Such a Maki had met all kinds of people, and because of her behavior, she had encountered all kinds of reactions. Some hated her to the point of going crazy. Some were afraid of her to the point of breaking down. Some lost their minds and wanted to kill her at all costs. Some knelt down and begged for mercy, begging her to let them go. For this, Maki had many tricks up her sleeves. She knew how to drive a person to despair, and she also knew how that person would react and what actions they would take. Then, based on these, she would set up a trap and come up with a plan to entertain herself. She would wait for the other party to slowly step into her trap and be toyed with by her. Especially those who were famous for being great and strong-willed, Maki was willing to spend a lot of effort and money to slowly torture them. It was because of this that Maki appeared here. Because, here, there was a person she had set her eyes on for thousands of years. She had a noble status and was incomparably beautiful. Everyone looked up to her, and even the brave could not help but worship her, the Elf Queen. She wanted to see the Elf Queen in despair. She wanted to know how the noble Elf Queen, who was as beautiful as a goddess, would look like when she finally knelt on the ground and cried in pain. In order to achieve this goal, Maki had already taken action once thousands of years ago. This time, she was even more prepared. She had already thought it through. She would first infiltrate the hometown of the city and use her spiritual magic to brainwash all the adorable and innocent young ladies of the city race. Once she had brought her powerful forces into the hometown of the city, she would then let the city queen fight against her people whom she had protected for thousands of years. This was the Elf Queen's weakness. Like this, Maki could accurately guess what everyone cared about the most. She also knew how to make the other party feel the most pain and despair. When facing Shuren, Maki could also tell at a glance that he cared about the people around him the most. Therefore, Maki wanted to lay her hands on those people. From the beginning, that Sir had also reminded her who was the most suitable person to deal with. Because of that, Maki had already come up with a few plans to slowly play with Shuren. She was sure that she had grasped Shuren's Achilles heel. Next, she would definitely play with him until he collapsed. But she was wrong. She was very, very wrong. She underestimated Shuren's anger, or overestimated Shuren's endurance. You like to play chess, right? You like to advance step by step, right? Let's see how you're going to play after I destroy your chessboard. Just like that, Sean used the most ruthless means to find Maggie before she even started to act. In order to find her, he overturned the entire chessboard. As the saying goes, dragons have reverse scales, and those who touch them will die. Sean had long passed the age of Chunibu, and had also reached the age where he would feel extremely awkward when he saw these words. But it was precisely because of this that he did not want to learn the tricks in the novels of his previous life and slowly play with the enemies who had their eyes on him. If he was really angered, then he would fall out with him. To put it bluntly, this wasn't his territory anyway. No matter if it was a flood or an earthquake, he had to vent his anger first. As for other things, he would think about it later. Anyway, he was surrounded by big shots, and he already had enough strength. Why would he be afraid that he couldn't handle this? Therefore, Maki unfortunately met an unreasonable person from another world. He didn't give her any time and opportunity to play tricks and directly turned the game upside down. When had Maki ever met someone who didn't play by the rules like him? I can only admit defeat. Maki silently swallowed the bitter fruit of all this, and for the first time, she felt resentment towards a person. Originally, Maki basically wouldn't hate others. As a demon spirit with an evil nature, Maki would only do evil. Demon spirits would feel joy because of doing evil. Demon spirits would feel excitement because of tragedy and despair. Apart from these, other emotions wouldn't appear in their hearts. Because all the lives in this world were toys that they used to please themselves, not objects that they should hate and hate. Of course, that wouldn't be the object that they should love. Because of this, demon spirits would directly dedicate themselves to a man that they liked, and then kill him when he was the happiest. That was also a kind of fun, wasn't it? But in other words, if someone didn't let demon spirits play, then they naturally wouldn't feel happy. Shuren belonged to the kind of person who wouldn't let Maki play, and would even overturn her game board. Such a person, even demon spirits couldn't help but be angry and hate. Very few demon spirits would experience this kind of feeling. Because no one could do this. Xian did it. Since that was the case, it was normal for Maki to hate him. Just wait. While Maki constantly cast defensive magic to resist the evil energy, she broke through the periphery of Tagore Forest at the fastest speed. Our game will start again sooner or later. After the elf queen Sophie, Maggie remembered another person. A person worthy of her to play, worthy of spending thousands of years to trample. Unfortunately, she had no chance. Just as Maki was about to fly over a high mountain, avoid countless attacking demons, and rush out of Tagore Forest, an indescribable feeling of palpitation swept through her whole body, making her body stiff and stagnant. Boom! An earth-shattering pressure and momentum suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, causing the wind to blow, the dark clouds to roll, and the evil energy to roar and tremble violently. It was shocking. Maki couldn't help but tremble. Run, 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 Maki's heart was roaring like this. But her body couldn't move at all. She could only tremble uncontrollably, almost making her faint. Maki could only use all the strength in her body to force herself to slowly raise her head. In the next second, Maki saw it. She saw, Nightmare. I finally found you. The mysterious furry little beast floated in the air as if it was walking on clouds, looking at Maki coldly. Demon spirit? The innocent little girl blinked her eyes and stared at Maki. From time to time, some fluctuations that others couldn't see flashed in her eyes, but it made Maki's whole body tremble, as if she was being stared at by the most dangerous demon. But these two existences couldn't be compared to the horror of the girl in the middle, who was hugging a pillow and looking down at her. Is it you? The girl with dragon wings on her back said expressionlessly. So it was a dirty slut like you who angered my people? The dragon lady who spat out such emotionless words, emitted a pressure that seemed to be able to crush all the bones in Maki's body. Vaguely, Maki felt as if she was looking at a furious dragon roaring at her. That was a roar that made her soul tremble. That was a roar that made one's soul collapse. Maki had no doubt that under this terrifying pressure, the other party didn't even need to move. With just a thought, she would be killed on the spot, leaving nothing behind. This was the so-called dragon might as hell. Haha, Maki couldn't help but laugh. Her laugh was extremely dry and self-deprecating. I didn't expect that in order to deal with such a small character like me, 3 of the 6 great demons would make a move together. Should I say, this is my honor? Maggie forced herself to say this with a trembling voice. Naturally, what she got in return were 3 cold eyes. So you also know that you are a small character? Ai looked at Maki and said, since you are a small character, then what gave you the courage to touch my people? The pressure on Ai's body became stronger. Milu on the side spoke out indignantly. Demon spirit, bad guy, damn it. Milu was just like this, as if she was throwing a tantrum. But this not only didn't make Maki feel funny, but also made her afraid. Yes. So, I can also feel fear? Maki felt that it was incredible. However, as a demon spirit, or rather, as a living being, Maki's instincts told her that this seemingly innocent existence was the most horrifying and most frightening. As for Lyde, the pressure on her body was the lowest. At least, compared to her 2 sisters, Lyde looked like a truly harmless pet. But the fierceness and killing intent that burst out from her pair of beast eyes could freeze a person's soul. You are very unfortunate, demon spirit, to have provoked someone you shouldn't have. Lyde said so. Perhaps you know that person is very powerful, but you don't know that if you anger him, he will desperately come to find you like this, right? Actually, I also didn't expect that human to be so ruthless. But who asked him to have someone around him that can't be ignored to support him? There is no other way. In order to calm this commotion as soon as possible and return peace to this forest, you have to stay here. Lyde made a declaration. This was also her true thought. She couldn't do anything to stop Xian from doing what he was doing. Although she was a demon, she also had Milu by her side. Even if she had scruples and couldn't use her power, as long as Milu was there, she would have enough confidence to face anyone. But Xian was obviously an exception. He had a demonic dragon by his side. He had an evil god by his side. And Lyde didn't think that if there really was a conflict, Ai would help her and not that person. Because she knew her sister very well, she clearly knew that there was a rebellious side in her heart. She would not stand on her side without hesitation just because she was her sister. On the other hand, Shuren, since his sister liked him so much and always went out with him, it proved how much his sister valued him. For him, the answer was self-evident: what her disobedient sister would do. Together with that evil god, even she and Mi Lu would have to go all out against two demon-level existences. At that time, the consequences of a battle between four demon-level existences could be imagined. Not to mention, Light couldn't use her power unscrupulously, and on Ai's side, there was still Shuren, a mysterious existence whose limits couldn't be seen. In the end, who would gain the upper hand? Wasn't it obvious? In order to prevent the worst situation from happening, Light naturally couldn't stop Shuren. Not only could she not stop him, but she also had to help him. Only in this way could she calm the commotion as soon as possible and let everything return to peace. For this, Light didn't mind using some of her power, more or less showing her true body. Even if she could only show a little. Do you want to be captured without a fight? Or do you want us to help you? Light made an ultimatum. However, someone's patience couldn't even bear this little ultimatum. There's no need to waste time with this dirty demon spirit. Ai's eyes instantly turned into a pair of dragon eyes. In her heart, the anger was also rising. As the saying goes, a dragon has a reverse scale, touching it will lead to death. Shuren might have passed the age of a Chunibu, but here, there was a real dragon, and it was the Lord of Dragons, the King of Dragons. She had a reverse scale. Now, this reverse scale had been touched. So, what would happen next was needless to say. Without any hesitation, Ai looked at Maki, who was standing on the top of the mountain below, and exhaled. This breath surprised Light, surprised Mi Lu, and finally made Maki's expression change drastically, and finally, she was horrified. Bang! From Ai's small mouth, a scorching hot dragon's breath came down like a torrent from the sky, blasting down. The dragon's breath was very small at first, coming from Ai's small mouth, it was just a small beam. But it rose against the wind, in an instant, it turned into a huge dragon's breath, evaporating the atmosphere while roasting the whole world, causing the world to shake, becoming fiery red as if it had encountered a high temperature. And that mountain, naturally, was instantly enveloped by the dragon's breath. Boom! In the next moment, the loud sound of the earth shaking and mountains shaking resounded through the entire forest. The mountain collapsed. Slowly, melted. The giant mountain, which was at least 1,000 meters above sea level, under the bombardment of the dragon's breath, did not even last for a second, and directly collapsed. No, it should be said that it was evaporated. Whether it was rocks, trees, soil, or minerals, they were all turned into ashes in this dragon's breath, like the most fragile cheese, melted into nothingness. When the dragon's breath stopped, the mountain was long gone, only a giant crater that looked like the crater of a volcano sat there, emitting a burning smell and poisonous steam. This was the dragon's breath that could break through all defenses. In front of this dragon's breath, not to mention a high-level defensive magic, even a max-level resistance skill was useless. The moment the dragon's breath fell, Maki was finally overwhelmed by fear, and she desperately ran away. But, both her feet and one of her hands were still melted on the spot. Ah! A heart-wrenching and lung-splitting scream resounded. Pain. A bone-deep pain. It was as if all her internal organs had been dug out and all her bones had been pulled out. The excruciating pain struck Maki's entire body, causing her to scream uncontrollably. That terrifying dragon breath had caused great damage to the demon spirit. Ugh! Aha! Maki lay on the ground, wailing in extreme pain. Her legs and one of her hands that had been evaporated did not bleed. Instead, it was as if they had been roasted, showing a horrifying charred state. Perhaps this was the only thing that Maki could rejoice about. Otherwise, with such serious injuries, just the bleeding alone could cause her to die from excessive blood loss. But Maki did not feel happy at all. This was simply a nightmare. An unacceptable nightmare. In less than a moment, both her legs and one of her hands had disappeared completely. How could Maki accept this? But this was what she deserved. Did you still manage to dodge it? Ai flapped her dragon wings and came to the sky above Maki. She looked at Maki's mutilated body and said mercilessly. If I had known earlier, I would have used more strength. That attack just now was naturally not Ai's full strength. If Ai used her dragon breath with all her might, not to mention a mountain, even the entire Tagore forest would be vaporized. In order not to end up like that, Ai restrained her strength and gave Maki a chance to dodge. Ugh. Ugh. Maki looked at Ai who was floating above her and felt the pressure and murderous aura from her. She swallowed her wails and screams back into her stomach. After all, she did not have that kind of strength left. It was impossible to survive in the hands of this demon dragon without paying a price. So, now was not the time to wail and scream. Shadow Walker, dark cover. At that moment, Maki endured the pain all over her body and raised her staff with her remaining hand. She loudly chanted a magic incantation. Suddenly, Maki's mutilated body seemed to be swallowed by a wave of darkness. It melted into the shadow on the ground and disappeared. That was the magic that Maki used in front of Shuren. That time in the cave, Maki used this magic to escape before Shuren could react. The effect of this magic was very simple. It allowed the user to blend into the darkness and even into the shadow. Thus, she could freely move back and forth between darkness and darkness. With this magic, Maki had no lack of access to important places that were difficult to enter. In times of danger, this was also a divine skill that could be used to escape. It could be said to be a very rare dark magic, second only to teleportation. The downside was that this move consumed a lot of mana. Therefore, even Maki was not willing to use it casually, and would only use at critical moments. This critical moment. Otherwise, Maki had no means to escape from the hands of a demon dweller. Unfortunately. Me. In midair, Lide suddenly called out to Milu beside him. This innocent little girl immediately dived down from midair like an arrow leaving the bow. With a sharp sound, she rushed to the ground and even brushed past Aie. The naive little girl immediately dived down from the sky like an arrow that had been released from a bow. She charged towards the ground with a piercing sound and even brushed past Aie. Milu rushed to the ground like an arrow and immediately disappeared into the ground. Just like that, Milu charged towards the ground. Soon after, she actually sank into the ground and disappeared. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound like an explosion, an indistinct cry sounded from underground. Accompanied by a muffled explosion, an indistinct and muffled cry of anguish rang out from beneath the ground. Then, Milu jumped out from the ground. She rushed towards Maki and pointed a finger in her direction. Then, Mila leaped out from the ground. As she swept towards Maki, she jabbed a finger in her direction. Maki could only use all her strength and loudly chanted a magic incantation to cast a defensive magic. Maki could only try her best to chant a spell loudly and cast a defensive spell once again. However, this spell was useless in front of Milu. Bang! Milu's small hand was like a phantom that did not exist in this world. It suddenly passed through the dark curtain around Maki's body and pointed at her shoulder. Bang! Another explosion sounded. But this time, it was not the ground that exploded, but Maki's shoulder. A terrifying force burst out from Milu's small finger on Maki's shoulder, causing Maki's shoulder to explode on the spot. Blood finally splattered out from Maki's body. Ah. Once again, Maki wailed miserably. The blood on her body splashed onto Milu's small face, but Milu didn't show any displeasure. Milu could not help but stick out her tongue and lick the blood at the corner of her mouth. She revealed an excited and happy smile. That smiling face stained with blood simply caused one's heart to turn cold and terrified. At this time, you'd better stop thinking about running away. Lida said from high up in the sky. Milu is a ghost. You can't escape. That's right. Milu was a ghost. That was not a metaphor, but a fact. Why was this innocent little girl called a demon? The reason for that was because the demon's ability was to transform into a real ghost. So, what was a real ghost? It was simple. It could fly around weightlessly. It could pass through walls as if it was not a real body. Physical methods that existed in reality could not touch it at all. They could even turn invisible, torture others in their dreams, curse others, inflict resentment on others, and even possess others. All of these were possible. That was why Milu was known as the devil. Among the 6 great demons, she and Lide were considered the most dangerous. As long as she was willing, she could turn a huge city into a ghost domain at any time. She could suck away everyone's life force and even capture their souls, turning them into her ghost army to kill all living creatures. This was the demon Milyupesh's unique skill, Ghost Seed. Shuren felt that this innocent little girl was terrifying, and Maki also felt that this person was the most terrifying demon among the demons. The reason was that Milu was a real ghost. Not only did she have the same ability as a ghost, but even her values were different from ordinary people. The more bloody and cruel the scene, the more excited she was when she encountered it. If no one was watching from the side, she could do something terrifying at any time. In the past, Milu had done several terrible things just because she thought it was fun. For example, she sucked the blood of an army dry and turned them into dry corpses. The reason was just that she thought it was fun. Another example was that in order to find someone to play with, this demon once stepped into the human world alone. In the end, she mistakenly entered the divine realm and turned several goddesses into ghouls, causing a huge conflict between the Protoss and the demons. In order to prevent such a thing from happening, Milu often had Lida by her side. Lida could not use her power casually because the movement and damage caused by the use of power were too terrible. Milu could not walk around freely because she did not have the right concept of right and wrong. The two of them were viewed as the most dangerous of the 6 demons, because they could unwittingly bring unimaginable disasters to others. Unlike the brutality of the demonic dragon and the poison demon, these two were the type of people who would unknowingly destroy everything if they did not act violently. Therefore, the two of them formed a team. One restricted his sister's actions, and the other protected his sister who could not use her power casually. In front of such a Milu, Maki could not escape by sneaking into the darkness and shadows. Milu, who had turned into a ghost, could sneak into the darkness at any time and drag her out again. Understanding this, Maki, who was covered in blood, did not give up on survival. She did not want to die yet. Not because she was afraid, but because she was unwilling. She still had a lot of things to do. She also wanted to find a chance to return the favor to the Earl and tell him how terrible the demon spirit was. Under such circumstances, how could she die? Celestial collapse. Maki let out a mournful cry. A terrifying gravitational force suddenly appeared around his bloodied and dismembered body. The gravity was like a black hole, constantly rotating and stirring, and it began to break the space around Maki. Gravity magic? Lida recognized the true form of Margie's spell. It was gravity magic, a magic that Xianxia also knew how to use, and it could control gravity. At this time, Maki was using the most dangerous forbidden skill of gravity magic, which could make gravity go out of control, and then create a collapsing black hole. Kacha kacha kacha. Under the stirring of the out-of-control gravity vortex, it was as if the black hole had really descended on this part of the world, causing the space to break inch by inch, and everything around it seemed to be pulled over, constantly being sucked away, and constantly being crushed. Ah! Although Milu was not hurt because of her ghost body, because of the out-of-control gravity, her body became very unstable, and she floated around like an uncontrollable kite, causing her to let out a cry of panic or happiness. AIE and Lider swept into the air, avoiding the collapsing space. He's even using a forbidden technique to perish together with his opponent? Lider was very surprised. Perish together? AIE did not think so. Instead, she coldly snorted and said that demon spirit is not the type to perish together with others. Indeed, the destructive power of this skill was quite shocking, and it did not distinguish between friend and foe at all, swallowing Maki whole. However, in addition to gravity magic, Maki also learned dark magic. If she used the Shadow Walker just now, she would most likely be able to escape into the surrounding shadows, and escape the collapsing gravity field. After all, that was only an artificial black hole, not a real one, and it was not to the point where it could even absorb light. Hoo! AIE spat out a scorching dragon's breath towards the collapsing black hole, causing the dragon's breath to once again explode against the wind, turning into a huge dragon flame, and blasted downwards. The dragon's breath entered the black hole, and gradually melted it like magma. Dong. Not long after, accompanied by a dazzling light and a thunderous noise, the black hole was destroyed by the dragon's breath, and disappeared without a trace. It was also at this time that Lighter finally made her move. Roar. With a soul-shaking roar, Lighter's furry body suddenly expanded. She was growing. Moreover, as she grew bigger, a terrifying murderous aura also surged out from her body. But when Light grew to the size of a dragon, she stopped the transformation. This degree, size, should be enough, right? Lighter's mouth let out a thunderous roar, and she opened her huge mouth towards the direction of the ground. A shocking suction suddenly appeared from Lighter's mouth. It was even more terrifying than the black hole just now, and everything on the ground was sucked up. Trees rose from the ground. The ground cracked into a rock plate, and pieces of it flew up one after another. Even the space that had just collapsed seemed to be affected. Some fragments floated out and floated towards Light's direction. Light swallowed everything into his stomach like a whale, devouring everything here. If this phenomenon continued, even the Tagore forest would be swallowed up, right? Fortunately, the person Lighter wanted to suck out soon appeared. From the shadows, the demon spirit, who only had a broken body left, was involuntarily sucked out. While struggling, she was sucked into the air along with countless trees and gravel. Light's huge mouth was like a bottomless pit, swallowing everything in its path, including the broken demon spirit. No. Maggie let out a panicked cry. However, this couldn't stop her from ending up in tragedy. Not long after, Maki, who was struggling and even casting all kinds of spells at Light, only to be swallowed into Light's stomach without being affected in the slightest, floated into the air. In the end, she was swallowed by Lighter's mouth. The demon spirit's cry came to an abrupt stop. Lighter also closed her mouth, and her whole body quickly shrunk, returning to her original appearance. The trees and gravel that were sucked into the air suddenly stopped, and then all fell down, smashing on the ground one after another, stirring up a burst of muffled sounds, raising a cloud of dust. The battle had ended here. Aie and Milu returned to Lighter's side. Let's go back, Aie said as if the task had not been completed. Yes, yes. Milu nodded repeatedly. Let's go. Lighter also knew that the Real show was coming next. Thus, the three of them turned into 3 streams of light, flying in the direction of the elf's hometown. Only this battlefield was left, as if it had suffered unimaginable devastation, falling apart, and broken. Gradually, the evil aura also began to fade. In the forest, countless monsters gradually regained their rationality and paced back and forth in bewilderment. A siege and annihilation battle that affected the entire Tagore forest came to an end just like that. At the very least, the evil aura that engulfed the entire Tagore forest had dissipated, and the monsters who had lost their minds had also recovered. Although the aftermath of this sudden change still existed in the Tagore forest, and many monsters did not regain their composure so quickly as if they had fallen into a state of restlessness and were in an uproar, but since Lilith had withdrawn her authority, presumably, the Tagore forest would return to peace sooner or later, right? However, Shuren's side would definitely not end so quickly. Roar. In front of the temple square of the elven hometown, Light once again expanded and turned into a giant beast the size of a giant dragon. He suddenly opened his huge mouth and spat out an incomplete figure. Bam, with a dull thud, the figure fell heavily on the ground, causing the blood that spilled from his body to stain a large area below him. Ugh, only then did Maki struggle to open her eyes with difficulty, allowing the surrounding scenery to enter her eyes. However, the scene in front of him made the demon spirit's pupils tremble. This was because she had been heavily surrounded. At this moment, Maki was lying in the center of the square, surrounded by elves as if she was being judged. They were members of the Elven Division, a group of mages second to none in the human world. At this moment, these mages all had serious expressions on their faces, and looked at Maki with disgust as if they had seen an unbearable evil creature, exuding a bone-chilling hostility. Of course, Maki did not care about these elves. In the outside world, these elves were indeed the world's best mages, and none of them were below level 80. However, to Maki, she did not care about such a level of characters, and they could not do anything to her. However, apart from these elven mages, there were also existences that Maki could not ignore. For example, standing behind her as if blocking her escape route were the three demons, Aie, Lide, and Milu. For example, standing in front of her and looking at her with a complicated gaze were the three elves, Sophie, Rhea, and Naya. Then, there was also the evil god who stood next to her and looked at her with a faint evil aura that made Maki's heart tremble, Lilith. Even the kingdom's most precious treasure, who was rumored to be as beautiful as a fairy, was here, looking at her quietly, as if intending to witness her end and her end. Finally, there was the man whom she had only met today, but who had left an indelible deep impression in Maki's heart. Should I welcome you back? Xianxia stood right in front of Maki, looking down at her from above. There was no pity or joy in his eyes, only sarcasm. Did you play the game? Was it fun? Great Miss Demon? Hearing that. It was very forceful, very powerless, and very difficult, but it was a very straightforward smile. I didn't expect that after playing around in the world for thousands of years, I would actually fall in the hands of a human that I've only met for less than 10 hours. Xianxia did not respond to this sentence. Because someone responded to Maki first. I also did not expect to see you again in such a situation, Maki. The elf queen, who was holding the scepter, finally opened her mouth and said such words in a complicated mood. The smile on Maki's face suddenly became wider. Isn't this Sophie? Maki said calmly, long time no see. It seems that you have lived a good life for the past few thousand years. Hearing this, Sophie could not suppress the anger rising in her heart. I have been thinking about finding you all the time, Maki. Sophie suppressed her anger and said such words. But Maki snorted. You have been thinking about finding me all the time? Stop joking, okay? Maki said disdainfully, if you want to find me, why do you hide in the elf homeland, isolated from the world, instead of running around the world? This? Sophie was speechless. I know. Let me answer for you. Maki's expression became even more disdainful. She said, because compared to personal grudges, you care more about the elves. Compared to finding me, you want to protect your people more. That is why you only dare to hide here, thinking about finding me, but in reality, you are satisfied with a comfortable and peaceful life, right? As she said this, Maki's tone became full of sarcasm. You are still as boring as before. If I had known, I would have killed a few more companions back then and let you experience the feeling of pain more. This demonic spirit was still provoking her. You. Sophie finally could not hold back her anger. Rhea and Naya were the same. They were all angry. Only some of the elves who had joined the elf division not long ago were confused. Vice Division Commander, what's going on? Someone quietly asked the leader, Caroline. Caroline stared at Sophie, who had an angry expression on her face, and sighed. The queen and that demonic spirit know each other. Caroline said. Before the queen inherited the throne, when the elves were at war with the demon spirit race, she had some entanglement with that demonic spirit. This was a secret that only the elves who had experienced the war and survived until now knew. Caroline just so happened to be one of them. It is said that Her Majesty had a few very good friends back then. Their relationship was similar to Melika and Jenem. They were almost inseparable and lived together. Those people were the future confidants that the former Her Majesty had arranged for Queen Sophie. They were the most talented of the new generation of the elves. They were taught by the former Her Majesty and learned magic together. Division leader Rhea and Naya were also part of them. They could be said to be irreplaceable playmates and confidants who grew up with Queen Sophie. But on the day of the life and death battle between the elves and the demon spirit race, apart from Queen Sophie, division leader Rhea and Naya, everyone else in that group was killed. Caroline's voice became low. The culprit was a demonic spirit that had just been born. That demonic spirit has the unique ability to transform into any appearance. It is said that she became interested in Queen Sophie and used spiritual magic to hypnotize an elf. She opened the boundary of the elf's homeland and sneaked in. She found Queen Sophie and secretly killed one of the queen's companions. She took her appearance and lived with the queen for 100 years. Then, after Queen Sophie saw her as an irreplaceable and important friend, on the day of the war between the two races, she suddenly rose up and killed several of the queen's companions. She even seriously injured the queen and two division leaders. Caroline's solemn voice caused many of the elves present to draw in a breath of cold air. They did not expect such a tragedy to happen to the city queen. There was actually a demonic spirit that had secretly snuck to her side, disguised as her friend, and lived with her for a whole 100 years. And when their relationship became the closest, it suddenly launched an attack, and did such a cruel thing that even the heavens couldn't tolerate. They could only imagine Queen Sophie's shock, disbelief, despair, and pain at that moment. If the war between the elves and the demonic spirits hadn't suddenly broken out, that demonic spirit would have killed Her Majesty the Queen and the two division leaders, right? In addition, the Queen's master, the former Queen, died in the war. Her Majesty Queen Sophie was in great pain at the time. But for the elves who needed to recuperate after the war and needed guidance, the Queen chose to stand up and unite all the elven divisions to purify the land of despair where the demonic spirit could be born. Caroline spoke of the reason behind this. You should have guessed that the demonic spirit is this woman called Maggie. Hearing this, the elves looked at Maggie with anger and hatred. So it is a race with evil in nature. How could they do such a cruel thing? How hateful. This kind of existence should be completely destroyed. The elves shouted with righteous indignation. Caroline's gaze on Maggie was also very cold. Actually, there was one thing that she didn't say. That was, in order to purify the land of despair, Sophie had paid a great price. This was because Sophie had used herself as a medium to seal all the curse and evil aura in the land of despair into her body. The curse and evil aura had now wrapped around Sophie's body and turned into an extremely strong poison, causing all kinds of effects on Sophie. Usually, Sophie used her magic to suppress the curse in her body, not letting it break out. But even so, every once in a while, Sophie had to experience unspeakable pain, suffering that others could not imagine. In addition, the curse had also seeped into Sophie's soul, causing her to suffer two side effects. One was that she could no longer use her unique skills. The other was that she could no longer use the blessing that she had received. Because of this, Sophie's blessing could not even be replaced. Once Sophie's blessing was triggered, the curse in her body would immediately go berserk, causing Sophie to die suddenly. Sophie could only carry this blessing that could no longer be used, protecting her people in the land of the elves. For this matter, the goddess of nature, Najula, had also descended. She said that with the almighty power of the goddess of fate, Letas, it was not impossible for her to remove the curse. However, because the curse had completely entangled Sophie's body and even seeped into her soul, if she chose to remove the curse, Sophie might revert back to the fairy stage before she was reincarnated. What did this mean? It meant that Sophie would lose everything after becoming an elf. She would have to start from the fairy stage again, slowly accumulate magic, slowly grow, and slowly reincarnate until the day she became an elf again. The goddess had also said, there are only two ways to get rid of this curse without any side effects. One is to ask the Overgod Omnis to act and let the true almighty goddess remove this curse. The other is to ask the hero to use the holy power of the holy sword to completely purify the power of the curse. These two methods were ultimately unsuccessful. What kind of person was the Overgod Omnis? Why would she act for a mere elf royalty? As for the hero, the elves had asked a few, but there were strong and weak heroes, and there were also differences in the power of the hero's holy sword. The power of the hero's holy sword was not enough to completely purify the power of the curse and free Sophie. Even the hero Mitra from 1,000 years ago could not completely purify the power of the curse after he performed a purification on Sophie. He only weakened it and greatly reduced the pain Sophie had to endure. However, the curse still existed in Sophie's body, affecting her to this day. It prevented her from using the unique skills she was born with, and she could not replace the power of the blessing and use the power of the blessing. If not for this, Sophie might not have lost to Alidia. As a member of the elven royal family that had lived for thousands of years, Sophie's talent was naturally not inferior to Alidia's. If she could use her unique skills, Alidia would not have been able to defeat her. At the very least, if Sophie's blessing was still in effect, it would have brought her some benefits. Unfortunately, all of these were gone. And all of this, in the end, was actually because of Maggie. Had it not been for Maki, a demonic spirit, that caused her to suffer so much, Sophie would not have been so determined to purify the land of despair and absorb the strong curse that spread throughout the entire area into her body. That was the power of the curse that could even give birth to a race like the demon spirits. It existed in the land of despair for who knew how many years, completely isolating magic and life. One could imagine how terrifying and shocking that curse was. It was said that the land of death had already existed before life appeared on the earth. The curse inside was very likely a small residue of the power left on the ground by the demon king and the supreme god during the countless battles. Because of this, the demon spirits that were born from it were classified as demon race and not human race. Perhaps this was also the reason why the curse was so terrifying. Even an almost omnipotent existence like the goddess of fate could not guarantee that Sophie would not be affected if she wanted to remove it. Only the supreme god and the hero could deal with this power that could trace back to the demon king, right? Fortunately, it was only a small residue of the demon king's power. Otherwise, even the supreme god might not be able to do anything. After all, the power of the supreme god was ineffective against the demon king. This was something that everyone knew. Only the hero's holy sword could completely get rid of it. However, the power of a half-baked holy sword could not completely purify this curse. If even Hero Mitra couldn't do it, then only a hero with a holy sword that was even more powerful than Mitra could do it. Unfortunately, there are no longer any heroes in this world. Caroline sighed. Naturally, Shuren did not know about the relationship between Sophie and Maggie. If it was before, he might have been curious and interested in the conversation between the two of them, and he might have pursued the matter further. But now, Shuren was not in the mood to do so. Right now, he only cared about one thing. "You can leave now," Shuren said to Sophie. Sophie immediately turned her head and looked at Shuren. She wanted to say something, but she swallowed her words. There was no other reason other than Shuren's indifferent expression. This told Sophie that this man of another race did not intend to give up just like that. Thus, Sophie unconsciously retreated. On the other hand, Shuren had unknowingly started walking. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly walked in front of Maggie. Looking at Shuren, the disdainful smile on Maggie's face gradually disappeared. She could not help it. This was the only person in thousands of years who could make her admit defeat and even make her suffer. Even now, Maggie still could not accept that she was defeated by a man who was unknown not long ago. She had only met him for less than 10 hours. She had only provoked him once and teased him once. She did not even have the chance to use her own methods to trample on him. But Maggie also knew that at this point, no matter how unwilling she was, it was useless. "Are you finally going to kill me, Earl Potter? Count Porstadt?" Maggie purposely mocked, "Or do you want to toy with my body before killing me? I can't fight back even if my limbs are broken now. Don't you want to try?" Such filthy words caused all the elves present to spit in disdain. Rosie and Ai's expressions also turned cold. Even Lilith could not help but look angry. She unceremoniously stretched out her hand toward Maggie and blasted out a pitch-black evil energy. The evil energy enveloped Maggie's body. In an instant, it invaded every part of her body. "Ah!" Maggie immediately let out a shrill scream, crying out in pain. The evil energy's invasion stirred up this demon spirit's soul and even her existence. A violent instinct emerged from the depths of her mind and quickly occupied her will, attempting to completely annihilate it. This was not the evil energy that engulfed the entire Tagore forest. It was Lilith's power that she had personally exerted on herself. Under the control of the most powerful evil god, Maki couldn't even put up the slightest bit of resistance and was about to turn into an evil creature. Thinking that she would lose her mind and become a crazy evil creature, Maggie desperately resisted and struggled. "Kill me! Kill me!" Maggie clenched her teeth and screamed. She was not afraid of death, but she would not allow herself to be played by others. She was the only one who could toy with others. How could others toy with her? If Sean had really been provoked by her just now and had sex with her, she would have bitten Sean's throat with all her might at the last moment and taken him to hell with her. This was a demon spirit, an existence that could trample on others. Unfortunately, this method did not work on Sean. Unfortunately, this trick did not work on Shuren. Not only did Xian not kill Maki, but he also used the most advanced celestial body magic. Starlight sprinkled down and enveloped Maki's body, healing her. The celestial magic, which was comparable to the highest level of healing magic, healed Maggie's wounds at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her shoulder, which had been blown apart by Milu's finger, also recovered rapidly. Even her broken arms and legs began to grow back. The demon spirit had completely recovered and was no longer as miserable as before. At the same time, Maki's soul and existence that had been gradually eroded were healed by the starlight, and her will became sober. Maggie's gradually eroded soul and existence were healed by the starlight, and her will became sober. Everyone, including Sophie, was shocked by this incredible scene. Even Rosie was stunned and pursed her lips. Obviously, everyone was surprised by the power of Shuren's healing magic. If it was Shuren in the past, he would not be able to cast such a miraculous healing magic. But now, Shuren's magic strength had been reborn, and even the effect of celestial breath had been greatly enhanced. As long as someone was still alive, he could basically pull them back from the gates of hell. Even Maki was shocked. Then, she came to her senses. Boom! In the next second, Maggie's body was filled with amazing magic power. Oh no! Watch out! Sophie, Rhea, and Naya's expressions changed. The elves around them also exclaimed and quickly went into a state of alert. Only Aie, Lied, and Milu were unmoved. Hoo! Aie spat out a scorching dragon's breath as if she was spitting out a ball of fire, instantly burning away Maggie's magic power. Bang! At the same time, Lied swung his sharp claws and slapped Maggie away with a dull explosion. Maggie crashed into a stone pillar at the side and shattered it into pieces. Hey! Milu, on the other hand, leapt over like a ghost. She raised her small hand, and a blood-red ghost hand suddenly rose from the ground. It abruptly grabbed Maki along with the stone pillar, and pinched her in its hand. In the end, Lilith released her evil energy once again, causing it to envelop Maggie. Ugh! Aha! Maggie felt an excruciating pain as if her entire body was about to be torn apart. Her willpower was being eroded by the evil energy, and she was in extreme pain. Her mournful cries and painful howls caused the expressions of the elves around them to change. It was as if they could not bear to see her like this. This scene was too uncomfortable for the kind-hearted elves. Even Sophie, who had been harmed and persecuted by Maggie, frowned and sighed. Please set her free, Mr. Boztut. Sophie begged Shuren. However, Shuren was unmoved. He did not have a hobby of torturing others. However, he was definitely not a good person either. Back then, when Xian was dealing with Bitho, many people had seen with their own eyes that he stuffed all kinds of rubbish into the body of the old demon, making his body a mess. It was the same when he was dealing with Killian. Shuren did not know how many times he had beaten him up and tortured him before he finally broke down. He did not have a hobby of torturing others, but he would definitely not let those who wanted to deal with him or those around him feel good. He also did not want to be like the protagonists of those cliché novels from his previous life, who would show mercy when they met a good-looking opponent. In the end, they would even try to appease, subdue, or even conquer the opponent. He did not need beautiful subordinates. Was it not enough to have a dragon as a mount? Was an obedient and well-behaved evil god like Lilith not good enough? He still had an incomparably beautiful princess, a dragon demon highness who would indulge him, and even a cute elf girl who was blessed by the goddess of nature. Coupled with the proactive and direct terror, how could he lack beauties? Sorry, he really did not have such a big heart. However, it was indeed time to end this. Lilith. Shuren said calmly. Lilith immediately looked at Shuren, understood something, and retracted her hand. All of a sudden, the evil aura surrounding Maki disappeared. Milu. Ai also seemed to understand what Shuren was going to do and called out to Milu. Milu did not seem to understand, but after a while, she suddenly understood. With a wave of her hand, the ghost hand that was holding Maki loosened and retracted back into the ground. Only then did Maki fall from the stone pillar and fall to the ground. But just as this demon spirit was about to fall to the ground, she suddenly raised her head. Swoosh! Without any warning, Maki suddenly turned into a shadow and rushed towards Shan at an extremely fast speed. Everyone present reacted to this one after another. But Maki had already rushed in front of Shuren at an astonishing speed. She had a maniacal smile on her face. Her eyes flashed with hysteria. She knew that she could not escape no matter what. If that was the case, at least let you come with me. Maki suddenly hugged Shuren. Celestial collapse, celestial collapse. Maki burned all the magic power in her body, even her own life force, and used the last and most powerful magic in her life. Boom. The violent gravity immediately fell from the sky and instantly lost control, crushing the space around Shuren and Maki, causing the space to collapse and the atmosphere to wail. A huge black hole formed in an instant. Boom. The out-of-control gravity crushed everything around it, and at the same time, the stone pillars, the square, and the ground began to crack and be sucked into the shattered space. Maki! Sophie shouted. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Rhea and Naya had already protected Sophie and brought her away from the scene. Retreat quickly! Caroline shouted loudly, commanding the pale elves to retreat from this out-of-control gravity field. As for Rosie, Lilith, Aie, Lyde, and Milu, they were unexpectedly calm. They just retreated one by one, giving up the space. The square in front of the Shrine of Nature turned into a collapsed space, allowing the black hole to display its unparalleled power, crushing and devouring everything. Maki still hugged Shuren tightly and laughed loudly. Come. Come with me. As long as you die. Many people will feel pain. Others' pain is my pleasure. The last of the last. Let us enjoy the pain and despair of your loved ones together. Let us go to hell together. Maki was already in a frenzy. What about Shuren? From the beginning to the end, his expression did not even change. After a while, Shuren's voice came into Maki's ears. I knew it. A twisted psychopath like you would do this in the end. Shuren's voice was full of mockery. What a lousy plot. As he spoke, a terrifying power rose from Shuren's body. The world instantly trembled. This was the sound of magic trembling. At this moment, the vast and endless magic in Shuren's body began to tremble and circulate rapidly. They were constantly accelerating. They were constantly burning. It was as if there was an invisible force that needed to be stimulated in order to be produced. They were being consumed at an accelerated rate, turning themselves into fuel and nourishment to stimulate that force. To stimulate this force, the consumption of magic could be said to be astonishing. Even if he wanted to stimulate the lowest limit of power, he would need to consume a large amount of magic. This kind of consumption was probably something that even the elves, who were born with excellent magic, could not afford. Magic that was not on the scale of the kingdom's most precious treasure, Rosie, and the elf queen Sophie, would definitely not be able to bear it. Even Shuren, after trying, found that with his own magic, he could not stimulate this force for a long period of time. From this, it could be seen that this force consumed a terrifying amount of magic. Fortunately, the strength of this force was also determined by the amount of magic consumed. If he stimulated it to the maximum, the consumption of magic would be so huge that even Shuren could only sustain it for about 10 minutes. But at that time, Shuren's power would increase by 10 times, and this would be in every aspect other than magic. It was very shocking. And if it was only doubled, although it would also consume a lot of magic, with the scale of Shuren's magic, it would be more than enough to sustain it for an hour. Shuren had already calculated. Not counting the holy sword or this force, his combat power in the normal state was roughly equivalent to the limit of life in the human world, which was extreme level. This level of combat power was naturally invincible in the human world. Even the most powerful legendary knight like Adilla could not pose a slight threat to Shuren. But as a legendary great mage who was as high as level 98, even if there was a gap between her and Shuren, the gap was not so big that it could not be calculated. If she fought against Shuren, the final result would be defeat, even if she fought against Shuren in the normal state. But if she wanted to escape, with her magic attainments, and under the condition that Shuren did not use his trump card, she might not be able to stop him. Just like what was mentioned before, it might not be too difficult to defeat an opponent in the legendary realm. but it might not be possible to kill them. If they could not defeat each other, they could still escape. As a legendary level, could they not even escape? Impossible. As for the extreme state, it was actually reaching level 100. Without the intervention of extraordinary abilities such as unique skills, it was certainly much stronger than level 98, but how could it be so strong that the opponent could not even escape? Perhaps if it was an opponent who was proficient in speed and wanted to escape with their feet, Shuren could still use teleportation to teach the opponent a lesson and let the opponent escape. But Maggie's, Shadow Walker, was a godly movement skill second only to teleportation. It was not realistic for Shuren to catch the opponent in the normal state. That time in the cave proved this point. At that time, even if Maggie did not transform into Melika to shake Shuren's mind, she could still use this move to escape, right? Unfortunately, this demon spirit was too evil. She insisted on disgusting Shuren before she escaped. It was this move that caused her to completely annoy the person she should not have provoked. This time, Shuren decided to disgust her as well. When she was the happiest, he would send her to hell. The combat power of the extreme state was not enough to force you to death, right? Then take out the power beyond the extreme state. It didn't need too much, double was enough. This double was enough to crush this legendary great mage to death. So, gorgeous reality, flames burned from Shuren's body. At this moment, the magic power in Shuren's body accelerated and finally activated this power. Its name was Samsara Destiny. Shuren called the name of this skill Sadface Samsara Destiny, special skill. When this skill is used, it will increase the strength of the user depending on the conditions. The extent of the increase depends on the magic power consumed. The maximum increase can be 10 times. When in a dangerous situation, this skill will be automatically activated. Special fusion, unique, cannot be copied, cannot be taught, and cannot be learned. This was the most special of Shuren's 7 destiny skills. There was no other reason. Among the destiny skills that Shuren created by fusing many skills, only this skill finally transformed into a special skill like Supreme God's Blessing. It could not be upgraded, nor could it use numerology to fuse, modify, or other kinds of other skills. Therefore, when this skill was born, it could no longer continue to enhance the effect, nor would it reduce the effect. It would always be at the current strength. But this skill, with ultimate change, as the leader, fused with many enhancement skills, still became Shuren's trump card, second only to the Holy Sword. Based on the degree of magic power consumed, it could increase Shuren's strength by 10 times, allowing Shuren to even exceed the limit of life, catch up, and reach the level of transcendence. Now, Shuren used it. He did not increase it to the maximum of 10 times, but only used it to increase his strength by 1 time. But this double still allowed Shuren to cross the limit of life, half a step into the level of transcendence. Boom! Bright and terrifying flames burned on Shuren's body, shaking the collapsing space. What? Feeling the terrifying power, led by Rosie and Sophie, many people who retreated from this space were shocked. They turned their heads and looked at the flames that soared into the sky. The flames were incomparably resplendent and extremely dazzling. But looking at the bright and gorgeous flames, both Rosie and Sophie had the urge to kneel down. It was not because they were oppressed by a powerful force, but because their instincts were urging them to pay respect to a higher realm. The owner of the flames had already crossed the limit and peak of life, and stepped into a higher realm. This, Sophie and the others were shocked. He can actually faintly touch our level? Lighter was also shocked. Wow! Wow! Lilith and Milou exclaimed in surprise, one exclaiming in surprise. Even AI raised her eyebrows and unconsciously revealed a smile. Is this where you are now? Rosie no longer retreated. Looking at the dazzling flames that soared into the sky from the collapsed space, her eyes flickered. Naturally, Rhea, Naya, Caroline, and the other elves were all shaken, revealing a look of disbelief. Because it was the legendary realm. Because it was another dimension that should not have been able to reach. Since the birth of the Omnipotensen, other than the 2 unparalleled existences, there had only been a few people who could stand in this realm. The 3 goddesses of the Protoss, Artemis, the goddess of justice, and Lilith, the goddess of evil. As for the devil clan, from the beginning to the end there were only the 6 great devil cultivators. As for the human race, other than the heroes from the other world, no one had been able to step into this realm. The queens of the elves could not. Those who were the descendants of the heroes could not. The goddesses of the Protoss and demons, as well as the powerful demon generals who belonged directly to the demons like Xianxia and had fought on thousands of battlefields, could not. Even the 13 heroes, who were famous heroes and kings in history, could not do it. Even the number of heroes who could step into this realm could be counted on one's fingers. But now, there was a human male, and in front of everyone, he showed the possibility of stepping into it. How can it be possible? Margie, who was holding Xian tightly, was dumbfounded. Looking at the human man with a sarcastic expression close to her and feeling the horrible power rising from his body, she wanted to shout and scream, but she found that she could not do it at all. This was even more unacceptable to her than when she was surrounded and attacked by the 3 great demons. How could she accept this? How could she accept this? Did she really touch someone she shouldn't have? At this moment, Margie finally realized this. Unfortunately, it was too late. It's enough for you to go to hell alone. I'm not going to keep you company. Xian said slowly. I wish you a pleasant journey, the last demon spirit in the world. With that, Xian broke free from Margie's embrace and pulled out the holy sword at his waist. Margie let out a scream that was inaudible. She watched helplessly as Xian pulled out the sword, but she still could not move. The boundless fear that burst forth from her heart told her that her end had come. Aha! Margie could only struggle on her deathbed and use her last resort. That was her unique skill, shapeless transformation. As Caroline said, Margie's unique skill was the ability to perfectly transform into another person's appearance. This kind of transformation could be said to be seamless. Not only did it change her appearance, but even her magic power and aura would change. Except for the same unique skill, there was no other way to see through it. At this last moment, Margie could only use it to transform into another appearance. Looking at the vague image emerging from the swaying illusion, Margie probably wanted to transform into Melika and make Xian's heart waver again so that he would show mercy. But she was destined to fail. Poochie! When a sword light flashed like a dazzling flame, Maggie, who was still changing, was cut into 2 halves before the flickering image was completed. Behind him, the black hole had also been slashed by the sword light and was neatly split apart. Clang! A dazzling light flashed from the black hole that had been cut in half. When it disappeared, the black hole swallowed Margie's body that had been cut in half, sucked in the fragments of the collapsed space, and disappeared without a trace. Silence, at this moment, occupied the entire world. As the black hole dissipated, the collapsed square in front of the goddess of nature's temple gradually calmed down, and there was no longer such a big commotion. Everyone was looking at the figure at this moment. The figure standing in the middle of the broken square, holding the holy sword, the dazzling flame on his body gradually dimming, was deeply engraved in the hearts of everyone present. Even the few demons who stood at the top of the world felt the same. Lighter was still in shock. Milu smiled as if she was very happy. Ai looked at the back of the figure, and unknowingly, the corners of her mouth curled up. As for Sophie, Rhea, and the other elves, there was no need to mention them. Rosie was very clear that from this moment on, Xian's position in these people's hearts was completely different. In the past, Xian's reputation was basically built on the forces behind him. Although his influence was great, it did not come from himself. At least, without the support of AIE and the existence of Lilith, Xian's own influence would at most be widely spread within the boundaries of the kingdom and the empire. It would definitely not be to the extent that the various forces of the human race, or even the gods and demons, would pay attention to him. Sophie and the other elves might know that Xian's strength was extraordinary, but what they were really afraid of was Xian's demons and evil gods. So what if Xian had the strength of a legendary level? So what if Xian had such amazing potential at such a young age? The elves were second to none among the human race. Not only did they have the world's #1 mage group, but they also had a total of 3 legendary-level archmages. Would they be afraid of a mere legendary-level expert? It was impossible. Even Rosie, the most precious treasure of the kingdom, was remembered by Sophie and the others because she had the backing of the Protoss, the kingdom, and the goddess of destiny. Otherwise, why would the elves pay attention to a princess who had inherited the bloodline of the hero, who had fought side by side with the hero, Mitra? Not to mention, Sophie was the queen of the elves. Her status was so high that even the kings of some countries couldn't be on equal footing with her. Even an existence like Xianxia had to treat Sophie with the respect of a junior. In that case, even if the elves were kind by nature, why would Sophie have to be so courteous and serve Xian and the rest? It was all for the sake of the goddesses who were at the top of the Protoss, and the demons who were at the top of the demons. This was the gap of realms. The transcendent level was fundamentally different from the legendary level and extreme level, who were still limited by the limits of life. It was not up to others to not pay attention and respect to them. Even though the elves were incomparably powerful and were not inferior to any other human race, they were only slightly stronger ants in the face of the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons. Back then, a single demonic beast had almost annihilated the 13 strongest heroes of the human race and flattened the armies of the Protoss and the human race. This showed how terrifying the transcendent level was to the humans who were still limited by the limits of life. To put it bluntly, a single demon was enough to flatten the entire elven race. Under such circumstances, facing Rosie, who had the support of the goddess of destiny, and Xian, who had the support of the demonic dragon and the strongest demon god, how could Sophie not politely welcome them and serve them well? But now, the situation had changed. Witnessing with their own eyes the power that Xian displayed to touch that domain, the status of this alien male had undergone an earth-shattering change in everyone's hearts. Even Lyde was no exception. Phew, at this moment, Xian seemed to have completely relaxed. He first let out a heavy breath, then put away the holy sword and turned around. Finally, I can have a good night's sleep tonight. Saying so, Xian's face no longer had the indifference and coldness from before. Instead, he returned to his original appearance, with a relaxed and cheerful expression. That frivolous look of hers somewhat dispelled the shock in everyone's hearts. However, Lyde still stared closely at Xian and said, "Have you really stepped into this realm?" Lyde's eyes were filled with scrutiny, and his tone was filled with a sense of importance that was not there before. But this was also what Sophie and the others were eager to know. In the human race, this was a realm that only the brave ones had stepped into. If Xian had stepped into this realm, it would be an earth-shattering news to the 3 races of the 3 worlds. Unfortunately, they did not know that Xian was also a brave one. And, how can it be that easy? Xian seemed to have let go of a burden on his mind, and his thoughts became clear. He responded very readily. "I believe that you have all realized that my level is actually not that high. In fact, I can't even compare to any of the elves in the Elven division. It would not be an exaggeration to say that I'm the lowest level person here. Each of the elves in the Elven division was above level 80. Sophie, Rhea, and Naya were undoubtedly legendary level. Aie, Lyde, Milu, Lilith, and the others were all transcendent level. Even Rosie's level had increased by leaps and bounds during this period of time. Although she looked like a lazy fish, she had been constantly improving herself. Her level was definitely higher than when they first met. Although Xian was strong, he was still only level 77. No, that's not right. After the battle with Ali Dia, the series of battles in the cave, and the battle with Margie, Xian had just successfully leveled up and was now at level 78. But even so, his level was still far from the transcendent level, which could surpass level 100. Just now, you can think of it as me activating my unique skill. That's why I have that level of combat power." Xian shrugged innocently. Also, that level just now can only be considered as half a step into the transcendent level, right? Just now, Xian's Samsara destiny only doubled his strength. Indeed, he could not be considered to have completely entered the transcendent level. How could the limit of life be so easily surpassed? At that level, the concept of levels and skills would be completely integrated into one's body, and would no longer be shackled by truth. Even if Xian completely activated all of the Samsara destiny's power and increased it by 10 times, he would only be able to enter the transcendent level. There was still a huge gap between him and the true transcendent level. For example, Ai's strength was undoubtedly at the transcendent level. Even if she retracted her strength, she could still almost kill the level 98 Margie with her Dragon Breath. If she fully unleashed her combat power and used her unique skill, even if Shuren used the Samsara Destiny to its limit, he might not be able to fight against her. Only by activating the Holy Sword's power and receiving the Holy Sword's power could Shuren fight against the demons. This was because the Holy Sword's suppression on the demons was too strong, and Shuren's Holy Sword was even stronger than Mitra the Brave. As such, Shuren admitted that he was still far away from the transcendent level in terms of realm and level. Even if Shuren reached the limit level in the future and increased his level to 100, he wouldn't be able to fight against the transcendent level without relying on the Holy Sword and blessings. Only when he truly surpassed the limit of life and entered the transcendent level, would Shuren be able to catch up. Of course, as a brave, once he entered the transcendent level, the changes would be huge. At that time, not only would Shuren's strength and realm be on par with the transcendent level, but the Holy Sword would also transform, turning into a pure power crystal. AI even said that its essence would be the closest to the Demon King and the Supreme God. At that time, Shuren would be invincible in the world, right? In the past, none of the brave who entered the transcendent level were weaker than the demons. They could even suppress the demons. Mitra was known as the strongest warrior in history. After stepping into the transcendent rank, he was on par with the goddess of fate, Lidas, who was said to be the closest to the omnipotent goddess of fate. He could even pose a threat to the Demon King. Shuren possessed a stronger holy sword and greater potential. Once he entered the transcendent level, he would transform himself and the holy sword. At that time, he would be able to surpass the goddess of fate. At that time, the Demon King would be dead, and the Supreme God wouldn't appear. He would be the strongest. And now, I'm still far from it, Shuren said helplessly. However, no one dared to underestimate him just because of that. At least, you've shown the possibility of entering this realm. Lide looked deeply at Shuren and said, if you don't have that possibility, then no matter how powerful your unique skill is, you won't be able to touch this realm. The transcendent level had already broken away from the shackles of truth. Even a unique skill that was regarded as beyond the norm wouldn't allow someone who hadn't touched this realm to have the power to threaten someone in this realm. On the other hand, if someone had the power to threaten someone in this realm, it meant that they had the possibility of touching this realm. Light had only seen one person like that, other than the brave in history. Thinking of that person, Light's face was shrouded in an invisible shadow. She looked at Shuren with a conflicted expression. It was as if she was anticipating something, but at the same time, she was afraid of something. One moment, she was hopeful, and the next moment, she was filled with killing intent, but before Shuren could sense the insignificant killing intent, a figure appeared in front of Lide. Sister Lide, Aie looked straight at Lide and said, let's go back. Hearing that, Lide's eyes flashed, and she went silent. Everyone else also looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Shuren curled his lips, as if he didn't know what to say. Rosie saw all of this and finally lowered her eyes. An indescribable atmosphere permeated the crowd. For a long time it didn't disappear. As Maggie, the demon spirit, was beheaded by Shuren and received the retribution she deserved, the Tagore forest finally restored its peace. The demons, who had fallen into a frenzy because of Lilith's power, had almost regained their composure. They returned to their respective habitats to recuperate. Everything seemed to have returned to its original state. However, this was only on the surface. In the darkness of the ancient forest, the darkness was still stirring. A gentle and refined man from the demon clan led several black-robed men to a cliff that had been turned into ruins. This was the cave where Shuren had destroyed the demon refining ritual. The gentle and elegant male demons looked at the cave that had turned into ruins and murmured, "Come out, larvae." As he murmured, the ruins in front of him suddenly burst open. Gravel and smoke filled the sky, instantly covering the surrounding area. Some of the gravel and dust drifted in the direction of the male demons, but they were blocked by the black-robed men beside the male demons. The black-robed men flashed in front of the male demons and released their magic power. The incomparably solid and powerful magic power blew away the gravel and smoke, leaving the male demons unscathed. As for the devilish man, he didn't move at all. His expression didn't even change in the slightest as he stood there calmly, protected by the group of black-robed men. He looked ahead and clearly saw the huge figure that was faintly discernible in the smoke and dust. Not long after, the smoke dissipated. Gah! A terrifying roar rang out from within, stirring up a huge sound wave. In the sound wave, a monster with dragon wings, a human upper body, and a centipede lower body appeared. It looked extremely tall and majestic. On its body, an aura that made the atmosphere tremble fluctuated faintly. Even if it was just a fleeting moment, it was enough to alarm the demons within 1,000 kilometers with keen senses. As a result, all the demonic beasts within 1,000-mile radius fled in panic. Even the birds in the sky seemed to have been startled, flapping their wings as they hurriedly fled. Feeling the monster's aura, the male demons did not feel afraid. Instead, he revealed a smile. Very good. With such an evaluation, the male demons looked in the direction of the monster and chanted a very wonderful and mysterious magic incantation. The magic incantation suddenly turned into an entity, floating out one after another and surrounding the monster. Then, it directly imprinted on the monster's body. Clang! A dazzling light suddenly shone from the monster's body. The monster suddenly burst into a dazzling light. Black smoke rose from its body, and it gradually shrank, turning into a crystal clear, incomparably conspicuous stone. The male demon stepped forward and picked up the stone. After checking its quality, he nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, it has been cultivated to the limit. It can be used. Can be used? Leaving such words, the demons turned around and summoned a black-robed man. The black-robed man arrived in front of the man from the demon race and immediately tore off his black robe, revealing his body underneath. However, in the position of his chest, there was a hole, which looked a little shocking. The male demons looked at the hole and stuffed the crystal-clear stone in his hand. Facing the hole, the male demon stuffed the translucent stone in his hand into it. With this, the crystal-clear stone directly melted into the dark hole, becoming one with the black-robed man. As if it had turned into a piece of flesh, it completely filled up the black-robed man's body. Boom! A terrifying aura rose from the black-robed man's body. That aura easily surpassed the legendary level, instantly reaching the limit level. Yes. Limit level. This black-robed man had become a super powerhouse of the limit level. The devilish man witnessed all of this with his own eyes, and a joyful smile appeared on his face. With this, the 4 ultimate demon gladiators are complete. The male demon's eyes swept over the other 3 black-robed men. The 3 black-robed men faintly exuded an aura that was not inferior to the limit level. No one knew that at this moment, in a remote corner of the Tagore forest, there were 4 existences of the limit level. Even if these 4 existences of the limit level were just puppets controlled by someone else. How generous! An ethereal woman's voice suddenly rang out. I didn't expect you to transform the young demon that the organization had painstakingly cultivated into materials for the fusion of magical life. You let the 4 demons fuse with the young demon that had been cultivated to the limit level, absorb the power of the demon, and transform into the limit level. You are indeed the strongest living magician in the world. The disciple of the first demon of the old demon's faction, the only son of the leader. I have a whole new level of respect for you. Accompanied by such a voice, a woman appeared out of nowhere. It was a woman wearing only a white robe. She stood barefoot, with fair skin, long black hair, and a tall figure. She was as elusive as a ghost. The woman looked at the male demons, and then at the 4 terrifying demons beside him. She couldn't help but laugh. However, in order to cultivate your own demons, you used the precious young demon for yourself. Aren't you afraid that your father will come after you, or that the other 2 disciples of the demons will use this as a pretext to accuse you in front of your father? Young Master Donis? Donis shrugged. You don't have to scare me, Miss Mara. I naturally have my father's permission for this. Donna's expression was calm, and he even teased her instead. He said in a mocking tone, what about you? Is it okay for you to come to a place like this? You are the imperial concubine of the Ragnar Empire. I heard that there is a prince in the imperial capital who is scheming against you, right? The woman named Mara didn't seem to mind Donna's teasing at all. That's more fun. Emoluo chuckled, as if he had found something interesting. He said, I like it when the descendants of the Braves put up a stubborn resistance in front of me. That way, when I drag them into the abyss and let them experience true despair, the pain they show will make me happy. These words sent chills down one's spine. Donna's, on the other hand, wasn't surprised at all. What a bad taste. Donna said nonchalantly, this bad taste is comparable to that disappointing disciple of mine. That demon spirit, huh? Mara raised a brow and said with a faint smile, don't you think it's a pity to abandon her just like that? It's not that I don't think so. Donna's replied with a smile, no matter what, she is the only demon spirit left in the world. Her strength isn't bad. It's a pity to abandon her just like that. Even though he said that, there wasn't a trace of regret on his face. It couldn't be helped. That demon spirit seems obedient on the surface, but she's actually a restless woman. Donna said, you say that you want to destroy the elven homeland and the elven race for the sake of the primordial demon's future, but you're actually just making such a suggestion to satisfy your own pitiful interests. Do you really think I can't tell? That's why you pretended to tell her that you would support her plan, and that you were even willing to lend her the nurtured young demon spirits and legendary tier alchemists so that she could attack the elven homeland. But you purposely did something to expose the location of this place so that the hero would come to you and help you eliminate this troublemaker? Mara said with admiration, in order to ensure that the hero wouldn't kill that demon spirit, you even told the demon spirit to go after the woman beside him. How meticulous. I can't kill her with my own hands, can I? Donna said disapprovingly, that demon spirit is quite good at escaping. Even if I have 3 ultimate demon gladiators, I don't even have a 50% chance of making her stay. And once she escapes, with that demon spirit's bad taste, she'll probably keep an eye on me forever. Donna's obviously didn't want to be targeted by a legendary tier demon spirit with an evil nature. If that happened, he might just fall at any time. So, Donna's decided to kill with a borrowed knife. There are so many demon spirits around Shuren Boztut, and there's also the evil goddess Lilith. With them taking action, no matter how good that demon spirit is at escaping, she won't be able to escape. Donna sighed. Actually, that demon spirit is quite useful. It's just that her personality is too bad and hard to control. Plus, she knows our internal information, and there's no telling when she'll betray us. It's not a bad thing to get rid of her now. Surely, Maki would never have thought that it was all thanks to Donna's that she had fallen to such a state, right? Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. Donna's changed the topic. He looked at Mara and smiled. I heard that you've been eyeing a little girl recently, but you haven't caught her yet. You're even annoyed by her, right? The smile on Luo's face disappeared and was replaced by displeasure. He said, that brat is indeed very good at hiding. Moreover, she is extremely wary of me. Every time I make a move, she will immediately disappear without a trace. She doesn't even leave a single opening. How annoying. I see. Donna suddenly realized. No wonder you ran out. You purposely disappeared so that the little girl would lower her guard and show up on her own? Something like that. Mara said with dissatisfaction. Although I don't know if that little girl will fall for it, my plan in the Empire is coming to an end. If she doesn't fall for it, I'll be in trouble. It's not easy for you either. Donna said sympathetically. I've put in a lot of effort to train 4 ultimate demon gladiators, but your path is even more difficult than mine. If you're not careful, you might lose everything. Then I'll bet everything. Mara stared at Donna's and said word by word, don't you think so too? Indeed. Donna said calmly. In order to have a place for us in the future, we can only bet everything. That was why the darkness was still stirring. It would never stop. Just like that, a few days passed quietly. It was as if nothing major had ever happened in Tagor's forest. It had maintained its tranquil and stable ecology for thousands of years. It was the same for the elven hometown. After the initial heated discussion, the matter of Tagor Forest being engulfed by evil aura and the appearance of a demon spirit being attacked by the visitors of a foreign tribe had gradually subsided. Of course, the follow-up effects were not completely gone. For example, since then, Sophie had been locking herself in the Queen's palace and no longer appeared. It was unknown whether it was because she had suffered a blow or because her former enemy had been beheaded, but she had fallen into a state of melancholy and could not extricate herself. For this reason, led by Rhea and Naya, a group of elven mages from the Elven Legion were extremely worried. They often guarded inside and outside the Queen's palace, hoping to cheer up Her Majesty the Queen. However, Sophie's abnormality did not affect the upcoming ceremony of the elves. Sophie had deliberately ordered that the peace ceremony would continue. Although many things that happened in the elven hometown and Tagore Forest could not be ignored, the more troubled the times were, the more it was necessary to promote the importance of peace. This was the view of Her Majesty the Queen. Therefore, the peace ceremony would be held as usual. This caused the elven homeland to become a little lively recently. It was not only because of the ceremony, but also because the elves had taken advantage of this time to invite many trustworthy foreign tribe friends from the outside world to participate in this peace ceremony. Due to the evil aura that happened in Tagore Forest some time ago, some people from the outside world finally noticed this abnormality. As a result, various countries in the human world sent messengers to meet with the elves, with the intention of investigating the cause. Including the Mitra Kingdom, they also sent relevant personnel here to investigate. In response to this, Sophie finally pulled herself together and shouldered the responsibility she had to bear, and came out of the Queen's palace. Then, Sophie also gave her own explanation for this incident. The abnormality that happened in Tagore Forest this time is all due to the appearance of the apostle of the old demons, the primordial demon, who held a demon refining ritual here. Sophie told the arriving messengers the truth. However, Sophie was selective in revealing the truth. For example, although she confessed that the cause of this incident was the appearance of the primordial demon's apostle, she did not mention that the apostle was a demon spirit that should have been extinct for thousands of years, nor did she mention the relationship between her and the apostle. Another example was that she claimed that Tagore Forest was turned into a land of evil aura because she used the power of the evil goddess Lilith to deal with the apostle. She did not mention that it was caused by Xianxia's personal grudge. The Elven Queen had already discussed with Lides, and thought that Xianxia's actions should be kept a secret. Otherwise, if they knew that it was Xian who had instigated Lilith to cause such a huge disturbance, and even affected countless lives in the Tagore Forest, then even if no one dared to find trouble with Xian's position as the Earl of the kingdom would inevitably become the target of condemnation, leading to new problems. With this in mind, Sophie and Lides decided to remove the explanation of Xianxia's personal grudge from this incident and turn him into a helper who helped them to capture the primordial demon's apostle. With this in mind, Sophie and Lides decided to remove the explanation of Xianxia's personal grudge from this incident and turn him into a helper who helped them capture the primordial demon's apostle. This way, others would not be able to use it as a pretext. Under such circumstances, the incident was gradually suppressed. Thanks to this, these days, Xianxia lived a rather carefree and happy life. He was not as busy as before. With Maggie's death, Xianxia vented his anger and returned to his original leisurely manner. As if nothing had happened, he lived a comfortable life in the elven homeland. Every day, Xianxia would either play with the fairies who gathered around him, feeding them some magic power from time to shorten their reincarnation period, or he would stroll around the elven homeland with Rosie and the others as if there was no one else around. Perhaps because of the upcoming peace sacrifice, there were many more stalls in the elven homeland, filled with all kinds of goods, giving off a dazzling feeling. These goods were not ordinary goods, but genuine magic tools. As the #1 magic race among the human race, the elves were all natural-born mages. Naturally, the most popular products here were all kinds of magic tools. They were all fine products personally made by elven mages. Some were far more effective than the magic potions produced by the potion workshops in the outside world. Some were far more effective than the magic tools produced by the magic tool shops in the outside world. In fact, there were even some magic staffs of excellent quality. These were all high-quality goods that were rarely seen in the outside world. Coming from the elves, it could be said that their quality was guaranteed, and no one would doubt them. In the past, it was extremely difficult for outsiders to obtain these excellent potions personally made by the elves. It was only during the Peace Festival that the elves' homeland was open to the outside world. Only then did the other races of the human race have the opportunity to obtain them. It was a rare opportunity for them to have a look. If it were not for the fact that only invited people could enter the elven homeland to participate in the peace sacrifice, the elven homeland would have long been overcrowded with people of all races. Shuren accompanied Rosie, Lilith, Xianxia, and even Milu to stroll around the elven homeland a few times. Sometimes, he would also drag Aie, who was a sleepyhead, and Lyde, who was not very interested in the ceremony, to go shopping together. Rosie's eyes were shining as she looked at the stalls. In the past few days, she had never returned empty-handed, and she had bought countless magic potions and magic tools produced by the elves. Shuren also wanted to do the same, but unfortunately, he was not as generous as the princess. Her Royal Highness had the backing of an entire country. With the backing of the national treasury, what couldn't she buy? Shuren, on the other hand, was pitiful. Although he was a noble, he was just an honorary noble who received offerings. Apart from the fixed offerings every year, he had to earn all his expenses by himself. It was really tough. Fortunately, his family had a dragon, and a scale that fell off from the dragon could be sold for a large sum of money. There were also many mages among the elves who wanted to buy some dragon blood, dragon eggs, dragon tears, dragon teeth, dragon claws, and so on from him. This allowed Sean to make a fortune. He was not afraid of not having enough money to use, nor was he afraid of degenerating and living off his future wife, letting the domineering princess pay for him. It was Yu Lin's resentful eyes that made Shuren feel a little calm every time. This dragon girl is becoming more and more human-like. Is she going to turn into a human soon? Shuren asked Aie. At that time, Aie glanced at Yu Lin and nodded in a rare moment of high spirits. It should be soon. A year at the slow, a few months at the fast. This girl will be able to successfully shed her dragon body and turn into demons. It seems that you have fed her a lot of magic power. The mother of the dragons gave an affirmative answer. This made Shuren feel a little conflicted. This dragon girl is going to turn into a human. Does that mean I won't be able to ride a dragon in the future? Thinking about it, he was a little reluctant. But Aie said this while looking at Shuren with disdain. Dragons are different from other demons. Once they shed their dragon body and turn into demons, they will awaken a unique skill, and this unique skill is fixed, which is dragonization. Dragonization. This was a unique skill that all dragons who turned into humans had. According to what Aie said, the dragon race would only awaken this unique skill, and not any other unique skills. This included her. And the effect of this unique skill, as the name suggested, was to allow dragons to turn into dragons again. After turning into a dragon, the strength of the dragon would increase exponentially. The lowest could increase by 3 times, and the highest could even increase by 10 times. Therefore, even if they turned into humans, dragons could return to their dragon body at any time, and their strength would be much stronger than before. The same was true for Yu Lin. Even if she turned into a human in the future, it would be easy for her to turn into a dragon again. Wow. Shuren was speechless and directly said wow. A unique skill that could increase strength by 10 times, this could even compete with Samsara destiny, right? As expected of the dragon known as the King of Demons. Of course, not every dragon's dragonization could increase strength by 10 times. At least, among the dragons, only Aie's dragonization could increase her strength by 10 times. For example, Jacinta's dragonization could only increase his strength by 5 times. The rest of the dragons had even less. Most of them could increase strength by 3 or 4 times, and very few could reach 5 times. This girl's talent is not bad. Before turning into a human, she was already close to the limit level. If she awakens a unique skill, it should be more than 5 times. Aie had some expectations for Yu Lin. As for Shuren, he was looking forward to another thing. Let's not talk about how many times her strength will increase, let's talk about dragonization. Shuren looked at Aie with a burning gaze and said without hesitation, since you said that dragons that turn into humans can turn into dragons, then you can also become a dragon, right? As soon as these words came out, Aie was silent. Then, don't tell me you want to ride me? Aie released death stare at Shuren. How could that be? Shuren retorted righteously, but in his heart, he began to calculate. How should I trick this girl and let her ride me? This sentence was accidentally spoken by Shuren. Ai's face darkened on the spot. Even if I jump down from here and fall to my death, I will never let you ride me. Ai left behind these harsh words and turned to leave. Aya, don't. Shuren hurriedly chased after her. Just like this, Shuren spent a rather peaceful few days. Until, a piece of bad news found him. On this day, Naduna's voice suddenly sounded in Shuren's mind, telling him something. Marika can't come back? Shuren, who was playing with the sprites, could not help but be stunned when he heard the voice in his mind. Naduna laughed bitterly. I didn't expect this to happen either. Naduna told Shuren this. Who would have thought that after receiving my blessing, Marika's level would suddenly increase so quickly? Yes. After receiving Nadia's blessing, Marika's level suddenly increased rapidly. The reason was very simple. Before, although Marika was a sprite born from nature, she was not a special individual. Even if she received some gifts from the world because of you and increased her magic power, it was only an increase in magic power, and it did not affect her level. Nadia began to explain the reason behind it. But after receiving my blessing, Marika received the protection of nature, and formed the most direct connection with nature and even the world itself. As a result, a large amount of the world's magic power flowed into her body, stimulating her own potential. Strictly speaking, this was not something to be shocked about. The blessings of the three goddesses had endless magical effects. Humans who received this level of blessing could even increase their own potential and change their future achievements. For those who received the blessing, it was unknown how many people praised the benefits. Marika had already received some gifts from the world because of her relationship with Shuren. Now that she received Naduna's blessing, received the protection of nature, and had a deeper connection with the world itself, it was easy to imagine the huge benefits she would receive. Previously, Marika's magic power had only grown a little. But this time, after receiving the blessing of the goddess of nature, Marika's previous gifts from the world were stimulated in one go, finally causing her own potential and even power to grow. Furthermore, if this continues, Marika is likely to directly awaken a unique skill and obtain unimaginable benefits. Nader's voice was filled with both surprise and helplessness. The same was true for Shuren. Logically speaking, Marika being able to obtain so many benefits was definitely something to be happy about. But there were also problems. I'm worried that the sudden increase in power will cause Marika to suffer side effects that she shouldn't have. Naduna said very seriously, in the end, she is not you. She does not have the blessing of the Mother Goddess, and she is not even a member of the royal family. As a mere elf, having such a connection with the world is still a great burden for her. Marika still had her limits. In other words, Marika didn't have any potential worth praising. She was just an ordinary young elf girl. It was true that she was very lucky to meet Sean, and because of Sean, she had obtained a great opportunity. However, whether she had the ability to take this opportunity was another matter. To put it bluntly, with Marika's abilities, if she were to continuously receive the world's mana, it wouldn't be strange for her to explode at any time. Now, I have already used my power to seal the effect of the garland so that the world's magic power will no longer flow to Marika. Naduna reported, but Marika has already formed the deepest connection with the well-wishers of this world and has already been stained with your aura. I don't know if the world will continue to bless Marika because of this. Shuren suddenly felt awkward. Was she mocking him, blaming him for acting too quickly on Marika? He felt like he was being scolded as a beast. Then what should we do now? Shuren hurriedly asked, do you have a way to solve this problem? It's not that there isn't a way. Naduna replied with a confident tone, for example, let Marika enter the inner temple once to gain enlightenment. Then, with her current conditions, she will at least be able to grow to the point where she can bear her current power. Enter the inner temple? Shuren was slightly startled. Then are you planning to take Marika to the capital shrine? No need. Naduna seemed to shake her head and said, let Marika enter the inner temple from the realm of gods, there is no need to deliberately go to the capital. In the realm of gods? Shuren was confused and asked curiously, could it be that the shrine also has an inner temple? Naduna was very puzzled by Shuren's question. Then, Naduna reacted. Don't tell me you think that only the shrine in the capital can enter the inner temple? Naduna laughed and said, it's not like that. The inner temple is a treasure left by the supreme god for the human race, not for the Mitra kingdom. There are doors to the inner temple from all over the world. The inner palace was an independent space that did not exist anywhere else in this world. If one wanted to enter it, they could only go through the doors left in all parts of the world. In the Mitra kingdom's capital, the door leading to the inner temple was just one of the many doors leading to the inner temple. The other races and countries also had their own entrances that allowed them to enter. For example, the shrine in the Ragnar Empire has a similar door, and the elves also have one deep inside my shrine. Of course, the beastmen and dwarves also have doors to the inner temple. Even the demon realm has received 2 doors to the inner temple as a gift from the Protoss in the past 1,000 years to show peace and friendship. Naduna said. Of course, the realm of gods also has a door to the inner temple. Let Marika enter the inner temple from here, there is no need to deliberately go to the shrine in the capital. Hearing this, Shuren finally understood. How is Marika now? Shuren asked. Her? Naduna seemed to have thought of something and said with a smile, on one hand, she is frightened by the sudden increase in power, but on the other hand, she is sad that she can't go back to celebrate the peace ceremony with you. If it were someone else, they would be overjoyed by the sudden increase in power, but she doesn't feel happy at all. This makes Lidas and Anima feel that this girl is very cute, and now they are helping me take care of her. Naduna's words made Shuren not know whether to laugh or cry. How should he put it, that was really Marika's style. Alright. Sean did not feel much regret, and said, since it's related to her own safety, it's not entirely a bad thing, so naturally, Marika's own business is more important. Help me tell her that there will be plenty of opportunities to celebrate the festival together in the future. Tell her not to have any psychological burden, and to do her own thing obediently. Just come back and surprise everyone. I'm relieved to hear that. Naduna smiled and said, although I have comforted her, she is still a little nervous and a little uneasy. If it is you, she will be more at ease after hearing this, right? I hope so. Shuren spread out his hands and said, then I will leave Marika to you for the time being. Goddess, you have to bring her back in one piece, okay? Don't worry. Naduna immediately said solemnly, she is also my lovely well-wishers, I will definitely not let anything happen to her. Shuren relaxed his expression. Shuren was quite relieved to leave Marika to Naduna. He just didn't know what Marika would look like when she returned after this battle. Her power had skyrocketed, and she might even awaken her unique skills. Coupled with the fact that she was about to enter the inner hall to comprehend, with so many benefits added together, when Marika returned, she should be completely reborn, right? Shuren was somewhat looking forward to it. Looking forward to Marika's transformation. Not only Shuren, but Naduna was also looking forward to it. Now, I can also raise my head in front of Lidas in the future. Naduna said cheerfully, her 2 well-wishers are both very outstanding. In the past, Anima and I were envious of them. Now, Anima and I will have our own well-wishers. Naduna was very happy. But Shuren noticed something else. What? Shuren raised his eyebrows and said, even the goddess of life has a well-wisher? Yes. Nadia chuckled and said, after the incident in Cosmos, Anima's believer seemed to have benefited from the disaster. From then on, he was able to borrow a large amount of Anima's power, displaying a degree of compatibility that had never been seen before. This surprised Anima. After that, Anima happily expressed that she wanted to accept that believer as a well-wisher. Believer, and also experienced the incident in Cosmos? Able to use the power of the goddess of life, hey, could it be, that person is? Shuren was stunned. Maybe, it's the person you're thinking of? Naduna smiled teasingly. Shuren didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If that was really the case, then that girl had indeed benefited from the disaster. It's been a long time since the 3 goddesses have well-wishers at the same time. Nadia was also a little emotional and worried. Once again, the goddess of nature felt that something was changing in this world. Heroes who shouldn't have appeared had appeared. Descendants of the heroes who inherited Mitra's holy sword were born. Evil gods who had been sealed had returned. Demons had taken action one after another. On top of that, the dreaded, primal devil, was gradually appearing. Now, even the well-wishers of the three goddesses who shouldn't have appeared for a long time had appeared one after another. Plus the twin master-servant pair who had all kinds of connections with the Demon King. What did all this mean? Naduna shook her head and suppressed the groundless thoughts in her heart. By the way, Naduna said to Shuren, Marika seems to have signs of being brainwashed by mind magic. What? Shuren frowned. Don't worry, the hidden danger has been eliminated by us. Naduna said meaningfully, it should be the work of the demon spirit that you recently destroyed. Maybe it was her backup plan. Unfortunately, it didn't come in handy. Shuren's face immediately darkened. Shuren naturally did not know that Maggie had already snuck into the hometown of elves and made contact with Marika long before she came into contact with him. This was to investigate Shuren and the others, as well as to prepare some backup plans for when she had to face Shuren in the future. Therefore, Maki used mind magic at that time to control Marika and make Marika tell her everything she knew. Because of this, Maki was so familiar with Sean's affairs, as well as the intelligence of everyone around Sean. After that, Maggie had planted a part of her mental strength in Marika's body, hoping that she could control Marika again when necessary and make Marika her puppet to do things for her. No matter what, she was going against someone who had demons and evil gods behind her. Although Maggie had a vile personality, she still made the necessary preparations. If nothing unexpected happened, when Shuren, AIE, and the others threatened Maggie, the demonic soul would definitely use this card to make Marika do something that would allow her to escape. Even if she used Marika as a shield to block AIE's dragon breath attack, it would still give the demonic soul a chance to escape. Was it because of this preparation that the demonic soul dared to openly go against Shuren? Otherwise, a mere legendary-level mage would not be able to touch Shuren, who had demons and evil gods by his side. Unfortunately, the demonic soul did not expect that the backup plan she had prepared would be destroyed in an unexpected situation. She would not have thought that Shuren would push Marika down like an animal, nor would she have thought that because of this, Marika's body would undergo earth-shaking changes, causing her to be brought back to the divine realm by Najula and leave the hometown of elves. After Marika left, how could Maggie control her to do anything? Not only could she not do it, but her tricks were also discovered by the three goddesses of the divine realm, and she was then mercilessly eliminated. Now, the bit of mind power left in Marika's body had been completely erased. The backup plan that the demonic soul left behind became a joke and vanished into thin air. Shuren did not know all this, but he could roughly guess. Fortunately, I didn't give her too much time and directly eliminated her. Otherwise, who knows how many evil things such a scourge would have done. Shuren's face was full of disgust. Nadia also nodded in agreement. Perhaps this is the result of the world's shelter for you? Najula sighed. With the world's shelter, everything will unknowingly develop in a direction that is beneficial to you. The blessing of the Mother Goddess is indeed very powerful. This was not without reason. Otherwise, why would Marika be brought to the divine realm at this time, and not in the hometown of elves? Was it purely because of good luck? This good luck had come at just the right time. Therefore, all of this might really be the guidance of the world itself, protecting Shuren, allowing things to develop in a direction that was beneficial to him. Alright, Shuren shrugged and said lazily. It seems that the goddess of luck is on my side. Nadia was amused by his words. The goddess of luck does exist. If she knew that she was lucky enough to be praised by a hero after 1,000 years, she would feel very honored, right? Najula laughed. However, the luck you obtained is far more than this. You will slowly experience it in the future. After that, Shuren chatted with Najula for a while, confirming the current situation of both sides. In general, although there were some accidents between them, in the end, these accidents were all daunting but not dangerous. Shuren did not expect that Marika would not come back, but since this was Marika's own fate, he was helpless, but he did not care too much about it. He only hoped that Marika's problem could be solved perfectly. Najula also did not expect that she had found traces of the primordial demon, and told it to Shuren. She originally thought that with Shuren's ability and power, it would be easy to deal with this matter, but it turned out to be so big. She felt quite helpless about this. In the end, it would be a good thing if both sides could make progress smoothly. When Marika's condition stabilizes, I will personally bring her back to the human realm. Najula left such words. Understood. Shuren nodded. However, Shuren did not know that Najula had some other thoughts in her mind. In this way, I can no longer continue with my mission. One must know that Najula's original purpose in coming to the human realm was to monitor Shuren and find out the truth behind Shuren, the hero. Now, because of Marika's matter, the surveillance could no longer continue. Should a goddess from another faction take up this task? Najula had such a thought. But on second thought, Nadwa felt helpless. This hero is already much stronger than before, and his senses are also much sharper. He seemed to have noticed signs of my existence before. Then, other than me, who else can silently monitor him? Probably no one. And if she put the surveillance on the surface and directly sent someone to follow him, then regardless of whether it would work or not, it would be a great trouble to choose a candidate. With the demonic dragon by his side, the demonic beasts and demonic devils moving around, and the rest of the demonic humans moving around, in the face of such a lineup, which goddess can control the situation? Thinking of how she had stopped these guys who wanted to see the world in chaos from fighting violently several times, Najula felt a headache. After all, Nadia had already told her about her previous experience. Even she didn't have the ability to control the situation. If it were any other goddess, who would be able to do it? Lidas can do it, but we don't dare to let her know about this. Anima needs to continue investigating the hero summoning. Recently, she has also been monitoring the movements of the demonic realm. She has no time at all. In this way, who can control this group of demonic humans? Najula was really having a headache. Actually, there were still some candidates. For example, as the strongest evil god, Lilith was not afraid of these demonic humans at all. However, although this evil god had returned, she had never thought of returning to the divine realm. Instead, she followed the hero's lead and even entrusted the true seal to him. In addition, she was still immature, so how could she do such a mission? In addition to Lilith, there was also Artemis, the goddess of justice, who was equally famous as Lilith. This goddess was also a transcendent level existence. Her strength was even stronger than him and Anima. Moreover, she was a righteous person with a noble character and unquestionable integrity. She was the best candidate. The problem was that the goddess of justice, who could not tolerate any evil in her eyes, had always been hostile to Lilith, who was as famous as herself. And because of the war 1,000 years ago, the goddess, who had fought against the demons, was completely annoyed by Milyapesh. She thought that Milyapesh was a dangerous and evil existence, and if she were to be sent over, a fight would probably break out at any moment. In this way, in the god realm, who could be mentioned in the same breath as the demonic people? Only the three sisters, right? The three sisters mentioned by Najula were the three famous goddesses in the three realms. They were the existence of a trinity, and together, they controlled the concept and attribute of time. They were twin sisters born at the same time, true triplets. They were inseparable, and there was no distinction between them. The world called these three goddesses the three goddesses of time and space. These three goddesses also joined forces in the war 1,000 years ago to resist the poison demon, one of the 6 demonic humans. They were on par with the poison demon. If there was only one of them, each of the three goddesses would only be in existence at the extreme level. However, when the three of them joined forces and used their authority together, they would produce a great chemical reaction. They would become a group of goddesses that could even fight against a transcendent level. In addition, they were the goddesses who controlled time, manipulating and controlling time. If they wanted to monitor Shuren, they should be able to do it, right? If these three goddesses were to be sent over, they would be able to control the situation. However, they won't mess it up, right? Thinking of the situation of the three sisters, Najula couldn't help but turn pale. If it was possible, she really didn't want the three sisters to carry out such a delicate task. There was no other reason. It was just that their IQ might not be enough. Najula had a feeling that she could more or less see the end of it. But it couldn't be helped. Apart from them, Najula couldn't think of any suitable candidates. It seems that I have to find them to do some ideological work first. Najula's heart was heavy. As perfect as she was, she also had the urge to run away at this moment. She really didn't want to talk to the three sisters about things that were too profound. Otherwise, her patience might not be enough. Najula could only comfort herself. It's just temporary, for now. Marika's situation wasn't too complicated. After she finished dealing with it, she could bring Marika back to the human world as soon as possible and take over this task again. It wouldn't take too long. It really wouldn't take too long. So, I hope nothing happens. In another respect, Naduna began to be anxious. So, Najula cut off the revelation between her and Shuren and began to deal with her own matters. As for Shuren, he was about to continue teasing the sprites, but for some reason, he suddenly shivered. Why do I feel a chill down my spine, as if something terrible is about to happen? Shuren began to become uncertain. Is this a revelation brought about by the blessing, or is it an intuition brought about by the sixth sense after the enhancement of external destiny? I always have the urge to run away, Shuren murmured. At this time, he still didn't know what he was about to encounter. If he knew, he would definitely take his wife and children and run away as far as possible. On this day, the Elven Homeland's Peace Festival began. Shuren and Rosie went on the streets together and found that the entire Elven Homeland was beautifully decorated. There were people everywhere and it was very lively. This atmosphere was undoubtedly very different from when Shuren first came to the Elven Homeland. At that time, the Elven Homeland was quiet, peaceful, dreamy, and beautiful. It felt like a paradise, as if one had entered a magical forest. At this moment, the Elven Homeland had completely transformed into a lively celebration. Not only were there stalls everywhere, it was also filled with people from all over the world. It was no longer just the elves. To be honest, Shuren felt very uncomfortable. The reason was simple. That's Count Borstut from the Mitra Kingdom, right? I was really invited to the home of the elves, Roland said with a smile. Amazing. He's obviously a man, but he was invited and can freely enter and exit the Elven Homeland. What a rare sight. I can only say that he's worthy of being chosen by the demonic dragon. The fiancé of the kingdom's treasure. Not bad. Similar teasing laughter came from all around, giving Shuren the urge to run away. Rosie walked beside Shuren and looked around. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but she said such a sentence. You're really the only man in such a lively ceremony, our Count Borstut. Rosie's serious words made Shuren want to squat down and cover his head. After taking a closer look, although there were many people of other races in the Elven hometown, just as Rosie had said, they were all women. In other words, in this lively Elven homeland, Shuren had become the only man. When the women saw him, they looked at him and whispered to each other, making Shuren feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. This was no longer a country of women, but an all-girls school. He felt like he was surrounded by the ladies who had been cooped up in the all-girls school for God knows how long. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was that the elves who passed by had changed their attitude towards Shuren. Look, that man of a different race is on the street. I saw it too. I heard that not only did he get the approval of Goddess Nadura, but he also helped us destroy the demon spirit of our old enemy. In order to help us destroy the demon spirit, he did not hesitate to let the evil god beside him take action and turn the entire Tagore forest into a land of evil energy. That's a little scary, but I also feel that he's so powerful, yeah. Feels like he's different from the men the elders have mentioned. He didn't look at us as if he wanted to eat us up, like the elders said. As expected, he is a very gentlemanly and noble hero, isn't he? Only this kind of man will not have evil thoughts towards us. This is what the elders said. So he is, and is. Should we go up and say hello? Groups of elves began to discuss this when they saw Shuren. This made the tourists of different races who heard the discussion look at Shuren in surprise and ridicule, making Shuren have the urge to bang his head against the wall. However, a certain Royal Highness princess was still nagging at the side. Sounds great, Mr. Hero of noble character and unquestionable integrity. Do you want to greet those adorable elves? Rosie mocked Shuren. Shuren decided that he must teach this Royal Highness a lesson tonight. He would tell her why the flowers were so red. Under the strange gazes of so many people, Shuren felt that he could not stand it anymore. So, Shuren took the initiative to bring up the topic. Speaking of which, how does the peace sacrifice of the elves work? Shuren asked Rosie in a stiff tone. It can't be that they just set up a stall and sell magic potions and magic tools, right? Hearing Shuren deliberately changing the topic, Rosie wanted to say something, but Shuren glared at her and she gave up. She knew that if this continued, she would be the one to suffer in the end. Although she was still a little unconvinced, Rosie obediently followed Shuren's topic. According to the elves, during the peace sacrifice, during the day, all kinds of magic potions and magic tools will be put up for sale. Only at dinner time will they entertain everyone on the streets to enjoy the delicacies carefully prepared by the elves, and then show all kinds of performances. There will be a flash show with the light tree as the main character. There will be a fairy dance with the fairies as the main character. Then, there will be the magic show of the elves, as well as the exhibition of rare magical creatures such as unicorns and so on. These are all activities that will appear during the peace sacrifice. Finally, when the peace sacrifice is about to end, the queen will appear and represent the elves to thank and give a speech to our friends from all over the world. This was the whole process of the peace sacrifice. Sounds good. Shuren's attention was more or less diverted. Unfortunately, Rosie's attention was diverted to the wrong direction. I heard that when the peace sacrifice officially ends, the elves of the elven race may give a wreath of friendship to a friend that they care about, to show that their friendship will last forever. Rosie couldn't help but say. With your current popularity among the elves, you should be able to receive a lot of wreaths. Don't you feel happy? A gentleman and a hero of unquestionable integrity? These words caused Shuren to fall into complete silence. Then, Shuren silently reached out his hand and pinched Rosie's cheek. Pull, 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 pull. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Let go. Rosie screamed. Her beautiful face that could cause the downfall of a country was mercilessly pulled to both sides by Shuren, as if he wanted to tear off the skin of her face, causing it to become deformed. Come on, continue. Shuren said with a fake smile, the word well imprinted on his forehead. Obviously, Shuren was furious. It's going to rot. It's going to rot. Rosie was in so much pain that her tears came out. She kept waving her hands like a doll that was being strangled. She danced and danced, attracting a large crowd to watch. The crowd looked at each other, then looked at Shuren and Rosie in disbelief. How dare he treat the kingdom's treasure like this? This was their first thought. How could the peerless princess make such a sound? This was their second thought. They couldn't believe that Shuren dared to be so cruel to Rosie, nor could they believe that the flawless princess would be in such a sorry state. If this scene were to happen in King's City, the perfect image that Rosie had built up over the past 17 years would probably be over. However, Shuren didn't care about this. He insisted on teaching this arrogant fiancée a lesson. Otherwise, this girl wouldn't know who was the master of this house. However, Shuren wanted Rosie to show her ugly side, but this girl seemed to have a cheat code. Even though her face was pulled to this extent, she didn't look ugly at all. Instead, she had a unique sense of beauty. It must be God's blessing for you to have such an unscientific face. Shuren didn't know if he should be happy or angry. His tone became complicated. Sob, sob, sob. Let go. Rosie didn't know about Shuren's complicated feelings. She begged for mercy with tears in her eyes. Call me husband. Shuren rolled his eyes and said. Husband. Without any hesitation, Rosie opened her mouth and shouted. Looking at her well-practiced posture, it was obvious that she had been forced by Shuren to call him this way. Of course, there was no such thing as husband in this world, so the people around didn't know what Rosie meant. Otherwise, they would have blushed and exclaimed at Rosie's boldness. In fact, when Rosie heard this form of address from Shuren, she didn't want to call him that. However, under Sean's stick education, this girl even called him father, so calling him husband didn't make much of a difference. Her Royal Highness probably relied on the fact that no one understood the meaning of this sentence, so she dared to call him so loudly and straightforwardly. This made Sean even more disheartened. Call me master. Shuren laughed mischievously. What? Rosie's eyes widened. Not to mention Rosie, even the surrounding onlookers were stunned. These two. Do they usually play this big? Just as Sharon and Rosie gradually became the focus of the street, and Rosie was being pressured by Sharon, the savior appeared. Can't you guys stop for a while and not cause a ruckus so easily? With a helpless sigh, Caroline appeared with a group of elves in tow. Help! Rosie immediately cried out as if she had found a life-saving straw. This girl didn't care about her image anymore. Is this how you treat your fiancée, the princess of your own country? Caroline frowned. It's just a little playful play between husband and wife. Sean pursed his lips and let go of Rosie, letting Rosie hold her red cheeks and rub them as she wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Caroline looked at this scene and didn't know what to say. She sighed as if she had mixed feelings. Especially when she saw the surrounding elves coming over to watch with interest, and recalled how these people had kept a respectful distance from Sharon not long ago. This deputy leader of the Elven division felt even more complicated. As it turned out, she was right to be worried. After letting down their guard, their clansmen were all attracted by this man of a different race. Coupled with the fact that Sean had eradicated the Elven race's mortal enemy, the demonic spirit, Caroline could foresee the earth-shattering change in Sean's impression and status in the hearts of her clansmen. Caroline knew that she couldn't stop it anymore and was speechless for a moment. It was an elven girl standing behind Caroline who was also looking at Sharon with a complicated expression. Sharon sensed that gaze and looked over. Then, Sharon saw a rather familiar figure. Among the elves who had followed Caroline to stand in front of Sharon was a young girl with a short staff in her hand. This so-called childhood friend of Marika's was currently looking at Sharon with a rather complicated expression. The sharpness from when they'd first met was nowhere to be seen. She looked like a troublemaker who had become more or less obedient after realizing some cruel reality. She actually looked a little more taciturn. Sharon looked at this elven girl whose temperament had changed greatly and raised an eyebrow. So you're here too, Jeremo. Sean tried to strike up a conversation with the other party with a little provocation. And with just this one sentence, she was successfully ignited. I'm Jeremo. Jeremo glared at Sharon. I know, Jeremo. Sharon grinned. Why are you here? Are you playing patrol games with the adults? Of course not. Jeremo said angrily. This isn't a game. Yes, yes, yes. Sharon didn't mind. Just remember to come home in time for dinner. Don't get too engrossed in it, Jeremo. You. Jeremo's blood immediately rushed to his head. The complicated and taciturn expression from before disappeared without a trace, and he returned to his impulsive self from the first time they'd met. Caroline immediately pressed down on Jeremo's shoulder and glared at Sharon together with him. Don't keep provoking Jeremo, Caroline said unhappily. Caroline said unhappily, using magic here is no laughing matter. Even if you're a guest, you should be more careful. Hearing this, Sharon shrugged. He wasn't trying to provoke Jeremo on purpose. He just wanted to tease Marika's childhood friend when he saw her suddenly change in temperament. Sharon could more or less guess why this girl had suddenly become like this. Thus, even if it was for the sake of his little wife, Sharon had to help look after this childhood friend. But reality proved that this girl was just as hot-tempered as before. But this kind of behavior made Sharon feel more at ease. At least, I don't have to worry that you've been too agitated and will do something rash. Sharon's words only made Jeremo angry. You don't have to worry. Jeremo snorted coldly. I won't be jealous just because Marika has suddenly become the goddess of nature's well-wisher. This was something that could be confirmed. Even though Jenem had been confused by this, even thinking for a moment that he had been left behind, he had never been jealous of Marika. It was just that Marika, who once needed his protection, had suddenly walked ahead of him and become a talent that the entire elven race had to pay attention to. She was no longer a yes-man and ordinary elf. This contrast was still somewhat hard for Jenem to accept. But even so, he wouldn't do anything rash because he couldn't accept it. That Marika is different now. Since that's the case, I have to work hard so that I won't be left behind. I don't have the energy to let my imagination run wild. For this reason, although Jeremo was still at a loss, he chose to take a step forward and do what he should and could do. For example, improving himself and making himself stronger. Caroline pressed down on Jenem's shoulder and mentioned it, intentionally or otherwise. Now, Jeremy has officially joined the Elven Division and is beginning to receive professional magic and combat training. Caroline told Sharon about this and also explained why Jeremy had appeared here with the Elven Division. This elven girl was carrying out the Elven Division's mission. She was patrolling with Caroline and maintaining the peace of the Elven homeland during the Peace Festival. Join the Elven Division? Sharon was a little puzzled. Doesn't the Elven Division have to be at least level 80 to join? She can't do it yet, right? Jeremy was only a little over level 50, and was still far from level 80. Logically speaking, she shouldn't be able to join the Elven Division at her current level. Sharon's straightforward declaration almost made Jeremy flip out again. Who was he looking down on? I joined the Elven Division as a trainee. Jeremy was so angry that his face turned red. Trainee? Sharon blinked. Someone who hasn't met the requirements to join the Elven Division, but has the potential to do so, Caroline said helplessly. Caroline said helplessly, all elves above rank 50 have the right to apply to join the Elven Corps and receive formal training with the status of an intern. The advantage of this was that before the other party officially joined, they could go through formal training with the official members and train them in the necessary combat qualities. Moreover, they would definitely be able to increase their strength even faster after going through formal training. There were many trainees in the Elven Division who aimed to join the Elven Division. Jeremy had only become one of them. That was why she was able to carry out the patrol mission with the Elven Division. So that's how it is. After understanding all this, Sharon nodded and glanced at Jeremy. Jeremy was still glaring at him, as if she couldn't hold back her anger. Sharon couldn't help but laugh, but he also felt relieved. It seemed that the girl really was fine. But, let me ask you. Jeremy took a few deep breaths, then asked absent-mindedly, is Marika really not coming back? Jeremy asked this question. It was obvious that she still cared a lot about Marika. No, it should be said that this elven girl's obsession with Marika seemed to have risen to a whole new level. Sharon thought for a moment, then chose to tell the truth. She really can't make it back in time. Sharon replied calmly. Sharon had already told the people who needed to know about Marika's matter. Not only did the people around him know about this, but Sean had also sent a message to Sophie, telling her about it. Sophie seemed to be a bit regretful about this, but she also expressed understanding. Although the clansmen definitely want to see Marika and the well-wishers of the goddess of nature, since it's not all bad, we can accept it. After expressing this, Sophie spread the news, letting everyone in the elven homeland know about it. Since that was the case, it wasn't strange at all that Jeremy would receive the news. Is that so? Jeremy accepted this fact, but lowered his eyelids, his expression somewhat gloomy as he murmured, I really want to ask her how she managed to do all this. Ahem. Sharon immediately coughed twice. There was no other way. He couldn't tell Jeremy that Marika was able to do all this because he had seen through her, could he? That crazy girl would probably suffer a critical blow on the spot, and she would burn himself and the entire elven homeland to ashes, or freeze it into ice. It was better to keep a low profile. It's not like she's not coming back. Sharon changed the topic. She just needs to take care of some troublesome issues. It won't be long before that girl comes back alive and kicking, right? These words couldn't comfort Jeremy at all. Because, you won't be here when the time comes, will you? Jeremy shot a glance at Sharon, his interest waning. Marika will definitely go find you directly, she won't return to the elven homeland first. Oh? Sharon wanted to ask. How can you be so sure? Of course I'm sure. Jeremy said self-deprecatingly, every elf who falls in love with a male of another race is like this. They only have eyes for that man, and they want nothing more than to stay by his side forever. Even if it's just watching him from the shadows, they'll be satisfied. Marika will definitely go find Sharon first. Jeremy was certain of this. Sharon didn't know what to say. The group of elves, led by Caroline, responded in silence. Rosie rubbed her cheeks. She quite agreed with Jeremy's words. After all, if it were her, she would do the same. If someone had told Rosie before that she would be head over heels in love with a man, only having eyes for him and wanting nothing more than to stay by his side forever, Rosie would definitely have snorted disdainfully. But only when one truly fell in love would one understand that there were many things one couldn't control. In Sharon's words, if not for this, how do you think those melodramatic sadomasochism and heart-wrenching Korean dramas could be filmed for hundreds of episodes? Love blinded people. This wasn't just a casual saying. Only bystanders and those who had nothing to do with them could look at a relationship with so-called reason and rationality. As for insiders, even if they could see clearly, they would still choose to be like moths flying into a flame. Although Rosie didn't know what these so-called Korean dramas were, just when everyone was speechless, Jeremy suddenly spoke. Let me be clear with you, I oppose you and Marika being together. When he said this, Jeremy wasn't as impulsive and reckless as usual. Instead, he used a very calm tone. I believe you also know that a relationship between an elf and a male of a different race will only end in tragedy. It won't end well, so I oppose you too. Jeremy turned around. In order to persuade Marika one day, I need to improve myself. Jeremy set this goal for himself. Then, sooner or later, I will challenge you fair and square and defeat you. It won't be a farce like last time. After saying this, Jeremy jogged away. Caroline and the others watched all of this in silence, then left as well. That's what he said. Rosie came to Sharon's side and said with a faint smile, what do you plan to do? Sharon rolled his eyes. What to do, scrambled egg salad, and defeat him? Oppose me and Marika? If she dares to come, I dare to open her ass. Sharon snorted and left. TCH Rosie curled her lips and followed him obediently. The peace sacrifice continued. After that, Sharon did not do anything else. Just like an ordinary human, he spent all his time in the hometown of the elves playing with the girls around him. Sometimes, he would bring everyone in the family out to shop, eat some food, or watch some performances during the festival. He had a lot of fun with everyone. Sometimes, he would bring someone else out to play. It was because of this that Sharon only brought Rosie out to the streets last time. No matter what, she was going to be his official wife, and Sharon was not so low in EQ that he would bring a large group of women out to the streets all day long. As a result, he did not even have the experience of going on a date with Rosie. The princess had been looking forward to the peace ceremony for a long time, and Sharon certainly had to play with her to prevent her from being resentful. As it turned out, Sharon's approach was right. At the very least, from then on, Rosie was no longer as eccentric as before. Obviously, the princess's jealousy had passed, and she was satisfied with what Sharon had done. After all, towards the end, Sharon began to take the initiative to buy things for Rosie and give her gifts. He even prepared a lot of exquisite jewelry made by the elves. Not only did they have the effects of magic items, but they were also very beautiful, which made the princess very fond of them. Thanks to that, the princess's resentment was appeased, and she looked at Sharon with a much gentler gaze than before. The gaze full of love made Sharon feel hot all over, and his heart was abnormally moved. Since he was moved, he naturally had to take action. At this time, the benefits of pleasing the Princess Royal Highness appeared. Well, to be specific, the two of them had unlocked many more achievements. Wonderful, of course, Sharon did not just accompany Rosie on the streets. Sometimes, he would also take Lilith out to play alone, which made the girl very happy and excited. During this trip to the hometown of the elves, Lilith's actions had made Sharon feel touched. Therefore, Sharon naturally would not mistreat the girl. During the ceremony, he doted on her with all his might, satisfied her various wishes, gave her small gifts, and fed her good food, making her extremely happy. Later on, Sharon even went out with Xianxia and Yulin. However, when it came to these two, the atmosphere changed. Taking Yulin out on the streets was obviously not a date. In order to reward this loyal dragon girl who had provided all kinds of business to Sharon, Sharon deliberately looked for Caroline and paid a small price for her to order a large batch of meat dishes in the name of the elves, so that Yulin could eat to her heart's content during the ceremony. Under such circumstances, some of Yulin's previous resentment disappeared. As for Xianxia, rather than saying that Sharon asked her to go on a date, it would be better to say that this elder sister took him out to make a fortune together. Are you short of money? At the beginning of the ceremony, Xianxia suddenly said this when she saw that Sharon was short of money and could not buy as much as Rosie. Then, this servant girl opened a shop in the hometown of the elves, which specialized in selling her own dishes and handmade accessories. Then, the matter got out of hand. Anyway, Sharon felt that after this great servant girl opened her shop, the street where her shop was located was filled with the aroma of her dishes, and the handmade accessories she made were even more exquisite and beautiful. They simply crushed the expensive luxury goods designed by countless top jewelry designers in his previous life. On that day, the street went out of control. It was said that all the goods in Xia's shop were sold out in just a few minutes. Especially those handmade accessories, they were crazily fought over by noblewomen from all over the world, each of them being sold at a sky-high price. A piece of dragon scale must be very expensive, right? A drop of dragon birth was also a very precious magic potion ingredient, right? However, a pure natural accessory made by Xia using leaves and twigs was sold at a price higher than a dragon scale and a dragon birth. This was outrageous. That night, Sharon would probably never forget the scene when this servant girl threw a pile of gold coins in front of him. "Here you go." At that time, Xia said these two words calmly, then turned around and left. Sharon was dumbfounded on the spot. At that moment, he understood. What's the big deal about Her Royal Highness living off a woman? I'm living off a maid. This almost made Sharon shut himself up. Later, Xia did not want to open the shop anymore, but all the elves and noblewomen from all over the world came to visit her, asking to open the shop. This was another episode. Sharon only knew that from that day onwards, his elder sister became the elder sister of the elves, and she was very popular. It was said that there were many high officials and nobles who offered all kinds of amazing conditions to poach this elder sister to their side, but they were flatly rejected. "I already have a young mistress, and now I'm serving my temporary master, so I can't agree to your request." Xia's expressionless refusal made many people sigh. Sean, on the other hand, felt extremely complicated. Especially when he heard the words temporary master, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. Sharon had to admit that at this time, if Xia appeared in front of him, he might not be able to resist the urge to kill her and snatch her maid, and then completely abduct this overly outstanding maid to his side. It was worth mentioning that Aie lied, and Milu's feelings were even more complicated than Sharon's. Sharon remembered that when he brought the three demons to Xia's shop, and when they saw Xia's indifferent face as the shop owner, the three demons looked like they wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought, as if they had a lot of things to say. And when they saw the elves and foreign women shouting elder sister and offering high prices to poach Xia, the three demons almost rushed up. Aie and lied were fine, at least they controlled themselves. But Milu didn't have the same self-control. She rushed up on the spot, almost setting off a bloody storm. After such a mess, Sharon decided to take some time from time to accompany this amazing elder sister to look after the shop from time to time, in case something happened again. A dignified hero and the Earl of the Kingdom actually looked after a shop on the side of the road in the land of elves. Even Rosie couldn't help but say something. "I think it's better if you don't let this maid show her face in public in the future, or something will happen. Thank you for your advice, I have deeply experienced it." "Thank you." In this way, the countdown to the peace sacrifice gradually approached. In the end, Sharon even went out with Aie, lied, and Milu a few times, but he didn't know if it was considered a date. This trip had not been in vain. Apart from the various disturbances at the beginning, Sharon and the others had a rather leisurely and wonderful time in the land of elves. Rosie was satisfied. Lilith was satisfied. Urine was satisfied. Xia, well, she left behind a legend. Even Milu had a good time, running around the land of elves all day. Fortunately, Xia and Lilith were there to look after her, or else she might really have caused some trouble. On the other hand, Aie and Lied were not interested in the ceremony. They were either sleeping or drinking tea, and they had lived to be 100 years old. As for Sharon himself, "I've had a good time, right?" Thinking about this trip to the land of elves, not only did he enjoy a good ceremony with the girls around him, but he also made a breakthrough with Marika. Marika also became the blesser of the goddess of nature and was about to be reborn. Sharon was very satisfied. However, it was a pity that under this peace and harvest, some things that surfaced also brought about some haze. The apostle of the old demon's faction, Original Demon, appeared in front of people for the first time, and many people who knew the inside story began to worry. In the past 1,000 years, this oldest and most mysterious old demons faction had always been very low-key and hidden, and there had never been a time when they were directly exposed. This time, not only did an apostle appear, but that apostle was also being suppressed. This was certainly a good thing, but it also felt like a storm was brewing. After all, the original demon had begun to appear. So, it definitely wouldn't be peaceful after this, right? For this reason, Light had already intended to return to the realm of demons and discuss this matter with her sisters. Sophie was also preparing to contact the leaders of the major human forces regarding this matter. Xian still did not intend to stay idle. Because next, he was ready to go to the Empire. There was a little girl waiting for him. I said I would give you a month, and it's almost time. Sometimes, Xian would look in the direction of the Empire and murmur like this. In the situation where the 1-month deadline was almost up, there was still no news from Terre. Obviously, her goal had not been achieved. Perhaps, that girl had already encountered a troublesome situation. If that was the case, it's time for me to go. Xian remembered the promise he made with the prince. Mara, huh? This mysterious concubine, who was likely related to the old demons faction, was Xian's next target. He had decided to get in touch with some secrets and unravel some mysteries. With his current strength, he should be qualified to get in touch with these things, right? The mysterious concubine named Mara was Xian's first target. He might be able to learn something from her. Also, Xian wanted to go to the realm of gods. His goal, of course, was to find Neon. The first hero, this hero had the same name as the goddess who summoned him. What was his relationship with her? Xian wanted to solve this mystery. At that time, perhaps the truth of why he was summoned to this world would come to light. As he thought about this, Xian began to lose focus. Little did he know, there were people looking at him with deep eyes, and there were also people planning to get in touch with him and cause all kinds of disturbances. Finally, the peace sacrifice was over. When Sophie appeared in front of the queen's palace as the Elven Queen and offered a speech of gratitude and praise for the friendship between the various races in front of the entire Elven homeland, the Centennial Peace Festival officially came to an end. The elves clapped their hands and applauded happily. The people from the other races who were invited applauded while feeling a little reluctant to leave. For the elves, such a sacrifice would be held about a dozen times in their lifetime, but for the other races, it was not necessarily the case. For humans, 100 years often meant that a lifetime had passed. Therefore, for humans, this centennial peace sacrifice was probably the only time they could participate in it in their entire lives. It was only natural for people to feel emotional. Even Xian felt that he did not know if he would have the chance to participate in the second peace sacrifice. After all, who knew what would happen 100 years later? He had only lived for a little more than 20 years, and it would be too difficult for him to think about what would happen 100 years later. Rosie thought so too. In the end, she no longer tried to maintain her image, and like a real princess, she turned her back to the forest of dreams and revealed a quiet and beautiful smile. Xian felt that he would never forget that beautiful scene for the rest of his life. But no matter what, life had to go on. The peace sacrifice was over, and the foreign races from all over the world would rest for the last night in the elf's hometown. Tomorrow morning, the invited races would leave one after another. Xian and the others also planned to leave tomorrow and did not stay any longer. Tomorrow morning, Xian would bid farewell to the elf's hometown and head to the Empire to meet Terre. However, Xian did not expect that the other people's itinerary would be different from his. For example, Ai, you're going back to the demon realm? When Xian mentioned in the treehouse that they would leave tomorrow and head to the Empire, Ai's words stunned him. That's right. Ai did not seem very happy and said unhappily, Sister Lyde said that she has to go back and report about the original demon's official appearance. When the time comes, the 6 of us might have to have a meeting, and it would be best if I went back with them. Hearing this, Xian could not help but look at Lyde. Don't look at me like that. Lyde, who was lying on the table, felt Xian's gaze and immediately said, the demons have been paying attention to the original demon for a long time, and these old demons want to get rid of them as soon as possible. Now that they have finally shown signs, as the leaders of the demons, of course, we have to discuss how to deal with them. NN. Milu nodded with a serious expression. It was unknown whether she understood what Ling Lan was saying. In other words, Shan blinked and said with some uncertainty, all three of you are going back to the demon realm? That's right. Reed nodded. That's right, that's right. Milu nodded again. Really? AI was a little unwilling, and even a little resistant. In fact, Shan was also somewhat at a loss for what to do. After all, ever since he met AI, the two of them had never been separated. Aside from living under the same roof, Lied Demon would always be the one accompanying him whenever he went on a long trip. She was the one who accompanied him to the Adel Canyon. She was also with Lied Demon when he went to Dukestringham. It was the same for this trip to the Elven homeland. AI had always been with Shuren at the place closest to him, and she had been with him longer than anyone else. Now, after careful calculation, Shan realized that the person who had been with him the longest since he came to this world was actually AI. It had only been half a year since Shuren was summoned to this world. He had met AI when he had just entered the royal capital. At that time, he had only been in this world for about a month. After that, every time he went on a long trip, this girl would accompany him. Naturally, she was the one who had been with Shuren the longest. And now, this girl was leaving. Shuren was not used to it. AI seemed to have seen through this. However, she opened her mouth but did not know what to say. How could she be willing to leave? In the past, AI rarely stayed by someone's side for a long time like this. Although she had lived for more than 10,000 years, as a dragon, AI had basically spent most of her time in hibernation. For AI, who could sleep for hundreds of years, waking up almost every day and staying by someone's side, chatting and joking with him, was something that she had never experienced before. Even when the Demon King was still alive, AI did not wake up and stay by his side as often as she did now. But this time, she met someone who was worthy of her efforts. At first, it was just to observe the other party. Later on, the thought of watching from the sidelines gradually turned into admiration and admiration for the other party. When AI came to her senses, she realized that she had unknowingly become very close to Shuren. He dared to ridicule her in front of her face. He dared to treat her like a doll, hugging and holding her hand whenever he wanted, not treating her as an outsider at all. He even dared to climb into her bed and sleep with her. He even dared to think of ways to go against her. Not only did he want to ride her, but he also wanted to see the scenery under her pillow. If it was someone else, even if the other party dared to do this, he would turn them into ashes in an instant, leaving not even a trace of ashes behind. Only this man, this brave man who was extremely to her liking, was able to do this. And she had to leave him. Thinking of this, AI felt anxious for no reason. She even wanted to tell Lied that she did not want to go back. But Lied was the first to strike. Don't tell me that you don't want to go back. We still need you to give orders to your subordinates in your territory so that they can cooperate with us. Lied said impatiently, besides, it won't take too long. Most of the work will probably be done by Sister Scylla. We just need to cooperate and it won't take much effort. Can't you even squeeze out this little bit of time? This? AI was speechless. She could only say stubbornly, what if someone bullies him when I'm not here? Hearing this, many people present were speechless. Bully. Lied narrowed his eyes and sighed, I really want to know who dares to bully him. Recalling the sword that could even break the collapsed space and the dazzling flame that made even his heart palpitate, Lied really wanted to know who would dare to bully this kid now. With his strength, I don't think anyone can bully him other than the handful of people in our realm. Lied pursed his lips and said, besides, doesn't he have the evil goddess Lilith on his side? This sentence made Lilith, who was at the side, nod her head repeatedly and hurriedly show her presence. This time AI was speechless. Seeing this, Shuren also knew that this matter was settled. All right. Shuren could only helplessly accept this fact. However, at this time, Rosie, who had been quietly listening to everyone's conversation, raised her hand. I should also go back to the capital first. I probably won't go to the Empire with you. Rosie actually said so coldly. You? Shuren looked at Rosie in shock. Don't look at me like that. Rosie smiled bitterly and said, no matter what, I am the princess of the Mitra kingdom. Without an official title, how do you think the people of the Empire will react if I casually break into the capital of the Ragnar Empire, an old rival? Was there a need to say? They would definitely use this as a pretext, or even take the opportunity to target Rosie. It would be best if they could make Rosie, the most precious treasure of the kingdom, stay forever. In view of this, it was best for Rosie not to go to the Empire, so as not to be criticized. At that time, although Shuren was not afraid, there would definitely be all kinds of trouble in the kingdom. Moreover, I also have something to do, Rosie said as if she was talking to herself, otherwise, I will be completely left behind by you. Left behind what? Shuren did not understand what this sentence meant. Nothing. Rosie shook her head, smiled, and said, anyway, I definitely can't go with you on the trip to the Empire. You don't want such an obvious target like me to cause you trouble, do you? The Empire was different from the elven homeland. Not only was it a rival country of the kingdom, but it was also an outside world with various standpoints and desires. Rosie was the #1 beauty of the human race. Even without considering her identity as the princess of the kingdom, if she appeared in the Empire with her beauty alone, it would only cause all kinds of uproar. If that happened, it would be difficult for Shuren to plan anything even if he wanted to. In this way, Rosie felt that she might as well not go at all. You can go with Lilith and Xianxia. Rosie shook Shuren's hand and said to him, remember to bring Tears back. I don't want to lose her yet. Obviously, Rosie had made up her mind. What is this? Shuren was unhappy. There was nothing he could do about it. When they arrived, they were in an orderly and majestic group. It could be said that it was extremely lively. But now, Melika had gone to the divine realm, Ai was about to return to the demon realm, and even Rosie was about to return to the capital. This made Shuren feel very unhappy. This was not being willful and unreasonable, it was just that he was in a bad mood. And for some reason, seeing that Shuren was unhappy because of their departure, Rosie and Ai's expressions softened. Don't worry. Ai said without hesitation, when I'm done here, I will immediately come back to find you. This was the promise of the demonic dragon. Moreover, it was a promise that others could not even beg for. Apart from Shuren, no one else could have such a promise. I will wait for your good news in the capital. Rosie smiled sweetly and said meaningfully, when you come back, I might be able to give you a surprise. What surprise? Rosie did not say, and Shuren was not in the mood to ask. All right. Shuren sighed. Just like that, the night of separation arrived. Since the festival had just ended, there were still some lingering liveliness in the elven hometown that night. The radiance of the Tree of Light was much more dazzling than usual, making the entire elven hometown look like an ideal hometown, making people feel as though they had fallen into a dreamland. This caused many people to be reluctant to sleep as if they wanted to take one more look at the elven hometown. Some strolled on the streets, while others walked back and forth between the windows of the treehouses, feeling as though they had forgotten to go home. This time, Shuren came to the roof like these people as if he was reluctant to sleep. Sigh, Shuren lay on the treehouse and looked at the night sky, sighing for no reason. Evidently, Shuren was still reluctant to see Ai and Rosie leave. Perhaps he was too used to it. I was the one who left before, and now that someone else is leaving, I'm not used to it. Rosie was fine as Shuren had already been reluctant to part with her when he went to the Sterling Dukedom. Moreover, after finishing his business in the Empire, Shuren would immediately return to see her, so he wasn't too sad. But as for Ai, Shuren really didn't expect that he would be so melancholic. As the saying went, only after losing someone would one realize how precious they were, and how much they were worth cherishing. Although it was a little weird to use the word lost in the current situation, when someone who had been by one's side for a long time was suddenly about to leave, one would often feel a lot of emotions. That was how Shuren was feeling now. At this moment, even Shuren was surprised. He was surprised that he actually cared so much about the dragon girl's departure. Is that girl that important in my heart now? That was how Shuren felt at this moment. Seems like I won't be able to sleep tonight, Shuren could only mutter to himself. At this moment, a figure descended from midair and came to Shuren's side. Sensing the familiar magic power and aura, Shuren instantly knew who it was. What are you doing in a place like this instead of being affectionate with your fiancé in your room? As the familiar voice entered his ears, Shuren slightly raised his eyelids. He saw that the girl hugging the pillow had just retracted her dragon wings and landed beside him. Who else could it be other than Aie? Why are you here? Shuren couldn't help but sit up. It's nothing. Aie looked at Sean and said faintly, I just can't sleep. That was strange. There are times when you can't sleep? Shuren was really surprised. It was so difficult to hear the words can't sleep from the mouth of a dragon demon that was always drowsy and would fall into a deep sleep the moment he lay down. Aie naturally knew that she wasn't herself. But she had no choice. Even if it's me, it happens to me occasionally. For some reason, Aie said, back then, when the demon king who was like my mother passed away, I also couldn't fall asleep that night. What was the deeper meaning behind those words? Shuren felt as if he could understand, but at the same time, he couldn't. Forget it. In short, he should first do what he had to do. Come here. Shuren waved at Aie. What? Aie asked subconsciously. Let me hug you. Shuren said very honestly. You, Aie immediately became annoyed. But she didn't refuse, and didn't want to. So, Aie walked toward Shuren and stood in front of Shuren. Shuren didn't stand on ceremony. He directly picked up the large doll and put it in his arms. Aie then sat in Shuren's arms. Being carried by Shuren, they sat on the roof together. As they gazed at the elven homeland at night, all of the anxiety, reluctance, and slight discomfort they felt before they parted suddenly vanished in this instant. Not long after, Aie spoke. This is unbelievable. Aie stared ahead, not even turning her head as she spoke. What's wrong? Shuren didn't look at Aie either. Instead, he focused all his attention on Aie. Under such a situation, Aie began to speak. I never thought that one day, I would be held in the arms of the hero and look at the night sky with him. Aie's voice was a bit ethereal. The hero is our natural enemy. He should be the target of our hostility and hatred. He is also the murderer of the demon king who was like our mother. Yet, I am so close to you, the hero. Don't you find this unbelievable? Indeed, this was a very inconceivable thing. At least, it was so for the demons. But Shuren didn't think so. If you want to talk about inconceivable, then all of my experiences are inconceivable, okay? Sean shrugged, and said, I've already died once, but I was suddenly given a second life inexplicably. I was even summoned to a completely unfamiliar world as a hero, got to know someone like the princess, and hung out with a big shot like you all day long. No matter how I think about it, it's unrealistic, isn't it? Many novels in his previous life had written about how wonderful transmigration was, and how cool it was. It was as if once transmigrated, it would be like encountering a great opportunity. In the future, it would be the fate of the main character, the life of the master. It was destined to stand out, to completely overturn all the mediocre things in the real world, and to walk to the peak of life. But for Shuren, as the person involved, wouldn't he feel uneasy after being thrown into a completely unfamiliar world and having to survive and fight there? Surely he would, right? Not to mention, he had to change from an ordinary person who had never even fought a fight to a decisive existence who could fight with monsters and enemies. Was that really an easy thing? T, right? Anyway, Sean felt that those people who had transmigrated seemed to have become big shots all of a sudden. From a person who had not even killed a chicken to a so-called decisive and strong protagonist who dared to slash people with a knife, it could only be imagined. Take Shuren himself as an example. If it weren't for the fact that he had learned so many combat skills due to providence, his first thought when he encountered a monster would definitely be to run as far as possible. After killing the monster, he vomited all over the ground in a sorry state. Now that he thought about it, he was as unbearable as he could be at that time. In this way, if he were to tell himself before he came to this world that he would become like that after coming to this world, would he feel happy? It was hard to say, right? Therefore, for Shuren, everything he experienced in this world was inconceivable. Aie roughly understood it. That was why she said it. It seems that we have never considered the situation of the heroes. Aie said faintly, to us, the heroes have always been hateful enemies. We have never thought about how difficult it would be for them to fight against us as people from another world. Although Bravehearts were very fearsome, how could demons be simple characters? They were born to stand at the peak of the world and possessed innate strength. For the heroes who had just come to this world, it was no different from a nightmare. Knowing that they had to fight against such existences and even destroy them, the pressure in the hearts of the heroes of the past was imaginable. And in the end, only a small number of them had the power to threaten the demons. The rest didn't even cross the limit of their lives before dying in the hands of the demons. If one really wanted to be calculative, they were the most difficult. The love and hate dispute between the heroes and the demons continued like this for thousands of years. Until the war ended 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years later, the hero Xian and the demon Ai snuggled together and looked at the starry sky. Ai couldn't help but think that if you were summoned into this world before the war ended, then, can we still become like this? Ai wanted to say that, but as she spoke, she felt a stabbing pain in her heart. Because she knew that if that really happened, the result would be obvious. The two of them wouldn't become like this. This made Ai feel like she was suffocating. Who would have thought? Then I will just throw down the holy sword and surrender. Xian said these words in a serious and earnest manner. Huh? Ai was stunned. Xian became excited. Please, if I knew that I had to fight to the death with so many big shots who could destroy the continent and the world at a whim for no reason, I would definitely quit, okay? Xian rolled his eyes. I'm not a person of this world, and I'm not related to anyone. In the end, they gave me the title of hero and wanted me to save the world. Those Protoss guys are probably dreaming. That was the reality. Perhaps Xian had already forgotten that he accepted Nian's summon when he knew that he had to deal with the Demon King. But even at that time, Xian would never let the so-called righteousness of saving the world get to his head and fight against the demons. At that time, the first thing he thought about was how to grow wretchedly. He even thought about secretly becoming stronger first, then sneak out and become an assassin to assassinate the Demon King. This is me, a different kind of firework. Ai stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. That smile was different from any smile she had shown so far. It was not a smile that pretended to be mature, but a smile that came from the heart and was extremely pure. As expected, you are completely different from the other heroes. Ai felt as if the thorn in her heart had been pulled out. Because, she understood. As long as Xian was still Xian, then even if he was summoned into this world before the war ended, he would still attract her attention and eventually become like this. This was the Braveheart that she, the demonic dragon Ai, liked and loved the most. At this moment Ai finally understood. She understood what the emotions that were surging in her heart at this moment were. During this period of time, Ai naturally discovered that she had been paying more and more attention to Xian. At the very beginning, it should be that shameful dream, right? After that, Xian's position in her heart seemed to have become more and more important. If not for this, she would not have been so angry when he was bullied. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have felt so unhappy when he was engaged to the kingdom's most precious treasure. Ai had always thought that this was because she liked this extremely special hero very much and regarded him as her own, which was why she had such emotions. It was only at this moment that Ai realized that the reason she had such emotions wasn't just because of that. She had already unknowingly regarded this person as her own. Could it be that this was love? In a trance, in Ai's mind, there was a memory that awakened. It was something that happened a long, long time ago. At that time, she had just been born into this world. It was also at that time that humans gradually multiplied on the ground and entered Ai's field of vision, which was not considered big at that time. Ai heard that it was a life created by the Protoss to imitate the hero, and the purpose was to help the Protoss deal with the demons. Perhaps out of vigilance, out of worry. Ai observed that race. At that time, she saw all kinds of relationships between humans. Among them, some were very unsightly, some were very realistic, some were very hypocritical, some were very infuriating, but there were also some that made Ai feel very confused. For example, there was a very strong man who would not hesitate to die on the battlefield for a woman who was much weaker than him. For example, there was a very weak woman who would give up everything for a man who did not even look at her in the eye. There was a man who would step forward when a woman was in danger and desperately save her. There was a woman who would step forward when a man was in danger and use her body to block a spear that pierced his heart. This made AIE very surprised and very puzzled. Thus, AIE and the existence that was like her mother had a conversation like this. Why would that man care about such a weak woman when he is so powerful? I don't know. Why was that woman so weak, willing to give up so much for that man who did not even look at her in the eye? I don't know. Why did he save her? I don't know. Why did she die for him? I really don't know. It was obvious that his mother did not understand the human race either. It should be said that she did not understand any life or race in this world. Even if she was the origin of the demon race, the mother of the demon race, she was different from the supreme gods who used their supreme power to create all things. His mother did not create life or create races, she only destroyed everything. The reason why the demon race was born was because her invincible magic power had spread to the outside world, thus giving birth to life. Just like how some monsters were born from the source of magic and the magic that flowed through the earth, the magic that far surpassed the scale of the world gave birth to the existence known as the demon race. Therefore, although she was the mother of demons, she did not want to create life out of her own will. Instead, she passively became the origin of demons and was followed by demons who worshipped her. Therefore, she could not understand life, let alone understand the relationship between life and life. It was very normal for her to keep saying I don't know. However, at that time, she also said something that left a deep impression on AIE. Perhaps, this is the so-called love? She did not know if the sentence was said to herself or to AIE, who was still young at that time. AIE only remembered that she did not understand the meaning of this at that time. Love? This strange word was engraved in the depths of AIE's heart while she was puzzled and even buried together with this memory. It wasn't until today that this dusty past was dug up. He wanted AIE to understand that at this very moment, the emotion that flowed in her heart was the so-called love. Yes. Even if this was absurd and could even be said to be a fantasy, it was a fact that the dragon demon fell in love with the hero. This was a fact that had to be admitted. Even if the person involved had just realized it and felt a little confused and at a loss, it was the same. When did this happen? Why did I have such feelings for the existence that is supposed to be an old enemy? Is it really because of that dream? Or is it because of being together day and night? AIE did not understand. But, love? Xian seemed to have heard AIE talking to herself and could not help but lower his head and look at her sitting in his arms. What love? Xian was curious. AIE also raised her head and looked at Xian and met Xian's gaze. Thus, AIE saw Xian's dark and deep eyes and his face full of curiosity. With this look, AIE's heart warmed up. In the next second, AIE made a shocking move that did not go through her brain at all. It was almost like her body's instinct. Chirp. When such a soft sound appeared under the night sky, above the roof, the air became silent. Xian was stunned. AIE was also stunned. AIE suddenly leaned forward and kissed Xian's face that was looking down at her. That's right. AIE kissed Xian. Xian's eyes widened and his face was full of shock. AIE finally realized what she had done, and her pretty face instantly changed. Xian did not dare to believe that AIE would actually do such a thing. Of course, AIE did not dare to believe that she had actually done such a thing. This caused both of them to look at each other with a dumbfounded and shocked expression. The scene was wonderful. Cough cough, after a while, AIE was the first to react. She suppressed all the emotions in her heart and pretended to speak calmly. It's nothing special. I really don't know why you humans like this kind of behavior so much. That tone was just short of directly telling Xian that she was not panicking at all. In reality, AIE was naturally panicking. On the contrary, the corners of Xian's mouth twitched after hearing AIE's pretentious calm evaluation. What did she mean by there's nothing special? What did she mean by I really don't know why you humans like this kind of behavior so much? Could it be that no one in the demon clan kissed? This guy had taken advantage of others and still dared to make such a pretentious comment. This was intolerable. Do you want to know what's special about it? Xian smiled. Come, let me personally guide you. With that, Shuren did not even give Aie time to react. He directly pinched her chin, lifted her little face, and turned her to face him. Immediately, Shuren kissed her heavily. Woo! Aie's eyes instantly widened, and she subconsciously prepared to struggle. However, Shuren directly locked her limbs, and with a straight thrust, he broke through Aie's teeth and captured the tip of her tongue. Aie seemed to squeeze out a sound from her throat. This pitiful demonic dragon had existed in this world for tens of thousands of years, but it had never experienced such a scene. It was directly kissed so deeply by Shuren that its mind went blank. It could only be confused in the wind, completely unable to react. Naturally, Shuren would not be polite. While using the giant tongue whip, he kissed the demonic dragon until it was dizzy and disoriented. At the same time, he prepared the grip of hell. Under such circumstances, the pillow that Aie had been holding in her arms disappeared without a trace. Not long after, Aie's body trembled. This tremble was a tragedy for Shuren. Bang! Accompanied by a thunderous muffled sound, a figure flew out from the treehouse and was instantly shaken hundreds of meters away. F***ck. Shuren only felt a pain in his chest, and his whole body was in the sky. He hurriedly controlled his body and gave himself the flying characteristic, hovering in midair. The huge force that acted on his body was withstood by the Li Tua Tian Ming. But even so, Shuren still felt a dull pain in his chest. One could imagine how heavy that blow was. If it were someone else, no matter how thick their skin was, they would probably be dead by now. Shuren was instantly enraged. Are you trying to murder me? Shuren strongly criticized. Aie stood on the roof of the treehouse, panting heavily. That scene made Shuren's eyes twitch uncontrollably. Because this girl's pillow had been thrown away by him. In other words, Aie's body was in a state where there was no cover, and it was a magnificent sight. Now that Shuren had accused her, Aie was also angry. Who allowed you to touch me? Aie was furious. Shuren wanted to tell her that he couldn't help it. Who could stand it, but Shuren didn't dare to tell the truth. So, Shuren said one sentence. Is that called touching me? Shuren said stubbornly, it's just a rub, why do you have to make it sound so bad? At this moment, Aie even felt like strangling Shuren to death. That was a rub, he used so much force, and he dared to say that it was just a rub? Come here. Aie was so angry that she waved at Shuren with an extremely unfriendly expression and said, I'll rub against you too, let's see if you can bear it. Good guy, I'm F***king good guy. At this moment, if he dared to go over, he would definitely be rubbed out of the elf's hometown, right? Although Shuren was stubborn, he was not stupid. Just you wait. Shuren could only say stubbornly, after I transcend, I'll definitely rub against you so hard that even my grandma won't recognize you. This pun was also very good. In any case, Aie didn't know whether she should be angry or laugh. At this moment, Aie turned her head, not even looking at this shameless guy, and walked in the direction of her pillow that was thrown away. Seeing this, Shuren relaxed without a trace, and with an instant transmission, he returned to the roof. Seeing that Aie was about to leave with her pillow in her arms, Shuren hurriedly stepped forward and hugged this little girl again. What are you doing? Aie was still angry, and she struggled, let go. No. Shuren's shamelessness finally came in handy, and he was unwilling to let go no matter what. He said directly, if you have the guts, send me flying again. Do you think I don't dare? Aie glared at Shuren. You dare, but are you willing? Shuren continued to be thick-skinned. Aie really wanted to punch him in the face. After panting a few times, the Dragon Devil Highness finally managed to hold it in. I'm warning you. Aie then said fiercely, without my permission, you are not allowed to touch me in the future. Unfortunately, this warning was exchanged for such a response. I told you, that's not touching, it's just rubbing. Shuren's shameless words almost made Aie go berserk. Seeing that the Dragon Devil Highness was about to get angry, Shuren quickly tried to salvage the situation. You were the one who kissed me first, and you didn't even ask for my permission. Is it too much for me to retaliate? Hearing this, Aie almost vomited blood. You clearly kissed me too. AIE could only protest. In other words, Shuren had already retaliated. But it would be strange if Shuren admitted it. That's just to tell you what's so special about this kind of behavior. Furthermore, you were the one who asked me for advice, so it's not within the scope of my retaliation. Shuren retorted with a serious face, making AIE want to kill someone so much. AIE knew that no matter what, it was impossible for her to win against this bastard. I admit defeat. AIE could only stand there and be depressed. However, Shuren's move was not over yet. Since you think what I said makes sense, then what about the time you sent me flying? Shuren's serious face made AIE's face darken. How do you want to calculate it? At this moment, AIE's voice already carried a trace of danger. Shuren was immediately terrified. About that, let's put it on the account first. Shuren said weakly, how about we settle it when you come back? AIE finally couldn't help but roll her eyes. Fine. AIE sneered, I'd like to see how you will settle it when the time comes. Shuren smiled awkwardly. It seemed that before this girl came back, he had to think of a way to control her. Otherwise, there would be no way to settle this debt. But when he thought of the feeling just now, Shuren felt that he should go all out this time. At worst, I'll just ask someone to help me. That was Shuren's decision. In this way, Shuren and AIE, who was still angry, did not notice that someone was watching them. Really, Lyde looked at AIE, who was in Sean's arms, with a complicated expression, and sighed faintly. It seemed that this rebellious sister of hers had indeed fallen into the hands of a human. At this time, Rosie had already fallen asleep. But in a daze, she felt someone crawling under her blanket. Rosie immediately became clear-headed. She opened her eyes and saw a smiling face appear above her. You. Ugh. Just as Rosie wanted to say something, her mouth was blocked. The pitiful Her Highness the Princess had been reduced to a sacrificial offering, allowing a certain beast to appease his anger at bullying the little dragon demon girl. This night, she was destined to be sleepless. The next day. As soon as the sky brightened, many people in the elven homeland began to wake up one after another and leave one after another. Sean and his team also set off, and all of them were present. Even AIE had woken up early in the morning. It was unknown whether it was because she did not sleep at all last night, or because she was about to leave. Although she looked listless, she did not give off the feeling of drowsiness. Everyone left the treehouse and came to the ground. Roar. Yulin immediately flew over from the direction of the queen's palace. She landed while roaring, stirring up a cloud of dust and causing many people to exclaim in surprise. Not only were Shuren's group here, but there were also many elves. Some of them were watching, while others followed Caroline to maintain order. Even Sophie, the elven queen, appeared here with Rhea and Naya. It seemed that she was here to send them off. So polite? Your Majesty? Shuren raised his eyebrows and said. Sophie, on the other hand, seemed to have adjusted her state of mind. She walked away from Maggie's matter and smiled beautifully at Sean and the others. Since the kingdom's princess and her fiancé, the evil god of the Protoss, and the 3 demon kings are here, as the elven queen, I naturally have to come to send them off. Sophie said, then smiled bitterly in response. Besides, my people are quite reluctant to part with you. Based on this alone, I have to represent my people to send my blessings for the rest of your journey. Hearing Sophie's words, Shuren couldn't help but look around. He saw that many elves were indeed staring at him with reluctant expressions. No, it wasn't just the elves. Even the fairies flew over in groups and surrounded Shuren, as if they didn't want him to leave. They either grabbed his collar or pulled his hair. It was obvious how reluctant they were to part with him. By the way, at the end of the peace ceremony, many elves gave Shuren garlands. Rosie was right this time. Many elves gave garlands to Shuren. Obviously, they had a deep impression of Shuren. That was why they came here. I haven't even had a proper conversation with him, I should have been bolder. Yeah, many elves said the same. This made Shuren feel very awkward. He had no choice. Humph humph, 2 cold snorts sounded from behind him. He didn't even need to think to know who the 2 snorts were. Why don't you just stay? Rosie vented her dissatisfaction directly to Shuren. I think so. Ai also had an icy look on her face. Apart from them, there were also two other elves who expressed their opinions on this matter. I really don't know what's so good about that guy. Didn't he just get the approval of Goddess Naduna and crusade against a demon spirit? Genome stood among the elven army, unable to accept what he had just said. The clansmen are just like that. Too naive, too pure. Shuren immediately shut his mouth. It wasn't appropriate to say anything at this time, was it? He might as well not say anything at all. Sophie seemed to have noticed something. She smiled and took the initiative to speak. Sophie seemed to have noticed something. She smiled and took the initiative to speak. Sophie said to Shuren, after this, we also realized that the human race has given birth to an amazing person like you. As the Elven Queen, I promise you that the Elven homeland will always open its doors to you and welcome you again. Sophie said to Sean, after this incident, we also realized that the human race has given birth to such an amazing person like you. As the Queen of the Elves, I assure you that the Elven homeland will always open its doors to you and welcome you again. His words caused many people's expressions to change. The home of the elves is actually opening its gates to a male of a different species? The Elven homeland is going to open its doors to a male of another race? Genome was stunned. Shuren and the others looked at each other. Sean and his companions looked at each other. Because this wasn't a small matter. Shuren looked straight at Sophie. The Elven homeland is isolated from the rest of the world. Apart from ceremonies like the peace ceremony, we usually don't interact with the outside world, right? Sean looked straight at Sophie, and said, the Elven homeland is isolated from the rest of the world. Apart from ceremonies like the peace offering, I remember that they usually don't interact with the outside world, right? Normally, even friends of the same sex would not be allowed to come to the Elven homeland, let alone males of other races. We just don't like to interact too closely with the outside world. We just don't like to interact too closely with the outside world. Sophie shook her head. This is to protect the innocent people and fairies. You should be able to understand. The people of the outside world were too curious about the elves, and there were many who coveted them. There were even people who wanted to sell the elves as slaves, so the elves had to be careful and remain vigilant to avoid being harmed. However, this did not mean that the elves would be completely isolated from the outside world. Sophie looked at Shuren as she spoke. We're just excluding outsiders, not everyone. If there's a corresponding reason, the Elven homeland will still welcome outsiders. For example, if someone is in trouble in Tagore Forest, lost here, or has come to ask for help, we'll accept them depending on the situation. Sophie looked at Shuren as she spoke. As for those whom we trust enough, we naturally welcome them to visit us at any time. In fact, some of the elves' most trusted foreign friends would visit the Elven homeland from time to time. There were even some merchants who worked with the elves who would visit the Elven homeland from time to purchase magic potions, magic tools, and other goods, which they would then sell at a high price in the outside world. Some envoys from other countries would also visit the Elven homeland from time to time, representing their country to negotiate with the Elven Queen or have dealings with Elven regiments. This was also why the Elven regiments would receive intelligence from the outside world from time to time. Please accept this. Sophie handed something to Shuren. It was a map that had been rolled into a scroll. There are some safe paths marked on this map. Follow these safe paths and you'll be able to reach the Elven homeland quickly and safely to avoid encountering monsters that are too dangerous. Sophie smiled. Although I don't think you need to worry about the threat of monsters given your abilities, it should still be useful if you don't want to be harassed by monsters and want to reach the Elven homeland as soon as possible. The elves had given out quite a lot of this map. Visitors and merchants who were trusted by the elves would use it to avoid a lot of danger and trouble. Shuren thought about it and finally accepted it. Thank you. Sean expressed his gratitude for the time being. This is what we should do. Sophie said, you are someone who has been recognized by Goddess Nadura, and the people who invited you have now become the well-wishers of the Goddess of Nature. In addition, you are all important beings in your respective races. If we can't even trust you, then there will probably be no place for us elves in this world. When Sophie said this, it was unknown whether she was sighing or she really thought so. However, Shuren could see the purpose of this queen. In fact, it was very simple. This queen just wanted to be on good terms with him. After all, he was a male of a different race who was acknowledged by the goddess of nature, Najula, as well as the friend and sweetheart of Marika. In addition, he had a close relationship with Aie, Lilith, Rosie, and other powerful existences. From the perspective of a queen, she definitely did not want to become enemies with such a person. Not to mention, Shuren displayed the combat power and possibility of stepping into the transcendent rank when he was dealing with Maki. Under such circumstances, as long as the other party wasn't stupid, they would definitely be on good terms with him. Even if they didn't have a close relationship, at least they couldn't arouse his disgust. That was probably Sophie's goal, right? Then, we will take our leave. Shuren did not dwell too much on this matter and nodded to Sophie. All right. Sophie returned the greeting and raised the scepter in her hand. Sophie sang the familiar ancient elven language fluently. In an instant, the barrier that enveloped the home of elves rippled and slowly opened. Shuren and the others immediately jumped onto Yulin's back. Thank you for your hospitality this time, Queen. Rosie saluted Sophie from her dragon's back. Until next time, Sophie. Lyde greeted them as well. Aie, Milu, Lilith, and Xianxia had no intention of talking to Sophie. They just watched quietly. As for Sophie, she led all the elves present to bow to Shuren and the others as a farewell gift. Sophie prayed sincerely. Rhea, Naya, Caroline, and even Genome and the others spoke up in unison. This was the ancient elven language. Perhaps Shuren and the others didn't quite understand it. But looking at Sophie and the others' expressions and behavior, they understood that this was a blessing, a prayer. As a result, the light trees started to sway and emit rainbow-like luster. The fairies also flew back and forth, reluctant to part, but also obediently bidding farewell. Only then did Shuren suddenly smile. If fate wills it, we will meet again, everyone. Shuren said in a loud voice. Roar. Yulin immediately let out a howl and made a magnificent farewell. In the next second, Yulin flapped a pair of dragon wings, stirring up a hurricane as it flew into the air. It circled in the air, then swung its dragon head and flew out of the home of elves. The elves, led by Sophie, watched this scene. After an unknown period of time, they finally dispersed. To Gorse Forest. Perhaps because of the great commotion not long ago, this ancient forest seemed to be much quieter than when Shuren and the others first arrived. Many monsters no longer wandered outside. Even if they wandered outside, they would be especially cautious, as if they had been scared out of their wits by the evil aura last time. They were less fierce and more timid. Thanks to this time, there were no monsters blocking their way, allowing Yulin to fly unimpeded in the air of Tagor's forest. Even when passing by the territories of some legendary monsters, there was not the slightest movement. Seeing this, Shuren turned his head and looked at the three demons. What do you plan to do? Shuren asked. Lighter did not answer and glanced at Aie. Aie also did not respond, as if she was still angry with Shuren, pretending to be cold. Lighter rolled her eyes at her. Let's say goodbye here. Lighter said straightforwardly, the entrance to the demon realm is not far from Tagor's forest, the three of us will fly there by ourselves. All right. Shuren did not dawdle. He thought for a moment and said, speaking of which, if you want to go to the demon realm, what do you usually do? The divine realm was connected to the temples in the human world. Through a ritual set up in a facility called a temple, the door that connects the two worlds could be opened. So, what was the situation in the demon realm? Lighter answered this question very straightforwardly. The demon realm is different from the divine realm. The entrance is not open through a facility like a temple. Instead, it exists at the bottom of a large mana source that is more than 1,000 years old. Lighter said, usually, the entrance is closed. Only by holding a special token near the bottom of the mana source and entering the sensing range of the entrance will the entrance open automatically. Token? Shuren asked almost subconsciously, what token? It's a coat of arms. Lighter said truthfully, just like you human nobles have your own family coat of arms, some of us demons also have our own coat of arms, such as us 6 sisters and our respective officers. Those coats of arms were the tokens of the demons. They could be used to open the entrance to the demon realm, but they could only be used in specific locations. Other than that, there were also places in the demon realm that specialized in handling temporary tokens for passage. When necessary, some demons would be allowed to come to the human world. Of course, some forces also have the means to open the entrance, such as the old demons. Lido looked at Shuren and asked, "Why? Do you want to go to the demon realm?" "Well." Shuren shrugged and said, "If there's a chance." With these words, Aie was finally willing to speak. "If you want to go to the demon realm, then use this." Aie threw a pendant to Shuren. It was a black pendant. There was a coat of arms on the pendant. The coat of arms was engraved with a terrifying dragon's breath. It was much more ferocious than the dragon engraved on Shuren's Porstut family's coat of arms. This was undoubtedly Aie's token. "Hey, Aie." Seeing this scene, Light called out to Aie in astonishment. "This is..." Rosie, who had been silently watching on the side, had a slight change in expression. Aie ignored her. "When you get to the demon realm, use this token and most things can be solved. Do as you see fit." Aie said these words in a casual tone. Everyone was speechless. Including Shuren, who held the pendant in his hand. He felt that it was a bit hot. Could it be that he had obtained something incredible? In fact, Shuren had another similar token. It was the royal token that Rosie had given him. This token of the royal family had been used by Sean to flaunt his prowess many times before. This was because seeing the token was like seeing the royal family in person. As long as he held the royal token, Shuren would be the representative of the royal family. Even the Duke, who was a relative of the royal family, would have to treat him with respect. Duke Stringham's family was very arrogant, right? Back then, they had sealed off the entire cosmos and did not allow anyone to enter or leave freely. Not even counts, marquises, and other great nobles could enter. Wasn't that very overbearing? However, once Shuren took out the royal token, the knights guarding the city had to let him in obediently. If Shuren was only a viscount at that time, they would definitely not let Shuren in. From this, it could be seen how much authority this royal token represented. With this token, no nobles in the capital would dare to show off in front of Shuren. Only the direct descendants of the royal family would have such a token. The collateral descendants did not even have the right to have it. In the entire kingdom, only Ansai, Lia, and Rosie had one each. One could imagine how precious and honorable it was. Rosie had given this token to Shuren with the intention of asking Shuren to protect Terra on her behalf. If their relationship had not developed to this stage, Rosie would definitely take back this token one day. But now, Shuren had become Rosie's fiancé. The two of them were engaged in front of all the higher-ups in the human world, and they would definitely get married in the future. Rosie had no intention of taking back this token. Therefore, Shuren still wore this royal token. He put it together with his noble coat of arms, hung it around his neck, hid it in his clothes, and carried it everywhere he went. And now, Aie also gave a token to Shuren and told him that in the demon realm, with this token, he could do most things. What did this mean? It meant that this was a token that symbolized the identity of a demon. If the significance of the royal token was that holding it was equivalent to the arrival of the royal family and could be regarded as the representative of the royal family, then holding the demon cultivator's token meant that holding it was equivalent to the arrival of the demon cultivator and would be regarded as the representative of the demon cultivator. If that was the case, then Shuren could indeed do whatever he wanted in the demon realm. No, not just in the demon realm. After all, be it in the celestial realm or the human realm, demons were synonymous with terror. Holding the token of the demon dweller was equivalent to the demon dweller coming in person. Then, even if the people of the God clan and the human clan saw him, they would have to open the door for Sean and not dare to be rude or even offend him. With it, Shuren could even summon the demons to do things for him. It was no different from holding the death-defying medallion. No wonder Light and Rosie had such a huge reaction. "Are you really going to give it to me?" Sean said with some uncertainty. "Aren't you afraid that I'll mess around with it?" "Of course I'm afraid," Aie said without hesitation. "Who knows what kind of nonsense you will do?" "Of course I'm afraid," Aie said without hesitation. "Who knows what kind of messy things you'll do?" But there was nothing she could do. Who asked her to fall in love with a troublesome hero who was 10,000 years younger than her? Although I'm afraid that you will cause trouble, I'm more afraid that you will be bullied. Ai snorted and said, just take it and use it however you want. Although I'm afraid that you'll cause trouble, I'm more afraid that you'll be bullied. Ai snorted. Just take it and use it however you want. At that moment, Sharon stopped being pretentious. Sean stopped being pretentious. Sharon accepted the token and said, I'm not afraid of being bullied, but with this, I can definitely bully a lot of people. Sean readily accepted the token and said, I'm not afraid of being bullied, but with this, I can definitely bully a lot of people. Since that was the case, why wouldn't he do it? Of course, after hearing Sean's words, Ai had a moment of regret. This bastard, is he really going to create some trouble that can't be dealt with? Then Ai suddenly looked at Sharon and said with a complicated tone, I'm leaving. Then Ai looked at Sean and said in a complicated tone, I'm leaving. Then Ai immediately looked at Sharon and said with a complicated tone, I'm leaving. Sharon also stopped smiling. However, he had already gotten over it. Sharon's ability to accept things had always been very strong. He would not be so desperate just because of a farewell. Besides, it was not like he would never return. Why should he be so pretentious? So, Sharon simply nodded. Go. Sharon said faintly, go early and come back early. Upon hearing this, Ai softly snorted again, but she nodded her head. Even without Sharon's reminder, she wanted to go early and come back early. At the very least, she did not want to stay in her territory in the demon realm anymore. She did not want to return to the cold castle and sleep there alone. She was already used to Sharon bothering her and irritating her every day. He did not treat her as the high and mighty leader of the dragon clan. Instead, he treated her like a young girl. This feeling made her feel a sense of enjoyment that she had not felt for a long time. It was no longer like before, where she just slept dully every day. Not to mention, Sharon would often surprise her and do many things that she liked and admired. In any case, Ai felt that she had been poisoned by this hero and would probably not be able to extricate herself. I'm not by your side. Remember to use your moves. If you really encounter danger, just run away. As long as you're alive, I will help you get back at him. Ai said this while looking at Lilith. I'll leave him to you. Remember to protect him. In return, Lilith nodded without hesitation. She would naturally protect Sharon. It was not only because she had entrusted her, true seal, to Sharon, but also because she, like Ai, could not bear to see anyone bully this man. Ai seemed to be very clear about this and felt a little more relaxed. With Lilith protecting him, even if he caused a huge trouble, he should be able to escape unscathed, right? I'm leaving. Ai raised her eyes and looked straight at Sharon, as if she wanted to carve his appearance into the depths of her heart. Immediately, a pair of dragon wings spread out behind her, and the young girl holding the pillow floated into the air. In the next second, Ai decisively turned around and turned into a stream of light, sweeping toward the horizon. See you next time. Light also looked deeply at Sharon, then glanced at Xianxia, then turned into a stream of light and chased after Ai. Bye-bye. Milu waved at Lilith and Xianxia reluctantly. These days, this little ghost demon girl had been playing with Lilith and especially liked to stick to Xianxia. Now that she was about to leave, she was naturally reluctant. Yes. Lilith, on the other hand, was not that reluctant. She nodded and waved at Milu. Xianxia didn't say anything. She just watched quietly. Only then did Milu wave her hand. Like a ghostly afterimage, she flew into the sky. The three demons left one after another and disappeared into the horizon. Only Sharon, Rosie, Lilith, and Xianxia were left at the scene. Roar. Yulin let out a dragon roar as she flew, as if she was sad for Ai's departure. This dragon girl did not forget Ai's care for her, so she was naturally reluctant to leave. Fortunately, Ai was only leaving temporarily. Otherwise, this dragon might follow Ai to the demon realm. Yulin was quite interested in the demon realm and the territories governed by the dragon demons where the dragon race lived except for herself. Alright. Sharon sensed the emotion in Yulin's voice and patted her head. There will be a chance to see it in the future. Roar. Yulin's roar finally returned to its usual majestic voice. Rosie's voice seemed to have come out at the right time. Are you going directly to the Empire? Rosie stared at Shuren with her beautiful big eyes. Shuren wanted to. But, if I go directly to the Empire now, what will you do? Shuren said in a bad mood. Rosie wanted to return to the kingdom, to the royal capital. Lilith, on the other hand, would follow him and not leave. As for Xianxia, Shuren asked her if she wanted to go back to Borstadt's house and wait, but this big sister did not appreciate it. Since Miss Rosie is going to the imperial capital with Miss Terre, I will naturally go with her, Xianxia said indifferently. Besides, I am worried about Miss Lilith. Shuren wanted to ask, what did she mean? You're worried about Lilith following me, what? Are you going to eat Lilith up? You are slandering me. I can sue you, big sister. At that time, Sean turned his head and complained like a storm. But big sister Xianxia had already made it clear that she would go to the Empire with him. In other words, Rosie was alone. If Shuren went directly to the Empire, the princess would have to find a way back by herself. Sean was not so hopeless as to reach that point. I will send you back to the royal capital first, then we will go to the Empire. That was Shuren's decision. He bought a lot of things in the hometown of elves, but he could not bring them back to the Empire. It was necessary to go home first. Shuren also bought gifts for Vivian and the others. It was not a bad idea to send them back first. Besides, Shuren had to tell Vivian and the others about Marika. He was the one who asked Marika to invite him to the hometown of elves, but when he returned, Marika did not come back. If he did not go back and explain, he would be letting down Vivian, the dedicated captain. Even if he did, Vivian would definitely understand. Then let's go back. Rosie nodded with a smile. Let's go. Shuren put his arm around the princess's slender waist, chuckled, and gave an order to Yulin. Roar. Yulin roared energetically. She flapped her dragon wings, turned into a shadow, and flew toward the Empire with a series of sonic booms. On this day, Shuren left the hometown of elves. The news of his departure naturally did not escape the prying eyes of those who were observant. At this moment, some arrangements that were targeted at him began to unfold. End of chapter 568. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.